Chapter 1. Where am I? Swallowed by the black hole. Wukong wandered through the pitch-black abyss. The dragon that once merged with him had vanished, having transformed into a part of Wukong himself. Consequently, Wukong inherited the dragon's extraordinary power to grant wishes, a power even more potent than that of the original dragon. He could now resurrect those who were previously deemed irretrievable. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Wukong, unable to discern his surroundings, inquired through his thoughts, "Dragon, where am I?" The dragon replied, "I am unaware. The destination of this time-space black hole is random, and we cannot foresee it." "But dragon, why do I feel so weak?" Wukong questioned. "This may be due to the black hole's influence. Nevertheless, once we reach our destination, all will be well," the dragon reassured. As Wukong pondered, preparing to succumb to slumber, a sudden beam of light caught his attention. Just as he felt a surge of joy, he found himself hurtling towards the source of the white light in an instant. He realized he was about to land on the roof of a wooden cottage. Expecting a collision, he was instead surprised to find himself passing through it. Inside, he beheld a pale yet beautifully adorned woman lying on a wooden bed, while beside her stood a gentleman with cascading hair. Wukong, oblivious to their identities, felt an inexplicable pull as his body inexplicably surged towards the woman, ultimately merging with her essence. Upon his entrance, the woman let out a pained sigh, prompting the man to ask, "Suyu, how are you feeling?" "Heavenly, Tianqing. I feel as though I am about to give birth," Suyu struggled to articulate. Without hesitation, Yin Tianqing rushed to prepare hot water. As he reached the doorway, he realized Suyu's voice had fallen silent, prompting him to hastily enter. There, he discovered his wife, Suyu, cradling a naked male infant against the headboard. "Suyu, you have given birth?" Yin Tianqing exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Suyu nodded, gently caressing the infant. Overcome with joy, Yin Tianqing approached, exclaiming, "Splendid. It's a boy. Surely, he will grow to be as handsome as I am." Suyu did not scold him, but instead, with a melancholic expression, held her child and lamented, "I wonder if I will live to see him grow up." Upon hearing this, Yin Tianqing's face mirrored her sorrow, and he extended his hand to check her pulse. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, How can this be?" Suyu, gazing at her husband, asked, "What is it, Tianqing? Is it that my lifespan has—" Yin Tianqing shook his head in astonishment, stuttering, "Suyu, your illness it has completely healed." Suyu shook her head with a sorrowful smile and said, "Tianqing, you need not try to console." Yin Tianqing immediately replied, "Suyu, I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, try using your powers yourself." Suyu glanced at Yin Tianqing, then gently set down the infant. She closed her eyes and focused her energy. After a moment, her eyes fluttered open in astonishment. Have I really separated from Wangshu? It is true, it is true. How wonderful!" Yin Tianqing exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement, utterly devoid of adult composure. Although Suyu maintained an expressionless demeanor, the glimmer of joy in her eyes was unmistakable. She then cradled the infant again and asked Yin Tianqing, "What name do you think we should give this child?" "Suyu, what do you think?" "I am not very good at naming," Yin Tianqing replied. "Then how about we name him Yin Tianhe?" Suyu suggested Tianhe. "The river of heaven," Yin Tianqing murmured, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. Suyu noticed this and spoke softly, "Tianqing, do not dwell on it. I am your wife now and always shall be. I merely wish to regard the past as a conclusion." Yin Tianqing smiled and said, "Suyu, it matters not to me if that is the case. Then let us name him Tianhe. Those who do not know might think he is my brother." Observing Yin Tianqing's silly grin, Suyu shot him a playful glare before lovingly gazing at her son, pondering, "Tianhe, did you truly save your mother?" "Yin Tianqing? Suyu? Indeed, you have not erred. This is the realm of Xianjian. Ivan Wukong has inadvertently found himself in this world, and by a twist of fate, he has been reborn, merging with the innocent and love-ignorant Yin Tianhe from Xianjian. The two share a striking resemblance, yet differ in temperament. Yin Tianhe yearns for a simple, untroubled life, fearless of heaven or earth, save for his father, while Wukong fears his wife, Chi-Chi, who now, it seems, he may never see again in the blink of an eye. 7 years have passed. Changwan Peak remains as enchanting as ever, with its waterfalls still crystal clear and the mountains echoing with the sounds of wild boars. From the woods emerged a young boy, aged 7, clad in rustic attire and bearing a large wild boar upon his back, seemingly undeterred by its weight. Approaching a wooden cabin, he called out, "Father, mother, I have caught a wild boar." The door of the cabin swung open, revealing a handsome man dressed in azure who stepped out and said, "Well done, my boy. It appears you will not be satisfied until you have hunted every wild boar on this mountain. Father, I am hungry. The young boy, in fact, is the reborn Wukong. Yet in this life, he is known as Yun Tianhe, though others call him Tianhe. I shall refer to him as Wukong. Is your stomach made of that you can eat so much? Yun Tianqing exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong scratched his head and replied, I don't really know, I just can't stop eating when I see something delicious. Yun Tianqing, covering his face in despair, lamented, Heavens, how could I possibly have a son like you? Suddenly, Yun Tianqing let out a pained cry, clutching his head, as a beautiful young woman approached. She was as lovely as a flower, and it could be said that her smile rendered all blossoms pale. In comparison, the woman knelt before Wukong, helping him wipe the dirt from his body. Tianhe, you must be tired, go take a bath, he'll prepare dinner for you. Okay. Wukong cheerfully dropped the wild boar and went to wash himself. Yun Tianqing, feeling dejected, muttered, Why does my son eat so much? Suyue shot him a glare. What do you mean? Tianhe is still young and growing, he needs to eat. Are you going to deny him that? With that, Suyue lifted the wild boar, prompting Yun Tianqing to gently intervene and take it from Era. Suyue turned to enter the house. She remarked, You're criticizing Tianhe, but I haven't seen you, as his father, bring back even a single wild rabbit. Yun Tianqing paused, taken aback, and offered a silly grin. Suyue shook her head in exasperation before disappearing inside. Meanwhile, Wukong, bathing a short distance away, was scrubbing himself with a towel when he glanced into the water and noticed a change in his eyes, startling him. Dragon, what happened to my eyes? Wukong mentally inquired. How can you even ask? From the moment you arrived here, you've been helping that woman and man with their ailments. However, the woman's condition was severe, and after you absorbed her energy, it transformed into your own now. You possess the rainbow seven-colored eyes. The dragon responded with exasperation. Rainbow seven-colored eyes? What is that? Wukong asked. When you transform into a Super Saiyan, is your pupil green? Yes, listen closely. The rainbow seven-colored eyes manifest when you're not transformed. Red signifies anger. If someone harms your most cherished person or thing, you will become furious. Orange represents lechery, which you are unlikely to experience. Yellow denotes the ability to see through all things. You can perceive what lies beyond a wall and discern if someone is possessed by something. Green symbolizes monsters. It's best not to use this, though if you do, it shouldn't pose too much of a problem. Blue reflects a gentle gaze. Whenever you look at someone you deeply care for, your eyes will exhibit this color. Indigo is a hue that allows one to perceive all things clearly. Underwater, this is quite simple. Purple. Wukong, what I wish to convey is this. Purple symbolizes the most potent strength. But what does that mean? Wukong inquired eagerly, as he harbored a strong desire to grow more powerful. However, the moment your pupils turn purple, Wukong, it signifies that you have lost all meaning in life, is akin to existing as a mere shell of a being, the dragon explained. Slowly, I'm not quite sure I understand. Wukong scratched his head. To put it simply, imagine that in your former world, if all your loved ones, your Chi-Chi, your son, your granddaughter, and everyone close to you, as well as all the inhabitants of Earth perished, leaving you as the sole survivor. Do you comprehend now? Wukong, I see that indeed sounds quite difficult. Wukong frowned at that moment. Wukong heard his father call out, Brat, hurry back for dinner. I'm coming. Wukong leapt from the water, swiftly donned his clothes, and merrily dashed toward the house. 3. A taste of skill. Eat slowly. Tianhe, no one is competing with you. Inside the house, Wukong devoured his meal with reckless abandon, exhibiting none of the restraint typical of a child. He gorged on large chunks of roasted pork, his face smeared with grease, while Suyue gently wiped his mouth. Meanwhile, Yun Tianqing felt a deep sense of frustration. His son had an insatiable appetite, consuming at least 5 wild boars daily, with a record of 10 in a single sitting. Before long, Wukong had polished off 2 entire wild boars, leaving only bones behind. Fortunately, Yun Tianqing and Suyue had also had their fill, though it appeared they had hardly eaten. Wukong asked, Father, Mother, aren't you going to eat? Yun Tianqing and Suyue exchanged a knowing glance and smiled slightly. Don't worry, your father and mother are not hungry. Wukong was unaware that they were practitioners of cultivation. Those who reach a certain level of mastery can sustain themselves on the essence of the universe without the need for food. However, Wukong had no intention of depriving himself. He was focused on eating, and more eating. After finishing their meal, Yun Tianqing and Suyue took Wukong outside. Yun Tianqing said, Brat, today your father will teach you some self-defense techniques. My son must not be bullied. Suyue interjected, Tianqing, are you truly going to teach Tianhe? Indeed. Suyue, I have long recognized that while Tianhe may seem a bit foolish, his innate talent is exceptional. Rest assured, I will only impart to him some basic martial arts. Nothing from the Qianghua sect. Well then, all right Tianhe, you must learn diligently. Suyue instructed. Wukong nodded in agreement. Yun Tianqing began reciting a plethora of profound principles that son Wukong could hardly comprehend, as the young warrior had always learned martial arts by observing others rather than engaging with intricate philosophies. Noticing that his son was merely scratching his head in confusion, Yin Tianqing sighed, and Suyu interjected, Tianqing, perhaps we should abandon this. Yin Tianqing shook his head resolutely. No, it is imperative that he acquires some martial skills for self-defense, little rascal. Watch closely. Suddenly, Yin Tianqing leapt gracefully onto the branches of a tree adorned with pink leaves, addressing Yin Tianhe. You should attempt to jump up here. Suyu looked up and remarked, Tianqing, Tianhe is still quite young. Are you not placing undue pressure on him? Suyu, I believe Tianhe requires our demonstration to understand. Oh, Tianhe, when did you get up here? Yin Tianqing was astonished to find that Sun Wukong, who had just been on the ground, was now beside him. Ma, Tianhe, how did you manage to ascend? Suyu, too, was taken aback by Sun Wukong's sudden elevation. I've been up here for a while, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head. Up here for a while? Yin Tianqing stammered in disbelief. How did you get up here? I flew up. Sun Wukong stated matter-of-factly. Flew? Yin Tianqing inquired, intrigued indeed. Just like this with that, Sun Wukong soared into the air once more, gracefully descending beside Suyu, who was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Yin Tianqing stood frozen on the tree. Astonished could it be that this boy could truly fly? Surely, he must be mistaken jumping down. Yin Tianqing questioned Sun Wukong. Little rascal, when did you learn to fly? Me? I don't know, I just thought about flying and did it, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head. Once more, Tianhe, children must not tell lies. Tell your mother. Who taught you this skill? Suyu crouched down to look into Sun Wukong's eyes. I'm not lying. I genuinely thought about flying, and then I flew. Sun Wukong insisted, a look of innocence on his face understanding Sun Wukong's demeanor. Both of them recognized that he was indeed telling the truth suddenly. Yin Tianqing laughed heartily. Ha ha, this little rascal is truly extraordinary. Suyu, we require sword for flying, yet this boy can soar effortlessly without one at such a tender age. Ha ha, I have no concerns about his escape abilities now. We must focus on how to confront adversary. Suyu, shaking her head, advised Sun Wukong. Tianhe, remember, unless it's a critical moment, do not reveal your abilities indiscriminately, understand? Okay. Sun Wukong nodded obediently. Little rascal, come at your father with an attack. Yin Tianqing assumed a combat stance. Addressing Sun Wukong, Wukong was invigorated. It had been a long time since he had engaged in combat, so how could he not feel exhilarated? He promptly assumed a fighting stance, standing to the side. So you suddenly noticed that Wukong's gaze, when preparing for battle, had transformed into something distinctly different from before, serious and devoid of any childishness. Yin Tianqing also observed this change and thought to himself, this little rascal, why does his gaze seem so piercing? I feel as though he can see right through me. Incoming, huh? Wukong exclaimed as he dashed forward with remarkable speed, startling both Yin Tianqing and Suyu. By the time Yin Tianqing reacted, he found Wukong's small hand already striking towards him. He quickly raised his arm to block the attack, but despite successfully defending himself, he felt a sharp pain at the point of impact just as Yin Tianqing intended a counterattack. Wukong had already vanished from sight. Suddenly, he heard Suyu shout, watch out. Turning around, he saw Wukong had appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick that sent Yin Tianqing tumbling towards the precipice, where he plummeted down. Ah, Tianqing! Suyu cried out in alarm. Rushing to the edge of the cliff, to her astonishment, she saw Wukong soaring upwards with Yin Tianqing in tow. As they landed before her, she hurried to check on Yin Tianqing's condition. Tianqing, are you all right? Don't scare me. I'm fine. Yin Tianqing replied with a smile as Suyu helped him to his feet. He turned to Wukong and said, you little rascal, your skills are quite impressive. Are you some sort of anomaly? The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a firm grip on his waist. Looking over, he saw Suyu gazing at him with displeasure, and he instantly realized he had misspoken. Chuckles softly. Suyu, my apologies, it was my mistake, Yin Tianqing offered with an apologetic smile. Humph. Suyu let out a light scoff before walking over to Wukong. She picked him up and planted a kiss on his cheek, praising, Tianhe, you were wonderful. Not bad, Dad. Shall we spar again? Wukong, now brimming with fighting spirit, eagerly suggested. Ah. Yin Tianqing let out a pained cry, while Suyu covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Wukong, oblivious as ever, simply scratched his head in his signature manner, utterly clueless. 5. Descending the mountain. Feeling better now? Inside the cottage, Suyu handed a cup of warm tea to the young woman who had changed into fresh clothes, her tone gentle and kind. Faced with such a tender and beautiful woman like Suyu, the girl felt an overwhelming warmth. She smiled and replied, much better, thank you, Auntie. Suyu returned the smile, just as the wooden door creaked open. Yin Tianqing, and Wukong stepped inside. The moment the girl caught sight of Wukong, she flushed with shyness. Unable to meet his gaze, despite his rugged attire, there was an undeniable handsomeness about him. Yun Tianqing inquired, "Young lady, what is your name? And what brings you to Qingwan Peak?" Snapping out of her daze, the girl answered, "Uncle, my name is Han Lingsha. I came here to admire the scenery." "Admire the scenery?" See, you repeated, raising an eyebrow. "Why, yes, that's right." "Why?" Han Lingsha faltered slightly, her voice betraying her unease. "Little girl, there's no need for lies. I noticed some tools falling from your clothes earlier, things like knockout powder. I suspect you're a tomb raider." Yun Tianqing stated plainly. "Ah, you already know?" Han Lingsha admitted sheepishly. "Dad, what is a tomb raider?" Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Yun Tianqing explained patiently. "Imagine someone who died long ago and was buried in a tomb. Then, much later, another person secretly digs it up and steals all the valuable things inside. That is tomb raiding. Understand?" "Oh." Wukong nodded, though his expression remained somewhat blank. Watching his clueless demeanor, Han Lingsha couldn't help but cover her mouth, suppressing a laugh. "This is our son, Yin Tianhe. He may seem a bit simple, but he has a truly good heart," Suyu introduced warmly. "Brother Yun," Han Lingsha greeted politely. "Just call me Tianhe. Brother Yun sounds strange," Wukong replied casually. That evening, Han Lingsha was utterly astonished by Wukong's voracious appetite. As he devoured his meal with unrestrained enthusiasm, she giggled behind her hand, Suyu joining in amusement, while Yun Tianqing could only sigh in resignation. The next morning, Yun Tianqing and Suyu suddenly addressed Han Lingsha. "Lingsha, we'd like to ask a favor of you." "What is it, Uncle and Auntie?" she asked. "We'd like you to take Tianhe down the mountain and show him the world. Staying up here all the time, well, you've seen how naive he is. We fear he might be easily deceived if he ever ventures out alone," Suyu explained. "I see. Very well, I'll take him down the mountain." Han Lingsha nodded. The following day, Yin Tianqing stood outside the door with a bundle in hand, alongside Suyu, observing Wukong and Han Lingsha. Yun Tianqing handed the bundle to Wukong and said, "You mischievous boy, within this package are some provisions and money for your journey. Remember, once you descend the mountain, people will not be as kind to you as we have been. While one should not harbor ill intentions towards others, it is wise to remain vigilant. Do you understand?" Wukong nodded, and Suyu helped him adjust his garments, saying, "Tianhe, once we descend the mountain, make sure to heed Ling Sha's words, understood?" "Oh, I understand," Wukong replied, nodding again and scratching his head. Then Han Lingsha addressed them, "Uncle, Aunt, we shall take our leave now. Tianhe, let us be off." Thus, under the watchful gaze of Yun Tianqing and Suyu, Wukong departed from Qingwan Peak, where he had resided for 19 years. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Wukong was taken aback by the bustling village before him. "Wow, so many people," he exclaimed, perhaps due to the long absence of such crowds, filling him with excitement. "Tianhe, I will go seek the village chief to see if we might find lodging. You can wander around here for a bit," Han Lingsha said, adopting a somewhat elder sisterly tone with Wukong before she left. Wukong found himself in a rather pleasing predicament. Although this village was not as grand as the one he once inhabited on Earth, it was still quite charming, despite the less advanced technology. Wukong had a fondness for the rustic simplicity of his surroundings. Clad in his wild man attire, he strolled down the street, observing numerous vendors hawking their wares. However, some onlookers were captivated not by his garb, but by his striking good looks, to the point where they nearly mistook him for a celestial being descended to Earth. "Come and try my family's traditional zongzi, young master. You are extraordinarily handsome," called out a vendor selling zongzi as Wukong approached. "Ah, certainly," Wukong replied, scratching his head with an innocent smile, causing nearby women and young girls to momentarily hold their breath in awe. Wukong picked up a zongzi, peeled away the outer leaves, and took a hearty bite. "Ah, it's so hot." The vendor chuckled. "Slow down, young man. This is freshly made." Observing Wukong flailing his arms in response to the heat, one couldn't help but feel a delightful urge to draw closer to him, despite the comical incongruity of his demeanor. Wukong exhaled, patiently waiting for the zongzi in his mouth to cool before beginning to chew. Delicious. His handsome face appeared somewhat puffed due to the morsel, rendering him irresistibly adorable, prompting the nearby women and girls to yearn for a playful nibble of Wukong. "So, young man, how does it taste?" the vendor inquired with a grin. "Ah, indeed. It is quite delightful," Wukong replied with a smile. "Why not purchase a few? They are but a penny each," the vendor suggested, eager to make a profit. "Certainly, but..." Wukong scratched his head in contemplation. "What is it, young man?" You wouldn't happen to be short on funds, would you? The vendor expressed a hint of skepticism, for Wukong's rugged appearance indicated that he had descended from the mountains. In the past, he had hunted for sustenance on Bao Bao Mountain until he encountered Bulma and ventured into the world. No, it's not that. It's just that it seems the quantity here wouldn't suffice for a single meal, Wukong remarked while counting the zongzi displayed on the stall and within the steamer. Are you suggesting that this amount is insufficient for you? The vendor asked, astonished. Yes, indeed. In the mountains, I require at least 3 wild boars for a single meal. Wukong replied with a silly grin. The vendor was utterly flabbergasted, speechless as he stammered. Three wild boars, for just 1 meal? Wukong scratched his head, contemplating, indeed. When you add it all up, it scarcely amounts to 1.5 wild boars. I simply cannot satiate my hunger. Young sir, I have prepared about 50 zongzi here. Is that truly insufficient for your meal? The vendor sought confirmation once more. Well, I would require at least 100. And I would be content with just being 70% full. Wukong nodded affirmatively. 100? That would cost 101. How about this, young sir? If you could wait a moment, I shall continue preparing them. Oh, very well, Wukong replied, setting down his bundle and retrieving a bulging purse. He opened the pouch, and a cascade of copper coins, silver, and even a few silver notes tumbled forth. Young sir, how do you possess such wealth? The vendor gazed eagerly at the coins spilling from Wukong's hands. It is my parents who bestowed this upon me, expressing concern that I might not have enough to eat. Hence they provided me with extra funds, Wukong sheepishly admitted. How should I give this to you? This silver item, what is it? I recognize this round disc as a copper coin, but what is this paper? It appears to have some inscription, 100 taels? Wukong innocently posed a question that left those around him in a state of bewilderment. How much is 100 taels? 7 immortals? I am no immortal. Eventually, it was some kind-hearted maidens who assisted Wukong in providing the vendor with 101. Wukong then tucked away the remaining coins, mindful not to distribute them indiscriminately lest he find himself without provisions. He understood the importance of this, as it was quite different from his previous experiences on Earth, where he was relatively familiar with currency, but here, this should suffice. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Wukong scratched his head in anticipation until the vendor finally completed the zongzi. The vendor wrapped them in a large cloth and handed the bundle to Wukong, who beamed with joy as he embraced the hefty package. The surrounding women and young girls were equally amused, their eyes sparkling with delight. Tianhe, I have returned. Oh, what is this? Why is the package so large? Unbeknownst to him, Han Lingsha had returned and approached Wukong, observing the substantial bundle in his arms with curiosity. Oh, this young lady and this young sir must be friends, the vendor chuckled. This young sir is quite remarkable, requesting 100 zongzi all at once. It took me quite some time to prepare them, and now I must start anew. 100? Han Lingsha murmured, and then, in a moment of sheer astonishment, blurted out. Is 100 enough? If not, let us procure some more. Wukong scratched his head in contemplation. I'm not certain. Perhaps 100 would suffice for a modest meal. My father bestowed upon me a considerable sum. I suppose he feared I might go hungry. Very well then, Tianhe, if you deem it insufficient, we shall procure another 100. Han Lingsha and Wukong conversed without restraint, utterly indifferent to the bewildered gazes of onlookers. Having spent time with Wukong before, Lingsha was well acquainted with his prodigious appetite. Devouring 3 wild boars posed no challenge to him. Just then, a commotion arose nearby. A lively chicken came fluttering toward Yun Tianhe, wings flapping wildly, feathers scattering in its wake. Chasing after it was a stern-looking middle-aged man brandishing a broom. Stop right there. You infuriate me. Return to the coop at once. The man swung his broom futilely as the chicken continued its spirited escape. Old man Song's household is at it again, sighed a nearby vendor wearily. What do you mean? Tianhe inquired, puzzled. The vendor chuckled. Young man, you see, this chicken of old man Song's lays 4 eggs 4 times a day. But the creature behaves as though it were an emperor, never content to lay eggs peacefully. And now, here it is, running amok once more. Han Lingsha burst into laughter. How amusing, a chicken acting like royalty. Wukong, too, erupted into hearty guffaws. Don't you run, the man panted heavily, exhausted from the chase. Uncle, allow me to assist, Wukong offered. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear before the man, holding the chicken effortlessly. Not only Lingsha, the man, and the vendor, but even the chicken itself seemed stunned, momentarily ceasing its struggles. Here you go, uncle, Wukong said, handing over the bird. The man accepted it in a daze, murmuring, Thank you. No need for gratitude. Just take better care in the future, Wukong replied cheerfully. Ah, yes. Thank you, young man. The man said with a smile before turning to depart. As soon as Wukong arrived beside Han Lingsha, she hurriedly inquired, Tianhe, how did you manage to get here? Wukong casually remarked, I simply ran over that swiftly. Ran over? Han Lingsha clearly found it hard to believe that one could move so quickly, having covered a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye. The crowd surrounding the divine figure erupted in a cacophony of excitement. What divine being? I am no deity. Lingsha, why are you pulling me? Where are we headed? Wukong suddenly found himself being dragged away by Han Lingsha. As they ran, she urged, Heavenly River, we should hasten our departure from this place. Look at how they all regard you as a god. Upon turning his gaze, Wukong was taken aback by the sight of a tumultuous brawl with a multitude of pursuers in hot pursuit. Wukong resolutely lifted Han Lingsha into his arms, carrying the hefty bundle of Zhongzi on his back, and then took to the skies using his levitation technique. The pursuers of Wukong halted, each one kneeling in reverence. Oh, divine being, what filling does the Qianghua sect have? Suddenly, Wukong furrowed his brow and addressed Han Lingsha. Lingsha, it seems there is a commotion nearby. Is that so? My husband? Let us go take a look, Han Lingsha replied, already embracing the traditional virtues expected of a woman. Very well. Having spoken, Wukong led Han Lingsha towards the source of the energy he had sensed. Before long, they arrived at the scene, where they beheld a strikingly handsome man clad in purple, wielding a sword as he battled several demons. Wow, he is quite formidable, Han Lingsha remarked in surprise, not at the man's appearance, but rather at his adept swordsmanship. Is he truly that impressive? It seems rather lacking to me. Wukong scratched his head and responded, My husband, are you suggesting that man is not impressive at all? Han Lingsha inquired. Indeed, his speed is far too slow, and his strength leaves much to be desired. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would not be able to best me, Wukong inadvertently revealed. Super Saiyan? What manner of being is that? Han Lingsha asked, curiosity piqued. Wukong was at a loss for words. To claim he was a Saiyan? That seemed inappropriate. However, at that very moment, a blade of energy hurtled towards Han Lingsha. Who was beside him? Ah! Han Lingsha exclaimed in alarm. In the next instant, she witnessed her beloved effortlessly deflect the attack with a casual wave of his hand. A wave of relief washed over her, quickly followed by astonishment at her beloved's martial prowess. His lightness of foot was truly remarkable. Lingsha, are you unharmed? Wukong inquired with concern. I am fine, thank you, my husband, Han Lingsha replied sweetly. Wukong cast his gaze once more towards the man, who now appeared to be panting heavily, as if his strength were waning. It was hardly surprising, given the multitude of monsters he faced, compounded by the substantial energy expended through the sword techniques. Wukong instructed Han Lingsha, please wait here for a moment. With that, he vanished in a swift motion, only to reappear before the man, intercepting the onslaught of the monsters. May I inquire who you are? The man asked. Subsequently, both he and Han Lingsha exclaimed in unison, My lord, husband, be careful. As Wukong turned his head, he noticed several monsters charging towards him, just as they were about to strike. His figure suddenly transformed into a mere afterimage. The man stood dumbfounded, and so did Han Lingsha. The afterimage was unmistakable. I am here. Wukong suddenly appeared behind the monsters. The creatures spun around to attack once more, yet they encountered nothing but an ethereal shadow. Ah, this is no fun. I shall cease this game, Wukong declared, halting to block the monster's assault. With a casual flick of his wrist, several of the creatures were sent hurtling backward, leaving deep gouges in the ground. The man was utterly astonished by Wukong's prowess, rendered speechless by the incredible level of skill possessed by such a remarkable individual. Wukong waved his hand towards the distance, and Han Lingsha immediately bounded over, exclaiming, My husband, you are truly remarkable. Wukong chuckled lightly, then retrieved a celestial bean, which he had cultivated himself, from his bosom and offered it to the man. The man, momentarily perplexed, accepted the bean and consumed it. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his body, and all his external injuries had miraculously healed. He promptly clasped his hands in gratitude and said, Thank you for your timely assistance. May I inquire about your esteemed name? As Wukong was about to speak, Han Lingsha interjected, This is Yun Tianhe? And I am Han Lingsha. He is my husband. She leaned happily against Wukong, whose face turned a rare shade of crimson as he scratched his head in bashfulness. So it is young Master Yin. I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue, and I shall repay this kindness in the future, the man said. At that moment, two beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, revealing a 15-year-old girl and a boy of similar age, both clad in purple garments. The girl immediately exclaimed, Master Ziying. Wait for us. I apologize, Master. I truly cannot manage my junior sister, the boy said apologetically to the man. Ziying replied, No matter. Allow me to introduce. This is young Master Yun Tianhe, and beside him is his wife. The girl then gazed at Yun Tianhe, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow. You are so handsome, she exclaimed excitedly. Xuanji, do not be rude. Young Master Yun, young mistress, this young lady is Xuanji, and this young man is Huaishua. They are my disciples, Ziying introduced them. Is it possible that you have disciples at such a young age? Wukong scratched his head in disbelief. Taking disciples knows no age limit, Huaishua remarked. Oh, I see. I do not quite understand, Wukong replied, his innocent demeanor eliciting laughter from Xuanji. By the way, you all appear to be from some sect. Which one do you belong to? Han Lingsha inquired. Ziying responded, Young mistress. We are disciples of the Qianghua sect from Kunlun Mountain. Qianghua sect? What sort of sect is that? Is it delicious? Wukong asked, scratching his head once more, prompting a collective sweat from those present. After some light-hearted conversation, Wukong, Han Lingsha, and Ziying learned that the others were returning to Qin Prefecture, and they bid each other farewell. Wukong accompanied Han Lingsha to the nearest town, known as Shouyang City. As they entered the bustling streets, Wukong's stomach rumbled audibly. Han Lingsha smiled gently and said, Husband, allow me to procure some food for you. Oh, that would be wonderful, Wukong replied, nodding in agreement. He then observed as Lingsha hurried towards an inn, leaving him to meander through the town. Suddenly, Wukong's peripheral vision caught sight of a vertical wooden board adorned with a portrait. Curiosity piqued, he approached it and exclaimed, Isn't this Lingsha? With that, he tore down the notice for a closer inspection. Indeed, it was Lingsha, and there seemed to be some words inscribed beside the image. Just then, a voice reached Wukong's ears, inquiring, by tearing down the notice, Do you possess knowledge of the whereabouts of the woman depicted in the portrait? As Wukong turned around, he noticed two men, each approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in guard uniforms. One of them addressed Wukong, saying, Ah, you know her? Wukong replied, Indeed. I have seen her. The other guard inquired, Where is she? Just as Wukong was about to respond, Han Lingsha approached his side and asked, Husband, what is the matter? Wife, they are asking me if I have seen you and have even brought this portrait. Wukong indicated towards the guards and the image. Upon examining the portrait and then the guards, Han Lingsha comprehended the situation. Her husband, being naive to the ways of the world, had torn down the notice. She sighed, contemplating whether to reprimand him. It is you. You are the thief, Garde declared. What thief? Listen closely, I am a bona fide bandit. Han Lingsha asserted with the confidence of a strong woman, reminiscent of Chi-Chi in Wukong's mind. What? How dare you? Garde gritted his teeth in anger. What's the matter? If you have the ability, come and apprehend me. My husband is quite formidable, she retorted, retreating behind Wukong. Are you attempting to intimidate Lingsha? Wukong, assuming the guards meant to bully her, furrowed his brow. Young sir, she is indeed a thief. Do not be deceived by her, warned the guard. Wukong furrowed his brow and said, She is not a thief. She is mine, my wife. Isn't she Lingsha? Wukong turned to Lingsha for confirmation. She nodded. And he continued, She is my wife, therefore she cannot be a thief. What kind of reasoning is this? Just because she is your wife, does it mean she is incapable of being a thief? If that is the case, then do not blame us for being impolite. The two guards drew their swords. Wukong assumed a battle stance and declared, I shall not permit you to harm Lingsha. Lingsha, her eyes brimming with tears, murmured, Tianhe. You are truly kind. Cease at once. A man's voice resonated from behind the guards. The two guards turned swiftly and sheathed their blades, bowing respectfully, Captain Pei. Captain Pei Jian approached Wukong and Lingsha, clasping his hands in apology. My sincerest apologies, esteemed ones. It appears my subordinates have mistaken the identities of these individuals. Captain Pei, I assure you, I have not erred. That woman bears an uncanny resemblance to the one depicted in the painting, remarked Guard A. Silence. Your opinions are not solicited, Pei Jian retorted coldly, and the guards fell silent in fear. In that case, this matter no longer concerns us, my dear husband. Let us continue our journey, Lingsha gently suggested to Wukong, her tender demeanor inciting envy in the two guards. Oh, oh, Wukong responded, still bewildered, yet relieved to be able to depart. Just as Wukong and Ling Sha prepared to leave, a voice called out, "Please, wait a moment." Wukong and Ling Sha turned around, and Ling Sha inquired, "What is it? Is there something else?" Pei Jian retrieved a portrait from his robes and compared it to Wukong. "Alike, truly alike," he murmured. "What do you mean, alike?" Ling Sha huffed, displeased at the interruption of their private moment. "My apologies, young master," Pei Jian addressed Wukong. "You bear a striking resemblance to the man in this portrait. Might I inquire as to your honorable surname?" "Me? I'm Yun Tianhe," Wukong replied, scratching his head. "Yun Tianqing is my father," Wukong answered, scratching his head again. "So you truly are his son. Young Master Yun, I've finally found you," Pei Jian exclaimed with sudden delight. "Wait, what do you mean, finally found? Explain yourself clearly," Ling Sha demanded. "This young master is the son of my lord's benefactor. His father once saved my lord's life, and so my lord has tasked me with finding him. Now that I've located the benefactor's son, I wish to invite young Master Yun to our estate for a visit. I'm certain my lord would be overjoyed," Pei Jian explained calmly. "So that is how it is. Tianhe, do you want to go?" Ling Sha asked. "I'm not the least bit interested," Wukong replied. "Young Master Yun, you must come with me. My lord will surely treat you with the utmost hospitality," Pei Jian pressed anxiously. "Ling Sha, does hospitality mean there'll be good food?" Wukong turned to her. Ling Sha blinked in disbelief. "So you'll only go if there's good food?" Before she could respond, Pei Jian, catching on quickly, interjected, "Indeed. My lord will prepare the finest delicacies and drinks for young Master Yun. Will you honor us with your presence?" "Well, can Ling Sha come too?" Wukong scratched his head. "That might not be very appropriate." Pei Jian hesitated. "What do you mean? I'm Tianhe's wife. Why shouldn't I be allowed to go?" Ling Sha planted her hands on her hips defiantly. "Ah, well, if the lady insists, then." "Very well," Pei Jian conceded reluctantly. Wukong led Ling Sha to follow Pei Jian toward the lord he mentioned, while the two guards trailed behind, muttering to each other, "Ah, what a disastrous start. We thought we could finally earn some merit, but it was all for nothing." Indeed, a female thief suddenly becoming the wife of the lord's benefactor's son. What a mess. "How much did they pay you?" "Wow, this gate is huge," Wukong exclaimed as they arrived at a grand estate, staring at the crimson doors. Pei Jian chuckled lightly. "You flatter us, young Master Yun. Please, follow me." "Oh, right." Wukong nodded, and Ling Sha, holding his arm, accompanied him inside. As they ventured further, even Ling Sha couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the courtyard, lush greenery, blooming flowers, artificial hills, ponds, and even golden fish swimming gracefully. It was truly a sight to behold. Pei Jian guided them to a large hall and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall inform the lord and return shortly." "All right." Wukong scratched his head and began looking around curiously after Pei Jian left. "Ling Sha, there are so many flowers and trees here, and so many ponds," Wukong remarked excitedly. Ling Sha smiled. Is that so? Though I suppose it still doesn't compare to Qingwan Peak, don't you think, my dear?" "Aha, maybe." Wukong grinned foolishly before suddenly darting toward a pond, exclaiming, "Wow. Ling Sha, come quick. There are so many red fish here." Ling Sha sighed affectionately at her husband, though he seemed a bit simple-minded. He had a kind heart and would never harm anyone. She had no regrets choosing him. She believed Wukong would be her lifelong support. "I wonder if they're edible?" Wukong muttered, scratching his head as he stared at the goldfish blowing bubbles in the water. Huffed. A few maids in servant attire, standing near a small gate in the rear courtyard, couldn't hold back their laughter upon hearing his words. "Haha, he's wondering if the goldfish are edible. How amusing," one maid giggled. "Shoo, keep it down. If they're allowed in the inner courtyard, they must be the lord's guests." "Quite unexpected," another whispered. "But honestly, that man dressed like a wildling is rather handsome." "True. Even if his clothes are shabby, he's still quite charming. I wonder who the woman beside him is?" "Oh, they're looking this way. Let's go." As Wukong eagerly peered into the pond, occasionally attempting to scoop the fish with his hands, and Ling Sha stood behind him, casually observing their surroundings, an elderly voice called out, "My dear nephew." Wukong and Ling Sha turned around, only to find an elderly gentleman standing before them, measuring approximately 172 centimeters in height, with a plump physique and hair and beard grayed with age. "Ah, this resemblance is truly astonishing. It is indeed a case of the student surpassing the master. I can hardly believe it, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes." "I would not have trusted Pei Jian's words," the old man exclaimed in astonishment. "What are you talking about, old man?" Ling Sha inquired, puzzled. "Why are you staring at my husband?" You wouldn't happen to harbor any peculiar affections, would you? Excuse me, but are you not Yun Tianhe? And is your father not Yun Tianqing? The old man asked Wukong. Wukong scratched his head and said, yes, how did you know? Of course. This old man Lu Shifeng is someone who received kindness from your father. Bullshit seem. Wukong blurted out something utterly shocking. Ahem, husband, it's Lu Shifeng, not bullshit seem. Don't speak nonsense. Ling Xia quickly whispered into Wukong's ear to correct him. Haha, no matter. I just heard from Pei Jian that my young nephew is straightforward and speaks his mind. Qualities I admire most. Lu Shifeng chuckled. Come, let's all go inside. And this is... Lu Shifeng looked at Ling Xia. I'm his wife, Ling Xia said, linking her arm with Wukong's. Oh, is that so? Lu Shifeng's expression flickered slightly before he smiled again. Very well, come in. We can't leave guests standing outside. I've already ordered the servants to prepare a meal. You must allow us to host you properly. Aha, food. Haha, wonderful. My stomach's been growling for ages. Wukong laughed. Rubbing his belly, Ling Xia sighed in resignation, while Lu Shifeng simply smiled. Once inside, an elderly woman gazed at Wukong and Han Ling Xia. So this is the young master of the Yun family? Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Shifeng laughed heartily. Haha, indeed. Who would have thought my nephew would surpass even his father in handsomeness? Turning to Wukong and Ling Xia, he added, this is my wife, Wan Ci. You may address her as Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, Wukong and Ling Xia chorused. Ah, such good children. Now don't just stand there. I'll have the meals served shortly. Please. Take your seats, Wan Ci urged. My wife speaks wisely, Lu Shifeng agreed. Haha, finally, time to eat. Wukong grinned. Nephew and niece-in-law, please be seated, Lu Shifeng said graciously. Suddenly, Wukong took down the bundle, then extracted a money pouch and poured out its contents, addressing Lu Shifeng. Uncle Lu, I have money here. How much should I give you? Why are there two of you? Dear nephew, what is the reason for this? Could it be that you do not enjoy stir-fried dishes, but rather prefer cold dishes? Lu Shifeng inquired. Wukong scratched his head in confusion, exclaiming, I don't know. All I know is that when one consumes another's food, one must pay. One cannot dine for free. Foolish child, Wan Ci replied kindly. Those who sell you goods are merchants and naturally expect your silver in return. However, we are different. We are friends of your father. Would we charge you for a meal? Ah, is that so, Ling Xia? Wukong turned to Han Ling Xia beside him. With a sigh, Ling Xia replied, of course. We are all one family, just as you do not need to pay when you dine with your parents. Oh, ha ha. So that is the case. Ha ha. Wukong chuckled foolishly. Oh, my dear brother, could you share some tales of your parents with this old man? Lu Shifeng inquired. Ah, certainly. But wait. You should continue eating while you talk. Otherwise, the food will grow cold, Wan Ci urged with a hint of exasperation. This is delicious. That one is quite good as well. You should all try it. It's truly delightful. Wukong proclaimed, seated at a table, devouring with abandon. Currently gnawing on a whole roasted lamb, having already finished one leg. My dear nephew, have you perhaps not eaten for quite some time? Lu Shifeng and Wan Ci were both taken aback by Wukong's prodigious appetite. Fortunately, there was a whole roasted lamb. Otherwise, it would not have sufficed for his voracious consumption. Wukong, having indulged in mutton, found it difficult to comprehend what was being said. Ling Xia, while gently wiping Wukong's mouth and patting his back, turned to the elderly couple and said, Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, you cannot imagine how startled I was by his appetite. When I was at Qingwan Peak with my in-laws, he devoured no less than 4 wild boars. 4 wild boars. The elderly couple gasped in astonishment. Then, Wan Ci inquired, Dear nephew, may I pose a question? Of course, uncle. Please ask, Ling Xia replied. Are you truly the wife of our esteemed nephew? Or is this a decision you made on your own? Lu Shifeng suddenly interjected. Ling Xia hesitated, casting a glance at Lu Shifeng. Wan Ci tugged at his spouse's sleeve and then addressed Ling Xia, saying, Oh, do not misunderstand. Your Uncle Lu merely wishes to know if you genuinely harbor feelings for Tianhe, or if you regard him merely as a relative. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu. Let me speak candidly. Initially, I did indeed view Tianhe as my closest kin, for I have been an orphan since childhood. After my uncle's passing, I have lived alone. However, as I spent time with Tianhe, I gradually realized that I have truly fallen for him. He is so sincere, although he may not grasp emotions fully. I have come to regard him as my lifelong support. I fear losing him, which is why I have referred to him as my husband. Ling Xia gently conveyed to Lu Shifeng and Wan Ci. Ah, haha, let us eat, Lu Shifeng remarked. Taken aback by Ling Sha's heartfelt confession and sensing her unwavering devotion to Wukong, leaving him at a loss for words. Observing Ling Sha attentively tending to Wukong, a quintessential symbol of a devoted wife, Lu Shifeng sighed inwardly. Ruan Ci whispered to Lu Shifeng, "My dear, let the children sort out their own matters. It is not our place to interfere. Alas, my lady, having once received kindness from Brother Yun, I am not driven by a desire to repay that favor. I merely wish to bring together Lier and our esteemed nephew, but it seems." Lu Shifeng expressed his helplessness. "My lord." Ruan Ci intended to say more, but resigned herself to watching Wukong feast heartily alongside Lu Shifeng. "Come, dear nephew, this is exquisite glutinous rice wine, brewed with medicinal herbs and sweetened with honey, making it remarkably rich in flavor. You must try it," Lu Shifeng encouraged, lifting a bottle of wine towards Wukong. Yes. This is my first time drinking," Wukong replied, his mouth stuffed. "I heard from my husband that your father adores this wine, which is why I retrieved it from the cellar," Ruan Ci added. "Really? My father likes it too? Well then, I shall give it a taste." With that, Wukong took the wine bottle from Lu Shifeng, but Ling Sha cautioned, "Tianhe, can you handle drinking?" My father enjoys drinking, and oh, it smells delightful." "Ling Sha, shall we drink together?" Wukong exclaimed, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the wine. "Perhaps not. Tianhe, you should drink sparingly. It's your first time." Ling Sha smiled gently. "Oh." Wukong nodded, then tilted the wine jug to his lips and drank deeply. Ling Sha exclaimed in surprise, Tianhe, how can you drink so much?" At this moment, Wukong had already finished his drink. Lu Shifeng chuckled. It appears my dear nephew has taken quite a liking to this wine." Just as he finished praising Wukong, he noticed Wukong setting down the bottle, his face flushed and emitting a sound resembling a hiccup. "Oh, why are there two Uncle Lius and two Andys?" Wukong mumbled, his mind clouded by inebriation as he slumped onto the table. "I think it's best to let it go," he muttered. "Tail? What tail? Husband?" Ling Sha, who had been gazing dreamily at Wukong's Super Saiyan form, was suddenly filled with confusion upon hearing his words. "My tail? Without a tail? I cannot transform into Super Saiyan 4. What shall I do?" Wukong, reverting to his black hair and black eyes, squatted down, scratching his head in distress. Indeed, Wukong needed his tail to achieve Super Saiyan 4, and without it, he could only attain Super Saiyan 3, which was highly taxing on his stamina. Yet, considering that 19 years had passed, how had he only now realized his tail was gone? "Husband, what tail? What's Super Saiyan 4? Ling Sha inquired, kneeling before Wukong. Wukong lifted his head and sighed, "Alas, my tail, which I had painstakingly grown, has now vanished once more." Ling Sha, with a head full of questions, inquired curiously. At that moment, Xianzi Lu Shifeng approached, accompanied by Ruan Ci. "Oh, dear nephew, why do you appear so anxious?" Lu Shifeng remarked, stroking his beard as he observed the distraught Wukong, who was incessantly scratching his head. Wukong remained silent this time, merely letting out a frustrated sigh. Ruan Ci cast a glance at Wukong's attire, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration as she remarked, "Dear nephew, this outfit enhances your spirited appearance." Wukong, feeling a touch of bashfulness from the praise, scratched his head and murmured to himself, "Without my tail, perhaps it's best to let it be." How would Krillin and others, who once spent their childhood days with Wukong back on Earth, react to such a statement? In the stillness of the night, Wukong reclined in the courtyard before his guest room, resting his head upon Ling Sha's lap. Ling Sha gazed tenderly at Wukong, her delicate hands gently caressing his hair, while Wukong closed his eyes in blissful enjoyment. Both were savoring the serene beauty of the luminous moon hanging in the sky. Suddenly, Ling Sha sniffed the air. What is that scent?" At this moment, Wukong also sat up and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "How fragrant! Ah, my lord, do not breathe it in. It might be some sort of intoxicating smoke," Ling Sha warned, swiftly covering Wukong's nose with her hand. Wukong gently removed Ling Sha's hand and said, "It's nothing, just a faint fragrance." Ling Sha, do you hear something?" Ling Sha paused to listen. "No, my lord." "What sound? It seems quite melodious." Wukong stood up and began walking in the direction he sensed. "My lord, wait for me." Ling Sha hurried after him as he moved ahead. My lord, so many demons." Along the way, both Ling Sha and Wukong noticed numerous spectral figures wandering in the courtyards. Wukong frowned slightly. "Ling Sha, those are mere illusions. If you don't believe me, try touching one." Startled, Ling Sha gazed at the nearest apparition, closed her eyes, and hesitantly reached out. only to pass right through its form. Opening her eyes, she saw her hand clearly piercing the Phantom's body. They truly are illusions, my lord, Ling Xia murmured, pressing a hand to her chest in relief. Guided by Wukong's intuition, they continued onward until Ling Xia remarked, my lord, that sounds like a zither's melody, so enchanting. Yes, it is beautiful, I assent it. It seems to be coming from the courtyard ahead. Let us hurry. Passing through the moon gate, they entered a garden adorned with blossoming peach trees. The music grew clearer, and the pair, captivated by the harmony of the delicate notes and the serene beauty around them, paused to admire the scene. How breathtaking! Ling Xia exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, so many flowers, so many trees, and so many fish, Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. My lord, always thinking of fish. Ling Xia sighed in playful exasperation. A soft, crystalline laugh echoed nearby. Following the sound, they crossed a pavilion bridge before halting, face to face with the source of both the laughter and the music. 16. Can one have many wives? You've arrived. A melodious voice called out. Seated upon a large stone before a cottage was a woman draped in violet robes, her straight bangs cascading into silken tresses down her back. Her features were exquisitely refined, her slightly flushed lips alluring, and her slender, jade-like feet nestled in azure slippers. In her hands rested an ancient zither. Good heavens! How can such beauty exist? Though a woman herself, Ling Xia was awestruck, unable to suppress her admiration. The woman glanced at Ling Xia before fixing her gaze on Wukong, her almond eyes widening in disbelief. Not only was she stunned by Wukong's striking appearance, but even more so by the inexplicable warmth of his aura and the unfathomable depth of his cultivation. Who are you? A maiden? Wukong innocently inquired. And upon hearing his naive question, the woman paused for a moment, a hint of joy illuminating her face. Ling Xia then interjected, Dear husband, she is undoubtedly a girl. Just like me. Ah. Oh, Wukong nodded, and turned to the woman, saying, what is your name? The woman gently inclined her body and replied, I am Meng Li, the daughter of Lu Shifeng and Ruan Ci. Ah, so you are Miss Lu. A pleasure to meet you. I am Han Ling Xia, and this is my husband. Yun Tianhe, Han Ling Xia said with a respectful gesture. Upon learning that Wukong was her husband, Meng Li gazed at them with surprise, her eyes and heart reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions. So it is young Master Yun and Lady Yun, Meng Li responded with another courteous bow. By the way, was it you who played the qin just now? Ling Xia inquired. Yes, I was merely passing the time, and playing the qin is something I enjoy, Meng Li smiled. Then, could you play again? I would love to listen, Wukong expressed. Ling Xia cast a surprised glance at Wukong, not anticipating that he would take pleasure in hearing someone else play. Since that is the case, I shall humbly perform once more, Meng Li declared. With that, her delicate fingers glided over the strings, and soon, the enchanting melody resonated beautifully, filling the air and reaching the ears of Wukong and Ling Xia. Though Wukong stood upright, his feet tapped rhythmically against the ground in harmony with Meng Li's melody, while Ling Xia listened enraptured to the guqin's soothing strains. After what seemed an eternity, the final notes faded into silence, prompting immediate applause from both Ling Xia and Wukong. Marvelous. Absolutely exquisite. Meng Li demurred with graceful humility. You flatter me. My playing was merely passable. At that moment, Lu Shifeng hurried over, exclaiming, Ah, Meng Li. And my esteemed nephew is here as well. Uncle Lu, Ling Xia greeted. You're still awake at this late hour? Lu Shifeng chuckled warmly. I was drawn here by the sound of my daughter's music. Father, Meng Li addressed him, then gestured toward Wukong. Might this gentleman be the son of our family's benefactor? Lu Shifeng nodded. Indeed, it was his father who entrusted you to our care. After your mother and I married, we were blessed with no children of our own, so your presence brought us immeasurable joy. Now that you've grown, as the saying goes, a man should marry. A woman should wed. This young man here is of excellent character, though he already has a wife. Should you be willing, Meng Li? I could discuss with his father the possibility of you also becoming his bride. His words struck like lightning. Ling Xia gasped. Meng Li stiffened in shock, while Wukong merely scratched his head in confusion. Father, Meng Li protested, her voice tinged not with anger but flustered embarrassment. This is my first meeting with Master Yun. How can you speak so boldly? Do you not fear causing offense? Lu Shifeng smiled indulgently. I know I may seem hasty, my dear, but I cannot bear to see you miss a favorable match. This young man is not only honest and kind-hearted, but also virtuous. Entrusting your future to him would bring your mother and me great peace of mind. Meng Li, rendered speechless by frustration, cast an apologetic glance at Wukong and Lingsha before retreating to her chambers. Lingsha, Wukong turned to her, utterly perplexed. What was Uncle Lu saying just now? I didn't understand a word. Lingsha replied with a hint of jealousy. He wants to marry his daughter to you, to make her your wife. But I already have you as my wife. Wukong mused, scratching his head. Can one have many wives? Is that allowed? 17. Departure for New Luo Rock. Ah, nephew. Perfect timing. We were just discussing New Luo Rock. Come, join us. The next morning in the Lu residence's main hall, Lu Shifeng, Wan Ci, Mengli, and Lingsha were deep in conversation when Wukong returned from his morning exercises. Certainly, Wukong agreed with a nod. Lu Shifeng sighed ruefully. To my shame. When I first governed Shouyang, my methods were lacking. Though the people were not destitute, neither were they prosperous, and merchants were few and far between. Wan Ci interjected gently. My lord, why dwell on regrets? We did what we could, and fate took its course. Was it not a blessing that Mengli later aided Shouyang's people? Quite right. Lu Shifeng conceded. Thanks to our daughter's ingenuity in crafting incense from the mountain's fragrant herbs, merchants from all corners now compete to purchase it. Even nobles in the capital praise its aroma, and Shouyang has flourished ever since. Lu Shifeng chuckled. Well, that's splendid. But what does it have to do with monsters? At that moment, Wukong was happily devouring a piece of fragrant cake, while Lingsha let out a resigned sigh. Take your time, Tianhe, and be careful not to choke. Wan Ci kindly advised. It's delicious. My stomach has been growling for ages, Wukong replied with a silly grin, his handsome face puffed up by the walnut cake, which was quite amusing to behold. Hiki, young Master Yun is truly humorous, loomingly stifled a laugh with her hand over her mouth. Then, turning serious, she remarked. The female vine rock in the northwest of Shouyang is renowned for its abundance of fragrant herbs. Most townsfolk venture there to gather them, but recently, there have been frequent attacks by monsters, and no one dares to approach anymore. Ah, doesn't see that mean they've lost their source of income? How unfortunate. Han Lingsha lamented. Lu Shifeng added, the common folk are filled with trepidation, which is indeed worrisome. Wukong remarked, there are monsters. Is there a chance for a fight? The four were momentarily stunned, but Han Lingsha, understanding Wukong's nature, explained to them, my husband delights in honing his martial skills, and upon hearing of monsters, he perceives an opportunity for a duel. Is that so? Then, young Master Yun, might you join us? Lu Mingli inquired. Of course. I too wish to sharpen my skills. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in combat, and I fear I may be growing rusty, Wukong replied, shaking his arms. Haha, young Master Yun is truly unique. In that case, father, mother, once young Master Yun has finished his light repast, we shall set forth. Such matters are best resolved promptly. Ah, there's no need for that. We can depart immediately. I am brimming with energy. Wukong exclaimed with laughter, and he dashed out first. Wait, dear husband. Do take your time. Have a sip of water first. We wouldn't want you to choke. Han Lingsha called out, grabbing a cup of tea before following him. Lu Shifeng and the others chuckled softly, and then Lu Shifeng turned to Lu Mengli, saying, Lier, I truly worry for you. Do not fret, father. If my heart is troubled, I shall certainly seek resolution, Lu Mengli replied, gently shaking her head. In that case, Lier, be sure to take some pastries along for young Master Yun to enjoy on the journey, Lu Shifeng suggested. Very well, you shall be pleased, Lu Mengli nodded in agreement. Outside the Lu residence, Wukong was energetically limbering up while Lingsha sought any necessary herbs. Lu Shifeng then advised Lu Mengli, Lier, make sure you leave early and return promptly. Rest assured, father, she assured him. Just then, Pei Jian arrived with a horse-drawn carriage, prompting Lu Shifeng to say, Lier, you should take this carriage to spare your legs from fatigue. Father, we are off to vanquish monsters, not to indulge in leisurely excursions. We prefer to travel on foot. Lu Mengli replied, shaking her head. Very well, but do exercise caution, he conceded. Hey, why are you still chatting? I can hardly contain my excitement. Let us depart. Wukong interjected, approaching Lu Shifeng and Lu Mengli. Father, I am leaving now, Lu Mengli said as she and Wukong, along with the prepared Han Lingsha, began their slow exit from Shouyang City. Lu Shifeng watched the trio depart, turning to Pei Jian without looking back. Pei Jian, how about sharing a drink with me today? Yes, sir, Pei Jian replied with a stoic expression. I've told you countless times, when there are no outsiders, do not call me sir, Lu Shifeng lamented, exasperated. Yes, sir. You sigh, never mind. Lu Shifeng shook his head and retreated into the Lu residence, while Pei Jian gazed at the vanishing figures of the three. murmuring, "Miss, take care, do you also possess the ability to fly?" Baigong Mountain, wow, this mountain is magnificent. Yukong turned around, gazing at the sprawling expanse of Baigong Mountain in astonishment. After ascending the mountain, heading west leads to Luo Rock, Lu Mingli began to explain, gesturing toward the northeast. But before she could finish, Han Lingsha interjected eagerly. "It's the former Huainan King's mausoleum, isn't it, dear Mingli?" Han Lingsha chimed in with a playful grin. "Miss Han is correct," Lu Mingli nodded gracefully. "Oh, just call me Lingsha." "Miss Han sounds so distant," Han Lingsha protested with a light-hearted laugh. "Very well, Lingsha," Lu Mingli replied, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Ah, that's much better." Han Lingsha giggled. "Hey, what are you two talking about so happily? Share it with me too." Wukong bounded over, his expression brimming with curiosity. "We weren't discussing anything special," Han Lingsha replied airily. "Just that we've become good friends now. But speaking of which, that old Huainan king had quite the eye for location. Baigong Mountain's terrain is excellent, embracing both the Azure Dragon and White Tiger formations, shielding the burial site from harsh winds. What a pity, though, only Shoyang's moat lies before it. If only there were a marsh to gather water. It would have been truly perfect." I don't understand." Yukong scratched his head in confusion. Were they laughing over something like this? Han Lingsha. Lu Mingli. "Never mind. I'd rather focus on finding that monster soon," Yukong muttered, shaking his head before striding off toward the western path, exchanging an amused glance. Han Lingsha and Lu Mingli followed after him. "Among all the men I've met, young Master Yun is by far the most amusing," Lu Mingli remarked softly, watching Yukong as he peered around with childlike wonder. "Isn't he?" Han Lingsha chuckled. "And not just amusing. Don't let his mountain upbringing fool you. He's incredibly kind-hearted, treating everyone with warmth. But people like him, they're often the easiest to deceive. He might even get sold off without realizing it." "Oh? Does young Master Yun truly know so little of the world's ways?" Lu Mingli inquired. "Of course not. He grew up on that mountain, living there for 19 years. It was only a few days ago that he came down with me. I don't know why his parents never taught him about the ways of the world." Han Lingsha sighed, pursing her lips. "Perhaps Uncle Yun and Aunt Yun wish to shield him from the corruption of this world," Lu Mingli murmured thoughtfully. Han Lingsha cast a glance at her and sighed. "Maybe so. Otherwise, Tianhe wouldn't he be so innocent, so pure. But at least now, he has me. And he has you, Mingli." "Lingsha, what do you mean by that?" Lu Mingli asked, her voice tinged with unease, realizing her slip. Han Lingsha quickly backtracked. "Forgive me, Mingli. I don't know what came over me." Lu Mingli shook her head, her gaze lingering on Wukong's retreating figure with unreadable emotion. "It's nothing. I'm not upset with you." As Han Lingsha observed Lu Mingli gazing intently at Wukong's figure, she pondered whether Mingli harbored feelings for her husband. Otherwise, what could explain such a lingering stare? After wandering for nearly an hour, "Wow, what a colossal hole!" Wukong exclaimed suddenly. "Husband, what is it?" Han Lingsha and Lu Mingli, engaged in conversation, were brought back to reality by Wukong's voice. The two women hurried to his side, inquiring, "Indeed, what a gigantic hole. This must be the Luo Rock, right, Mingli?" Han Lingsha remarked, her eyes fixed on the site before her. "Yes, this is Luo Rock. Let us descend quickly," Lu Mingli replied. Wukong immediately leaped forward, seemingly soaring downwards, only to ascend once more, addressing the astonished Lu Mingli and the ever-composed Han Lingsha. "It is quite red inside, with numerous pools and pillars." "Young Master Yun, can you fly?" Lu Mingli inquired. Though she possessed formidable strength herself, the notion of flying felt somewhat presumptuous. Witnessing Wukong, whose cultivation was indiscernible, effortlessly take flight left her utterly astonished. "Hee, dear Mingli, do not be surprised. You have only glimpsed a fraction of my husband's prowess. When the monsters arrive, you shall witness just how formidable he truly is," Han Lingsha replied with a smile. "Could you, young Master Yun, enlighten Mingli regarding your cultivation level?" Lu Mingli asked Wukong. Wukong scratched his head, pondering. "Cultivation? My parents have asked me the same, yet I truly do not know my level. However, it seems there is a presence of someone capable of opposing me from afar, and even in the skies. All right, my dear, since you are unaware, let us not dwell on it any longer. Mingli, let us descend." After speaking, Han Lingsha utilized the soaring technique Wukong had taught her, carrying both Lu Mingli and Wukong downwards. Lu Mingli, astonished, exclaimed, "Lingsha, you can fly too? What is a sword immortal?" asked the curious Lu Luoyin from the second tier. "Heavens, what has transpired?" Han Lingsha exclaimed in disbelief as she gazed upon the corpses of numerous demons scattered around. It appears someone has arrived before us, loomingly observed. I was hoping for a fight. What a pity, Yukong lamented. We are merely here to investigate why the demons have suddenly turned aggressive. It is not mandatory for us to eliminate them, loomingly clarified. The demons here are typically mild-mannered. There must be a reason for their behavior. Well, enough of this. Let us hasten our departure. I feel quite nauseated, Han Lingsha said, covering her mouth. Lingsha, are you all right? Wukong inquired with genuine concern, which evoked a twinge of envy in loomingly. Han Lingsha shook her head, smiling. I am fine, my dear. Let us move on. Oh. The trio then proceeded to the third tier. As they walked, Han Lingsha suddenly slipped, exclaiming as she fell into a muddy pit. Who dug this hole? Who placed this wretched brick here? I shall have their head. Han Lingsha stood up, covered in mud, her frustration palpable. Lingsha, perhaps you should return to Lubobo. Your clothes are all soiled, Wukong suggested. Han Lingsha used her magic to cleanse the mud from her attire, shaking her head resolutely. No, I must seek vengeance. She strode forward with the determination of a warrior. Girls are truly peculiar. Is she upset about the mud? How strange. Even pigs enjoy bathing in it, Wukong mused. Scratching his head, loomingly stared at Wukong. Young Master Yin. You? What is it? Wukong queried. It is nothing. At least Lingsha is unharmed. Young Master Yin, let us catch up, she said, resuming her pace. Oh. Wukong followed suit. Gradually, the three reached the eastern side of the seventh tier of the female Luo Yin. Loomingly wrinkled her nose slightly. There is a scent of fragrant herbs nearby. This way, follow me. Loomingly walked toward a corner. She halted, and Wukong asked, What is it? Just as Loomingly was about to speak, a soft voice emerged from the corner. Meow. Is there a cat here? Han Lingsha expressed her confusion. At that moment, a diminutive creature emerged from the corner, appearing as if it would never grow. Oh, what is this? So small, so adorable. Kiki, let me touch it, she exclaimed. As Han Lingsha crouched down, intending to reach out to the charming little animal, it suddenly gazed at her in terror and began to retreat rapidly. Meow, meow. Lingsha, what is wrong with them? They seem quite frightened of you, Wukong remarked. Mingli, why don't you give it a try? Han Lingsha suggested to Loomingly. Loomingly nodded and took a step forward, but before she could even crouch down, the little creature recoiled once more, leaving the two young women feeling quite helpless. Upon encountering the peculiar sight, Wukong mused, Mingli and Lingsha are truly exquisite. Why then do they harbor fear towards them? Wukong stepped forward, eager to attempt to touch the small creature. Han Lingsha immediately exclaimed, My dear husband, you. As Wukong crouched down, the little creature did not retreat this time. Instead, it gazed at him with a complex expression. Wukong smiled gently, exuding warmth, which prompted the little animal to unexpectedly leap into his embrace. What is happening? How is it that you can hold this little kitten, my husband? Han Lingsha inquired with astonishment. I am unsure, Wukong replied, scratching his head with a chuckle. I simply found them adorable and innocent, and it felt as though we shared a moment of connection. A sudden realization struck Loomingly. Could it be that young Master Yun possessed the ability to communicate with animals? It appeared that those who had set the traps had been found, Loomingly remarked, observing the kitten nestled in Wukong's arms. Who? Where? Han Lingsha's anger flared once more. She then turned to Mingli, who was fixated on the kitten, asking, Mingli, do you mean them? Loomingly nodded. And Han Lingsha responded immediately, Well then, let me catch them this time. Watch how I deal with you. Worry not, Lingsha, do not be angry. They are quite pitiful. I can sense their suffering, Wukong interjected, shielding the kitten from Han Lingsha's ire. Han Lingsha paused, then looked to Loomingly, who affirmed with a nod. At that moment, the kitten raised its head and exclaimed, Meow meow, bad people. You killed my father and mother. What? Wukong and the others gasped in unison. Loomingly, maintaining her gentle demeanor, addressed the kitten. Hello, please do not be afraid. We mean no harm. You mentioned that your parents were killed. Could you tell us what happened? The kitten remained silent, prompting Loomingly to gently urge, Would you be willing to speak with us? We truly harbor no malice. The kitten, filled with anger, retorted. Meow meow. Humans are all villains. We seek revenge. Loomingly then asked, Among those fallen creatures, were any of them your parents? The kittens hiding behind the scene began to weep, lamenting, Woo-woo, father and mother. The little cat in Wukong's arms exclaimed, Meow, do not cry, lest you become a subject of ridicule. At this moment, Wukong inquired, By the way, What were the individuals who murdered your parents like? The little cat replied, meow. He wielded a long sword. I know. He is what you humans refer to as a sword immortal. Sword immortal? Lingsha, Mingli, what is that? Wukong asked the two women. Ah, young Master Yun, the sword immortal is a practitioner who has attained mastery in swordsmanship, transcending the ordinary, their form appearing as an illusion, enveloped in sword aura. Impervious to harm, with hair white as a crane yet possessing the visage of youth, moving with a lightness that enables them to traverse hundreds of miles in an instant. People reverently regard this sect as divine, aspiring to it, and countless individuals seek traces associated with the sword immortal, hoping for a chance to embark on this path. Yet, the sect's peculiar nature means that unless one shares a profound destiny, they may merely brush past without recognition. Even so, the yearning of the masses remains unquenched. Perhaps fueled by an ancient prophecy which suggests that those who can master the art of swordplay may transcend the realms and wield the power to alter the very fabric of the universe. Lu Mengli conveyed to Wukong. Wukong listened with a semblance of understanding, though it was hardly surprising given his limited intellect. Recently, the incidents involving demons harming humans have undoubtedly drawn the attention of those sword immortals who dwell among mortals. The little cat mewed. It is not the humans' fault. They have stripped the Li Xiang grass bare, leaving the white demons with nothing to eat. Thus, my parents decided to frighten them, resulting in the demise of a few. Han Lingsha gasped in astonishment. Ah, is that so? Lu Mengli then turned to the little cat and inquired, do you have a place to go? If so, you should leave quickly, for the En Luo cliff is now overrun with venomous insects and poisonous plants, making it an unsuitable place to linger. The little cat paused for a moment before asking, meow, you won't kill us? Wukong gently stroked the kitten's head and said, how could that be? You are all so adorable. How could we ever bring ourselves to harm you? However, if you linger here without sustenance, would you not perish from hunger? Moreover, when demons slay humans, vengeance ensues. When humans retaliate against demons, the cycle continues without resolution. This endless conflict leads us nowhere. Wukong pondered profoundly. Young Master Yun. Lu Mengli gazed at Wukong in astonishment, while Han Lingsha also looked at him in disbelief. Husband, are you truly my husband? How can you articulate such profound truths? Wukong smiled and said, this is what my father taught me. He said that whether human or demon, there will always be karmic retribution. Lu Mengli nodded in agreement. Uncle Yun is indeed correct. The kitten chimed in, meow, my name is Huai Mi, and these are my younger siblings, Huai Hua, Huai Shi, Huai Jiao, and Huai Ji. Huai Mi leapt down from Wukong's arms and continued, meow, I sense a familiarity about you, an essence of nature. Thus, not all humans are entirely malevolent. However, when I grow up, I must seek out that person to avenge my parents. The little cat initially addressed Wukong, then turned to Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha, saying meow. Let us depart. Watching the little kittens leave, Lu Mengli lamented, how tragic it is that they have lost their parents at such a tender age. Their future will undoubtedly be fraught with hardship. Wukong remarked, indeed, however, regardless of the circumstances, one must ultimately rely on oneself. Otherwise, one will never truly mature. Just as I face the mountain boars alone, my father is incapable of even catching a rabbit. With a chuckle, Han Lingsha added, ah, my dear husband. Your words alongside Mingli's have dissipated my anger. They are indeed quite pitiable. With a playful scratch of his head, Wukong chuckled, while Lu Mengli covered her mouth, stifling a gentle laugh before saying that big brother is very protective of his little brother. He will surely safeguard them. Just as the three were about to depart, one of the kittens that had just left scampered back, a dirt-colored bead clutched in its mouth. Dropping the bead, it proclaimed to Wukong and the others, meow. The boss felt too shy to come himself, so he sent me to deliver this to you. It is our only treasure. Sent to us? Lu Mengli inquired. Meow. The boss says that there are good and bad people. You are good, and you have treated us kindly, so we wish to express our gratitude, the kitten replied. A treasure? Let me see, Han Lingsha said, picking up the bead for a closer inspection, her eyes widening in astonishment. Is this for real? It seems to be a soil spirit bead. Soil spirit bead? What is that? It doesn't resemble a pig, Wukong remarked, puzzled. Han Lingsha shot him a disapproving glance. It is said that there are 5 spirit beads in the world: water, fire, thunder, wind, and earth, all formed from gathered spiritual energy. They are remarkable treasures. My ancestors from the Han family once possessed the thunder spirit bead, so it is recorded in our family texts. What does this have to do with food? Wukong queried. My dear husband, Must you always think about eating? Han Lingsha sighed. Haha, now that you mention it, I am feeling rather hungry. Wukong replied with a silly grin. Han Lingsha continued, according to legend, each of the 5 spirit beads possesses unique powers. If one could gather all 5, the benefits would be immense. Let me think. The soil spirit bead can instantly transport one back to their original location. Hee. Perhaps we could use it to immediately exit from Enluo Cliff. Indeed, that would save us quite a bit of travel. Lu Mengli nodded in agreement. Hurry. Let us give it a try and see, Han Lingsha urged. Yes, thank you all. Let us test the soil spirit bead, Lu Mengli said. Thus, Han Lingsha began to activate the soil spirit bead. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Bagong Mountain. Incredible! The soil spirit bead is truly extraordinary. Han Lingsha exclaimed in delight. Lu Mengli nodded, then looked around, puzzled. Where is young Master Yun? Han Lingsha turned as well and, noticing Wukong's absence, grew anxious. Where is my husband? Oh no, could he still be down there? It's possible, as only you and I were nearest to the edge. While young Master Yun was further away, Lu Mengli remarked. Then let us hurry down to find him, Han Lingsha said, preparing to leap from Enluo Cliff once more. However, she suddenly halted mid-air, having been caught by an unexpected embrace. Eh? Lingsha, why were you about to jump down? Wukong questioned, holding her securely. Husband? You were still down there. How did you come up so quickly? Han Lingsha asked, bewildered. Wukong gently embraced Han Lingsha, gradually ascending before descending back to the ground. He remarked, me? I merely stumbled upon something, and then instantaneously transported myself to find you all, only to discover you were about to leap down. Hence my decision to catch you. Instantaneous transportation? Both women were taken aback, fully aware of the significance and magnitude of such a feat. Even the leaders and elders of certain sects found it beyond their capabilities, and even if they could achieve it, it would require considerable effort. Observing Wukong now, he seemed entirely unperturbed, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Little did they know that Wukong had previously relied on instantaneous transportation to rescue others. By the way, Mengli, this is for you. Wukong released Han Lingsha, then retrieved a purple handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Lu Mengli. Ah, I had no idea I had lost this. Young Master Yun, could it be that you delayed your arrival just to retrieve this for me? Lu Mengli accepted the handkerchief. Gazing at Wukong with a complex expression, though she was uncertain if it could truly be classified as complex. Wukong scratched his head and said, Indeed, you just dropped it. You didn't TC, so I picked it up for you. I followed your sin to find you all. Is there anything wrong with that? Young Master Yun. Lu Mengli's eyes seemed to glisten with moisture. Call me Tianha, and I shall call you Mengli. That will suffice, Wukong chuckled, gazing at Wukong's handsome smile. Lu Mengli nodded with a gentle smile. The fragrance of the Huai demons is quite enticing. Ah, my friends, we meet again. A familiar voice reached the ears of the three. They turned to see a pair of young men and women standing before them. Ah, what a coincidence! Han Lingsha exclaimed. Ah, it's you. I remember your name. It's something like Yun. The girl, with her adorable finger resting on her chin, struggled to recall. Ah, I am Yun Tianhe. Wukong pointed to himself and replied. Yes, that's it. Yun Tianhe, we truly meet again. The girl, who could only be Xuanji, was accompanied by the young man who was naturally Huaishua. By the way, what brings you here? Han Lingsha inquired. Oh, we came to investigate the nearby monsters in Shouyang City. We heard there were monsters harming people, so, Huaishua explained. Then you've arrived too late. For when we came, we discovered that the monsters were all dead. Wukong waved his hand dismissively. What? How could that be? You must be joking. Xuanji gasped. Little sister. Tianhe is not deceiving you. We also came to investigate the matter of the demon harming people at Enluo Rock, and upon entering the cave, we found that all the Huai demons had been pierced through the heart by a single sword. It could very well be the work of a sword immortal. Lu Mengli spoke gently. Indeed, it must be Master Ziying. He always seems to be a step ahead of us. In this lifetime, we shall never catch up. Huaishua laughed. Really? It was Master S doing? Xuanji asked. From what this young lady says, such a formidable technique could only belong to Master, Huaishua affirmed. Yes, that's right. Master Ziying is truly remarkable. His swordsmanship is unmatched among his peers. However, to be prudent, we should descend further to see if there are any remnants, Huaishua suggested. Han Lingsha and Lu Mengli were taken aback, about to speak, when Wukong burst into laughter. Though Xuanji was somewhat headstrong, she felt a sense of restraint towards such a handsome man and asked, What is it? Ah, it's nothing. I was merely reminiscing about the roasted Huai demons. They were quite delectable, Wukong remarked, surprising Lu Mingli and Han Lingsha. What? You roasted and ate them? They were already dead. Xuanji exclaimed in astonishment. What is the big deal? I always kill wild boars before roasting them, Wukong replied nonchalantly. Senior brother, perhaps we should be on our way. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Xuanji turned to Huai Shua, her face as pale as a ghost, and spoke. Huai Shua, equally struck by Wukong's words, was not just astonished, but rather flabbergasted. The thought of consuming roasted beasts was one thing, but eating a demon, especially the Huai demon, was utterly unfathomable. Just thinking about it. In light of this, esteemed guests, we shall take our leave. Before Huai Shua could finish his words, Xuanji, unable to contain her impatience, mounted her sword and exclaimed, Hurry up, senior brother. Let us hasten to Qinzhou. Without any delay, Huai Shua followed suit, and together they took flight. Why are you looking at me like that? Wukong, puzzled, glanced at Lu Mingli and Han Lingsha, who were both staring at him. Suddenly, both women erupted into laughter. What is so amusing? Do share your thoughts with me, Wukong inquired. Indeed, there must be something entertaining. Haha, my dear husband, you are simply outrageous. The very idea of consuming a monster, it's utterly hilarious. Han Lingsha laughed so hard that her stomach ached, momentarily abandoning her demure demeanor. Though it seemed she was never truly inclined towards ladylike behavior. Indeed, Tianhe, you are quite something. Mingli is at a loss for words, Lu Mingli chuckled, her eyes glistening with the faintest hint of tears from laughter as she gazed at him. Wukong scratched his head, his brows forming a symmetrical frown. If I don't say it this way, they'll descend upon them and slay them. There's no other choice. But look, they did leave upon my words, didn't they? Regardless. Speaking of roasted wild boar, I'm feeling quite hungry again. Let us hasten back for a meal. With that, Wukong burst into laughter and strode toward Shouyang City. On the spot, Lu Mingli and Han Lingsha exchanged glances and chuckled softly before following suit. By the way, I noticed they were flying with their swords just now. Which sect do they belong to? Lingsha, do you know? Lu Mingli inquired as they walked. Oh, they are from the Qianghua sect. Moreover, the person we encountered, whom they referred to as Shu, was named Murongziying. However, he bore a stoic expression, as if the death of another were inconsequential to him. Quite formidable, indeed. But still not as powerful as my husband, Han Lingsha replied confidently, casting a glance at Wukong's retreating figure. Qianghua sect? I have not heard of it before. It seems quite renowned, Lu Mingli remarked thoughtfully. At that moment, Lu Mingli asked, Lingsha, are you both planning to pursue immortality? Well, I suppose that would be the case. My husband is teaching me spells, but they seem different from the authentic ones. For instance, that soaring flight takes quite a toll on one's stamina, Han Lingsha pouted. In truth, if we wish to go, Mingli, we could venture together. We can try to outsmart the unsuspecting. What do you think? Han Lingsha suggested. Huh? Outsmart the unsuspecting? Lingsha, where are we to find any unsuspecting? Wukong suddenly appeared before the two women, clearly intrigued by Lingsha's phrase. Lu Mingli stifled a laugh, while Han Lingsha shook her head in exasperation. It's not about eating tigers, it's about outsmarting them. It's like you, husband, being unparalleled in the world. Yet when you join a common sect as a disciple, you must conceal your true abilities. Outsmarting the unsuspecting? I still don't quite understand. But wait. I heard you mention something about the Qianghua sect? Wukong queried. Indeed, husband. Would you like to join us? We three could go together, Han Lingsha encouraged. Then, Mingli, you are going as well? Wukong asked Lu Mingli. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Mingli nodded. Yes, I shall also go. How about we dine first, and then set off? Hearing Lingsha speak of it so mysteriously, I wish to experience this sword flight myself, Wukong proposed. However, husband, if you wish to fly with a sword. You have no sword. How will you manage? Han Lingsha queried. All right. Wukong suddenly remembered that he only possessed the golden staff, not a sword. It wouldn't do to attempt staff flight. That's quite an innovative idea. Then after I finish my meal, I shall return to Qingwan Peak and fetch my mother's sword. The Wangshu sword, Wukong declared. Well then, that sounds splendid. In the grand hall of the Lu residence in Shouyang City. Alas, my precious daughter. You have finally returned. Are you unscathed? Did you encounter any peril? Lu Shifeng expressed his regret to Lu Mingli. Oh, how foolish of me. The more I ponder, the more remorseful I become. I should never have consented to your journey. Father, do not fret so. See, everything is well, and we are all in good spirits. Lu Mingli reassured him. At that moment, Han Lingsha stood behind Wukong, who was indulging in walnut cake, gently patting his back and chuckling. Hee hee, esteemed county magistrate. You must keep your promise. Do not let the officials chase after me again. Lu Shifeng exclaimed with delight. This is indeed splendid news. However, the matter of the monsters. Loomingly interjected, Father, allow me to recount the events in detail, for I also have something of great importance to share with you and Mother. Yuan Ci smiled and suggested, This is quite rare. Let us converse in Liar's room. She then turned to Wukong and Han Lingsha, saying, Tianhe, Lingsha, you both must be weary after such an ordeal. You may take a moment to rest. Han Lingsha then gently pulled the still-devouring Wukong aside, addressing the others. In that case, we shall not intrude upon your family discussions any longer. My husband, let us return to our guest room. Lingsha, why are you pulling me away? Wukong inquired as they arrived in the backyard. My dear, they are engaged in conversation. We should not disturb them. Moreover, Mingli wishes to discuss her plans to accompany us to the Chonghua sect for cultivation, and it is best we refrain from meddling, Han Lingsha explained. Oh, Wukong nodded. Then proceeded to stretch his limbs before saying to Han Lingsha, Lingsha, in that case, I shall make a brief trip back to Qingwan Peak to retrieve the Wanshu sword. Yes, my husband, please take care on your journey. Do not rush, Han Lingsha replied softly. Wukong nodded slowly, his body gradually lifting into the air, ascending higher, and then soaring into the distance. Oh my, the young master has flown away, exclaimed a maid from afar, astonished. It must be some celestial magic. Those immortals surely possess the art of riding the clouds. The young lady's friend is truly remarkable, another maid remarked. Shouyang City is not far from Qingwan Peak, so once Wukong ascends to a certain height, he will undoubtedly catch sight of it. Meanwhile, at a spot near the cliff on Qingwan Peak, a grand tree adorned with pink leaves stood, beneath which Suyu gazed calmly into the distance. Tianhe, she murmured, and soon her previously serene expression was illuminated with excitement, for she had spotted a familiar figure approaching. Suyu hurriedly waved her hand, calling out, Tianhe, Tianhe, Mother is here. Wukong descended before Suyu, who immediately leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, Tianhe, Mother has missed you dearly. Wukong scratched his head and said, Mother, it seems I have only been away for a few days. Suyu pouted like a little girl and replied, Mother doesn't care about that. Even though you've only been gone for a few days and you are so formidable, I still worry about you. By the way, where is Miss Han? Suyu glanced around, noticing the absence of Han Lingsha, and inquired of Wukong. Wukong scratched his head and said to Suyu, Mother, it is like this. Upon obtaining the Wanshu sword, Wukong stood atop Qingwan Peak, holding the weapon bestowed upon him by Suyu, with Suyu and Yunyanking by his side. You impudent boy. I suspect that Miss Han is indeed of a very mean constitution. You must not allow her to come into contact with this sword. For if it were to unwittingly bond with her, it would spell trouble, Yunyanking declared sternly. Oh, I understand. Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, while Suyu adjusted his attire, saying, Tianhe, where did you purchase this outfit? It looks rather splendid. Aha, I bought it in the city. Well then, Mother and Father, I must take my leave. Otherwise, Lingsha and the others will grow anxious, Wukong replied with a smile. Ah, you impudent boy. Who would have thought you would be so familiar with Lingsha? It seems you two get along quite well, Yunyanking remarked with a mischievous grin as he playfully draped an arm around Wukong's shoulders. What are you talking about, Father? Wukong asked, puzzled, scratching his head in confusion. At that moment, Suyu turned to Wukong and said, Tianhe, you were right. It would be best to seek out Miss Han without delay. Wukong nodded, and then soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Not long after Wukong had departed, the originally smiling Suyu turned to Yunyanking and gently inquired, Yunyanking, have you been feeling a bit mischievous today? Cold sweat trickled down Yunyanking's back as he stammered. Ah. Haha. Well, Suyu, the weather is quite pleasant today, isn't it? Indeed, she replied. Since that is the case, allow me to show you what truly constitutes delightful weather. Shuyu's laughter sent chills down Yunyanking's spine. Perhaps not, he murmured, slowly retreating. Yun, Tian, Qin, Shuyu called out loudly. Startled, Yunyanking dashed away. With Shuyu hot on his heels, both engaged in a playful contest of agility. Shuyu, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is a devil, it is a devil, he cried out, his voice echoing in the mountains, causing even the wild boars to break into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Wukong had returned to the rear courtyard of the Lu residence, only to find that Han Lingsha was no longer present. Unbothered, he proceeded to the pavilion where Lu Mingli was located, where he encountered a maid. Oh, it is the future son-in-law. The young lady is in the pavilion, seemingly troubled. You must find a way to cheer her up. What? Me? Wukong pointed at himself in disbelief. The maid nodded eagerly. Of course. It is indeed your responsibility. Hee. With that, she playfully pushed Wukong inside. Lumingly, seated in the pavilion, inquired upon hearing the commotion, "Is it Tianhe?" Wukong nodded. "Ah yes, it is I. That girl just mentioned that you are not feeling well." "Is that true?" Do not heed her words. Lu Rong is simply prone to exaggeration. I merely find myself a bit unaccustomed to the thought of being apart from my parents for such a prolonged period, said Lu Mengli, her voice tinged with melancholy. By the way, my parents have promised me that I will be able to travel alongside Tianhe and Lingsha from now on. Lu Mengli took a moment to compose herself before continuing. That is splendid news. So, do you aspire to become a sword immortal? Wukong inquired. Lu Mengli replied. From my childhood, I have spent countless days within this estate, yet there are times I ponder my origins and the events that have transpired. Strange visions often flicker in my mind. Perhaps, just perhaps, venturing outside may lead me to some clues. Did my father not mention this to you? Wukong asked again. Lu Mengli shook her head. Uncle Yun certainly has his reasons. Perhaps even he is unaware. Besides, my parents care for me deeply. To have encountered them, I consider myself the luckiest person in the world. Wukong nodded. Yes, indeed, you are right. They are good people. I cannot articulate it precisely, but it is rather pleasant to be together like you all. Lu Mengli inquired, what kind of person is Uncle Yun? Wukong replied, my father? He always calls me a stinky brat, even though I am not smelly at all. Yet, he is perpetually afraid of my mother. Wukong spoke with a casual demeanor. Lu Mengli chuckled. Is Uncle Yun truly as you describe? Indeed, he is. Their relationship appears to be quite harmonious. Although my mother often defends me by scolding my father, I can see that she has a deep affection for him, and he reciprocates that love. Wukong continued, by the way, Mengli, I wish to ask you something. Wukong hesitated. Well, Uncle Lu always refers to me as nephew, and the girls often call me son-in-law. I do not comprehend what that means. Lu Mengli responded. Hasn't Uncle Yun and Aunt Yin taught you to read and write? Wukong scratched his head. They have, but I am not particularly suited for studying. I can recognize many characters, yet I grasp their meanings only superficially. Lu Mengli smiled. In that case, I shall take the time to enlighten you gradually. That would be wonderful, Wukong replied. As for son-in-law, well, the girls are merely jesting. They probably heard my father say something and assumed that I am to marry Tianhe. Marry? Does that mean to wed? Wukong queried, somewhat familiar with the term, having been married once, albeit unwillingly. Yes, it means when a girl feels comfortable with you in her heart, she wishes to marry you, and from that moment on, the two of you will be together for a lifetime, never to part. Lu Mengli explained. Never to part? Wukong's expression darkened with sorrow as he murmured, Chi-Chi. Although Wukong was naive about matters of the heart, he still cared deeply for Chi-Chi, with whom he had shared countless moments. Lu Mengli observed Wukong's melancholic demeanor and felt a pang of guilt, thinking, why is he like this? Is he sad? Is he recalling something sorrowful? It is all my fault for bringing this up. Well, regardless, we will always be together from now on, Wukong exhaled, smiling. Yes, Tianhe, we will. Lu Mengli echoed with a smile. As Wukong departed, he pondered, could this be what my father referred to as a romantic sorrow? It is strange. Why does my heart feel so heavy? He gazed at the door, filled with discomfort. Lingsha, I truly do not know what I said to upset you. But if my presence disturbs you, I shall leave. I hope my departure brings you joy. You have nearly mastered the sky technique I taught you. Even if you cannot defeat your enemies, I trust you can escape. Wukong continued to reflect, fearful of saying something amiss. Goku gradually arrived at a secluded place, his heart pondering a question for the dragon. The dragon, who had been in slumber for an indeterminate time, was stirred awake by Goku's presence and inquired, Goku, what brings you to me? Dragon, do you understand what emotions are? Goku asked silently. Why do you ask that? From what I recall, you were never one to concern yourself with feelings, the dragon responded with curiosity. I am unsure, to be honest. Since my rebirth in this world, it seems I have undergone significant change, developing a deep attachment to many individuals I hold dear. My father taught me that when you care for someone, you must not cause them harm. To do so is to wrong them, and thus, one ought to depart from their life. Goku spoke slowly. Goku, to be frank, this is the first time I have heard you express such thoughts on emotions. I find myself both elated and saddened by this revelation. I am glad that you have begun to grasp the concept of feelings, albeit not extensively. Yet I am saddened because you are encountering one of the most undesirable setbacks a man can face. This struggle may seem trivial compared to your battles with enemies. Yet those conflicts are merely superficial. The anguish of love tests the very essence of your heart. I believe that despite your incomplete understanding of emotions, you still feel a pang of sorrow within. Am I correct? Yes. Given this, Goku, I advise you. This place differs greatly from your previous world, and it appears you are ill-suited for the women here. I suggest you take your leave. Leave? Where to? Go wherever you wish, but above all, avoid encountering that woman who claims to dislike you. Such meetings would only lead to discomfort for both parties, the dragon replied gently. After pondering for a moment and scratching his head, Wukong remarked, but we agreed to embark on this journey of cultivation together. He continued, Wukong, consider this. You are currently at odds with that woman. Consequently, the journey will be fraught with silence and a palpable tension, which may very well lead to further discord. Wukong, your heart is pure and tranquil. I do not wish for you to tarnish your inherent goodness over such matters. Otherwise, you would become akin to those nefarious beings like Frisia. Well then, I shall take my leave, Wukong replied after a moment's reflection. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with the dragon and then returned to his quarters, where he began to pack his belongings. Upon picking up his pouch, he recalled that Han Lingsha possessed little money. Reflecting on what Yannianking had taught him, he decided to leave several silver notes and a few silver ingots on the table. He then shouldered his bag, opened the window, and soared to the rooftop. Taking one last glance at Han Lingsha and Lu Mingli's rooms, he ascended and gradually flew into the distance using his levitation technique. Han Lingsha remained in her room for quite some time, gradually regaining her composure as evening approached. Reflecting on her earlier conversation with Wukong, she murmured to herself, what is wrong with me? My husband is such a wonderful person. How could he ever betray me? I am truly. With that, Han Lingsha stepped out of her room and, after walking for a while, arrived at Wukong's door. Noticing that the lights in his room were off, she assumed he had already fallen asleep. Standing at the entrance, she adjusted her attire and steadied her voice, calling out, Husband, husband. When there was no response, she knocked gently, saying, Husband, are you asleep? I have come to apologize. Could you please open the door? Receiving no reply, Han Lingsha surmised that Wukong was indeed upset. In desperation, she resorted to her own signature move. Husband, I have brought a roasted wild boar. Under normal circumstances, Wukong would have opened the door in an instant to claim the boar. However, the door remained unyielding, prompting Han Lingsha to feel something was amiss. Gently pushing the door, she discovered it was unlocked. Entering the dimly lit room, she noticed the bedding on Wukong's bed was neatly arranged, untouched. Glancing at the table, she spotted some shimmering silver objects. Quickly lighting a candle, she was finally able to discern that the table was adorned with silver notes and coins. Why has my husband left money for me? Han Lingsha wondered aloud. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, could it be that my husband? He has left me. In disbelief, Han Lingsha meticulously searched every possible hiding place within the confines of the house. Yet alas, there was no trace of Wukong. With tears barely restrained, she stepped outside, embarking on a solitary quest through the expansive Lu residence. However, after an exhaustive search, Wukong remained elusive. In that moment, a profound understanding washed over her. Sorrow enveloped her as she finally grasped that Wukong had departed from her life, forsaking her due to her hurtful words that had ignited his anger. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she dashed towards Lu Mingli's chamber. Mingli, Mingli. Han Lingsha fervently knocked on the door. Creaking open, the door revealed Lu Mingli clad in traditional night attire. Her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Han Lingsha's reddened eyes. Before she could speak, Han Lingsha grasped her hand, urgency lacing her voice. Mingli, where is Tianhe? Where has he gone? What? Lingsha, are you referring to Tianhe? He hasn't come to my room. What happened? Lu Mingli inquired, perplexed. At last, Han Lingsha could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she collapsed into Lu Mingli's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Lu Mingli gently patted her back and said, Lingsha, please don't cry. Come inside and tell me what transpired, will you? And where, you may wonder, was our Wukong at this moment? After Wukong departed, he did not soar far but arrived at the fork near Bagong Mountain. He murmured to himself, the Inlua rock lies over there. I have been there before. On this side, I have heard from Lingsha that it seems to be some royal tomb, though I have never visited it. Perhaps there are delicacies to be found. Wukong is Wukong, forever undeterred by any obstacle. Before long, propelled by inhuman speed, Wukong arrived outside the tomb of the king of Huainan, where he encountered 2 guards. "Who goes there? This place is off limits," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, be gone swiftly," retorted the other. "Why can you stand here while I cannot pass?" Wukong inquired. The guard spoke with a hint of trepidation, for Wukong possessed a muscular build and stood at a height of 1.85 meters, while each guard barely reached 1.70 meters. "Regardless, you simply cannot proceed. You should return," they insisted. "How rude of you. If you wish for me to leave, you should express it politely. Why must you tell me to go away?" Wukong responded, a flicker of anger in his voice. "What of it if we tell you to leave? Do you wish to confront us?" Wukong cast an irked glance at them. In truth, he had no genuine desire to be angry with them, merely wishing to engage in some playful antics. Wukong, with a singularly unprecedented force, struck the ground with his foot, causing the earth beneath him to fracture, revealing several fissures. The 2 guards, gripped by fear, could hardly contain their trepidation. They had only witnessed an elephant capable of shattering the ground, but never a man. Realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, they quickly composed themselves and said, "Ah, a misunderstanding, esteemed sir. Please proceed." "Indeed, please, esteemed sir," they added, gesturing courteously for him to continue. Wukong had merely stamped his foot out of restlessness, not expecting to pass through so effortlessly. Perhaps he would try stamping again next time. After Wukong had walked past, the 2 guards finally let out a sigh of relief. Upon arriving at a secluded corner, Wukong's instincts alerted him to a large stone that appeared to be dislodged. Curiosity piqued, he approached and gently prodded it, causing the stone to tumble down with a resounding thud, revealing an opening before him. A passageway, perhaps I can venture inside," Wukong mused, and without hesitation, he stepped into the dark void, descending further. In the grand hall of the Huainan King's tomb, 2 colossal stone lions loomed before Wukong. He gazed up at these magnificent statues, exclaiming, "Wow, such enormous lions. Oh, and their eyes seemed to emit flames. How amusing." However, after a brief moment of fascination, he grew bored and continued onward. This was a royal burial site, essentially a resting place for the deceased. Nevertheless, Wukong felt no fear. After all, he had spent 8 years in the depths of hell. What did he have to fear? If anything, the spirits were more likely to fear him, although that was in the realm of the underworld. Suddenly, Wukong sensed a presence, a palpable aura filled with malice. Wukong gazed intently, and suddenly, he noticed a crimson apparition emerging from one of the pillars. Indeed, it was a girl, drifting ethereally, clad in scant attire. Was she not hot? Wukong murmured to himself as he observed the specter. The female ghost glided slowly before him, her ghostly eyes fixed coldly upon Wukong, while his expression reflected confusion and curiosity. Abruptly, she raised her hand and aimed to strike at Wukong, who did not flinch, realizing that her hand passed through his body as if she were but a figment of imagination. Then, without warning, the ghost vanished, prompting Wukong to scratch his head in bewilderment, pondering the absurdity of the encounter. He continued onward, and before long, he found himself in the rear hall. "Oh, 2 toads." Wukong, as if discovering a new realm, dashed forward to behold what appeared to be a grand hall reminiscent of a royal palace, where 2 stone toads, one blue and the other yellow, stood sentinel on either side of a long bench. They possess color. They seem quite appealing," Wukong remarked with a smile. Unbeknownst to our innocent Wukong, these were extraordinary medicinal herbs known as Yin Yang Purple Tsua. The blue toad represented Yin, intended to counteract intense Yang energy, while the yellow toad embodied Yang, meant to repel Yin energy. Moreover, these must grow in tandem, maturing underground for a millennium to become jade, and after another millennium, they would transform into a spirit, at which point they could be consumed. Wukong found the 2 toads exceedingly beautiful, so he plucked them from their perch and placed them into the storage ring bestowed upon him by the dragon. Wukong then discovered another path ahead and leapt down to follow it. Arriving at the central chamber of the Huainan King's tomb, he beheld the scattered vials of medicine strewn across the ground. In astonishment, he remarked, "What a waste. So many remedies have been squandered. They could have been used to save countless lives." Upon discovering a piece of paper, Wukong picked it up and found it contained the methods for concocting elixirs. Turning it over, he read, "At midnight, Wang dreams in the azure clouds. The deity Tai manifests amidst the luminous wheel. Auspicious energies abound, illuminating the 3 realms. Casting down a gaze to reveal the crowing of roosters at dawn, the furnace exudes purple vapors, dragons soar, a halo crowns the summit, condensing within the crimson jade pot. The essence solidifies like a divine pill. Thus, one learns that the Tai Xianxia Dan has been successfully formed. Wang and the 8 nobles bow deeply in reverence, their hearts elated as they consume it, ultimately experiencing a transformation, ascending into the daylight. What does this mean? Wukong pondered, scratching his head, utterly baffled by the chaotic text. Suddenly, Wukong's ears perked up, sensing an ominous presence. He turned to see a jar shaking. What is going on? There seems to be a menacing aura, he murmured. With a thunderous crash, the jar shattered, releasing a thick cloud of black mist. Wukong then heard a chilling voice of a middle-aged man. Ha ha ha. I have returned to the world. As the mist dispersed, a terrifying figure emerged, his upper body visible while his lower half remained shrouded in fog, laughing heartily. He then turned to the bewildered Wukong and inquired, "Who are you? And who might you be?" Wukong retorted, "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Prepare to meet your demise." The man unleashed a powerful aura toward Wukong, expecting to obliterate him. However, to his astonishment, Wukong effortlessly dissipated the energy with a wave of his hand. Your strength is commendable, the man remarked. Likewise, it's nothing extraordinary, Wukong chuckled innocently. By your appearance, you are not a disciple of that demonic sect, the man observed. By the way, why did you attack me? I still do not know who you are, Wukong inquired. You wish to know who I am? I am the king of Huainan. Initially, I accumulated merit in pursuit of the immortal path, only to be deceived by a shameless Taoist. Together with the 8 sages, I ingested the so-called Tai Xianxia Dan, which led to my demise. That deceitful Taoist, fearing my wrath, sealed my soul along with those of the 8 sages within this crimson jade pot and fled. The man recounted solemnly. And what happened afterward? Wukong asked. The man glanced at Wukong and continued, as the power of this jade pot waned, you mortals intruded here, providing us with the vital yang energy needed for our escape. In due course, I shall seek vengeance upon that malevolent Taoist. Did you write this? Wukong inquired, showing the paper to the man. The king of Huainan examined it and chuckled. Indeed, it is my writing. By the way, you must be a ghost. Is that not obvious? The king retorted with irritation. Earlier, I encountered some restless spirits outside. They must be connected to why Wukong inquired. Is that so? The king of Huainan responded, very well, let us compete then. In an instant, Wukong appeared before the king, who had yet to react before being sent flying by a single punch. How is this possible? Your speed is astonishing. The king of Huainan, being a ghost, felt little pain. What is the matter, so fragile? I had expected you to withstand my transformation into a super scion, Wukong remarked. A hint of disappointment in his voice. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. The king of Huainan seemed to lose his composure, charging at Wukong, observing the frantic ghost. Wukong shook his head and said, Alas, you are a ghost. You will inevitably face reincarnation. Allow me to assist you on your journey. With that, Wukong's gaze sharpened, and he placed his hands on his waist, declaring, Kamehameha. Wukong's hands had already gathered a radiant white light. The king of Huainan paused, gazing at the luminous energy in Wukong's hands with palpable fear, exclaiming, no, please. Alas, it was too late. Wukong unleashed his signature attack, the Kamehameha, striking the king of Huainan with precision. As the brilliance faded, not a trace of darkness remained. It was evident that the king had been utterly vanquished, his spirit shattered. Observing the desolate tomb of the king of Huainan, Wukong suddenly retrieved the yin-yang purple tablet from his ring, placing it upon the ground and saying, Very well. I do not wish to indiscriminately take your possessions, so I shall leave it here. Having uttered these words, Wukong found an exit and began to depart. Soon, an eerie and chilling wind swept toward him, prompting Wukong to ponder the heavy aura of resentment that permeated this place. Wukong, most of the souls here met unjust ends. Hence the profound bitterness. The divine dragon communicated telepathically. What shall we do about these restless spirits? Remaining in the mortal realm is not a viable solution, Wukong inquired. Let us proceed this way. Use your divine power to cleanse their resentment, and then guide them into reincarnation, the divine dragon advised. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment then. Does that not imply the existence of negative energy? The dragon chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, the dragon balls have now fused with your essence, and negative energy will no longer manifest. Wukong chuckled, realizing the situation, so that's how it is. Subsequently, a crimson light flickered in his eyes, and the entire tomb emanated an aura of purification. Wukong understood that these tormented souls had been cleansed and were now free to be reborn. Upon completing his task, Wukong proceeded along the path, while those tormented souls would eternally remember him as their benefactor. 28 Another 100 buns. As Wukong traversed the passageway, He soon found himself before a mountain that bore an uncanny resemblance to a bowl. Upon reaching the base, he realized that this was indeed Bull Hill. Ah, I have arrived in Chinzhou, he mused. Lifting his gaze to the plaque adorning the city gate, Yukong recognized that he had entered a new realm. His stomach let out a protesting grumble, prompting him to pat it gently and chuckle to himself before stepping inside. Wow, this place is even more bustling than Shouyang City, he observed, taking in the throngs of people bustling about, interspersed with vendors hawking their wares. It was no wonder, for this city was significantly larger than Shouyang. Upon entering an inn, Yukong, having previously visited Shouyang City, was well aware of the locales where delectable food could be procured. Ah, what a handsome young man. Please, come and take a seat. How many of you are there? Greeted a young attendant with a broad smile as Yukong approached the entrance. Just one. I am quite famished. Do bring me some delightful dishes promptly, Yukong replied as he settled at a nearby table. Certainly. It will be ready shortly. In the meantime, please enjoy some tea, the attendant said, pouring a cup for Yukong before departing. However, an inn is a place frequented by a diverse array of individuals. And while benevolent souls like Yukong may visit, it is inevitable that nefarious characters would also be present. Indeed, a melodramatic scene soon unfolded. Yang Si-young, you shameless harlot. Always pretending to be so virtuous, yet you are merely after money. Speak. How much? Name your price. I can afford whatever you ask, a burly man, bald and clad in attire reminiscent of the Shaolin monks, threatened as he grasped the wrist of a stunningly beautiful woman seated beside him. I have told you before. I will never submit myself to you. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow you to debase me, Yang Si-young retorted coldly, attempting to shake off the grip of the imposing figure, though his strength proved formidable. The commotion drew the attention of all patrons within the inn, including Yukong. Though Yukong was not lecherous in nature, his father had instilled in him the principle that if a man were to bully a woman, it was imperative to teach that man a lesson. Yukong rose and strode toward the White Wolf. Still playing these tricks, huh? Damn it, I'll kiss you right now. With shameless audacity, the White Wolf pressed his gaping maw toward Yang Si-young's delicate lips. But what met his lips was something unexpectedly soft. Opening his eyes, he realized it wasn't Yang Si-young's mouth. Instead, it was the snout of a roasted suckling pig. Pah! Disgusted, the White Wolf spat violently, and in doing so, loosened his grip on Yang Si-young. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly broke free and took refuge behind Yukong. Huh? Who the hell are you, pretty boy? This slut's new man? The White Wolf, seething with envy at Yukong's striking handsomeness, sneered. Slut? What's a slut? Yukong asked, genuinely puzzled. The entire room broke into a cold sweat. You. Looks like you're asking for a beating. The White Wolf, now livid, rose to his feet, ready to strike, only to realize he stood a full head shorter than Yukong. Moreover, Yukong's attire, neither too loose nor too tight, accentuated his formidable physique. The White Wolf faltered, a flicker of fear in his eyes. A beating? You want to fight? Fine, I'll oblige, Yukong said, his eyes gleaming at the prospect of a brawl. All right. Let's take this outside. The White Wolf blustered, forcing courage into his voice. Need a weapon? Yukong offered. Me? I'll use this. The White Wolf hoisted a wooden stool, sending the innkeeper and waiter into a panic. But who dared oppose the local tyrant? Just this? Yukong eyed the stool, then reached out and gave it an experimental squeeze. Crack! Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, the stool split cleanly in half. Whoops! Haha, my bad. Used a bit too much strength. I'll pay for it, Yukong chuckled. The White Wolf gulped, then feigned composure. Ahem. I've got business today. I won't waste time on you. Next time, we'll settle this properly. Farewell. With that, he bolted at a speed wholly mismatched to his bulky frame. Wait, he just ran? Someone muttered in disbelief. Of course he did. If he can snap a stool like that, snapping a man would be child's play, another replied dryly. Boss, how much for the stool? Yukong asked the innkeeper. 20 coppers, the innkeeper stammered, wiping sweat from his brow. Right. Nodding, Yukong counted out 20 coins and handed them over. Feeling too awkward to stay, he decided to grab a bite elsewhere. Upon arriving at a bun stall, Yukong exclaimed, Boss, I would like 100 meat buns, please. This declaration startled those nearby, prompting the vendor to inquire, Sir, did you just say you want 100? Yukong nodded. The proprietor said, Well, I happen to have precisely 100. If you purchase them all, there will be none left for others. How about this, esteemed guest? You could buy 50 meat buns and 50 red bean buns instead. Yukong said, Well then, here's the money. After speaking, he handed over a silver coin. fully aware that such a quantity of buns would undoubtedly cost a considerable sum. Under the watchful eyes of her employer and those around her, Wukong carried a parcel of steamed buns, savoring them as she made her departure. Yet, as she walked, an unsettling sensation crept over her. She felt as though someone was trailing her. Upon reaching a corner, she turned in, only to find that the person behind her had followed suit, only to discover that it was a dead end, and Wukong had vanished from sight. Suddenly, she appeared behind the individual, inquiring, "What do you follow me for?" Yang Surong, a woman of pitiable circumstances, hailed from a humble background. Her life was initially unremarkable until tragedy struck. Her father was slain by robbers, and her mother, unwilling to endure dishonor, took her own life. Yang was spared this fate only by being entrusted to another for safety. Unlike others who could easily survive by relinquishing their bodies to any man, Yang Surong remained steadfast. She was a woman of inner strength, seemingly resilient on the surface, yet harboring fragility within, much like the white wolf that had recently coveted her, seeking to possess her. Had it not been for Wukong's timely intervention, the outcome could have been dire. "Oh, my apologies, young master," Yang Surong exclaimed, startled by Wukong's unexpected appearance behind her. It was only then that she truly beheld Wukong's striking visage, captivated by her handsome countenance. Wukong gently shook his hand, prompting Yang Xiyong to regain her composure, though her face was already flushed with embarrassment. Just as the awkwardness lingered, an unexpected gurgling sound startled both Wukong and Yang Xiyong, causing her cheeks to redden even further. "Are you hungry?" Wukong inquired. Indeed, it was Yang Xiyong's stomach that had protested. After all, she had dashed out with Wukong without having eaten anything, making her hunger quite understandable. Yang Xiyong replied, her voice barely audible, akin to the sound of a mosquito as her embarrassment deepened. Wukong retrieved several buns from the package and offered them to Yang Surong, initially intending to decline. She found herself unable to resist the kindness reflected in Wukong's gentle gaze, and thus she accepted them, expressing her gratitude with a soft, "Thank you, young sir," before delicately indulging in the food. However, it was not long before Yang Surong had devoured all the buns, much to Wukong's astonishment. Yet, while Wukong typically consumed a large quantity at each meal, Yang Surong had not eaten in quite some time. "I have plenty more. Do eat some more." "And I shall go buy more," Wukong declared, handing the entire package to Yang Surong. Cradling the package, she gazed at Wukong with her enchanting phoenix-like eyes, which gradually filled with tears that fell uncontrollably. Wukong inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Why are you crying?" Yang Xihong replied softly, "Young master, you have been so kind to me." "Ah, it's nothing. My father taught me that boys should care for girls. I may not fully understand it, but this seems to qualify as caring, doesn't it? Oh, by the way, don't call me young master anymore. My name is Yuniet. You may call me Tianhe," Wukong said. "How could I do that? I would still prefer to call you young master Yutian." Yang Xihong shook her head. "Just call me Tianhe. I am not fond of being addressed as young master or anything of the sort. It feels unfamiliar." Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Xihong's delicate face flushed as she replied, "Then I shall call you Tianhe, and you may call me Xihong." "Oh, very well," Wukong nodded. Subsequently, Wukong and Xihong strolled through the streets, occasionally indulging in delightful treats. Xihong was not one to flaunt exquisite jewelry. She resembled a devoted wife accompanying her husband on a leisurely outing. As they meandered, they arrived by a riverbank, where Wukong reclined on the grassy bank and exclaimed, "How comfortable." Observing Wukong's exceedingly benevolent demeanor, Xihong felt his presence deeply imprinted in her heart. Yet, a strange thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Tianhe is unaware of romantic feelings? To her surprise, her intuition was correct. Xihong seated herself beside Wukong, resting her hands on her fragrant cheeks, gazing affectionately at his handsome face as he rested with closed eyes. She suddenly yearned to kiss him, provided there were no onlookers nearby. After some time, having rested sufficiently, Wukong rose to stretch his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds. He then addressed Xihong, "All right, I've rested enough. Shall we continue our journey?" "Tianhe, where are you headed next?" Xihong inquired of Wukong. Wukong pondered for a moment and said, "I wish to journey to the esteemed Qianghua sect to pursue the art of immortality. I have heard it is quite fascinating, and I yearn to experience the thrill of flying with a sword. May I accompany you?" Xirong inquired anxiously. Wukong looked at her with a hint of curiosity and said, "Of course, I have no objections." "Thank you, Tianhe," Xiyong replied joyfully, for she did not wish to part from Wukong. Her desire to pursue the path of cultivation was merely a pretext. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a guqin reached their ears. Oh, is that the sound of the guqin again? After walking for a short distance, Wukong's keen ears detected the enchanting melody, which was indeed delightful. Yang Si-young beside him also expressed her admiration, saying, "Yes, it is truly beautiful." Wukong nodded and proceeded in that direction, with Si-hong following closely behind. The sound grew increasingly nearer until they arrived at a small pavilion. Inside, they beheld a lady clad in green traditional attire, seated gracefully as she played the guqin. Just as Wukong and Si-hong approached her, she paused, lifted her gaze, and upon recognizing Wukong, was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure and respectfully nodding towards both of them. "You play the guqin beautifully. Could you perform another piece?" Wukong inquired, though he himself found it curious that he had developed an interest in the instrument upon entering this world. In response, the guqin maiden humbly acquiesced. With a melodious tone, she began to pluck the strings with her delicate fingers. The enchanting melody resonated within Wukong's heart and mind. And suddenly he was struck by astonishment and delight, for he realized that his strength had indeed increased. Whereas before, he could only contend with opponents like Cell and Frisia without transforming into a Super Saiyan. He now found himself capable of facing Majin Buu's ultimate form. It is undeniable that one's surroundings play a crucial role in growth, and that power can be augmented not solely through combat experience. As the final note lingered in the air, the guqin maiden rose and bowed to Wukong and Si-hong, inquiring, "How did you find my performance, esteemed guests?" "It was truly delightful," Si-hong replied with a smile. "And what of you, young sir?" she asked, turning her gaze to Wukong, who appeared to be deep in contemplation with his eyes closed. As Wukong opened his eyes, they revealed a depth akin to the boundless cosmos. "Indeed, it was truly enchanting. And I feel that my strength has somewhat increased," Wukong remarked with a smile. "Oh, are you a cultivator?" inquired the. "Not yet. But we are preparing to embark on a journey to the Cheonghua sect to cultivate. By then, I shall indeed be the cultivator you speak of," Wukong replied, shaking his head. "By the way, I just heard your melody, and it seems to carry a hint of sorrow. Is there something troubling you?" Si-hong then asked. A look of melancholy crossed face as she gently responded, "In life, one inevitably harbors many misguided thoughts. I have an unfulfilled wish that I fear I will never comprehend before I die." "A wish? What is it?" the two inquired, urging her to continue. "Allow me to share my tale at a leisurely pace. Since my youth, I have held a passion for music and have deeply admired the esteemed heroes of this world. After reaching maturity, I ventured out into the world, wielding my martial skills to punish evildoers, which brought me immense satisfaction. In time, my love for music led me to meet the only son of the Qin family in Qinzhou. Though he lacked martial prowess and appeared rather delicate, he was the finest person I had ever encountered. Before long, he took me as his bride. Together, we delved into musical compositions, and he taught me to read and write. Those were truly the happiest days of my life. Regrettably, no matter how hard I tried, I could never embody the cultured and graceful lady that would bring joy to my in-laws. Gradually, even with my husband by my side, life became increasingly arduous. It was then that the thought of returning to the world of martial arts crossed my mind. Until one day, I inadvertently displeased my mother-in-law. In that time, even my husband scolded me a bit. In a fit of anger, I left a note and departed. Rather than endure grievances at home, I preferred to embrace the life of a female hero, which seemed far more liberating, Si-hong remarked. Not merely a female hero. Every swordsman dreams of becoming an ethereal swordsman who traverses the heavens and the earth. I too, upon leaving home, sought out renowned mountains and rivers, in pursuit of immortals and wisdom. Wukong remarked. "Ah, so you too delight in soaring through the heavens." The Qin maiden continued, "Perhaps human nature is insatiable. As my swordsmanship flourished, I found myself increasingly yearning for my husband. His health was never robust, and I am deeply concerned. I have concocted numerous justifications to return to Qinzhou and pay him a visit." "Did you eventually see him?" Si-hong inquired. "Upon my return to Qinzhou, I discovered he had passed away several months prior," she replied, a look of shock crossing Si-hong's face. "What? How could this be?" The Qin maiden sighed. "I heard that after my departure, my husband's condition deteriorated significantly. My mother-in-law arranged a marriage to bring him joy, yet shortly after the bride arrived, he departed. I had envisioned a reunion with him 1,000 times. I would have preferred his rebuke and refusal to forgive me than to face this reality." "How can we assist you?" Si-hong asked. The Qin maiden replied calmly, "Regret is futile now. I have no knowledge of where the Qin family laid my husband to rest. I merely wish to visit the Thousand Buddha Pagoda, to light incense before his memorial tablet and seek his forgiveness for my past ignorance. Light incense? Can't we simply go to the pagoda? Si Rong suggested. You may not be aware, but the Thousand Buddha Pagoda in Qinzhou houses sacred relics of the Buddhist faith, with holy light cast upon its summit. Thus, not only locals but many affluent individuals travel great distances to bring the tablets of their loved ones here, hoping for their souls to receive the Buddha's protection. The Qin family is no exception. They have contributed funds for the pagoda's construction and maintain a cordial relationship with the abbot. Perhaps the Qin family has communicated something. As the monks would not permit me entry, I contemplated sneaking in at night, yet to safeguard the sacred relics. There are warrior monks stationed there. Turning to Wukong, she added, I can see that you possess extraordinary skills, and I humbly request your aid in granting me access to the pagoda to honor my late husband. Is that all? Very well, I have little else to occupy my time. A visit to the Qianghua sect is merely a matter of time, and I am curious to witness the prowess of the monks at the Thousand Buddha Pagoda, Wukong replied nonchalantly. When I first heard of my husband's passing, I was utterly heartbroken. Remembering how he disapproved of my swordplay, I vowed never to wield my martial skills again. Who would have anticipated the subsequent tribulations? Since then, I have been playing the Qin on the streets of Qinzhou, hoping to find a kind-hearted individual with martial prowess to assist me. Si Rong exclaimed angrily. The Qin family is utterly excessive. He has been laid to rest, and a simple act of remembrance would cause no harm. I shall assist you. Wukong inquired of Si Yong. Do you also possess martial skills? At that moment, Si Yong recalled her lack of such abilities, which left her feeling utterly embarrassed. In that case, Tianhe, exercise caution and return promptly. I shall await your return. At the hour of the dog, within the confines of a guest house, Si Yong gazed tenderly at Wukong as she spoke. Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, reassuringly stating, Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Rest assured, I shall return soon. Shi Yong nodded in response, then gently adjusted Wukong's attire before bidding him farewell as he stepped out the door. Under the cloak of night, Wukong strolled quietly along the deserted streets, his senses keenly attuned to the presence of the Qinjie. He walked steadily until he boarded a small boat, crossing a tranquil river, whereupon he beheld a towering pagoda in the distance. Before long, Wukong spotted the familiar silhouette and approached with a cheerful exclamation, Ah, here I am. Qinjie, who had been patiently awaiting Wukong, was startled by his sudden appearance behind her, realizing with a jolt how silently he had approached. Thankfully, Wukong was a good soul. Had he been a nefarious scoundrel, the situation might have taken a dire turn. Indeed, young Master Yun is truly a man of his word. Arriving even a tad earlier than expected, Qinjie remarked, her gaze lingering on Wukong's handsome visage, still recovering from her surprise. Simultaneously, she pondered, why am I feeling so anxious? After all, I am already promised to another. Wukong paid no heed to her thoughts. He merely glanced at the towering edifice and, disregarding the Qin player, inquired, What a height! By the way, why are there so few monks around? Is it not customary for temples to be inhabited by those shaven-headed ascetics? The Qin player replied slowly, Monastics pursue the principle of tranquility, maintaining a serene detachment at all times, with the temple's gates ever wide open. However, the sanctity of the relic within the tower necessitates the presence of guardians from the monastery. Oh, I see, Wukong responded. It seems rather simple. Yet the entrance appears to be barred. How then shall we gain access? The Qin player examined the tower and confirmed that the door was indeed locked. Unsure of how to proceed. Just then, Wukong exclaimed, Ah, look, the window over there is ajar. The Qin player turned to follow his gaze and, spotting the open window, felt a surge of joy. She then said to Wukong, in that case, let us enter through there. Wukong nodded. And then the two of them proceeded towards the open window, leaping inside one after the other. As they ventured further in, they were met with the fierce gazes of two monks, who sternly declared, This is a sacred ground of the Buddha. No unauthorized individuals are permitted to intrude. Leave at once. The expression on Qinjie's face turned grave, while Wukong retorted, We merely wish to pay respects to someone on the top floor. That is unacceptable. You must leave. One of the monks barked. You are being excessively unreasonable. Qinjie replied coldly, drawing her sword and lunging towards the two monks. However, the vigilant monks were not to be underestimated. Brandishing their staffs, they adeptly parried Qinjie's fierce strike. In swift succession, one monk swung his staff towards Qinjie. Sensing the impending attack, she executed a backflip to evade it. then lunged forward with her sword once more. The other monk regarded Wukong with a chilling demeanor and warned, "If you wish to live, you must leave immediately." Wukong scratched his head, pondering death. "I think not, for I have no desire to endure the torment of hell once more." Indeed, the memories of his past existence in that infernal realm remain vivid, particularly the unpalatable food. However, the monk, upon hearing this, perceived it as an affront to his dignity. Enraged, he seized his staff and swung it at Wukong, declaring, "You seek death? Prepare yourself." At that moment, Wukong was lost in reminiscence of his former life in hell, blissfully unaware of the impending strike aimed at his head. The sound of impact, bang, elicited no response from him, yet the monk, seemingly witnessing something terrifying, trembled as he gazed at his staff, specifically, the half that remained intact. This. The monk stammered, rendered speechless as he glanced between his staff and Wukong. At this moment, Wukong opened his eyes and found the monk standing before him. He promptly assumed a serious fighting stance and said, I apologize. I was just reflecting on the past. Let us engage in battle now." "Still fighting? The poor fellow is already terrified. Are you seeking your own demise?" The monk swallowed hard, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he gazed at Wukong. Astonishingly, he realized he could not hear Wukong's breath, for Wukong had entered a state of tranquility, akin to a lake, embodying the principle, when the enemy does not move. "Neither do I. Are you not coming? If so, I shall take action." Noticing the monk remained immobile, Wukong swiftly appeared behind him, delivering a precise chop that sent the monk flying, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Kinheim, wielding her exceptional swordsmanship, gained the upper hand. With a clang, her sword deftly knocked the monk's staff aside, and she then rose, using her elegant footwork to kick the monk away. "Are you all right?" Once Kinheim had subdued her opponent, Wukong approached her and inquired. "Yes, I am fine," Kinheim nodded in response. "Then let us continue upwards." Wukong glanced at the two unconscious monks before addressing Kinheim. She nodded, sheathing her sword, and together they ascended the nearby staircase. Upon reaching the 8th floor of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda, the highest level, Wukong and Kinheim realized that, unbeknownst to them, they had already dealt with several obstacles along the way. Upon arrival, they discovered a woman in yellow kneeling quietly against the wall, with a table and an ancestral tablet placed before her. As Wukong and Qin-ji slowly approached, a woman's faint voice echoed, "I know that one day you would come. Although we have never met, I could recognize you at a glance." "You are?" Qin-ji inquired. "Cannot fathom it. Yet I recognized you immediately." The woman replied. You are Qin-yi's." Qin-ji exclaimed in astonishment. The woman gently interjected, "His concubine, Jiang." Jiang continued, "Until my husband passes, I shall never be his wife. Rest assured, my status will forever remain that of a concubine." Qin-ji stammered, I have never thought of it that way." Jiang asserted, "Regardless of your thoughts, in the eyes of my husband and his parents, I surpass you as a wife 100-fold. Were it not for my husband's kind heart, reminiscing about old affections, you would not be seated in the position of the primary wife today." Qin-ji fell silent, perhaps believing the truth in Jiang's words. "Your words seem a tad excessive. After all, he is past. What significance is there in contending for such trivial matters?" Wukong interjected unexpectedly. If his former comrades were present, would they not be astonished? "Young master, your words ring true. There is nothing to dispute. In my husband's lifetime, I attended to him day and night, preparing medicine and dressing him. And he cherished me as a precious gem," Jiang replied. After a pause, she added, "A couple united in heart and mind, even if his illness could not be cured." These fleeting months felt akin to a celestial couple. Suddenly, Qin-ji shook her head. "No, please stop." Jiang smiled gently. "What is it? Do you not wish to hear how devoted my husband and I were? Do you know that a woman's jealousy can lead to severance? It is no wonder your in-laws do not favor you. I beg you, cease your words. I have come merely to offer incense to my husband and will depart shortly." Qin-ji lamented. "Depart? Indeed, you can abandon him once more, just as before," Jiang said with a mocking tone. Qin-ji hurriedly replied, "That is not true." "I am not," Jiang retorted, "not true. Do you know? Ever since my husband left this world, I feared he would be lonely. So I came here daily to keep him company, from dawn until dusk. But you abandoned him for a full 4 years. Not 4 days, nor 4 months, but 4 years." Qin-ji spoke bitterly. I. Jiang shook her head. "No need to speak. What you wish to say, should my husband know, he would not wish to hear it." Qin-ji fell silent. Jiang then declared, "You wish to offer incense? Very well, but you must promise me one thing." Qin inquired, "What is it?" "As long as I can fulfill it." Jiang replied, "Fear not. You certainly can. This task is not difficult at all. After you have offered your incense, I want you to leave Qinzhou immediately, never to return. You do not deserve to remain here." They fell silent once more, and recognized that this was not the moment to intrude upon her thoughts, remaining quietly by the side of the two. After a considerable time, raised her head and declared, "I promise you, once my wish is fulfilled, I shall never set foot in again." "Very well, remember your words." "I believe your husband would not wish to see you again either," remarked softly. Enveloped in silence, approached the spiritual altar, took 3 incense sticks, ignited them, and knelt before the altar, bowing 3 times without uttering a single word, her actions speaking volumes. When she finished offering the 3 sticks of incense, rose and addressed, "Thank you. I take my leave." She then approached and said, "Young Master Yun, let us depart." At the of the remained silent, and scratched his head, admitting that he truly did not comprehend such intense emotions of love and hatred. "Are you all right?" inquired at that moment. Lifted her gaze to meet's for a brief moment before lowering her head slightly, assuring him, "Young Master Yun, do not worry. I am well." Wukong scratched his head again, saying, "Do not deceive me. Though I may not understand emotions, I am still aware of the profound sorrow that accompanies the absence of someone dear." The musician remained silent. Wukong, gazing at the shimmering surface of the river, continued, "I have heard my father say that love is love, and hatred is hatred. Emotions can be intricate or straightforward. It ultimately depends on the hearts of the 2 individuals involved. There is no need to overcomplicate matters." The musician looked at Wukong and remarked, "Young Master Yun, your words." Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, "Hee. My father says that to genuinely care for someone means to ensure their happiness every day, even if that person does not favor you or is even unaware of your existence." They nodded in agreement. The living have departed. Whether it is true or false has become inconsequential. If she was able to openly enjoy those moments, I can only express boundless gratitude and a sense of shame. She then gazed at the river, much like Wukong. "By the way, your wish has been fulfilled. Where will you go from here?" Wukong inquired. "Me? Accompanying. Making the seas my home. Wherever I wander shall be my dwelling," replied softly. "In truth, I can hardly recall how many times I have longed to relinquish all worldly ties and follow my beloved in this manner. Yet, I feel I have wronged him. I lack the courage to face him," said bitterly. "I tell myself that I must at least abandon my martial skills and dedicate myself to collecting the remnants of musical scores from ages past to fulfill his unfulfilled desires. Perhaps, only then would he be willing to meet me in dreams." Noticing Wukong's concerned gaze upon her, gently shook her head. "There is no need to worry. I am well aware of what must be done. I know that during the times I am not by his side, he surely experiences great pain and sorrow. Now, I merely reap the bitter fruits of the past. What right do I have to seek liberation through death?" Wukong expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Yun, for your assistance. It is only through your help that I can fulfill my wish. As for me, the Qin maiden has nothing to offer in return but to present a humble performance." At this moment, the Qin maiden remarked, "Oh, will you be singing?" Wukong inquired. The Qin maiden nodded and replied, "Indeed, Master Yun, please follow me." As Wukong followed the into a grove, he saw her gracefully settle down in front of a meticulously arranged guqin, her delicate fingers poised above the strings. Suddenly, the air was filled with the ethereal notes of the instrument, accompanied by the enchanting melody of her voice. Soft rains fall, gentle winds sway. Rooted in a love that lingers long, the song, with its poignant and melodious strains, evoked deep emotions, bringing tears to the eyes of listeners, even moving Wukong to a state of melancholy. He could vividly sense the profound pain residing within this heart. "Wukong, it appears your state of mind has elevated. You truly are a genius." The divine dragon within Wukong communicated silently. "Really? Are you saying my powers have increased?" Wukong inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, Wukong. It seems your arrival in this world was not entirely in vain. At the very least, you have come to understand the warmth and coldness of human emotions, the entanglements of love and hatred, experiences you had not encountered before, and thus your abilities have greatly enhanced. Yes, it seems I am rather fortunate. However, I have lost my tail and can no longer transform into Super Saiyan 4. Wukong expressed his concern. "Do not fret. Your tail has merely merged with your body, much like mine. In the future, you will not need the tail or moonlight to become Super Saiyan 4. Furthermore, should your powers continue to grow, Wukong, you could transcend Super Saiyan 4 and attain Super Saiyan 5. At that point, You shall be able to return to your original world. Is that true, Divine Dragon? Wukong asked in astonishment. Yes. Thus, your current strength need not rely solely on combat. It can also be enhanced through inner peace, for martial prowess is merely superficial. I understand now, Divine Dragon. I see that I have been too hasty in the past. Meanwhile, the played her Guqin, and Wukong, lost in her melodic voice, remained unaware of the tragic scene that was about to unfold at the 8th level of the Thousand Buddhas Pagoda. Upon returning to the inn, Wukong was immediately met with the concerned gaze of Surong. Tianhe, are you all right? I was so worried about you, Surong said, carefully examining Wukong for any injuries. Wukong shook his head and chuckled. I am quite well, so do not worry. Shuyong nodded but, noticing the absence of the, inquired of Wukong, by the way. Where is that sister of the? With a sigh, Wukong lamented, alas, she is to fulfill her wish and depart from Qinzhou. Siyuan responded, is that so? It is hardly surprising. After all, her husband has passed away. How could she possibly remain in this sorrowful place alone? By the way, Tianhe, could you share with me the events that transpired in the tower? Siyuan inquired. Certainly, Wukong nodded. And thus the two engaged in a candlelit conversation that lasted nearly the entire night. The following morning, Wukong, who had fallen asleep with his head resting on the table, was roused by Siyuan's gentle shaking. Tianhe, please wake up. Wukong, slightly bewildered, opened his eyes and inquired, What is the matter? Shuyong replied, it is dire news. A calamity has occurred. Yesterday, a woman took her own life within the Qinfua Tower, and it appears to be the very woman you referred to, known as Jiang. Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, really? He then calmed down and continued, in truth, I believe there is nothing wrong with her actions. Sihong inquired, what do you mean? He elaborated. If she wishes to descend to accompany a certain man, that is her own desire. My father once said that a person has the right to choose their own life and death according to their wishes, regardless of whether it is right or wrong. It is indeed a remarkable thing. Sihong gazed at Wukong, and although he spoke such profound words, which were relayed to him by his father, she was still taken aback and complimented, Tianhe, your words are truly eloquent. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled before adding, by the way, Qinhe might already know. But she is about to leave. She shouldn't be too heartbroken, right? Sihong replied, that Jiang woman may not have been loved by her husband in life, but in death. She certainly yearns to fight for it. Such sentiment is indeed quite moving. She then turned to Wukong and said, Tianhe, you must promise me that no matter what happens, you cannot die. You cannot abandon me. Wukong inquired with a hint of perplexity, what troubles you? I have not declared my impending demise, and the one capable of causing my death has yet to come into existence. Siyong, in a sudden rush of emotion, threw herself into Wukong's embrace, holding him tightly. Tianhe, I refuse to let you go. You have already taken residence in my heart. I do not seek your hand in marriage. I merely wish to accompany you. Wukong scratched his head in bemusement. Have I not always invited you to stay by my side? Is such fervor truly necessary? Siyong lifted her gaze to meet Wukong's, nodding earnestly. Yes, I understand now, Tianhe. I wish to be with you, never to part. Wukong nodded, yet an inappropriate sound interrupted the moment. Goo goo goo. Followed by a chuckle. Tianhe, are you hungry? Let us descend for breakfast, Sirong remarked with a smile. Wukong smiled and nodded. And then the two of them walked side by side out of the room. Upon reaching the staircase, they overheard some guests below engaged in conversation, their topic revolving around the tragic demise of the Jiang family. Have you heard? The wealthiest family in the city is facing another calamity. Which Qin family do you mean? Who else could it be? Their daughter-in-law took her own life last night in the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. The coroner has examined the body and concluded that she died from poison. What is even more peculiar is that the monks guarding the pagoda claim someone broke in last night, yet they cannot describe the intruder's appearance. The abbot has already decided to close the temple for 3 months, and the Qin family will likely not let this matter rest easily. Is it truly so? How do you know? Heh, my cousin is the cook at the temple, so I am certainly more informed than others. Alas, what a pity for the lovesick woman. After her husband's death, she remained so steadfast in her loyalty. As Wukong and his companion sat by a table to partake in their breakfast, Wukong suddenly heard a familiar voice exclaim, alas, that woman seems so pitiful. Wukong turned his gaze and raised the half-eaten bun in his hand, then called out to the person with a vague tone, oh, we meet again. Ah, you are here too? Came a girl's voice, reminiscent of a young child. Hee. Indeed, I was just about to look for you. Wukong replied with a smile, swallowing the remaining portion of the bun but nearly choking on it. Beside him, Sarong promptly handed over a cup of tea, saying, "Take your time, Tianha. Have some water." Observing their intimate exchange, Xuanji and Huaishua exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Xuanji then inquired of Wukong, "Who is she to you? Why is she so kind to you?" Wukong glanced at Si Yong, noticing her somewhat bashful demeanor. Though he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. "Her name is Yang Si Yong. She expressed her desire to join your esteemed Cheonghua sect," Wukong remarked. "What? You both wish to join our Cheonghua sect?" Xuanji exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I sought you out for this very reason. Is there something amiss?" Wukong nodded affirmatively. "However, it seems to me that your skills and cultivation have rendered you beyond the need for discipleship," Huaishua interjected. "What of that? I recall my father stating that the worthy should come first. Your Cheonghua sect possesses the art of sword flight, which I have yet to master. Hence my intention to learn. By the way, don't you have two lovely ladies accompanying you?" One of whom claimed to be your wife. Xuanji suddenly blurted out. Upon hearing this, Sion's complexion turned ashen. "As for them, Ling Sha has grown to detest my presence and wishes to avoid me. Thus, I have distanced myself. My father advised that if a girl finds you repugnant, it is best not to cross her path again," Yukong said, sipping his tea. "Did you two have a quarrel?" Huaishua inquired. "I am uncertain. All I know is that Ling Sha surely abhors me." "And what of the lady in purple?" Xuanji pressed. "Are you referring to Mingli?" "I cannot say. Perhaps she is with Ling Sha," Yukong replied. "What on earth is happening between you all? The more I hear, the more perplexed I become." Xuanji frowned, her brows knitting together. "Xuanji, let us refrain from meddling in others' affairs. We should hasten to find our master uncle." Huaishua whispered to her. Xuanji nodded and then suggested, "Senior brother, why not lend them a hand? After all, our master often speaks of the importance of harboring goodwill. Ultimately, whether they gain entry depends on their own efforts." With a sigh, Huaishua replied, "You truly are a child at heart." He then turned to Wukong and said, "In light of this, very well. Our repeated encounters may indeed be a matter of fate." Wukong inquired, "Is that true? Are you willing to take me to join the Cheonghua sect?" Huaishua nodded, and Xianji replied in a gentle voice, "Indeed. But whether you can join depends on your own efforts. I have no concerns about you. It is merely this sister." She then glanced at Si Rong, whose complexion had improved slightly. I am fine. I can also go," Si Rong said with a faint smile. "Very well. Since we have not caught up with Master Ziying and are about to return to the sect, why not travel with you on our swords?" Huaishua suggested. Yukong nodded, expressing his eagerness to experience the sensation of sword control. At the eastern gate of Qinshou, Huaishua turned to Wukong and Si Rong, inquiring if they were prepared. Wukong nodded, and Si Rong replied, "Yes, I am ready." "All right, begin." With a wave of his hand, Huaishua summoned a sword that hovered in midair before him. While on the other side, Xuanji had already stepped onto the blade. Wukong produced the sword Wangshu, and Huaishua, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "This sword possesses an exceptionally peculiar design." Xuanji also gazed at Washu and remarked, "Senior brother, this sword is quite bizarre, lacking even a sword guard. And its appearance diverges significantly from the ordinary. Perhaps the smith who forged it merely sought to attract attention." Wukong scratched his head and replied, "I never thought much of it before. After my parents bestowed the sword upon me, I have used it consistently. It was only after descending the mountain and encountering various swords that I realized it indeed appears quite distinct." Huaishua, with a serious demeanor, countered, "Yet we cannot hastily draw conclusions. This sword possesses formidable spiritual power and harbors immense cold energy." He then turned to Wukong and inquired, "Brother Yun, have you not noticed? Do you not find that wielding the sword does not harm you with its chilling aura?" Wukong shook his head. "Not at all." 383. "I have wielded this sword for quite some time. It bears no particular significance. It merely feels cool to the touch, making it most suitable for summer. Haha. Oh, indeed. Brother Yin possesses unfathomable prowess. This chill must pose no inconvenience to him," Huaishua remarked with a smile. "However, setting aside this sword, even if a blade possesses a spirit, its wielder must possess a commensurate strength to unleash its potential. Otherwise, a person cannot command the sword. And the sword cannot safeguard its master, such as the unavoidable reality." Huaishua's tone shifted as he resumed his seriousness. Wukong nodded in a daze, and Huaishua said, "All right. Enough of idle chatter. Let us set forth immediately." Xuanji, already growing impatient, chimed in, "All right, let us hurry along, but do be cautious. If you happen to fall from the sky, it won't be my concern, he. And with that, she took the lead into the air. Huaishua chuckled helplessly and then, with a flick of his wrist, sent the spell towards Wukong's companion, Washu, who immediately began to hover before the two. Wukong leapt onto the sword and swiftly pulled Surong up beside him, following closely behind Huaishua as they raced after Xuanji. Volume 2. Entering Chonghua upon arriving at Boxian Town. Wukong, having just taken to the skies, was unaware that two women were approaching from the eastern gate of Qin Prefecture, one clad in red and the other in purple. In the air, Wukong stood upon the Washu sword, with Surong tightly embracing his waist from behind. Wow, is this what it means to fly with a sword? Although the speed is not particularly swift, it is rather delightful. Wukong exclaimed with a grin. If we're not in a hurry, I'll definitely opt for sword flight in the future. For Wukong, sword flight was far slower than the Nimbus Cloud, let alone the soaring technique that followed an explosive burst of energy. Seeing Wukong appear so at ease, both Huaishua and Xuanji were momentarily taken aback. Realizing that the sword technique they had painstakingly mastered was being utilized by someone else leisurely. After a brief flight, the quartet arrived at the quaint Boxian town. Hee. This is indeed amusing, Wukong remarked cheerfully. Indeed, you are truly extraordinary, but ultimately, you must rely on yourselves to ascend the mountain and pass the trials to gain entry and apprenticeship, Huaishua replied with a smile. Oh, that is no trouble at all. Thank you, Wukong responded with a grin. Well then, we shall leave you here. You can inquire around in this town to find out how to ascend the mountain. Xuanji said with a playful tone. Yes, precisely. In that case, we shall bid you farewell. Perhaps our next meeting will find us as fellow disciples. Huaishua said with a cupped fist in salute. Wukong and Su New Jersey exchanged courteous gestures, but Su New Jersey, growing impatient, pulled Huaishua and soared into the sky on her sword. Esser-ing, let us go. Esser-ing, what troubles you? Wukong intended to suggest they investigate together, yet upon turning back, he beheld Esser-ing's countenance, marked by an expression of discontent and lingering sorrow. Oh, I am perfectly fine, you need not worry, Esser-ing replied with a forced smile. Although Wukong may appear foolish, he is not lacking in intelligence. He is aware of the hidden troubles that Sihong bears. He gently inquires, Sihong, please share with me what burdens your heart. Sihong glances at Wukong, her eyes glistening with tears, and suddenly throws herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Wukong, perplexed, gently pats her delicate back and asks, Sihong, what troubles you? Why are you crying? Amidst her sobs, Sihong's voice trembles as she asks, Tianhe, do you have a wife now? Wukong scratched his head, expressing his confusion. I am not entirely certain, but it seems to be the case. I was rather dazed when Ling Sha referred to me as her husband. I truly do not comprehend it. Shiyong lifted her gaze, ceasing her tears, and inquired, Husband? Are you suggesting that she has forcibly designated you as her spouse? Wukong nodded, and Sihong, wiping away her tears, smiled, and said, Well, since that is the case, I want it too. Huh? Wukong replied in surprise, asking, You do not mean to say that you wish for me to be your husband, do you? Sihong shyly nodded, saying, yes. Wukong, his voice barely above a whisper, responded, From today onward, I shall call you my beloved. Wukong was taken aback and inquired, Husband? Is that also a term for a spouse? How peculiar you all are, with such a multitude of titles for a husband. Shiyong replied, My dear, you are still inexperienced in the ways of the world. Perhaps you are yet to grasp the nuances. In time, you shall come to understand. Wukong nodded and said, Well, I am quite hungry now. Let us first find something to eat. Subsequently, Wukong and Surong walked side by side into the town. In the great hall of the post station, Wukong observed a peculiar figure before him, reminiscent of a Tibetan in his unusual attire. Ah. The western regions differ greatly from the central plains. We have lived in such homes for generations to shield ourselves from the harsh winds and relentless sun, the man chuckled. I see by your appearance that you are bound for the Immortal Mountain. Surprised, Surong inquired, Oh, you know we are headed to the Immortal Mountain? The man laughed softly. Indeed, the young gentleman carries a sword. It is evident he is not here for trade, but rather to seek the immortal. He continued, Even many from the central plains are aware of the deities residing atop the mountain. Coming here is a desire to catch a glimpse of the immortals. Surong then asked, Could you guide us to the path leading up the mountain? Certainly, the man replied. Everyone here knows the way. Upon leaving Boxian Town, head south, and you shall reach the Immortal Mountain. However, few are fortunate enough to encounter the immortals. Wukong inquired, Why? The mountainous path is fraught with perilous creatures. And while these monsters cannot be vanquished, many individuals have retreated back to the town. Some ventured forth and have not returned, perhaps taken away by deities. Shiyong, astonished, grasped Wukong's hand tightly. Wukong reassured her, "Fear not. Those monsters cannot contend with our strength." Upon witnessing Wukong's unwavering confidence, Shiyong felt a sense of relief and returned his smile with warmth. A thought struck her, and she remarked to the stranger, "It seems that the townsfolk all speak the Central Plains dialect and hold the Sword Immortal in high esteem, whom they refer to as a deity. If not for the distinct architecture and attire, surrounded by endless yellow sands, one would hardly discern this as the western region." The stranger elucidated, "My lady, the transformation of Boxian Town into an oasis is a result of divine compassion, as the waters from the celestial mountains flow down to us. We must never forget this grace. May the deities bless us. Without water, the merchants from the Central Plains would not come to trade. And it is they who have taught us their dialect." Wukong and Surong spent a night at the inn to recuperate. The following day, they rose and set off in the direction indicated by the innkeeper's wife. As they traversed the enchanting path of Tai, Surong furrowed her delicate brows, gazing at the lush, verdant forest that blanketed the mountains. She turned to Wukong and remarked, "My dear, I never anticipated that such a verdant and shaded haven existed here." Wukong scratched his head in agreement with Surong's words. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly paused and remarked in a subdued tone, "There is a presence of malice." Surong, being a delicate young woman, possessed merely a modicum of self-defense skills. She harbored no expectations of acquiring any significant knowledge of the Qianghua sect, and perhaps she was even less formidable than Wukong. Following him was sufficient for her. Yet, at this moment, she had learned nothing at all. Upon hearing of the existence of a monster, she quickly clung tightly to Wukong, trembling as she asked, "Is it true? Are there really monsters?" Wukong, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Naturally, without monsters, how can one call it a trial?" Just as he spoke, a creature resembling both an eagle and a bear plummeted from the sky, a true marvel of the bizarre. The monster's piercing crimson eyes fixated on Wukong and Xiyong, as if it yearned to devour them. However, there was an odd sense of hesitation in its gaze. Had it been ordinary people from days gone by, they would have surely succumbed to fear or become prey. Yet now, they stood against the mightiest warrior in the universe, Wukong himself. "Xiyong, do not fear," Wukong reassured, gently patting her back. Comforted by his embrace, Xiyong felt an unwavering sense of security, as though even if the heavens were to fall, she would remain untroubled. The earlier tension dissipated, and she merely nodded in response. Wukong also gazed at the monster, observing its incessant flapping of wings, rising and falling without respite. Its entire form shifting between hues of blue and brown, akin to a chameleon. Wukong, after sensing the aura, could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. For this monster seemed easily manageable even for Krillin and his companions. He had initially hoped to witness some extraordinary aspect of this so-called trial, but alas, it was not to be. With a firm hand, Wukong extended his palm towards the monster, which fixated its gaze upon the center of Wukong's hand. Suddenly, a small yellow dot began to emerge from the depth of his palm. Gradually, this dot expanded until it resembled a basin in size, not an exaggeration on Wukong's part, but rather a precaution against allowing the monster's remains to taint this exquisite locale. With a resounding whoosh, Wukong unleashed a wave of energy directed at the creature. Initially intrigued by the phenomenon manifesting in Wukong's hand, the monster soon realized, albeit too late, that it was destined for annihilation. Regrettably, it was already too late to evade the impending doom, as the energy wave was now but a mere 2 steps away. Just as it attempted to ascend, it sensed another blade of energy descending from above. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, this formidable creature met its untimely demise. Vanquished by the combined forces of the energy wave and the slicing aura, reduced to nothingness. "It's all over, Xiyong. The monster has been eradicated," Wukong whispered to her. Xiyong cautiously lifted her gaze towards the spot where the monster had stood, and indeed, only a pit remained, nothing else. Turning back, she gazed at Wukong with deep affection and softly remarked, "My dear, you are truly remarkable. I have no regrets in following you." Wukong, perplexed, seemed to contemplate something before raising his head and exclaiming, "Hey, come down." As soon as his words echoed, a figure clad in purple descended gracefully. The individual then clasped their hands in a gesture of respect and addressed Wukong, saying, "I trust you have been well, esteemed sir." Wukong chuckled, saying, "Indeed, we meet again. This time, I intend to undergo your trial before joining the Qianghua." The individual in question was none other than Murong Ziying, who replied, "I see. In that case, I truly should not have intervened earlier. No matter, you are now aware, and you may simply observe our trial later. Wukong waved his hand dismissively. It seems you possess great confidence. If that is the case, I shall not linger any longer. I hope to encounter you at the sect in due time. Ziying once more clasped his hands in respect towards Wukong before soaring away on his sword. At that moment, Siring, nestled in Wukong's embrace, lifted her head and inquired, "My dear, who was that person just now?" Wukong remarked, "That individual, I seem to have forgotten his name, but I vaguely recall it to be Ziying. He is also from the Qianghua sect and appears to hold a rather esteemed position." Xixiang responded, "He looks quite youthful, not much older than us." Wukong nonchalantly remarked, "What does it matter? The adept takes precedence. As long as one possesses knowledge beyond my own, I shall gladly take them as my teacher." Shuyang chuckled, then, "If it were a mere child, would you still regard them as your master?" Wukong remarked, "What is there to prevent it? Even if I do not vocally acknowledge him as my master, in my heart, I regard him as such." Hearing Wukong's earnest and genuine declaration, Xiyong gently replied, "My dear, you truly are a man of great sincerity. However, you must be cautious not to trust others too readily, for that may lead to misfortune." Who is the Nine Heaven Xin knew? In the interim, relying on Wukong's formidable cultivation, he seriously sent the obstructing monsters to the underworld. Thus, after a little over an hour, the two arrived at the gates of the Qianghua sect. The majestic architecture and stunning scenery were breathtaking. Even the entrance itself exuded grandeur. Despite the presence of two seemingly bothersome gatekeepers, is this truly the Qianghua sect? How magnificent it is! Xiyong, an ordinary woman, could hardly contain her excitement upon witnessing such a remarkable sect for the very first time. Wukong observed his surroundings with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the scene before him. It was hardly surprising, for he had traversed countless realms, the king of worlds, the underworld, the celestial realm, having experienced the marvels of a world steeped in advanced technology. "Soren, let us proceed," Wukong remarked to Soren, who nodded in agreement as they advanced. However, the two guardians stationed at the entrance promptly interposed themselves, declaring, "Please halt. Entry is forbidden to those who are not disciples of this gate." Wukong remarked, "We seek to become disciples through trials. Would you kindly assist us in this endeavor?" Mingguang responded, "The sect leader has decreed that I am currently overwhelmed with numerous affairs and cannot attend to other matters. I kindly ask you all to return." Xiyong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Surely you jest. After all our efforts to ascend here, how can it end like this?" Mingchen interjected, "If you are unwilling to descend, you may linger in the Tai immortal path for a few days." "A few days? How many days does that entail?" Xiyong pouted adorably, her expression quite endearing. "Indeed." Mingchen hesitated at the sight of her. "Well, we are merely following orders. Please do not make this difficult for us, young lady." Mingguang, unable to endure his junior's demeanor, admonished, "Junior brother, there is no need to engage them further." He then returned to his original position. Mingchen, with a subdued tone, acquiesced and also resumed his place. Just as Xiyong was about to express her frustration, Wukong gently pulled her downwards. "My dear, why are you dragging me? After all our struggles to reach this point, are we truly to return just like this?" Xiyong said, her reluctance palpable. Wukong waved his hand, conceding that it appeared the others had pressing matters to attend to. It seemed we had arrived at an inopportune moment. Perhaps we should linger here for a few days. However, the previous location was rather frigid, and the thought of returning there was unappealing. Thinking back to the cold place they had just traversed, Sarong shivered at the memory. "Despite the absence of any monsters, then allow me to escort you down the mountain. I shall carry you as we descend," Wukong proposed after a moment of contemplation. "No, I do not wish to part from you," Sarong replied, playfully nestled against Wukong's embrace. "Regardless, we must sneak in, or I shall not be satisfied." Wukong, perplexed, scratched his head in confusion. Just as he pondered what to do next, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Turning his head, he beheld a man adorned in the attire of the Qianghua sect striding towards him. The man cast a glance at Wukong and his companion, momentarily taken aback by their presence, but quickly regained his composure. He then addressed Wukong, saying, "The sect leader wishes to summon you both." Wukong glanced around and, uncertain, pointed to himself, asking, "Are you referring to us?" The man nodded helplessly. Shuyong inquired, "But just a moment ago, didn't you say we wouldn't be seen? How is it that we are now?" Feeling a bit flustered, Shuyong quickly stepped out of Wukong's embrace, composed herself, and addressed the man, "I am unaware of this. I merely relay the message from the sect leader. However, Once we meet the sect leader, it is imperative to refrain from speaking or acting recklessly. Regardless of whether you are disciples of this sect, adherence to rules and decorum is essential. It appears you're a couple, yet even so. Excessive displays of intimacy are inadvisable, the man replied slowly. Oh, I see. Yukong nodded, and Shuyong followed suit. Then, please lead the way, Shuyong requested. Subsequently, Yukong and Shuyong trailed behind the man, both observing the architecture around them, particularly the grand statue at the center. Who is that figure? Yukong inquired, gazing at the imposing statue. The man replied nonchalantly, she is the Lady of the Nine Heavens. The Lady of the Nine Heavens? Shuyong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, the man confirmed. Wow, it seems joining the Chonghua sect is truly a splendid choice, don't you think, dear husband? Shuyong asked Yukong. Yukong scratched his head, perplexed. Who is the Lady of the Nine Heavens? I don't know her. Is she really powerful? Shuyong sighed, and the man sighed as well. Upon arriving in the hall, they noticed a figure standing on the high platform, facing away from Yukong and the others. Sect leader, the disciples have brought them here. The man announced. Step back, the woman's cool voice echoed. Understood. With that, the man exited the hall. The woman turned, revealing a strikingly beautiful and serene visage to the two. Shuyong felt a twinge of jealousy, while Yukong remained unfazed, observing their composed demeanor without a hint of nervousness. The woman nodded in satisfaction, then turned her attention to Yukong, scrutinizing his face closely. To her surprise, her breath quickened momentarily, but being the seasoned sect leader, she quickly regained her composure. I am sect leader Suyao. What is your name? She inquired. Yukong inquired, me? I am called Yunian. Yun Tianqing is your father? Suyao asked. Indeed. Do you know my father? Then what about my mother? Yunian responded. Your mother, could it be Suyu? Suyao asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Yukong chuckled with surprise, exclaiming, wow, master, you even know my mother. It seems we are acquaintances. Suyao gazed at Yukong's smile. Although she perceived him merely as a child, it appeared that within this young soul resided the essence of a mature man. Suppressing a flicker of unease within her heart, she addressed Yukong. Today, while in the house of revering heaven, I consulted the celestial pearl and learned that a child of an old friend would arrive, surely. The omen refers to you. Yukong inquired, did my parents stay here? Indeed, but unfortunately, they departed the mountain midway, Suyao replied. Yukong nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly, Suyao inquired. Is it that your father harbors regrets, which is why he instructed you to ascend the mountain and seek a master? Yukong shook his head and replied, no. I came here on my own, along with Serong. My father and mother are living quite well on Qingwan Peak. Suyao, as if she had just heard an astonishing piece of news, exclaimed in surprise, you mean to say your mother is still alive? Yukong inquired curiously, what is it? Suyao murmured to herself, no, it cannot be true. Suyu, she has lost the essence of Shiha. How can she still be alive? The master asked. What are you saying? What is the Shiha? Yukong's keen ears caught a hint of something. Suyao shook her head and replied, it is nothing. Nevertheless, since it has come to this, I shall proceed. Recently, our sect is to witness a significant event. I had not intended to complicate matters, but in light of old friendships, I shall allow you a chance to prove yourselves. If you can pass the trial, I will make an exception and permit your entry into the sect. What harm could it do? Yukong nodded, expressing his contentment. That is satisfactory. I do not wish to leverage my acquaintance with your parents for any advantage. I aspire to face the trials through my own merit. Observing Yukong's serious demeanor, Suyao suddenly felt her long-dormant heart begin to stir. What if one does not succeed? Asked Siyong, who had remained silent until now. Then it would simply indicate that your fates are not aligned with the path of cultivation, and we would have to ask you to descend the mountain, Suyao replied. Oh. Very well, Siyong nodded in agreement. If you are prepared, please step forward, Suyao added once more. Yukong was naturally untroubled, and Sihong accompanied him as they approached Suyao. Upon catching a whiff of the masculine aura emanating from Yukong, Suyao's delicate face flushed slightly, and her breath became noticeably hurried. Observing the infatuated gaze of Suyao, Sihong understood that Suyao had developed feelings for Yukong. Although she was aware that Yukong would undoubtedly attract many women in the future, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her, prompting her to clear her throat with a hint of hostility. Startled by this interruption, Suyu quickly regained her composure, questioning her own behavior. How could she have succumbed to such emotions? Where had her usual aloofness vanished to in his presence? He was younger than her. Could it be that she had truly fallen for him? These thoughts raced through Suyao's mind. Regaining her tranquility, Wukong spoke. We are prepared for 4. 3. Will you not escort us? Suyu replied, oh, certainly, and began to chant an incantation. Focus your spirit. By the command of the Xian Nu, let all beings be informed. Freely traversing, ascend to the purple micro. A blue light enveloped Wukong and Si-Hong, and in an instant, the blue radiance and Wukong's figure vanished, covering her chest. Suyu murmured to herself, what is wrong with me? Why did I behave so inappropriately? Could it be that I truly have feelings for him? Surely not. This is our first meeting. Is this what they call love at first sight? In the next moment, Wukong and Surong found themselves in a realm reminiscent of outer space, distinguished only by the presence of a platform and gourds floating gracefully in the air. Where are we? Wukong inquired, turning to observe their surroundings. My dear husband. What are those gourds in the sky? Surong asked, gazing at the floating gourds with a perplexed expression. Wukong glanced at the scene before him and remarked, allow me to take one down for a closer inspection. With that, he soared into the air, plucking a gourd from above his head before gracefully descending. The sound of pop resonated. But do not be mistaken, it was merely the sound of the gourd stopper being removed. Wukong brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, what an exquisite fragrance. Silently, Si-Young followed suit, her delicate nose twitching as she observed, this. It resembles wine, my lord. Wine? Wukong inquired. In memories of the honeyed wine he had savored at Uncle Lu's flooded his mind. In a moment of forgetfulness, he raised the gourd and took a generous swig. Si-Young was taken aback. After all, they were amidst a trial. My lord, how can you indulge in wine at this moment? Wukong set down the gourd and muttered to himself, the taste is not as delightful as Uncle Lu's honeyed wine. Si-Young chuckled softly and replied, my dear husband. You are truly amusing. Wukong scratched his head and smiled, discarding the gourd. Just as he was about to leave, Si-Young suddenly pointed upward, exclaiming, my lord, look. Wukong looked up and noticed that the gourd he had just removed had reappeared in its place. What is happening? I just took it away, drank from it, and threw it aside, he said with a furrowed brow. My dear, this is an illusion. The distinction between reality and falsehood is difficult to discern. We should continue our training, Sijua replied. Wukong nodded, and then began to walk along the path ahead. It was truly unexpected that the sect leader was a woman, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. Si-Hong, while speaking, discreetly observed Wukong's expression. Noticing that Wukong maintained a neutral, perhaps even indifferent demeanor, Si-Hong couldn't help but feel a sense of joy, for she understood that Wukong was not the type to be easily swayed by beauty. However, judging by her earlier demeanor, it seemed that she had indeed developed feelings for her husband. With a hint of jealousy, Si-Hong remarked, Developed feelings? What do you mean? Wukong asked, somewhat bewildered. Si-Hong smiled gently and replied, it means, much like myself, you have grown fond of him. Wukong remarked, do you fancy me? Surely. You are not yet another woman aspiring to be my wife. Si-Young nodded, unabashedly declaring, indeed, that is precisely the case. Wukong, momentarily at a loss for words, soon noticed a figure not far away. There is someone over there. Let us inquire about the way, he suggested, dashing towards the individual. Si-Young, playfully stomping her foot and clutching her garment, called out in a sweet tone, my dear, do slow down, wait for me. With a sound akin to a car halting, Wukong came to a stop before the stranger. Moments later, Si-Young, breathless, joined him, leaning against him as she caught her breath from the exertion. My dear, why do you run so swiftly? I am utterly exhausted, she sighed, her breath fragrant. I apologize. I inadvertently exerted myself, Wukong chuckled. I shall not speak to you any longer, Si-Young pouted, turning away in playful reproach. What was intended as a flirtatious gesture, however, was misinterpreted by the emotionally oblivious Wukong, who mistakenly believed she shared the same disdain for him as Ling Sha did. Si-Young had anticipated a heartfelt apology from Wukong, yet his silence lingered. Gradually, she turned back, stealing a glance at him, and was startled by what she saw. Wukong stood there, somewhat forlorn, seemingly at a loss, devoid of his usual warmth, replaced instead by a palpable sense of despair. Dearest, are you well? What troubles you? Si-Young quickly inquired, concern etched across her face. Wukong softly remarked, you, like Ling Sha, harbor a dislike for me, which leaves me somewhat disheartened. Si-Rong, taken aback by the intensity of her own actions, quickly embraced Wukong and gently reassured him, silly husband. How could I ever dislike you? In fact, I cherish you dearly. My earlier behavior was merely a playful display. I shall gradually convey my true feelings to you. Oh, Wukong nodded, albeit with a hint of shyness. An old man, seated atop a large gourd and deep in slumber, interrupted the moment. "Excuse me, may I disturb you?" Sirong inquired, her irritation beginning to surface. Wukong gently tugged at her and addressed the elderly figure with kindness. Old man, old man." Finally, the old man stirred, mumbling sleepily, "Fine wine." Suddenly, Sirong let out a delicate cry. "Wake up." The exclamation startled even Wukong, causing the old man to awaken with a bewildered expression, exclaiming, "Ah, the wine from my dreams. It's gone. All gone. Ah, did you not see that I was napping? You disrupted my slumber, and now I can't savor the exquisite wine from my dreams." Wukong then spoke. "I sincerely apologize. We did not intend to disturb your slumber. We merely wish to inquire how to exit from here." The old man gazed at Wukong, observing that there was not a trace of decay or dullness in his demeanor, coupled with an inviting aura that naturally drew one closer. He replied gently, "Ah, so you are the little one sent from the Qianghua sect." Wukong nodded and inquired, "Indeed. Esteemed elder, do you happen to know anyone from the Qianghua sect? Could you possibly enlighten us on the way out?" The old man suddenly sighed softly. "Alas, with all this commotion, the spirits of my wine have been stirred, clamoring incessantly. Are you hungry? I have an abundance of buns. If you desire, I can offer you some," Wukong said as he rummaged through his bundle. The old man shook his head. "What use is dry food to me? I am the wine immortal, and naturally, I crave wine. Come now, why are you so stubborn? Drinking excessively can harm your health. Are you not aware?" Shuyang remarked discontentedly. The old man burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Do not speak of drunkenness. When inebriated, the world is vast and boundless. Drinking is delightful. Indeed, drinking is delightful." Wukong pondered. "Does my father also have such a fondness for wine?" The wine immortal replied, "Speaking of which, you two youngsters startled others from their beautiful dreams just now, depriving me of the delightful wine I longed for, yet you still wish for my assistance. How whimsical." After a brief pause, he continued, "I just dreamed of honeyed wine. A rare delight indeed. Oh, how exquisite it was. Yes, honeyed wine. My father is quite fond of it as well." Wukong chuckled. The wine immortal gazed at Wukong and remarked, "Is that so? Just by looking into your innocent eyes, I can tell you speak the truth. Not merely flattering me for your amusement. Ha ha ha. We are indeed fated to cross paths. However, since you have deprived me of my drink, you must procure some for me. Here's the deal. Fetch me 99 jars of fine wine and fill this cask behind me. If I can indulge, I shall surely assist you in return." 99 jars. Sihong exclaimed, "Is that not excessive?" The wine immortal retorted, "What of it? I regard wine as my very essence. I would rather do without sustenance than forego wine. Now, off you go. But if you drink so much at once, one to your head spin?" "Last time, I could hardly manage a little," Wukong replied. "You are quite amusing, asking so many questions while seeking my aid. This reminds me of a young man from long ago who brought me great joy. Upon closer inspection, you bear a striking resemblance to him." The wine immortal chuckled. "My dear, is he referring to your father?" Sihong quietly inquired of Wukong. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. "It appears that my father has indeed visited." The wine immortal remarked, "Enough of idle chatter. Off you go. Should your movements lack swiftness, I shall be quite displeased." Wukong and Sirong, feeling helpless, decided to rise and assist in the search for wine. "My dear, with so much to carry, where shall we store it?" Sirong lamented, gazing at the countless gourds above, nearly overwhelmed. "Fear not, for I possess this," Wukong declared, producing a bag. This bag is known as the treasure bag, capable of holding countless items. Not merely 99 jars of wine, but even 99 billion could be contained within. Wukong chuckled. "Oh, my dear, you never cease to astonish me. Just how many secrets do you harbor?" Sirong gazed at Wukong in fascination. Wukong had spent quite a substantial amount of time in the company of women, and at this moment, he unexpectedly felt a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "Oh, my dear, you're blushing. How astonishing that you could feel shy," Sirong exclaimed, her expression akin to someone who had just witnessed a momentous event. Let us find some wine. Ha, wine," Wukong declared, as he reached for the nearest gourd and stowed it away in his bag. Sirong chuckled softly and began to assist him, gathering another gourd that rested against the ground and placing it into his hands. After an hour and more of diligent searching, they finally finished their task. "Sirong, how many do we have now?" Wukong inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "My dear, I just counted. You found 542 bottles, while I've discovered 500. That's in excess of 43 bottles," Sirong replied, astonished, for she had become quite engrossed in their endeavor. "Well, We shall take the surplus home for my father to enjoy, as he has a fondness for wine, Yukong said with a smile. Very well. But where shall we store these 43 extra bottles? Sirong asked. Fear not. I possess another bag. We can simply place them there, Rukong reassured her, producing yet another bag. At this, Sirong was somewhat displeased and seized the bag from him, declaring, My dear, since you have so many bags, this one shall be mine. Rukong pondered for a moment before saying, Oh, very well, it matters not to me. Just ensure that you present the wine to my father when the time comes. Sihong smiled and nodded, and together they turned to stride towards the wine immortal. Hey, old immortal, we have completed our task, Sihong announced to him. Good, that was quite swift. You two are quite nimble. Just pour it into the cauldron behind me, the wine immortal replied, somewhat befuddled. Subsequently, Yukong and Sihong jointly emptied the 99 jars of wine into the cauldron, remarkably. It filled it perfectly, neither overflowing nor falling short. It seems he anticipated this. Otherwise, such precision would be improbable, Sihong commented. By the way, old man, now that we have finished, what about the exit? Wukong inquired of the wine immortal. No need to rush, I shall facilitate your journey. The wine immortal said, waving his large sleeves, conjuring a teleportation array before Wukong and Sihong. Is that it? Can we return now? Sihong asked. Of course not. There are further trials ahead. Oh, Wukong nodded. What other trials remain? Ha ha ha. Little one, don't be impatient. Let me think for a moment. You have already passed the trial of wine. Next, let me see. He glanced at Sihong beside Wukong. I see you have quite the fortune in companionship. This flower-like maiden must have a fondness for you, so you may bypass the trial of lust. What do you mean by fondness? I am his wife, Sihong corrected shyly. The wine immortal chuckled heartily. Oh, ha ha. It seems I misjudged the situation. Very well, the trial of lust is waived. You do not strike me as a lecherous sort. I shall send you directly to the trial of wealth. Now off you go. I intend to indulge in fine wine and enjoy a deep slumber. You two must hasten to pass your trials. Well then, thank you, immortal, Wukong said, cupping his hands in gratitude. He then took Sihong's hand, and they stood upon the teleportation array. Moments later, they vanished in a flash. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a realm of illusions concerning wealth. This person appears rather unimpressive, Wukong observed, fixating on an elderly man riding a lion dance, yet adorned in the attire of the god of wealth, with a stern expression and a large jade rui in hand. He gazed ahead as if everyone owed him a fortune. Even the expression of his mount mirrored his own seriousness. How solemn. He does not speak, Sihong whispered to Wukong. It seems this trial will not be simple. Let us inquire, he said, approaching the man. Excuse me, how does one pass this trial? Not difficult, not difficult. Just make me happy, the man replied with an air of arrogance, inciting a desire to confront him. And how might we bring you joy? Sihong asked. Ahem. With a rather impressive hum, he commanded, Go and procure 10 precious gems for me, but heed this. I desire only the most valuable 9-eyed stones. The rest are of no interest to me. The mention of 9-eyed stones left Wukong and Sirong exchanging puzzled glances, both unaware of what these treasures entailed. What do they look like? They inquired. How could you be so ignorant? It is evident that you lack the means to generate wealth and are destined for poverty. He retorted, his eyes wide with surprise, as if he had just received astonishing news. A 9-eyed stone is simply a golden stone. It is astonishing that you do not know this. Guiding you is a task that demands both time and effort, so off you go, bring me 11 9-eyed stones. Wait. Why the extra stone? Sirong questioned. Since you asked, the additional stone is my reward for answering your query. Now, go and find me 12 gems, declared the god of wealth, brimming with confidence. Is this a trick? Aren't you supposed to distribute wealth? Sirong muttered discontentedly, finding fault with his greedy demeanor. Little girl, do not presume that I cannot hear your whispers. You ask, and I respond. There are countless deities of wealth in the heavens. If I do not devise ways to amass riches, how could I possibly share any? This attire alone is rather costly, he added, before instructing, now. Seek out 13 9-eyed stones. Just as Sirong was about to lose her temper, Wukong pulled her back, saying, Let it be. The more we talk, the more he demands. We should simply go and find the gems. Sirong thought to herself, If not for my husband holding me back and my own lack of martial skill, I would certainly teach you a lesson. The god of wealth stroked his beard and remarked, This advice comes at no cost. You are quite clever, little one. Be swift in your return. Reluctantly, Wukong and Sirong set out on their quest for the stones. After an hour had passed, they returned. presenting a bag of 9-eyed stones to the god of wealth. Excellent, excellent, he exclaimed with glee. Quickly, hand them over. However, just as he reached for them, Sarong swiftly snatched the bag and hid it behind her back, saying, not so fast. Wukong inquired, Sarong, is something amiss? Sarong turned to the god of wealth and said, Dear god of wealth, do take a closer look. Is this what you seek? Indeed, do hurry and deliver it to me, he retorted. A hint of anger evident in his demeanor. Unfazed, Sarong chuckled playfully, hee hee. Since you are the god of wealth, you must surely understand the principles of commerce, correct? Have you not heard of the adage payment upon delivery? With that, she waved her hand, and a teleportation array materialized. The god of wealth, his expression serious, nodded thoughtfully, indeed. That holds merit. Sarong then turned to Wukong and said, My dear, could you please count the gemstones I just placed in your pouch? Wukong nodded and began counting. There are 3 extra 16 in total. At these words, the god of wealth's eyes widened in shock. Shirong giggled, since the god of wealth seems so fond of these gems. They must be quite valuable. I just happened to take a few extra, planning to sell them later. Oh, trying to make a profit? Wukong remarked. But I have money. You know. Ah, husband. Shirong stamped her foot lightly before leaning in to whisper in his ear, It's not about your wealth. I'm doing this because. The god of wealth heard nothing, only seeing Wukong nod repeatedly. But, isn't this a bit improper? Couldn't we just proceed on our own? Wukong murmured. What's the harm? You're too kind-hearted, husband. Such innocence might lead to your disadvantage someday, Shirong chided. Well, if you say so, fine, Wukong conceded with another nod. You cannot. The god of wealth snarled. These gems are no ordinary trinkets. You must not take the extras. TCH. We couldn't care less. The gates open. Here are your 13 gems. Transaction complete, Shirong retorted dismissively, unfazed by his menacing glare. Insolence. How dare you address the god of wealth in such a manner? None of you shall leave. His aura flared with lethal intent. Looking for a fight? Wukong shielded Shirong behind him. We had an agreement, payment upon delivery. Are you reneging on your word? Do you even understand basic commerce? Shirong peeked out defiantly. You, such audacity. Foolish youths, toying with your lives. Do not assume the god of wealth only counts coins and cannot fight. His fury erupted. Fine by me. I do love a good brawl, Wukong grinned, cracking his knuckles with a series of sharp pops. The god of wealth swallowed hard, regret dawning as he finally noticed Wukong's cultivation level was unfathomable. Unlike the seemingly ordinary woman beside him, this man was no common mortal. Trouble indeed. Never has anyone dared to take extra gems. Every challenger has obeyed with trembling reverence. You, especially you, are utterly shameless. He jabbed a finger at Shirong, mustering false bravado. With a serious expression, Wukong declared, If you wish to fight, then face me. Do not bully women. The words filled Shirong's heart with warmth and sweetness. Wukong was her celestial protector, safeguarding her from all harm. Shirong, please step aside. It would be unfortunate if you were hurt, Wukong advised her. Aware of her inability to assist, Shirong nodded slightly and replied, Then, my dear, please take care. Before moving away a little, Wukong gazed at the god of wealth and asked, Are we to engage here or below? The god of wealth, momentarily speechless, was so incensed that his beard nearly split, while Shirong erupted in laughter. In a fit of fury, the god of wealth mounted his lion and descended, and Wukong, with a subtle smile, soared into the air, gradually landing before him. The god of wealth was taken aback, realizing he could not fathom Wukong's cultivation level, and that this being capable of flight was no ordinary individual. His life was potentially at stake. I have arrived. Brace yourself. Wukong exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of battle. And without further ado, he launched a punch. Ah, you scoundrel. How dare you launch a sneak attack? The god of wealth exclaimed, suddenly sporting a black eye, covering his face with his hands as he glared at Wukong. I wasn't even prepared. With a hearty laugh, Wukong scratched his head and exclaimed, Haha, my apologies. I'm simply overwhelmed with excitement. It has been ages since I last engaged in a brawl. The mere thought of a fight sends my spirits soaring. The god of wealth, grasping the jade scepter, declared, Come forth. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wukong's figure vanished from sight. Just as he felt a disturbance behind him and turned to inquire, What? A startled scream escaped his lips as Wukong delivered another punch, sending him soaring from the lion, earning him the infamous panda eyes. Oh, splendid. My dear, you are truly remarkable, transforming him into a panda. Sihong giggled, unable to contain her delight, finally releasing the pent-up frustration she had endured earlier. My apologies. I may have exerted too much force. Are you all right? Wukong said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. You, and this little vixen are nothing but scoundrels. The god of wealth growled menacingly. What did you just say? Though lacking any formidable power. His voice sent shivers down the spine, echoing eerily, reminiscent of Chi-Chi's tone. Turning around, he spotted Si-Hong, her expression darkened, striding towards the god of wealth. Each step seeming to pound heavily upon his heart. Wukong instinctively turned around and was met with the incessant cries of the god of wealth. Ouch. That hurts. Weren't you just so fierce? Don't call me little girl again. Silently mocking, Sarong retorted. Ah, please, stop kicking. You've struck my precious. Humph, kick? I intend to trample. The next wail from the god of wealth echoed. Oh no. Even Wukong felt a chill between his legs and dared not turn back. Fearing the sight of Sarong, whose temperament bore a striking resemblance to Chi-Chi, Wukong silently mourned for the god of wealth, hoping he could endure the situation. Ah. We meet again, he said. Oh, please stop. I concede. The god of wealth had been beaten to the point of resembling the heavenly marshal, with not a single appealing feature left on his face. Even his long beard had been transformed by Sarong into something reminiscent of a circus magician's. Humph. How dare you abuse your power? The god of wealth is so esteemed, yet he is merely human. Had you not been born of your mother? Could you still claim the title of god of wealth? How shameless to look down upon your own kind. Truly, you are unworthy of that title, Sarong scoffed. Indeed. Even if one is an omnipotent deity, at the core, one is still a life. A small existence nurtured by one's mother, Wukong reflected, touched by Sarong's words. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore. I'll let you pass. Just stop. The god of wealth mumbled, clutching his battered face. Then hurry up, Sarong retorted. The god of wealth shuddered suddenly, and with a wave of his hand, the earlier array shifted in hue. Sarong shot him a glance, warning. If you dare to play tricks, I shall ensure you receive a proper greeting. She emphasized the word greeting heavily. After casting one last look at the god of wealth, Sarong approached Wukong and said, My dear, let us depart. Wukong, regaining his senses, replied, Oh, very well. The two stepped into the teleportation array. And just as they were about to vanish, a package fell to the ground, opening upon impact, revealing several extra 9-eyed stones. Are we truly back? Wukong pondered, as the scene shifted before him, landing them in the palace of Suyao. Indeed, it happened much faster than I anticipated. Suyao's calm, yet inexplicably excited voice resonated. This is because Wukong was about to voice the truth without a second thought, but Xiong, ever vigilant, swiftly covered his mouth and interjected. Because we have all diligently persevered through the trials. Suyao nodded in agreement, prompting Xiong to release her grip, casting a playful glance at Wukong. Perplexed, Wukong could not comprehend the situation, for he was not one to deceive. Pray tell, were those events truly real? Wukong inquired. Life is but a fleeting dream. How can one discern what is illusion and what is truth? You merely experienced a dream within a dream, having momentarily transcended your physical forms, Suyao explained with serene composure. As cultivators, we strive to transcend the great dream of life and death, thereby glimpsing the true essence of the world. I see, Wukong responded, somewhat bewildered. As long as I act with a clear conscience and do not harm others for my own gain, I shall continue to do as I please. Upon hearing this, both Xiong and Suyu gazed at Wukong in mild astonishment. Wukong, sensing their scrutiny, looked down at himself and then behind him, scratching his head. I have nothing on me. Xiong shook her head in exasperation. Her husband was simply too honest. Perhaps it was this very trait that endeared him to many young women. Suyo, however, regarded Wukong with a complex expression. Although he appeared to be under 20, he exuded an aura of maturity. On the surface, he seemed like an ordinary person. Yet he possessed an intrinsic ability to instill a sense of security in others. Yun Tianhe, may I have a look at the sword you carry? Suyo requested of Wukong. Wukong nodded, drawing forth the sword from behind him. Suyo inquired with a nod, From where did you acquire this sword? Wukong said, This was given to me by my parents. How does it perform? I seldom use it, but since it is quite substantial, it feels rather convenient to wield. Wukong continued, Has there been any change recently? Suyo inquired. Speaking of changes, I recalled when I was at Qingwan Peak with Ling Sha, although Ling Sha did not touch this sword. It suddenly began to glow and then vanished, Wukong reflected. Suyao remained silent, while Sihong remarked, Could it be that this sword once belonged to the Chenghua sect? Without responding to Sihong, Suyao addressed Wukong, This sword is extraordinary. You must take great care of it and never be negligent. She shifted her tone to a serious note. Our sect has always revered the sword, cultivating it as a means to ascend to the realm of unity with heaven and man. As you have just begun your journey, possessing such a divine weapon will undoubtedly yield greater results with lesser effort. Then, will we be able to commence our studies of immortal arts soon? Si-hong asked. You are an ordinary girl. Although you lack cultivation, your foundation is commendable. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, it is quite possible for you to attain immortality in the future. Suyu replied to Si-hong. Really? Si-hong exclaimed with delight. But then, feeling a tinge of melancholy from the mention of her lack of cultivation, she asked Suyao. How long will it take for me to achieve something substantial? Suyao responded. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. It depends on fate. Oh, well then, Si-hong nodded. Only to suddenly recall that her husband was a person of profound cultivation, capable of defeating even deities. So what was there to fear? I originally intended for an elder of the Xian generation to teach you personally, but unfortunately, he is away, and I must seek another candidate. Although this individual holds the title of your Shirshu martial uncle, the principles of respect and etiquette must not be neglected. One must honor the path of the master. Suyao explained. What does that mean? Yukong asked Si-hong. It means that regardless of their age, as long as they entered the path before us, we must call them Shirshu. Si-hong clarified. Oh, I see. Yukong turned to Suyao and asked, Who is this person? Suyu remained silent, and at that moment, a figure entered through the door. Respectfully addressing Suyao, disciple Murong Ziying has come as commanded. Ah, it's you. Si-hong exclaimed in surprise, and Yukong smiled as he looked at him. Oh, we meet again. Do you know each other? Suyao inquired. Reporting to the sect master, the disciple has encountered them several times at the foot of the mountain. This familiar figure, adorned in Xianghua attire and carrying a sword, was none other than Murong Ziying. Suyao remarked, Oh, how splendid. It seems I have not chosen incorrectly. After a pause, she continued, Ziying, these are the new disciples under your guidance. You are indeed exceptional among your peers, yet you lack teaching experience. Consider this an opportunity for practice. Ziying promptly replied with respect, Yes, I will wholeheartedly impart knowledge and not disgrace the sect master's command. Suyu waved her hand and turned away. All right, you may all leave now. The remaining matters will be arranged by Ziying. 3 individuals nodded in unison and stepped out of the hall together. Suyao, remaining behind, slowly turned around, her gaze lingering on the departing figure of Yukong. An expression of bewilderment crossing her features. Outside the hall. Must we truly address you as Master Uncle? You appear scarcely older than us. Perhaps senior brother would be more fitting. Si-rong remarked, clearly reluctant to refer to Ziying as Master Uncle. It seemed rather awkward to be addressed in such a manner by someone of similar age. This is the headmaster's directive. I am powerless to alter it. Ziying replied with resignation. And what about you, my dear? Si-rong inquired of Yukong. Me? I am indifferent. As long as I can learn that which I do not yet know, the title matters little to me, he responded nonchalantly. Si-rong sighed in resignation, realizing that she would have to call Ziying Master Uncle after all. Suddenly, Yukong recalled something and inquired of Ziying, Do you know my uncle? His name is Yunyangking, and my mother is Suyu. I heard from the sect leader that they were once members of the Qianghua sect. Ziying shook her head. I have never heard of them. You have just joined our sect. You should focus on your cultivation and refrain from concerning yourself with trivial matters. You will soon head to the disciples' quarters to rest. Do not miss tomorrow's early class. Disciples' quarters? Where might that be? Yukong asked. The quarters are adjacent to the sword dance plain on the front mountain. Your room is the one with the stone lion at the entrance, Ziying replied calmly. Stone lion? Oh, I understand now. I saw it over there earlier. It's not far, just a few steps and I'll be there, Yukong remarked while gazing into the distance. Rest early, you have an early class tomorrow. Ziying said before departing. Is it true? How cold she is. She was so polite to us down the mountain, but now she seems like a block of ice. Si-hong complained with dissatisfaction. Let it be. When in another's domain, one must adhere to their customs. Besides, we are here to learn about sword control, Yukong chuckled. Si-hong gently adjusted Yukong's collar and said, My dear, you are just too naive. Sometimes, it is wise to be a bit more astute, lest you fall victim to deception without even realizing it. Wukong scratched his head. Who's deceiving me? Sighing softly, Sarong murmured, this husband of mine. But he's not so bad. At least he doesn't flirt around. Side by side, they walked toward the disciples' quarters. Wukong stopped before a door flanked by stone lions, while Sarong paused at another to the left. Darling, rest early, Sarong said gently. Oh, I will. You too, Yukong replied before stepping inside. Sarong entered her own chamber as well. Deep into the night, Wukong lay upon the wooden bed, hands cradling his head as he gazed at the ceiling. 413. So this is Cheonghua sect. Much better than Master Rashi's place, especially compared to the underworld and the Kaishin realm. Memories of the past drifted through his mind. Gohan, Goten, Pan. Are you all eating properly? Haha, and Chi-Chi. Though unintentional. It seems I've met someone who shares a bond with me similar to ours. Hope you 1T scold me for luring young girls again. Then, his expression darkened. And, Vegeta, are you still training relentlessly, still aiming to surpass me? Thus, the night passed in quiet reflection. Tomorrow would dawn anew. Chapter 46, The Bashful Wukong. Whereas Tianha. The next morning, Ziying entered Wukong's room only to find it empty. He stepped out and knocked on Sarong's door. Who is it? Came her voice. It's me, your martial uncle. The door opened, revealing Sarong already clad in Cheonghua robes. Her demeanor subtly refined. Ziying inquired plainly, whereas Tianha. My husband? Oh, by this hour, he has usually already run 2 or 3 laps around Cheonghua. He should be back soon, Sarong replied, glancing at the sky. So he rises early, and runs quite a bit? Ziying mused. Sarong nodded. Indeed. Ah, speak of the devil. She gestured behind Ziying. Turning, Ziying spotted Wukong approaching in Cheonghua attire, munching on an ear of roasted corn. Sarong, I grilled a few extra. Here. Have some. Wukong handed her a small bundle from his sleeve. With a delighted smile, Sarong accepted it. Thank you, darling. She then planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Wukong, rarely blushing, scratched his head and then addressed Ziying. Master uncle, you have arrived as well. Do partake in the meal. Ziying shook her head. The grains are filled with impurities. To consume them in the morning only serves to taint one's cultivation, hindering progress. What does that mean? Everyone must eat. I am uncertain about the dietary habits of you cultivators, but we, nonetheless, require sustenance, especially Sarong. She is a girl who has not trained in martial arts. How can she forego nourishment? Wukong replied. Sarong gazed at Wukong with gratitude and admiration, remarking on his remarkable kindness towards others. Very well, after you finish breakfast. Please join me at the sword dance terrace, Ziying said with a resigned shake of her head before departing. My dear, why are you so exceptionally kind to me? Sarong asked, gazing dreamily at Wukong. Wukong scratched his head and said, My father once taught me that girls are not as open and generous as boys. They tend to be more reserved. Therefore, if a girl is present, especially one whom I hold dear, I must always consider her feelings. Concerned? Sihong asked in surprise. Are you saying that you care about me, my dear husband? Wukong remarked curiously, Indeed, what is the matter? I am perplexed as to why girls refer to boys as husband. However, from my understanding, it should denote a marital bond. If that is the case, I shall certainly hold you in high regard. Shiyong then leaped into Wukong's embrace. Holding him tightly, Husband, I love you. Wukong scratched his head, while Shiyong lifted her delicate chin. Suddenly, her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she inquired, My dear husband, what has happened to your eyes? Wukong pointed to his eyes and asked, What is wrong? Have they changed color? Indeed, they have turned blue, replied Shiyong. Wukong chuckled and said, Rest assured, I possess a unique ability known as the Rainbow 7-colored eyes. When they turn blue, it signifies that I only display this hue in the presence of someone I hold dear. Silently, Sarong responded, My beloved. It is an honor of a lifetime for me to follow you in this existence. Wukong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Please do not say that. It makes me feel quite awkward. With a light chuckle, Sarong responded, All right, let us not dwell on that. Did not our master just summon us to the sword dance plateau? With a sudden realization, Wukong exclaimed, Ah, Sifeng, you should hasten to have your breakfast. We cannot afford to be late. They arrived at the fabled sword dance plain after finishing their corn, where Murongzing had been waiting for quite some time. Now that you have joined the Cheonghua sect, it is imperative that you understand some of the rules of our school, Ziying stated with a serious demeanor. The front mountain serves as a place for all disciples to engage in quiet cultivation. The Qingtian sword platform, used for forging swords, is located above the Wuling Sword Pavilion. The back mountain, known as the Sifan Valley, is where disciples reflect upon their transgressions. The sword forest leads to forbidden grounds, which must never be approached. Remember this. By your account, the Shushan sword sect is also a renowned cultivation school. Besides Shushan and Kunlun, are there other places where individuals practice cultivation? Sifeng inquired, astonished. Ziying fell silent before responding. The matters you inquire about seem of little relevance to your entrance into cultivation. Do they not? What does it matter? They are all related to the path of cultivation to some extent. As a senior, you should act as a mentor, enlightening your students, should you not? Sifeng retorted, visibly displeased. Ziying remained silent. Fine, if you choose not to speak, then what sort of senior are you? You're just a miserly fellow, Sifeng remarked nonchalantly, while Wukong scratched his head, disinterested in the discussion. When it comes to earthly paradises, there are indeed notable places such as the 10 continents and 3 islands, the 10 major caves, the 36 minor caves, and the 72 blessed lands. Though they do not all maintain regular communication with one another, Ziying lamented. Sifeng gasped, wow, such a multitude of cultivation locations must be shrouded in secrecy. Ziying replied, not necessarily, those destined to encounter them will naturally find their way. At this moment, Wukong inquired, the sect leader has mentioned that significant events are forthcoming. May I ask what these events entail? Ziying replied slowly, are you aware that the demon realm exists in a manner akin to the celestial bodies? Following a predetermined celestial trajectory? The demon realm. Sihong gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth, clearly taken aback. What is the demon realm? Wukong asked, bewildered. Ziying elucidated. Demons are unlike humans. Their connections are sparse, often dwelling in solitude within the mountains and forests, exhibiting only primal and cold-blooded instincts. When they congregate, it is invariably under the leadership of a formidable and ruthless demon, their powers unfathomable. Pausing for a moment, she continued, our Qianghua sect resides atop Kunlun Mountain, a place renowned for its ethereal beauty. However, it is also the very locus of a certain demon realm's celestial trajectory, bringing them closest every 19 years. Are you implying that? Sihong asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. Ziying nodded. Indeed, 19 years ago, our sect engaged in a fierce battle against the demon realm. Although I did not witness it firsthand, I have heard tales of the horrific circumstances. Now, as the demon realm approaches once more, these creatures are even more ferocious than ordinary spirits, possessing profound magical prowess. Should the Qianghua sect fail to withstand their onslaught, humanity itself may face dire peril, leading to untold suffering. Ziying further recounted, during the battle atop Kunlun Mountain 19 years ago, more than half of our disciples perished, and the former sect leader met a tragic fate. It is even rumored that traitors emerged within our ranks. Alas, such a tragedy, and traitors as well. Sihong exclaimed in disbelief. Ziying affirmed, indeed. Wukong inquired, what transpired in the end? Both sides suffered grievous injuries. Wukong and Surong fell into a silence, both astonished that this place, rich in spiritual energy, had once been a battlefield, a site steeped in bloodshed. Now, with the impending arrival of the demon world, even the sect leader admitted that the cultivation of the heavenly river was inscrutable. Perhaps it would serve as a significant boon to our Qianghua sect. However, Surong, as an ordinary woman, would not have been accepted ordinarily. Yet, considering your sincere desire to learn and participate in the trials, I shall impart to you some practical spells, which may aid in preserving your life should the need arise, Ziying declared. And what of you? Will you recklessly charge into the fray? Wukong inquired. If necessity arises, it is inevitable, Ziying replied after a moment of contemplation. Why speak such morbid words? When the demons attack, we shall strive to vanquish them. I refuse to believe we could be defeated. Moreover, I have sensed a peculiar energy gradually approaching us, but rest assured, I can also perceive the strongest presence within. Wukong reassured, gesturing for calm. Ziying and Surong were taken aback, and Ziying hastily asked, oh, you can sense it? Are you not an ordinary person? What do you mean by not an ordinary person? I am merely. Wukong was about to declare that he was a scion. But this was not the Earth he once knew, and the individuals before him were not the comrades he recognized. Who would believe such a claim? I am just a very ordinary person, albeit one with formidable cultivation, Wukong chuckled. Is that so? Then how can you sense it? Ziying questioned, perplexed. In truth, this is also a unique ability I have cultivated, known as Qi. Perhaps it differs from what you are familiar with. My practice involves calming my heart to a state akin to a tranquil lake. As long as my heart remains serene, I can lock onto any disturbances within a certain proximity, Wukong explained slowly. A state akin to a lake, Ziying murmured, while Surong dreamily contemplated. My dear, you truly deserve to be my beloved. Suddenly, Wukong's pupils contracted as he smiled at Ziying, saying, congratulations. Your cultivation has improved. Ziying too sensed a surge in her strength. The teachings of Wukong differed from those of the Qianghua sect. The aura of Qianghua was akin to sword energy, while Wukong's essence resonated with the breath of nature. The sword energy primarily relied on the sword itself, whereas the breath of nature could be found everywhere, thanks to the heavenly river. It seems that if our disciples from the Qianghua sect could master this skill, we would surely have a formidable advantage against the demon realm, Ziying remarked with a bow. Lingsha, Mingli, Qingjie, that's of no concern. By the way, you should quickly teach us the incantation for sword control, as that is what I most wish to learn. Wukong waved his hand with a smile, not forgetting his purpose for being there. Indeed, I have been rather talkative. Now, I shall impart to you the foundational principles of our sect. It is essential to understand that Qianghua regards the sword as the embodiment of righteousness in the vastness of the world. A swordsman must discern right from wrong and adhere to propriety. Even when devoid of a sword, one must harbor the wisdom of the sword within their heart. Ziying slowly began to recite the incantation. After a while, she completed it and inquired, "How is it? Is everything clear?" Wukong scratched his head, pondering, "Indeed. These profound sentences elude my complete understanding, yet when dissected, I can grasp some of their essence. By the way, does it contain the incantation for sword mastery?" Ziying nodded in affirmation. Our sect's disciples predominantly practice swordsmanship, though the cultivation of other weapons is permissible. The path of sword mastery lies within the heart, rather than in mere form. Within the heart, rather than in mere form, Sihong echoed softly. Ziying continued. Sihong has only recently embarked on her journey. Hence her progress may be somewhat sluggish. However, with Tiana's assistance, I believe it will not pose a challenge. You may practice here. I have matters to attend to, and shall return in no more than 2 hours. Junyang interjected. Wait, this master uncle is leaving us behind. Sihong expressed her discontent, then turned to Wukong, saying, My dear, teach me. I aspire to become a person of cultivation. I do not seek extraordinary prowess, only the ability to protect myself. I do not wish to be a burden to you. Wukong nodded. All right, but let us first practice this incantation. Sihong agreed, and the two began to ponder together. An hour later. Wow, I can wield a sword now. It's not that difficult. A man clad in blue was soaring through the sky, standing atop a slender sword. Indeed, my dear, even I, a novice in the realm of cultivation, have managed to learn it. A woman nearby was also gliding through the air on her sword. All right, let us descend. It would be unfortunate if our master were to return and find us missing. Wukong said, halting his flight. Sihong nodded in agreement. The two turned back and gently descended. Ah, that was exhilarating, though it seems our speed could be improved. Wukong remarked with a slight pout. Oh, my dear, do you possess a faster means of flight? Sihong inquired curiously. I have two. One is a cloud known as the somersault cloud, and the other involves unleashing one's own energy for rapid flight, Wukong explained. I comprehend the first somewhat. But what do you mean by unleashing energy? Sihong asked, puzzled. Well, Sihong, since you have yet to learn about energy, allow me to teach you. I will help you understand what energy is, and with time, you will cultivate it. Rest assured, with my assistance, you will master it quickly. And then you will be able to fly. Really? Thank you. My dear, you are so kind, Sihong replied with a sweet smile, playfully tapping Wukong's cheek. He bashfully scratched his head, and in that fleeting moment, his pupils turned an orange hue before returning to normal. Let us begin then. Is this what energy is? Sihong fixed her gaze intently on the small point of light that appeared between Wukong's palms. Wukong nodded. Indeed, this is the essence. Wow, how impressive, Sirong. You have learned more swiftly than I did at the beginning. It took me at least 2 days. Yet you mastered it in scarcely an hour, Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Sirong, blushing gently, replied, That is all thanks to my husband. I am not nearly so clever. Wukong chuckled and scratched his head, saying, Oh, please don't say that. It took a considerable amount of effort for me to learn this. Yet you seem to be managing effortlessly. I am confident that you will master it in no time. Sirong gazed at Wukong, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Wukong gazed at the sky, furrowing his brow and remarked, Did not my master say he would return in 2 hours? Why has he not yet come back? Shiyang replied, My dear, perhaps that Ziying has encountered some trouble that has delayed him. Why don't we descend the mountain and enjoy ourselves for a while? Wukong nodded, his eyes brightening as he said, Good idea. I'd like to visit my parents too. Why don't you come along? Sirong was taken aback. Wukong's words implied she, as his young wife, would be meeting her in-laws, stirring both nervousness and anticipation within her. Just then, a disciple from Qianghua sect approached them from behind. Junior brother. Junior sister. Senior brother. What is it? Wukong turned and asked. The sect leader wishes to summon you both. Elder Ziying is also there, the disciple replied. Oh, I see. Thank you. Wukong nodded, and the disciple bowed before departing. Turning to Surong, Wukong said, let's go. Surong seemed somewhat downcast. Noticing this, Wukong smiled faintly. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to have some fun, all right? Instantly, Surong's sweet smile returned. Then, she playfully pecked Wukong's cheek before the two walked side by side towards Suyao's hall. Meanwhile, in Suyao's hall, a young girl's anxious voice echoed, Sect leader. Is Tina here or not? Suyu replied calmly, don't fret. I've already sent someone to fetch him. DLL arrived shortly. Suyao herself was puzzled. Why was this girl so urgently seeking Wukong? At that moment, Wukong and Surong entered the hall, leading the way. Wukong raised his hand in his usual casual greeting. Yo, Sect leader, you wanted to see me? Suddenly, Wukong froze, spotting two strikingly familiar figures. Lingsha, Mengli, and aren't you Qingji? Shock, confusion, bewilderment, countless emotions surged through Wukong's mind. He never imagined he'd see Lingsha and Mingli again, and so soon at that. You're here. And Qingji, you too. Wukong forced a casual smile, though even he didn't understand why he suddenly felt the urge to avoid Lingsha. Husband. Lingsha rushed toward Wukong, reaching for his hand, but a figure blocked her path. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? Lingsha snapped angrily at Surong, the one who had intercepted her. Husband? You call him husband? Are you the other wife Xuanji and Huaishua mentioned? Surong asked coolly. Husband? You call him husband? That can't be. You're lying. Lingsha demanded in disbelief, then turned to Wukong. Husband, is this true? Wukong scratched his head and said, I don't quite know how to express it. In any case, master, I shall return to my room now. I feel a bit, unwell. After uttering these words, Wukong paid no heed to the others and departed. Observing his abrupt exit, Surong coldly remarked to Lingsha, Humph, is this how you treat your long-lost husband? How laughable. With that, she scoffed twice and hurried away, leaving Lingsha standing in a daze. What is happening? Qingji quietly inquired of Mingli. The excitement of encountering Wukong was not confined to Lingsha alone. Mingli too felt exhilarated, for she had realized that since Wukong's departure, something significant seemed to be missing from her life. It was only later that she understood. The absence of Wukong was the root of her discontent. Sighing, Mingli remarked, This matter is simple yet complex, and I find myself at a loss. Being a woman, Qingji had discerned the recent tension and recognized her inability to interject. However, she was suddenly engulfed by a profound sadness, particularly upon witnessing Wukong's hasty departure, as if something were tugging at her heart. Unbeknownst to her, the distance between her heart's desire and herself was widening, while another figure began to occupy that space. As for Ziying and Suyao, they appeared indifferent, though Suyao's countenance betrayed an unexamined sorrow. In Wukong's chamber, he lay upon his bed, his mind swirling with anxious thoughts. What to do? Lingsha has arrived, as has Mengli, and even Qingji has come. I had hoped for a favorable turn of events, yet it seems. Alas, what should I do? This is so bothersome. Wukong lamented, scratching his head in frustration. My dear, are you all right? Came the gentle voice of Si Rong from outside the door. With a creak, Wukong opened the door, responding, I am fine. He then turned and stepped back inside. Si Rong followed, closing the door behind her, and seated herself beside Wukong on the bed. Looking at him tenderly, she said, My dear, do not be disheartened. In truth, you would have crossed paths sooner or later. I know, he replied, but she despises me, which is why I distanced myself from her. Yet, I forgot that they too would come to Qianghua for cultivation. How foolish of me to be so forgetful. Wukong continued to grip his head in distress. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Si Rong grasped his hand, gently smoothing his hair into place as she spoke softly, My dear, do not dwell on such thoughts. What is meant to happen will inevitably come to pass. One cannot evade it. The reality stands before you, and it is time to confront it, is it not? Wukong sat up, crossing his arms and inquiring, Si Yong, do you think Lingsha still harbors any dislike for me? Si Yong paused for a moment before responding, My dear husband. The excitement that woman displayed upon seeing you was unmistakable. I can assure you, she does not despise you in the slightest. Rather, she is deeply enamored with you. Deeply enamored? Wukong asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Si Yong continued, As a woman, I possess an innate understanding of a woman's heart, something that men often overlook. At times, we may playfully tease those we cherish with unkind words, but it is merely a jest. However, my dear husband, I have refrained from doing so with you. For you are a candid soul who always sees the good in others. I would never wish to risk your departure from my side as that woman did. Pausing for a moment, she added, Darling, will you forgive her? Forgive her? Has she committed a transgression? Wukong inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Si-young replied, I cannot say if it truly qualifies as such, but I can sense her desire for your forgiveness. She wishes to be by your side. Wukong scratched his head, reflecting. To be honest, I was quite perplexed at the time. I uttered just a few words and unintentionally brought her to tears. She even expressed her disdain for me, calling me a lecher and a rogue. Hearing that made my heart ache somewhat. I left her some money but overlooked the fact that they might return to this place. Siren smiled gently and said, My dear husband, you must learn to be more astute. Your honesty is commendable, yet excessive candor may lead to your detriment. I understand that. Wukong replied, but at that moment, it seemed trivial. Nonetheless, my heart felt unbearably heavy, as if I could scarcely breathe. My father once advised me never to let the girl I care for suffer or feel sorrow, so I had no choice but to depart. Siren took Wukong's hand and said, You are truly a wonderful person. I am merely an ordinary girl, and being with you brings me immense contentment. However, regarding that Ling Sha, I believe it is essential for you to test her sincerity before deciding whether to grant her forgiveness. How shall we proceed with that? Wukong inquired. Let us do this. Siren leaned closer and began to whisper softly in Wukong's ear. Wukong widened his eyes upon hearing this, then said to Serong, Wow. This idea seems rather ingenious. Han Ling Sha and the other two naturally passed the trials through various means and became disciples of Chonghua sect, with Morong Ziying serving as their senior once again. That day, Wukong rose early for his morning run. Yet, as if by fate, a woman who had long been aware of his habits was already waiting for him, even earlier than he. Husband. A hesitant voice escaped Han Ling Sha's lips. She knew Wukong was emotionally oblivious, but that didn't mean he wouldn't get angry. After all, even a cornered dog would leap over a wall, let alone Wukong. However, after Serong's persistent guidance the previous day, Wukong had gradually realized he should form his own thoughts rather than always relying on others. Now, facing matters of the heart, his confusion had lessened slightly. Ling Sha, you're up early, Wukong remarked impassively, his expression unreadable. Seeing him like this, Han Ling Sha was both startled and worried. In her heart, Wukong had never spoken to her in such a detached manner before. His tone now carried neither joy nor anger. How could she not be heartbroken? Husband, please don't be angry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been jealous or suspicious. Won't you forgive me? Ling Sha grasped Wukong's hand, her plea laced with sorrow. Ling Sha, enough. I may be blind to emotions, but I'm not entirely ignorant. I understand a little about feelings. You said you disliked me. So naturally, I distanced myself. But now you return, wanting to be together again. I know what you mean. You still wish to be my wife. But what about Serong? Wukong spoke slowly. With each word, Ling Sha's face grew paler. Husband, Tianhe, do you truly not want me anymore? I just. Her voice broke as she covered her face, sobbing. Oh no, Wukong inwardly cursed. For all his calculations, he had forgotten how to handle Ling Sha's tears. Now, his true nature was exposed. Ling Sha, don't cry. I was only teasing you just now. I do forgive you. Come on, smile for me. With that, Wukong grinned widely, flashing his pearly white teeth. Ling Sha stared at him with reddened eyes, stunned. Then, after a long pause, she burst into laughter before throwing herself into his arms, playfully pounding his chest. Humph. Wicked husband, awful husband. How dare you trick me and scare me like that? Do you have any idea how much it hurt? Wukong gently patted her delicate back and whispered, I merely wish to ascertain whether your affection for me is genuine. Had it not been, perhaps you would have departed just now. Ling Sha lifted her gaze to Wukong and inquired, My lord, who imparted such knowledge to you? In my recollection, you would not behave in this manner. Suddenly, Ling Sha came to a realization and remarked, It must be her, Si Rong. Am I correct? Wukong nodded, scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, yes, but please don't blame her. She is quite unfortunate. At that moment, she was nearly bullied by a bald man. With a chuckle, Ling Sha laughed softly, hee, bald head, indeed. Ling Sha once more nestled into Wukong's embrace, feeling the warmth of the familiar hold enveloping her once again. Contentedly, she murmured, Husband, please do not leave me again. I cannot bear to be without you. From now on, I shall no longer make arbitrary assumptions. I will patiently fulfill my role as your wife. Wukong's face flushed crimson, his gaze shifting to a cerulean hue as he gently addressed Ling Sha. Ling Sha, I cannot refute your words. However, it must be acknowledged that Serong has also expressed her desire to become my wife. You see, I am unable to refuse her. To do so would render me a heartless wretch, a term I fail to comprehend. Yet, it appears to signify one who forsakes their affections for another, abandoning those who once cherished them. Surong has assured me that regardless of how many wives I may take in the future, she is willing to remain by my side. What say you, Ling Sha? Ling Sha listened in astonishment to Wukong's words, pondering when her husband had become so remarkably mature, his discourse now tinged with profundity. Nevertheless, despite her surprise, she replied softly, "Husband, you shall do as you wish. It is not uncommon for men to have multiple wives. As long as you do not abandon me as you did before, I shall be content. You must understand that during that time, it felt as though I had lost all hope of living. Thus, as long as you do not betray me, I will not concern myself with how many women you choose to marry." The last sentiment she expressed bore a hint of dissatisfaction, perhaps even jealousy. Of course, any woman would feel envious and discontented at the thought of her husband taking multiple wives. Yet, Ling Sha was gripped by fear. The fear that Wukong might leave her once more. Should that occur, she feared it would lead her to a state of despair. After a brief moment of tender intimacy between Wukong and Ling Sha, Wukong commenced his morning exercises. His routine primarily consisted of jogging and practicing martial arts, activities that did not induce perspiration yet effectively strengthened his physique. Before long, Wukong completed his training and approached Ling Sha, who, in her habitual manner, began to wipe away any traces of sweat from him. Wukong had also enjoyed such treatment from Surong, thus he refrained from voicing any objections. "By the way, my husband, have you taught Surong martial arts as well?" Ling Sha inquired, as if recalling something. "Indeed, your arrival is quite timely. I shall teach you both together, which will save us the trouble later," Wukong replied with a nod. My husband, would you consider imparting martial skills to Mingli and Sister Qingji as well?" Ling Sha asked hesitantly, for in her mind, only those like her, who were Wukong's wives, were entitled to learn from him. Mingli and Qingji wish to learn as well? Certainly, that poses no problem, Wukong answered without a moment's hesitation. "You truly agreed to that?" Ling Sha asked, her disbelief evident. Wukong inquired with a hint of puzzlement. "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to teach?" "No, not at all. It's just..." Ling Sha hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, she decided it was best to let it be. If her husband was willing to impart knowledge, then so be it. After all, having Mingli accompany him was indeed a splendid choice, along with Sister Qingji. The two of them made their way towards the sword dance plateau. Upon arrival, they spotted Mingli, Qingji, and Si Rong engaged in the study of swordsmanship under Zi Ying's guidance. The sect emphasized the unity of man and sword. When the sword resides in one's heart, the presence of an actual sword in hand becomes inconsequential. Ziying uttered this seemingly simplistic philosophy while effortlessly drawing a sword from the sword rack, allowing it to dance gracefully in the air before it returned to its resting place. "How marvelous!" Si Rong exclaimed in astonishment. "In this vast world, wonders abound. Those who cultivate the path of immortality are inevitably distinct from ordinary folk," Mingli chimed in with her melodious voice. Qingji gazed enviously at the impressive swordplay displayed by her peers. In the past, her pursuits had centered solely on techniques and inner strength, lacking the profound insights akin to the semi-divine arts, which left her yearning for knowledge. Upon noticing Wukong's arrival, Ziying clasped her hands together in greeting. "Tian He, you have come. Perfect timing, as I must take my leave. Please assist them in establishing a solid foundation. It will make their learning far more efficient." Without waiting for Wukong's response, she departed. "Seriously? She is leaving again? How did I end up with this master uncle?" Sirong grumbled, yet upon seeing Wukong, she swiftly approached him with a smile, saying, "My dear, you have arrived." Wukong nodded and smiled, saying, "I am here to teach you martial arts." "Truly?" "Indeed." This seemingly ordinary response, however, rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward, as two replies had just been given, one by Mingli and the other surprisingly by Qinheim. Mingli was relatively fine, for after Wukong's departure, she discovered that during their brief interaction, a vague shadow had taken form in her heart. Once Wukong had left, she felt as though his figure had seamlessly merged with this shadow. It was evident that Wukong had already found a place in her heart. Thus, after his departure, the sorrow was not borne solely by Ling Sha. Mingli too felt a profound sense of loss. In contrast, Wukong had merely assisted Qinheim in a minor way, and one could hardly fathom such an intense reaction in return for gratitude. But before we proceed, could you tell me how you, Ling Sha and Mingli, came to be with Qinheim?" Wukong inquired. "Oh, it happened like this. When we arrived in Qinzhou, We heard of a noble woman who had taken her own life in a tower. We sought information and encountered Sister Kinheim, who was about to depart. Upon learning that we intended to come to Cheonghua sect for cultivation, she chose to accompany us here, Mingli explained slowly. I see. That's not so bad. At least you need not break your promise to return to Qinzhou, Wukong remarked to Kinheim. She remained silent, merely nodding. When Wukong touched upon her painful memories, she expected to feel heartache, yet curiously, the ache within her heart was no longer as intense as it had once been. Unbeknownst to the complex Kinheim, Wukong had gradually taken root in her heart as well. I am a mortal who can fly. Someone come. In the palace of Suyao, the leader of Cheonghua sect, she called out coldly. Within moments, a disciple of Cheonghua entered, respectfully kneeling before Suyao. Master, what are your commands? Summon Yuntian. I have matters to discuss with him. Suya replied with a calm demeanor. Understood. The disciple promptly exited the hall. Meanwhile, Wukong was diligently instructing Lingsha. Lingsha, remember not to rush. Relax and envision yourself as a serene lake. Yes, just like that. Noticing Lingsha's improvement, Wukong shifted his focus to Sihong, Mengli, and Kinheim. My dear husband, I can already fly. Though I feel quite fatigued after a short while, Sihong wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow. Wukong chuckled, hee, you are quite impressive. You've learned to fly so quickly. It took me a considerable amount of time back in the day, and the spiritual energy was not as abundant as it is here. Wukong approached Mengli and Qinji, who were engrossed in their practice. He observed that both women were seated on the ground, eyes closed, with their hands forming a protective gesture. Wukong chose not to disturb them, observing whether, through their efforts over the past few days, they could cultivate their abilities. Indeed, it was not long before Wukong noticed small orbs of energy forming in the palms of Mingli and Qinji's hands. Phew, this is truly exhausting, Mingli murmured, wiping the sweat from her brow. Turning to Wukong, she inquired, Tianhe, how long did it take you to learn this energy? Me? Wukong pointed to himself. Noticing the gazes of the girls upon him, he scratched his head, fiddled with his fingers, and with a furrowed brow, replied, approximately several years. I believe it was 3 years. During that time, I managed to learn the energy, gradually mastering flight, and then moved on to techniques like the energy wave. 3 years. The girls exclaimed in astonishment, for their own learning period paled in comparison to Wukong's. However, recalling that he had mentioned being a child when he trained, and that the spiritual energy here was far superior, they realized their own rapid progress was indeed remarkable. My goodness, dear husband, how many secrets do you possess? Seong asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Secrets? I have none. What secrets could I possibly hold? Everything I know, I've shared with you, Wukong pondered. Indeed, I have no secrets left. Not even the fact that I am a scion, although you all claim not to know what that is. At that moment, Qinji interjected, actually, we are merely curious. For someone as young as you, Tianhe, possesses such profound prowess. When you fought those monks at the temple, you effortlessly knocked them unconscious with a mere flick, which leaves us eager to comprehend just how formidable you truly are. Wukong scratched his head and remarked, oh, I'm not quite certain of my own strength. But it seems I can sense a powerful aura from afar, and there is also one in the sky. In the sky? The women exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. There is a rather formidable presence up there. The aura I mentioned from a distance, it seems to belong to a dragon. Wukong furrowed his brows. A dragon? The women gasped again, continually astonished by Wukong's revelations. I'm not entirely sure, but I have encountered dragons before. That presence should belong to one, Wukong mused, uncertain if it was indeed a dragon or perhaps some other creature. My dear, are you truly immortal? How can you possess such knowledge? Sirong covered her mouth in surprise. Of course I am immortal, merely one who can fly, Wukong chuckled foolishly. The sight of Wukong's silly grin made the women stifle their laughter. At that moment, a disciple from the Cheonghua sect approached Wukong and the others, initially captivated by the spectacle of blossoming flowers, and then addressed Wukong, junior brother, the sect leader wishes to see you. There are matters to discuss. Oh, very well. I shall go at once, Wukong nodded, turning to the women. You all continue your practice. I will return to teach you more. Sirong wanted to say something, but she noticed that Wukong and the disciple had already walked away. What is the matter, Sirong? Lingsha inquired. Noticing Sirong's hesitation, Sister Lingsha, I was hoping to accompany my husband, Sirong replied, feeling disheartened. Why is that? It's not as if he is going for leisure, Lingsha questioned, bewildered, while Meng Li and Qinji also looked at Sirong with puzzled expressions, feigning regret. Sirong sighed. Alas, you are unaware. The sect leader, that is, sect leader Su Yao, seems to have an affection for my husband. Ah, what? The collective gasp resonated, echoing with disbelief. Su Yao had been lost in thought for days. Approaching 40, she had entered the stage of maturity and womanhood. Yet, as a cultivator and leader of a sect, she had little inclination towards romance. However, not long ago, her long-sealed heart began to open upon encountering an innocent young man, and the feelings intensified. Each time she sat cross-legged on her bed, closing her eyes, she was greeted by the visage of that young man's remarkably captivating smile, pure, untainted, and exuding kindness, unmistakably the demeanor of one who could endure hardship. Such individuals were exceedingly rare in Su Yao's decades of leadership. Sect leader, Yun Tianhe has arrived. Su Yao's reverie was interrupted by this announcement. You may leave now. Su Yao gently waved her hand, prompting the disciple to turn and exit the hall, leaving only Su Yao and Wukong, who stood scratching his head in place. Master, did you summon me for a discussion? Wukong inquired. Su Yao hesitated, unsure of what to say. In truth, she herself was at a loss as to why she had called Wukong here, and now it seemed too late for regrets. Well, I do have a matter to discuss with you. It is. Su Yao struggled to articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, our innocent Wukong clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, Oh, I understand. Master, are you also going to learn about Qi from me? Qi? Ah, yes, that's it, Su Yao responded, initially puzzled, but then quickly nodded in affirmation. Over the past few days, she had suddenly noticed that not only were several women around Wukong experiencing a rapid increase in their cultivation, but even the talented Murong Ziying, whom she had always envied, was also advancing significantly, filling her with admiration. Upon inquiring with Murong Ziying, she discovered that it was all due to Wukong's influence. Master, are you starting to learn now? Wukong asked. Su Yao nodded. Wukong approached Su Yao, who was taken aback, and inquired, What is it that you intend to do? Wukong scratched his head innocently and asked, Master, aren't you supposed to be learning to harness Qi? If I do not demonstrate it for you, will you be able to do it yourself? At that moment, Su Yao truly wished to slap herself. She had just assumed Wukong was going to. Yet, if Wukong were to actually proceed in that manner, would she be able to resist? Contemplating this, Su Yao lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Unaware of Su Yao's peculiar behavior, Wukong began to conjure a small orb of light in his palm, just as he had done with Si Hong and the others. Is this what Qi is? Su Yao inquired, her gaze fixed on the luminous sphere. Indeed, it's quite easy to learn, especially here where spiritual energy abounds. However, utilizing this Qi can be quite taxing on one's stamina. Nevertheless, Master, I believe it won't take you long to master its control completely. Wukong replied with a nod. What was originally a rather ordinary statement from Wukong transformed into words of commendation in Su Yao's ears, causing her heart to swell with joy. This young man, who was over a decade her junior, initially seemed like a mere boy, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was no less capable than many mature men, and perhaps even superior. Then, what should I do? Please teach me the incantation, Su Yao inquired. Wukong nodded, then proceeded to impart the secrets of energy gathering to Su Yao. As expected of the sect leader, Su Yao grasped the techniques with remarkable swiftness. However, when it came to the practical application of concentrating her energy, she found herself struggling. Furrowing her brow, she stared at her hands pressed together, biting her delicate lip, as beads of sweat gradually formed on her forehead. Leader, there is no need for such urgency. Take your time, Wukong advised gently. It took me several years to master it as well. Several years, Su Yao exclaimed, suddenly recalling her fellow disciples questioning Wukong. How could Si Hong and the others learn so quickly? Actually, as long as you maintain a calm and composed mindset, you will be able to gather energy swiftly, Wukong stated earnestly. Si Hong and the others achieve this by remaining tranquil. Impatience will yield no results. Wukong's solemn words seemed to resonate with a stern tone, causing Su Yao's heart to flutter, and as she gazed at Wukong, her eyes began to reflect a newfound infatuation. Wukong approached Su Yao, closing the distance to less than half a step. Circling behind her, he gently grasped her trembling hands, pressing them together over her heart. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered in a soothing tone, Do not fret, my dear. Relax and let your mind wander to happier thoughts. Ah, the mysteries of a woman's heart. After a few days of solitude, Wukong fulfilled his promise to take Sirong on an outing. However, during those days, Sirong had grown quite close to Ling Sha and the other girls. As the saying goes, One woman chatters like 500 ducks. Imagine the clamor of 2,000 ducks chirping incessantly in one's ears. Could anyone remain unruffled? But what was all the fuss about? Nearly a trip down the mountain. In truth, Mingli and Qingji also longed to venture out, not for any trivial reason, but because Mingli had already developed feelings for Yukong. Yet, with so many people around, she found it difficult to confess. As for Qingji, well, her situation was rather complicated. Junior brothers and sisters, please halt. As Yukong and his companions reached the mountain gate, the once humble gatekeeper called out to them. Oh, you're alone today? Surong, recognizing him as a familiar face, teased lightly. Must we stop again? Does this place forbid free entry and exit? Mingchen forced a bitter smile. Junior sister, you may not be aware, but as newcomers with little seniority, descending the mountain requires permission from the elders, the sect leader's permission. Surong suddenly covered her mouth, suppressing a giggle. The other girls mirrored her amusement. For Mingchen remained oblivious that the strikingly handsome Yukong before him was none other than the future husband of their sect leader. Then there's no issue, Lingsha chimed in. Her tone playful yet sweet, much like Sirong's ever-shifting demeanor. It was Uncle Ziying who sent us down the mountain on business. So, it was the elder's order. Mingchen, thoroughly deceived by Lingsha's act, clasped his hands respectfully. In that case, junior brothers and sisters, do take care. With that, he turned and resumed his post at the gate. Yukong, seeing no further issues, strode ahead without realizing the ladies behind him were teasing him. Tiki. If that gatekeeper knew our beloved was the future husband of the sect leader, can you imagine his reaction? Surong giggled. Huh, indeed. I can already picture his foolish expression turning even more vacant. Lingsha chimed in with equal mirth. Mengli and Qingji exchanged glances, a mix of exasperation and amusement. These two mischievous girls, though, come to think of it, Mengli wasn't much older herself. Lingsha, don't refer to that senior brother like that. After all, he is still a disciple of Qionghua's sect, Mengli chided gently. Lingsha turned around, walking backward with her hands clasped behind her back. Oh, Mengli. Why the sudden kindness toward that gatekeeper? Unless, you fancy, before she could finish, Mengli, unusually flustered, cut her off. Lingsha, don't spout nonsense. The one I like ISNTM, it's Tian. She abruptly covered her mouth, unwilling to continue. Alas, Lingsha and Surong, sharp as ever, seized the slip immediately. Huh. See, Mingli, I knew it. You adore him too. Lingsha laughed, embracing Mingli playfully. Lingsha, Mingli was at a loss for words. Don't even try to deny it, Surong teased. Every time he teaches us martial arts, you gaze at him with the same look, Lingsha, and I do. Did you think we wouldn't notice? Teehee, you too. Mengli's thoughts laid bare, her cheeks flushed crimson. Lingsha and Surong, as if discovering newfound treasure, crowed in delight. Oh ho, blushing, are we? Ha ha. Oh, that hurts. Lingsha and Surong yelped in unison, halting abruptly. Turning, they realized Yukong had stopped ahead and walking backward. They had collided right into him. What is all this about blushing? Wukong asked, eyeing Mingli's scarlet face with concern. Huh, Mingli, your face is so red, are you feverish? And no, Tian, I am fine. Mengli stammered before quickening her pace to stride ahead. Wukong scratched his head in confusion and inquired, what has happened to Mengli? Why is the Mengli of 420 so different from her usual self? Ling Sha and Si Rong exchanged amused glances as they observed Wukong stifling his laughter, and replied, Dear husband, you shall soon discover the reason. With that, they quickened their pace, seemingly intent on pursuing Mengli. Beside Wukong stood a captivating musician. As Wukong gazed upon her, the musician suddenly felt the intensity of his stare, causing her heart to race inexplicably. She internally murmured, What is happening to me? I am a married woman, yet. Tianhe, he is truly kind, while my husband, he does not even come on our wedding night. Wujing, are you unwell? Wukong inquired of the musician, reflexively. She touched her face and found it to be warm. Flustered, she replied, and no, I'm fine, before hastily fleeing the scene. Wukong, with his eyebrows perfectly symmetrical, murmured, What on earth is wrong with them? Women are truly perplexing. The innermost thoughts of men. 56. Are we killing children? Where are we headed? A voice called out from the sky, where several flying swords soared, each with a rider. Ah, I am equally in the dark. Mengli, do you have any suggestions? A woman clad in red inquired of the violet-clad figure beside her. The group comprised Wukong, Surong, Lingsha, Mingli, and Qinhan. Thus far, they had departed from the Qionghuo sect. Yet it seemed they had overlooked a crucial matter. While they had descended the mountain, they had not deliberated on their destination. As we traveled from Chin City, I observed endless clouds of dust in the southeast of Boxian town, which appeared quite expansive. Why don't we venture there? Mingli pondered aloud. All right, let us proceed. Hooray. Onward. Our Wukong seemed to sense a skirmish ahead, galloping forth on his sword with increasing speed. Whoa, husband, do slow down. We cannot keep up. Sarong and Lingsha exclaimed in surprise. To be honest, they weren't overly concerned about Wukong, as he could fly without any weapon, while they were still unaccustomed to their newfound abilities. If they weren't careful, Sarong and Lingsha would be fine, but Mengli and Kinheim could be in trouble. 10 minutes later. Wow, why does the soil here differ so much from that of the town? Wukong marveled at the ground covered in sand. It seems it was once a river. Perhaps the water has dried up, resulting in this transformation, Kinheim observed, gazing at a long depression in the earth. Is this what they call a desert? I've read that when the earth withers, trees perish, and people must migrate, Mingli mused. If this is a desert, then perhaps just beyond lies an oasis. Let us go investigate, Wukong suggested. Indeed, my husband speaks wisely. Let us all explore together, Sarong agreed, nodding to the others. Crescent Moon Village. Here lies a village, but I wonder if anyone resides here. Upon arriving at a desolate village, Wukong and his companions sensed an eerie stillness. Is that a cry for help? Both Wukong and Mengli exclaimed simultaneously. Indeed, it seems so. Sarong and Kinheim listened intently, confirming the sound. Thus, they hurried towards the heart of the village. It appears to be coming from within there. Mengli pointed to a dilapidated house. Let us hurry inside. The voice has grown faint, Wukong urged, charging in first. However, upon entering, the sight that greeted Lingsha and the others left them utterly aghast. A destitute woman was grasping a small child, and the cries for help emanated from the child itself. Stop! Lingsha Sihong shouted, startling the woman, causing her to drop the child onto the ground. Sihong glared at the woman. What are you doing? The woman stammered. I. No, I didn't. Clearly flustered, she struggled for words. That child is so young. What deep enmity could you possibly have against him that you would attempt to strangle him? Lingsha exclaimed indignantly. No, I didn't. The woman insisted. Still in a state of panic, Sihong raised her voice again. You claim you didn't? What was that we just witnessed? At that moment, a middle-aged man entered from behind Wukong and the others, immediately addressing the woman. Good heavens. Alon, how could you commit such a foolish act? Villager. The woman responded. I only entered upon hearing the commotion. I never imagined you. The village chief's disappointment was palpable. Ulan crumpled to the ground. Her eyes reddened as she trembled. Chief, I had no choice. If there were any other way, how could I bring myself to harm him? After all, he is my own flesh and blood. Lingsha and the others were taken aback. What is happening? Is he your child? What could have led you to the point of wanting to kill your own child? Mengli interjected, if it weren't for the child's exceptionally strong spiritual energy. We Wu and Ti have heard his cries for help. Alan shook her head. What choice do I have? His sister passed away before reaching 1-year-old. The resources are so scarce. Food is often insufficient. Watching him suffer to survive is unbearable. Perhaps it would be better. The village chief interjected, Ulan. I understand you have been grief-stricken since your husband and daughter fell ill, but no matter how difficult it gets, you must endure. Only the heavens can take a life. If you proceed with this, your soul shall never find forgiveness. The village chief spoke with righteous indignation. Spirit pig? Is it delicious? Chief, what should I do? Ulan asked in anguish. At this moment, Wukong stepped forward, producing a large bundle, and stated, Did you not claim there was neither water nor food? What I possess, I shall share with you. Observing Wukong extracting a multitude of dumplings and zongzi, which he had purchased for himself, Lingsha and the others promptly revealed their own provisions of food and water. Alan stared at Wukong and his companions in silent astonishment. The village chief scrutinized Wukong and the others, then exclaimed, You? With such attire, heavens! You are the servants of the deities from the celestial mountains. Suddenly, the village chief prostrated himself before them, pleading, I implore you, could you assist the villagers by offering prayers to the divine to restore the Moon Crescent River to its former glory? The musicians were taken aback and quickly urged, Hold on, please tell us what transpired. At that moment, a familiar voice emanated from behind Wukong and the others. Indeed, I too wish to understand what is happening. Master Uncle? Wukong and his companions were somewhat astonished. Murongzing had also arrived. I just sought you out. The mountain disciples informed me that you had descended. I utilized the breath taught by the heavenly river to locate you. Xing explained. Oh, haha, Wukong chuckled. Well, did you not mention that the disciples of the Chonghua sect should aid those in distress? By sheer happenstance, we discovered this village at the foot of Kunlun Mountain suffering from severe water scarcity. It is only right that we extend our assistance. Ling Sha added. I am aware of that, yet the audacity of you all to descend using the sect leader as a shield is rather bold. Ziying suddenly addressed them. Ziying. There is no need for such abruptness. This was solely my decision, and does not involve Ling Sha and the others. Wukong scratched his head. The women looked at Tianhe with expressions of shock and disbelief, while Ling Sha and Serong exhibited deeper sentiments of affection, infatuation, and emotion. So, it was you who insisted on descending? Ziying inquired, directing her gaze at Wukong. Murong Ziying was thus. Privately, she was a good friend, yet on the other hand, she exuded an aura befitting a master uncle. Indeed, Wukong nodded, then gestured for the women to remain silent. The village chief, observing their conversation, could not help but ask Ziying, who might you be? Ziying respectfully responded, Esteemed elder, I am Murong Ziying, a disciple of the Kunlun Chonghua sect. Might you enlighten us as to the cause of this village's severe drought? If we can assist, it is our duty to do so. You are indeed from the mountains. How fortunate we are to receive your presence. The village chief exclaimed with great excitement. He then began recounting the tale. It has been quite some time since. But Moon Crescent Village was once a beautiful oasis, nourished by the Moon Crescent River flowing down from Kunlun Mountain, sustaining the entire populace. At the river's source, there existed a grove, though not vast. It was remarkably lush. Pausing briefly, he continued, however, during my grandfather's generation, many merchants from the Central Plains arrived, claiming that grove was the legendary Kunlun sacred wood, which could be sold for a handsome price if felled. How can this be? Ling Sha and Si Rong exclaimed. The village chief sighed. Alas, indeed. Unfortunately, although the village priest vehemently opposed it at that time, the others aspired to the wealth of the merchants from the Central Plains, and ultimately agreed to fell the trees. After those trees were cut down, the waters of the Crescent River gradually dwindled. Everyone regretted it, seeking many ways to restore the water source, even constructing a new altar to pray to the heavens, but to no avail. The deities have been enraged. In recent years, the Crescent River has completely dried up, and many people have succumbed to severe illnesses due to the lack of water. Some young and strong individuals left in search of a better life elsewhere, but never returned. Ziying asked, Elder, why not migrate to another place? This place is fraught with peril and truly unsuitable for settlement. The village chief sighed again. Alas, the orphans and widows in the village cannot withstand the hardships of a long journey. More importantly, Crescent Village is the ancestral home of our forebears. As the village chief, how can I not preserve this homeland? Sirong inquired, is there truly no other way? The village chief nodded. There are methods, but they are exceedingly difficult. I have heard from the late priest of a treasure known as the Water Spirit Pearl. As long as we possess it, the water source can be restored, and everything will return to its original state. The Water Spirit Pearl? The others exclaimed in astonishment, except for Wukong. Water Spirit Pig? What kind of pig is that? Is it tasty? Wukong suddenly blurted out this classic line. Apologies for interrupting your meditation, said the elder. The Water Spirit Pearl is a wondrous gem, akin to the Earth Spirit Pearl that we possess, but serving a different purpose. The Earth Spirit Pearl aids us in swiftly departing through Earth evasion techniques, while the Water Spirit Pearl grants mastery over water. Sirong discreetly pulled Wukong aside and explained softly, hoping to prevent another outburst of his usual absurd remarks. Oh, I see now. I thought it was just another pig. I was wondering where all these pigs came from, even more than those on Qingwan Peak. Wukong scratched his head, chuckling foolishly. Setting aside Wukong's antics, Ziying addressed the village chief. I shall inform our leader and see if we may borrow the Water Spirit Pearl for a while. The late priest must have been correct. The Water Spirit Pearl is a supreme treasure. I believe that with its power, we can surely revive the river source. The village chief was deeply moved, his voice trembling. Thank you. Thank you. You are indeed messengers of the deities. Wulan also spoke with a quivering tone. Thank you. Mengli gently reassured, do not worry. This child possesses a strong will and will surely grow up healthy and become an outstanding man. Thank you all. Thank you. At that moment, Ziying spoke. Time is of the essence. You must return with me to the mountain, and together we shall report this matter to the leader at Xianghua Palace. Wukong and the others nodded, stepping out of the house under the grateful gazes of the village chief and Wulan. Shall we return to Xianghua sect? Wukong inquired of Ziying outside. Ziying nodded, indeed. At this juncture, we must return to consult with the sect leader regarding this matter, as she turned, continuing, the water spirit pearl is in the leader's possession. Oh, Wukong and the others responded calmly, nodding in understanding. Then let us depart. Charge forth. Wukong summoned Washu, leaping onto it and swiftly soaring into the sky with remarkable speed. Wait for us, dear husband. Sihong and Ling Sha also summoned their respective swords to follow Wukong. Mingli and Qingjie exchanged glances, both perceiving evident amusement and a touch of resignation in each other's eyes, before they too took to the skies on their swords. Alas, Ziying was left in solitude, trailing behind. An hour later, outside Qianghua Palace of the Qianghua sect, Ziying halted Wukong, who was about to stride him boldly, and instructed him and the others, you wait outside. She then entered alone. Wait, didn't Yaoer say I could come in to find her any time? Wukong crossed his arms, feigning displeasure as if genuinely upset. Yaoer, is she the sect leader? The previously silent Qingjie inquired. Yes, indeed. She said I could come whenever I wished. Yet here I am, waiting outside, Wukong remarked, his brow furrowing in a symmetrical frown, though it was clear he was not truly angry. Hee, dear husband. You are quite amusing. Privately, you may refer to the sect leader as Yaoer, and she shall be a sister to Sihong and me in the future. However, this is Qianghua sect. While you might disrupt her seclusion, you cannot blame her for making you wait outside. Ling Sha chimed in with a smile, approaching Wukong. Sihong also chuckled. Dear husband, Ling Sha is correct. After all, she is the sect leader. Though she mentioned you could visit any time, you ought to consider the circumstances. Despite Ziying being our master aunt, she is still somewhat an outsider, and it could lead to gossip. Wukong listened in confusion, nodding his head absent-mindedly. After a moment of contemplation, he stood up and addressed the women. Wait here for me. Without awaiting Ling Sha and the others' calls, he dashed off. Husband. Where are you going? We're about to enter soon. Husband. No matter how much they shouted, it was futile. You may enter now. The sect leader summons you. Ziying emerged and informed Ling Sha and the others. Left with no choice, the women proceeded inside, intending to wait for Wukong's return later. Inside the hall, Ziying recounted the matter in detail, with Si Rong and the others corroborating his words. Su Yao inquired, Oh, so this is what you wish to discuss? Ziying nodded solemnly. Indeed. This disciple humbly requests the sect leader's permission to employ the water spirit pearl. With its power, alleviating the drought in Moonlight Village would be effortless. Suyu fell silent for a moment before abruptly declaring, I refuse. The group was stunned. Sect leader. Su Yao replied coolly, the water spirit pearl is a sacred treasure of our sect, not to be lent out so casually. Moreover, with the demonic invasion imminent, we cannot afford distractions at such a critical time. Ziying pressed urgently, but the villagers are suffering. This disciple can think of no other way to aid them. Su Yao's tone remained icy. Ziying, you must understand. Hardship is ubiquitous in this world. While we cultivators should uphold justice and assist those in need, we cannot possibly resolve every plight under heaven. Ziying opened his mouth to argue further, but Su Yao remained resolute. My decision is final. Do not speak of this again. She turned away, though had anyone glimpsed her expression then, they would have trembled in shock, pointing and exclaiming, Sect leader. How could you? Just as Ziying prepared to inform Ling Sha and the others of their dismissal, a commotion arose outside the hall. What is happening? Sio turned back to demand. A familiar grunting sound reached their ears. Could it be? Suddenly, the hall doors swung open, and all eyes fell upon a rather small figure at the entrance. What is that? Si Rong and the others wondered, stepping forward to investigate, until Wukong's voice rang out. Yaoer, forgive me for disturbing your meditation. I've brought a wild boar. Hope you won't hold it against me. A wild boar. After fleeing, Qingjie did not go far but wandered aimlessly, her mind still consumed by recent events. Do I truly harbor feelings for Tianhe? The question echoed relentlessly within her. Could it be that I truly, the Qin maiden murmured softly to herself. At this moment, her heart was far less complicated than before, for she had spent considerable time in the company of Wukong. Over the years, her heart had been reopened by the innocent Wukong, albeit unintentionally. Yet, she found herself unable to resist such feelings. However, would Tianhe truly have affection for me? I am a married woman, albeit one whose husband is no longer present. Tianhe. Would he still desire me? The Qin maiden pondered in internal conflict. Suddenly, she halted her steps, lifted her gaze, and her eyes reflected a resolute spirit. It matters not. I remain unblemished. Tianhe is such a wonderful person. Although there may be other girls who will like him in the future, I shall not relinquish my chance. With that thought, the Qin maiden smiled with a sense of relief, her expression conveying the sentiment that perhaps love is not as complicated as it seems. One need only to cherish one's own feelings. In the disciples' quarters, within Wukong's room, he lay sprawled on the bed, soundly asleep. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound broke the silence, yet Wukong remained oblivious to it. The noise persisted until a knock resounded. Who is it? Wukong asked groggily as he sat up, devoid of any vigor. My dear, it is us, came the voice of Sihong from outside the door. Wukong rose slowly and made his way over, opening the door without a glance at who was outside. He then turned and returned to the bedside, lying down once more to resume his slumber. Qin Ji, Meng Li, Si Rong, and Ling Sha could only manage a wry smile. After all, it is only natural for anyone to feel discomfort when their sleep is disturbed. Oh, by the way, my dear, did you hear any peculiar sounds? Si Rong gently shook Wukong and inquired. What now? It's the dead of night. And you come here to cause a ruckus? Wukong replied, irked. We're not causing any trouble. We simply heard some noises and came to check, Ling Sha explained. Tianhe, why not rise and join us in investigating? Meng Li softly suggested. Wukong, reluctantly rising from his slumber, scratched his head and, with his eyes shut, inquired. What sound is that? Why can't I hear it? Just as he was about to recline once more, he abruptly halted, his eyes widening in sudden alertness. Dispelling the remnants of drowsiness, he stood up and exclaimed, I hear it now. There is indeed a sound. Isn't that so, my dear? We were right, weren't we? Let us swiftly investigate the source of it, Shirong remarked. Wukong nodded and then began to search around, ultimately setting his sights on the cerulean sword, Wangshu, resting upon the table. This is it, Wukong said as he approached the table and grasped the Wangshu sword. Indeed, it is this. It is the sound it emits. Ling Sha leaned her ear against the blade and confidently declared, though the sound may be faint, it undeniably influences us. This sword is truly remarkable. Wait, Wukong suddenly exclaimed. And at that moment, Wangshu began to levitate, its tip pointing in a specific direction. As Wukong and the others stepped out of the room to observe, Wukong inquired. Where is that? I heard from my master that it is a forbidden area, Ling Sha responded. A forbidden area? Wukong asked in confusion. Tianhe. The forbidden area is a place that no one is permitted to enter. In other words, it is off limits to anyone except the sect leader, Meng Li explained. Then let us go and take a look, Wukong suggested, completely disregarding the latter part of Meng Li's statement. Tianhe, you cannot go there, Meng Li exclaimed in alarm. Oh, what is there to fear? My husband is the sect leader as consort. Do you truly believe that Sister Yaoer would punish him? Sarong remarked nonchalantly. Wukong patted his chest with grandiosity and declared, Indeed, I am the husband. Who do I fear? With a chuckle, he continued to take action. Huh? Is that even possible? On the path behind the Cheonghua sect, a man accompanied by 4 women strolled leisurely. One of the women in blue whispered a few words into the man's ear, causing him to suddenly express astonishment. What? Is that not possible? Ling Sha pouted. I'm not certain, but even if it involves somnambulism, we cannot all 5 partake in it. Wukong scratched his head in confusion. In this vast world, nothing is truly impossible, Sarong playfully remarked. I am genuinely impressed by you all. It's remarkable that you could conceive such an idea, although it is certainly better than having no ideas at all. Wukong shrugged nonchalantly. Hige, so what do you think? Sister Sarong and I are quite clever, aren't we? Ling Sha giggled. With a silly grin, Wukong chuckled. Hee, clever, clever. However, as he turned away, his expression shifted to one of resignation, and he muttered softly under his breath, Women. Wow, what a massive sword. Under the cheerful chatter of the women, Wukong and his companions finally arrived at a grove. Yet, the atmosphere here evoked an unsettling sensation in the women, reminiscent of the underworld. Is this sword merely for decoration? Wukong inquired, circling a large stone sword that stood prominently at the edge of the forest. I'm not sure, my lord. If you wish to know, why not just ask Sister Yaoer directly? Sirong suggested. That's a good point. How could I have overlooked that? Wukong scratched his head and laughed. At that moment, the sword in Wukong's grasp, the Wangshu sword, emitted a sound once more. Hey, has its voice grown louder? Have you all noticed? Ling Sha asked the group. Yes, indeed. Perhaps we are nearing the true source. It might be just ahead. Let us proceed, Wukong affirmed with a nod. The women nodded in agreement, steadying their nerves as they followed Wukong into the woods. Goodness, there is such a large clearing here. Upon reaching the center of the grove, Wukong and his companions were surprised to find a vast open space, devoid of trees, save for a few branches. I believe this might serve some other purpose for Sister Yaoer. It seems there's a door ahead. Let us hasten to investigate, Cyrone proposed. As Wukong prepared to advance, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow, and his pupils contracted sharply before he vanished from sight. The women following him, Ling Sha and Si Rong, were taken aback by his abrupt disappearance. Just as they intended to call out, a piercing scream from two women pierced the air. Turning around, Ling Sha and Si Rong beheld Wukong cradling both Meng Li and Qin Ji in his arms, promptly pushing them behind him. The earlier cries had originated from them. Ling Sha and Si Rong exchanged puzzled glances, questioning why Wukong had suddenly embraced them. Had he finally awakened to his feelings, perhaps taking advantage of the situation? They were mistaken. Not only were they wrong, but Meng Li and Qin Ji, who had just been caught off guard in Wukong's embrace, shared a similar misunderstanding. Alas, when the four women discerned the reason behind Wukong's actions, the truth became apparent. Wukong cast a cold glance at the shadow before him, enveloped in a sphere of blue light, unsure whether it was human or ghostly. "Who are you? Why do you attack us?" Wukong inquired. "By the Master's command. Those who trespass shall be mercilessly slain." The shadow replied in a voice devoid of emotion. "You are the guardian of the forbidden ground," Si Rong exclaimed. Having just discussed with Ling Sha why there was no one to guard when, unexpectedly, one appeared. "By the Master's command, those who trespass shall be mercilessly slain," the shadow reiterated, unyielding in its response. "Are you akin to a robot, only capable of uttering that phrase?" Wukong asked the women. They all shook their heads, uncertain. Wukong then turned back to the shadow and said, "Hey, if we return now, will that suffice?" This time, the shadow remained silent. Wukong anticipated its disappearance, however. To his surprise, the shadow pointed a hand, and a beam of blue light shot directly towards him. "Be careful." Wukong enveloped the women with his energy and swiftly moved aside, while the spot where they had just stood was struck by the blue light, resulting in a resounding bang and a large crater appearing before them. "Impressive. This is the first time I've witnessed such a formidable technique," remarked Qin Ji, who had roamed for quite some time and had only seen semi-immortal beings achieve such feats. Today, she marveled at the ethereal shadow, which could wield such force with a mere gesture. However, would she be left speechless upon witnessing Wukong's true capabilities? "Indeed, but are you all right, my lord?" Si Rong inquired, concerned for Wukong. Wukong shook his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if indulging in a mischievous grin, causing a shiver to run through the hearts of the several women. Nevertheless, they reassured themselves, considering it merely a form of exercise. As Wukong approached the ethereal figure, he positioned himself for battle and proclaimed, "Your strength is commendable. I am eager to engage you in combat." The figure remained silent. Yet a beam of azure light shot towards Wukong. He remained motionless, causing the hearts of the women nearby to race with anxiety. Ling Sha and Si Rong cried out, "Husband, be careful." Although they had witnessed Wukong's prowess, the prospect of him clashing with the figure rendered them apprehensive. A testament to the age-old adage that love can render a woman foolish. Just as the blue light was a mere centimeter from Wukong's nose, anticipating a piercing impact, he remained still. In the next moment, the familiar scene unfolded. As the blue light struck him, Wukong's form began to dissipate. The women exhaled in relief, with Meng Li and Qin Ji patting their chests, exclaiming, "Phew, that was close." Upon exchanging glances, Meng Li discerned a shared sentiment in Qin Ji's eyes and softly inquired, "Sister Qin Ji, do you?" Qin Ji smiled gently and replied, "Yes, Meng Li, I have come to understand." Meng Li said nothing, instead responding with a smile of her own. Wukong, now matured, questioned, "What do you mean, mother? Are you saying you never loved father?" Although he lacked a deep understanding of emotions, he grasped that affection was the foundation for a union, much like his bond with Ling Sha and the others. "Yes, Tian, I married your father because he once saved me, alleviating the cold that afflicted me and seeking out renowned physicians across the land. Seeing your father's weary visage, I momentarily softened and consented," Siyu replied slowly. "What do you mean, mother? Did you marry him out of pity?" Wukong asked, puzzled. "Tian, I have already told you that you are still young and do not comprehend certain matters. Moreover, I possess more experience in matters of the heart than you do. So refrain from asking too many questions for now," Siyu said, affectionately ruffling Wukong's hair. "Mother, I know of the underworld, the realm where souls go after death. Shall we seek out father?" Wukong suggested. Siyu shook her head. "Tian, there is no need. Before your father passed, I revealed everything to him. He bore no resentment toward me. Rather, he expressed that he could no longer care for me. However, he did not regret our time together, stating that despite the burdens of this life, they were worth bearing, and he hoped to find a woman like me in his next life. Mother. Was father truly so infatuated? Wukong inquired. Perhaps, Tianhe. You must promise me not to follow in your father's footsteps, willingly devoting your life to a woman who does not love you. Understood? Very well, mother. Then allow me to ask you one final question. Rest assured. You know me well. I will not meddle in your affairs, Wukong replied after a long pause. Tianhe. I know what you wish to ask. Who is the one mother loves? Siyu remarked. Wukong nodded, and Siyu smiled gently, saying, Tianhe. Can you let your mother answer that question after a while? I beg you. All right, mother, I won't rush you. Oh, by the way, mother, I'll take you down the mountain. As for your father, he always loved this place the most in his lifetime. Let him remain here forever. Suyu gazed at the spirit tablet of Yun Tianqing as she spoke. Wukong remained silent. Outside the house, he inquired of Suyu mother. Do you have that piece of jade with you? Jade? Lingwang Zhao jade? Suyu replied. Yes, that's the one. Is it with you? It is indeed with me. Why do you ask? That's good. Mother, hold me tightly. I'm going to take you flying. Wukong embraced Suyu's delicate form and gradually soared into the sky. Soaring amidst the twinkling stars of the night, inhaling the enchanting aroma of the deep night, Suyu couldn't help but become entranced, closing her eyes to savor the moment. How beautiful, Suyu exclaimed, gazing at the bright full moon. Does it please you, mother? Wukong asked. Yes, I like it. Then I shall take you flying often to see it, all right? Wukong expressed, unaware of the deeper implications of his words. However, Suyu, as a mother and a wife, was acutely aware of such insinuations, reminiscing about the past in the intoxicated flower shade. Lost in thought, Suyu suddenly shook her head. Wukong noticed her unusual demeanor and asked, Mother, are you all right? Regaining her composure, Suyu smiled at Wukong. I am fine, dear. That's good. Suddenly, Suyu asked, Tianhe, will you truly keep your promise regarding what you just said? Wukong replied without a moment's hesitation. Of course, I shall abide by it. Wukong did not observe Suyu's expression. He merely noted that her face once again radiated a smile that, illuminated by the moonlight, resonated deeply and profoundly with the heart. Leaning against Wukong, she emitted a soft murmur. In the sky, they appeared like a pair of lovers. Why hasn't my husband returned yet? If he doesn't come back soon, dawn will break, Su Rong lamented, pacing anxiously before the stone gate of the forbidden grounds of the Chonghua sect. Oh, please stop pacing. My eyes are becoming blurry, she added, standing up in exasperation. Can I help but worry? What if my husband has encountered some misfortune? Ling Sha replied, her concern palpable. Do not fret too much, Ling Sha. Tianhe is exceptionally capable, and with his formidable skills, nothing could possibly hinder him, Meng Li gently reassured Ling Sha. Well, Meng Li, I never imagined that after joining us, you would come to trust him so wholeheartedly, Su Rong teased with a playful grin. Su Rong, how could you? Meng Li blushed and felt flustered, wondering how her kind-hearted advice had been misconstrued. Enough, do not tease Meng Li any further. Look at how you've affected her. Qin Ji said, embracing Meng Li like an elder sister offering comfort. Su Rong and Ling Sha exchanged knowing smiles, and as they turned their gaze back to the sky, they suddenly exclaimed with joy, Husband, it's him. He has returned. Qin Ji and Meng Li quickly lifted their heads, and indeed, recognized the figure. Who else could it be but Wukong? Ah, it seems he is carrying someone. Su Rong noted, her keen eyes catching the sight of Wukong cradling a figure. Indeed, that silhouette looks so familiar. Could it be? Ling Sha, initially puzzled, gasped in surprise as the figure drew nearer. Meng Li and Qin Ji also discerned that Wukong was indeed holding someone, and the gender was inconsequential. They could not fathom Wukong harboring an affection for a man. Why? Then, did Ling Sha wear such a bewildered expression? Wukong, cradling Suyu, finally soared to the back mountain of the Chonghua sect. Mother, we have arrived. Suyu, still entranced in Wukong's embrace, opened her eyes. Upon realizing their location, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she stammered. This is not, Mother. This is indeed the Chonghua sect, where you and father once resided, correct? Wukong chuckled. Suyu turned her gaze towards Wukong and inquired, Tianhe, how is it that you are at the Chonghua sect? Mother, after Ling Sha and I descended the mountain, we encountered some individuals from the Chonghua sect. I heard there was a technique for flying with a sword, which sounded rather amusing, so I decided to learn it. However, it seems your swordsmanship is not particularly impressive either. Wukong scratched his head. Tianhe, so you sighed deeply? Alas, could it be fate? By the way, Mother, do you know that Yao? Wukong asked. Yao, Suyu looked at Wukong with confusion, suddenly exclaiming, "Could it be that it is senior sister Suyao? I believe her name is quite similar to yours." Heh. Wukong laughed. "You know senior sister Suyao?" "Yes, indeed. Moreover, she mentioned that she has feelings for me and wishes to become my wife." Wukong blinked, leaving Suyu utterly astonished. "Tianhe, what are you saying? Senior sister, She said that? How could that be?" Suyu could not help but ask. "I am uncertain myself. Look, mother, we have arrived. See. Ling Sha and the others are waving at us." Wukong, noticing they had reached the back mountain, saw Ling Sha and the others beckoning to him. Wukong descended before the maidens of Ling Sha, cradling the exquisite Shuyu in his arms. As the maidens, including Ling Sha, Mingli, Qinjie, and Serong, beheld the ethereal beauty of Shuyu, they appeared momentarily spellbound, as if struck dumb. They had encountered many enchanting women in their lives, yet none had ever possessed a beauty so breathtaking that it could astonish the heavens and move the spirits. Her visage transcended even that of celestial maidens. A profound silence enveloped the air until Ling Sha, with a joyful demeanor, approached Shuyu and sweetly addressed her as grandmother. "Grandmother," gasped Mengli and the others, their hands instinctively covering their mouths in disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that Ling Sha would refer to this woman as such, implying that she was indeed Wukong's mother. "Ling Sha, it has been far too long. I never imagined you would truly become the wife of the heavenly river," Shuyu said, gently grasping Ling Sha's hand with a warm smile. "Indeed. Grandmother, it has been a while, and I have missed you dearly," Ling Sha replied, nestling against Shuyu as if she were a cherished child. At this moment, Wukong spoke. "She is my mother, named Suyu. Mother, they are Lu Mengli, Qin Ji, and Si Rong. By the way, Si Rong is also my wife." Wukong's words astonished Suyu and rendered Si Rong bashful. However, her gracious disposition prompted Si Rong to obediently approach Suyu, addressing her as mother. Observing yet another enchanting woman marrying her son, Suyu felt a mixture of joy and an inexplicable twinge of loss, perhaps a hint of jealousy. "Well, from now on, you two must get along well, understood?" Suyu's gentle tone captivated the hearts of both young women. She then turned her gaze toward Mingli 427 and Qinji, inquiring about Wukong. "Tianhe, are they also?" As Wukong scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond, the playful Seong chimed in, "Indeed. They are also your husband's wives. We four sisters spend every day together." This revelation left Suyu in a state of astonishment, her gaze towards Wukong imbued with a myriad of complex emotions. She could hardly fathom that her own son possessed such allure, captivating the hearts of four extraordinarily beautiful women. Moreover, he had just mentioned that his senior sister seemed to harbor feelings for him as well. "Tianhe, you truly are a multifaceted child. I find it increasingly difficult to discern your complexities." Suyu mused silently. Mother, Mingli, and Qinji approached Suyu, their hearts fluttering with shyness as they bowed. "It appears Tina's charm is indeed remarkable, to win the affections of all four of you lovely ladies. As a mother, I am profoundly pleased." Yet, as these words escaped her lips, Suyu felt an amalgam of emotion swirling within her. "By the way, mother, take a look at this. Is it not the luminous algal jade?" Wukong inquired, directing his attention towards the indentation in the stone door. It was only then that Suyu regained her composure, observing her surroundings before exclaiming, "This place, is it not the forbidden ground?" "Yes, mother. Have you been here before?" Wukong replied. "Tianhe, how could you bring mother to the Qianghua forbidden ground? This is a violation of the sect's rules," Suyu admonished with a serious tone. Wukong was momentarily taken aback by Suyu's words, and even Ling Sha and the others were stunned, for they had never witnessed Suyu's fury before. Ling Sha had spent a few days with Suyu, during which she had always been exceedingly gentle. It was unexpected for them to hear such a sharp tone from her upon learning of the forbidden area. "Mother, I am sorry," Wukong said, lowering his head in remorse. At that moment, Suyu seemed to regret her earlier words. She suddenly recalled that she was no longer a disciple of Qianghua. What fault was there in coming to this forbidden place? Suyu approached Wukong, gently caressing his face, and said, "Tianhe, I apologize. I should not have spoken to you that way. Mother, I wish to take a look inside." Wukong pointed towards the indentation. "Tianhe, do you truly wish to enter?" This time, Suyu did not express anger. "Yes," Wukong nodded. Hearing this, Suyu merely retrieved the green spiritual light algae jade from her bosom and handed it to Wukong. "Take this." "Thank you, mother," Wukong replied joyfully. Upon seeing Wukong smile, Suyu felt an inexplicable lightness in her heart. Every time she beheld Wukong's joy, all her worries dissipated, leaving her spirits considerably lifted. Wukong carefully positioned the jade into the recess and slowly inserted it. A muffled sound resonated, and then Mengli spoke. The barrier has vanished. We may now proceed through the door. With a clap of his hands, Wukong approached the stone door, exerting significant force to push it open. As the door creaked under the strain, it slowly yielded, revealing a pitch-black interior. "How dark it is!" exclaimed Sarong. "Let us light a fire," suggested Kinheim. "We can summon radiance with our celestial arts," Dreamly chimed in, as the others realized that their acquired skills could now be put to use. Only Suyu, upon the door's opening, felt an indescribable sensation stirring within her. "Were you coming in too, mother?" Wukong turned to Suyu, who lingered at the entrance. I. Suyu appeared to be grappling with her thoughts. "Grandmother, since we are here, let us enter together." Lingsha and Surong each took hold of Suyu's arm, gently pulling her inside before she could fully comprehend the situation. As they traversed the dark stone pathway, the women conjured light through their celestial techniques. However, they failed to notice that Wukong, leading the way, did not rely on such magic. His pupils had transformed into a vibrant yellow, a symbol of his ability to perceive all things clearly. Gradually, Wukong spoke up. "There is light ahead," and his pupils returned to their original black hue. "Indeed. But do you not feel it has grown significantly warmer?" Kinheim remarked. Sarong and Lingsha began to fan their faces with their delicate hands. "Yes, it seems quite hot." The group fell silent, continuing their advance. Upon reaching the illuminated area, they stood in astonishment, for the spectacle before them was utterly breathtaking, reminiscent of Wukong's homeland. The volcanic landscapes of Baobao Mountain. "No wonder it is so hot. It appears to be molten lava," Sarong observed. "Let us press on. There is a path ahead. And if we linger, we shall surely succumb to the heat," Lingsha urged, leading Sarong toward a side route. Wukong and the others exchanged glances, filled with helplessness. These two young ladies truly were something. Just behind them, they soon saw Sarong and Lingsha rushing back, seemingly startled by something. Wukong inquired, "What is the matter?" "Up ahead." "It's so cold," Sarong said, pressing closely against Wukong, her delicate form trembling incessantly, and Lingsha echoed her discomfort. "What is going on? Why is it hot one moment and cold the next?" Wukong questioned, puzzled, glancing at Mengli and Qingjie. Mengli and Qingjie shook their heads. But it was Suyu who spoke up. "This place is likely a realm of ice and fire." "Ice and fire?" Wukong and the four women exclaimed in astonishment. Suyu nodded. "Indeed, this area was originally a training ground, but it has since become a forbidden zone." As she spoke, she seemed to be reminiscing. "Such a training ground exists? I thought only the room of spirit and time was unique," Wukong remarked, observing the stark contrast between the heat and cold surrounding them. "What are you talking about, dear? What is the room of spirit and time?" Sarong queried. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, I sense a faint presence ahead. A human presence. Shall we investigate?" Wukong suggested. Sarong and Lingsha appeared a bit frightened, but Wukong reassured them. "It's all right, if you stay close to me. You won't feel so cold." Upon hearing this, the women huddled closer, and indeed, a warm aura emanated from Wukong, prompting them to draw nearer to him. Suyu hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the four women crowding around Wukong, she too was unable to resist the warmth and found her heart calming significantly. "All right. Let us proceed," Wukong declared, and the six continued onward. As they approached the source of the cold, Wukong, with his keen eyes, spotted a peculiar ice pillar ahead, beside which stood a yellow sword. "There is someone inside," Wukong observed with his golden eyes. "Ah, there is indeed a person. It appears to be a corpse," Sarong said, fearfully leaning into Wukong's embrace. "Do not be afraid. It's nothing. Wait, Suyu, what is wrong with you?" Wukong noticed something strange about Suyu's demeanor. "It's impossible, it can't be," Suyu muttered in disbelief, staring intently at the figure encased in the ice, repeating her words. "Whom do you blame? Who are you? Do you not realize that trespassing into the Chonghua Forbidden Zone is a grave offense?" The voice emanating from within the ice pillar was as frigid as the ice itself. "Ah, they're truly alive. They're not dead." Lingsha and Sarong chatted away without a care. You or the tone of the person within the ice pillar seemed somewhat off. Wukong and the others soon discerned an unusual occurrence. Yet Wukong instinctively turned his gaze towards Suyu. There, he saw Suyu's beautiful eyes fixated on the icy pillar, with what appeared to be enigmatic tears glistening within them. "Shixiang." Suyu seemingly uttered those two words with immense anguish. "Shixiang." Wukong and the others were utterly astonished. "Then you must be my uncle?" Wukong inquired of the figure encased within the ice. "Uncle? You are Suyu's son?" The figure responded, looking at Wukong with curiosity. Yes, my name is Yunyant, Yukong affirmed with a nod. The figure continued, it seems your father is indeed Yun Tianqing. You truly are my uncle, for how else would you possess such knowledge? Yukong chuckled. Tian. He. The celestial river hangs suspended in the heavens. Suyu, having wed Tianqing, why would you choose such a name? The figure then posed a question to Suyu, suppressing the inexplicable emotions stirring within her heart. Suyu replied, Shi Xiang, I apologize. The events of that year were entirely my fault. Do not blame Tianqing. Let bygones be bygones. I wish not to revisit the past. Memories are like smoke. Let us forget what we can, the figure remarked. Suyu, without the support of Shiha, how have you endured these 19 years? He inquired once more. Shi Xiang I. Suyu began to respond, but the figure interjected, we are no longer Shi Xiang and Shiji. Let us address each other by our names. After a moment of silence, Suyu said, Shan. Xianxiao, 19 years ago, after I gave birth to Tianhe, I believed I would lose my true self without Shia's support. Yet, for reasons unknown, I lost contact with Washu and subsequently recovered from my illness. Indeed, so it is. And what of Tianqing? Is he well? Xianxiao inquired again. Tianqing has passed away, Suyu replied softly. Tianqing has departed? Xianxiao was evidently taken aback. Not only he, but even Ling Sha exclaimed, What? Grandmother, grandfather, how could this be? He was perfectly fine when I took Tianhe away. How could this happen? Wukong gently restrained Ling Sha, who was about to approach Suyu. Ling Sha. Do not disturb my mother. Allow me to explain to you instead. Suyu turned to Xianxiao and inquired, Xianxiao, why are you encased within this pillar of ice? After a moment of silence, Xianxiao responded in a measured tone, Suyu. I had no intention of speaking of this. Yet, the reason for my current state, it all stems from you and Tianqing. You are aware of the consequences. Should she lose the support of Wang Shu, or vice versa, their nature would be corrupted. When I succumbed to this fate, Suyu and Elder Chong Guang sealed me within this place, rendering it forbidden. Forgive me. Forgive me. Suyu covered her mouth, tears spilling from her eyes. There is no need for apologies, Xianxiao replied, his voice now softened. All things in this world are bound by cause and effect. This is merely a trial I must endure in this lifetime. Senior brother. Suyu whispered his name once more. Suyu, Xianxiao continued. Do you recall how we once cultivated Shi He and Wang Shu together, believing we would ascend to immortality? Yet on that very day, the demon realm descended upon us. It seems fate had other designs. Senior brother, after all these years, have you abandoned your pursuit of ascension? Suyu asked. Ascension? Xianxiao's tone carried a trace of pride. Suyu, I shall be forthright. I have never relinquished that ambition. Though 19 years have passed without cultivation, my power has not waned but grown. Now, it seems I no longer require Shi He and Wang Shu to achieve immortality. Senior brother, had you only chosen to depart with me back then, you would not have suffered such torment. Why endure this? Xianxiao chuckled, a sound none but Suyu had ever heard from him. As I have said, all things are governed by cause and effect. This is the will of heaven. I blame no one. Suyu fell silent. At that moment, Yukong, having finished recounting the tale of Yun Tianqing to Ling Sha and the others, approached Suyu's side. As if finding solace, she leaned into his embrace, burying her delicate face against his chest as quiet sobs escaped her. As Yukong gently patted Suyu's delicate back, he addressed Xianxiao, saying, Uncle, I am not privy to the events of the past concerning my parents, but from your recent conversation, I can surmise that your sealing is a consequence of my parents' actions. Xianxiao replied, Tianhe, do not blame others. If blame is to be assigned, it must fall upon oneself. What do you mean by blaming oneself? I do not comprehend. All I know is that when one has wronged another, causing them suffering, one must make amends. Therefore, Wukong glanced at the Suyu in his arms and then looked up at Xianxiao, saying, I shall assist you in breaking the seal. You wish to help me break the seal? Xianxiao chuckled softly. Ah, child, you possess a humor akin to your father's. Wukong shook his head, declaring, I am not jesting. I am aware that this ice pillar is imbued with formidable spiritual power, making it exceedingly difficult to break free. I surmise that one must rely on certain special items to extricate oneself. Am I not correct? Xianxiao was taken aback, exclaiming, Are you truly the offspring of Tianqing and Suyu? How could you possess such profound knowledge? Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. To be honest, I have experienced quite a lot myself. You, my young friend, are truly amusing. Hush, someone is approaching. It is quite lively today, Xianxiao suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the girls, including Ling Sha, quickly gathered around Wukong, while Siyu hurriedly stood up from Wukong's embrace, hastily wiping away her tears with her delicate hands at the sound of footsteps. The footsteps grew increasingly closer. So late at night. Could it be that the sect leader is aware of our presence in the forbidden area? Qingji expressed her concern. Oh, what is there to fear? The sect leader is here, and our esteemed master is present as well. What is there to dread? Sirong boldly proclaimed, relieved that her voice was not too loud, lest it attract Xuanxiao's attention. You all are indeed here, the newcomer remarked, and the group collectively breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing him. Master Uncle, do you not know that frightening someone can indeed be lethal? Lingsha exclaimed, patting her chest as she addressed Ziying. You are truly audacious. Not resting in your quarters at such a late hour, but wandering into the forbidden area. Do you not realize you are violating the sect's rules? Ziying admonished. You speak as if you are any better. Did you not come here yourself? Si Rong retorted. You. Ziying fumed. At that moment, Xianxiao interjected. Since we are already here, why raise such a ruckus? There is nothing extraordinary in this forbidden area. Ziying then turned her gaze towards the ice pillar containing Xianxiao, perplexed, and inquired, Who are you? I am Xianxiao, he replied. Xianxiao? Ziying's eyes widened in astonishment. You are Master Uncle Xianxiao? What? Master Uncle's master? That means. Su Yu and the others exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, Great Master Uncle. Master Uncle, I beseech you to accept my bow. Ziying knelt respectfully before the ice pillar. To which disciple do you belong? That you bear the sword box forged from the cold moon ice essence? I am Morong Ziying, and I have been taught martial arts and sword forging techniques by Elder Zonglian. Ziying articulated clearly. And how fares Elder Zonglian now? Replying to Master Uncle, he passed away several years ago, Ziying responded. Alas, I did not expect many old acquaintances to have departed. Nevertheless, he informed you of my presence in the forbidden area? Xianxiao inquired. Master did not mention it, but he instructed that should I have the fortune to meet Master Uncle Xianxiao in my lifetime, I must treat him with utmost respect. If you have any commands, regardless of the reason, I would willingly risk my life to fulfill them. I am merely a forsaken soul. It is unnecessary to make a fuss. Regardless, I shall dutifully abide by Master S instructions. Without questioning the reasons? Very well. Very well. Xianxiao appeared quite pleased. In that case, I shall assign you 2 tasks. First, the happenings of today in the forbidden area must not be disclosed to the sect leader. This is somewhat difficult. Ziying hesitated, yet having spoken, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Secondly, the others who trespassed into the forbidden area were merely driven by curiosity. You may deal with them leniently, but do not pursue this matter further. The disciple obeys. Ziying respectfully replied. Thankfully, there is no need for the tiger bench or chilly water. Wukong sighed with relief. What is the tiger bench and chilly water? Lingsha and Sirong, who were puzzled, inquired, while Mingli and Qingjie also looked at Wukong in confusion. Even Su Yu could not help but gaze at him. Ah. It's like being made to lie on a bench while someone whips my backside with a braid dipped in chilly water. Hee. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, unsure if he conveyed it correctly. A burst of laughter erupted among the women, a moment where blossoms of joy flourished. All right. You have trespassed into the forbidden realm for quite some time. It's time for you to return. By the way, I have one more thing to instruct you. Please, Master Uncle, go ahead. This woman by the river of heaven is also your Master Uncle. She was once my junior sister. You must treat her well and not neglect her. Yes, Master Uncle. Ziying glanced at Su Yu in surprise. Since that is the case, we will take our leave first and return another day. Wukong waved his hand towards Xianxiao. Another day? Haha. Very well, Xianxiao replied with a smile. Then cast a complex look at Su Yu, who returned a similarly intricate glance before following Wukong and the others out of the forbidden realm. Infinitely soaring phoenix, the endless return. My thoughts drift, forever at odds with desires. Endless tribulations, when will I soar after Wukong and the others had departed? Xianxiao softly recited this poem. Mother, are you all right? Why do you seem so lost after returning from the forbidden realm? Back in the disciples' quarters, everyone except Ziying had gathered in Wukong's room, unafraid of the crowding. Tianhe, mother is fine, there is no need to worry. Su Yu wore a gentle and beautiful smile. But only Sirong and the others could discern the complexity behind it. Granny, are you truly all right? Sirong and Lingsha were now indeed like cherished treasures by Su Yu's side, addressing her with such intimacy. Mingli and Qingjie wished to call her the same but felt shy to speak, expressing their concern for Su Yu through their eyes. I'm really fine. It's late now. You should all rest. If there is anything, we can discuss it tomorrow, Su Yu stated, rising from her seat. Mother, Where are you going? It's very late. You should sleep, Wukong immediately exclaimed. Upon hearing the mention of Wukong, it dawned on several individuals that each person occupied a separate room, and each room contained but a single bed. What are we to do now? Ziying lamented, expressing her discontent that she hadn't arranged a room for her mother-in-law, despite Xianxiao having instructed them to take good care of her. Why not, mother-in-law? You can sleep in my room. I can share with Sister Qingjie, Mingli suggested to Suyu. Seeing her daughters-in-law display such concern for her well-being filled Suyu's heart with gratitude. Yet, she shook her head gently, saying, No, thank you. I cannot possibly take your room. Besides, I find myself longing for Tianhe. I wish to converse with him. Very well, mother-in-law, we shall not disturb you any further. We will retire for the night, and do call us if you need anything, Lingsha responded obediently. Suyu nodded, and the women exchanged farewells before exiting the room. Outside, as they strolled back to their quarters, they began to engage in light conversation. Tell me, why do you suppose mother-in-law appeared so sorrowful upon seeing Xianxiao? One inquired. I cannot say for certain, but it seems to me that Xianxiao harbors feelings for her. Another replied cautiously. Oh, you mustn't speak so carelessly. Be wary lest mother-in-law become upset, and your husband shun you. That may not necessarily be the case. From the dialogue exchanged between mother-in-law and Xianxiao, I gathered that they seem to have shared a deeper connection in the past. Even you, Mingli, hold such an opinion? Could it truly be? Ah, the affairs of this world are indeed unpredictable. Sister Qingjie. In Wukong's chamber, the flickering candlelight remained. Mother. You may sleep in my bed, Wukong suggested, gently guiding Suyu to sit beside him. And what about you, Tianhe? You should rest, for I cannot sleep. Suyu replied with a smile, shaking her head. At her words, Wukong felt a similar restlessness. Hiki, then let us converse. I wish to hear your tales, mother, he said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Suyu chuckled softly, stroking Wukong's head. Tianhe, you truly are. Hee. It seemed as though the earlier troubles had dissipated. Wukong and Shuyu sat by the window, with Shuyu resting her head upon Wukong's shoulder. Wukong inquired, Mother, would you share your past stories with me? They must be extraordinary. Shuyu cast a glance at Wukong, sighed softly, and began, Tianhe, have you not once asked me whom I truly love? Wukong remarked, Indeed. Tianhe, the one whom 430 young once loved is none other than your uncle, Xiandao. Is that so? Wukong, however, did not exhibit the astonishment that Suyu had anticipated. Instead, he responded with an air of calmness. Suyu lifted her head and inquired of Wukong, Tianhe, are you not surprised? Wukong chuckled, Mother. The words I spoke on Qinghuan Peak were merely learned from Sihong and Lingsha. You are aware that I am utterly ignorant of emotions, a true emotional blind. As for whether you love father, to be honest, I have not paid much attention. However, I do know that your days on Qinghuan Peak must have been filled with joy. So you nodded in agreement, indeed, that time was truly carefree, devoid of any burdens. Each day, my only responsibility was to care for you and your father. That is the essence of being a virtuous wife and devoted mother. As dawn broke, the gentle sunlight, refreshing air, and the soft chirping of birds stirred Wukong from his slumber. He initially intended to rise and stretch as per his usual routine, but he suddenly noticed a soreness in his arms, as if something were pressing down upon him. Wukong turned his head and discovered that it was Suyu, curled up like a delicate jade maiden, peacefully slumbering. Upon a mere glance, Wukong, who had previously remained indifferent, found himself irresistibly drawn to the enchanting figure before him. Suyu, a celestial beauty, radiated an ethereal charm that rendered all others pale in comparison. In terms of visage, complexion, and form, she was truly a paragon of excellence. Particularly in her serene slumber, Suyu unveiled a beauty that struck Wukong profoundly, awakening within him an unprecedented appreciation for the allure of womanhood. Revealing its splendor for the very first time, Wukong stared blankly at Suyu's rosy lips, which gently parted and closed with her breath. Had it been a man with ulterior motives, he would have likely seized the moment. Suddenly, Suyu's eyebrows twitched, and she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The first sight that met her gaze was her son, who was staring at her intently. Suyu never anticipated that upon waking, she would find her son gazing at her with such admiration, filling her with a mix of shyness and joy. Tianhe, good morning, Suyu said with a gentle smile, looking at Wukong, who was still fixated on her. Wukong seemed as if he had been struck mute, merely responding with, Mother, good morning, while continuing to gaze intently at Suyu. Observing Wukong's earnest admiration for her, Suyu could not help but chuckle softly and inquire, Tianhe, have you seen enough? Wow, mother, your smile is truly enchanting, Yukong exclaimed in admiration. Su Yu's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue as she playfully retorted, what is there to admire? Mother is growing old. There is nothing beautiful about that. Yukong immediately replied with unwavering conviction, it is true, mother. You are truly stunning. This is the first time I have realized how captivating you are. It seems many people must have admired you in the past. Su Yu sat up, smoothing her somewhat tousled hair, and remarked, how do you know that many people admired me back then? Yukong also sat up, scratching his head and breaking into a foolish grin. Hee hee, just a guess. What if I said I didn't? Su Yu's tone shifted as she inquired. Then I would prefer to believe that there are no wild boars on Qingwan Peak, Yukong replied, blinking. Look at what you're saying, hee hee, Su Yu chuckled again, her laughter exuding a mature beauty. At that moment, Su Yu stood on the rooftop, gazing at the surroundings that felt both familiar and foreign, letting out a sigh. Upon hearing her sigh, Yukong asked, Mother, what brings on your sigh? Su Yu cast a glance at Yukong and said, alas. I see these familiar houses and am reminded of the days I spent here long ago. Yukong tapped his head lightly, exclaiming, ah. This must be what it means to be moved by one's surroundings. Su Yu nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, that is the essence of it. Alas, the world has changed beyond recognition. Many of my fellow disciples who once embarked on this journey with me perished during the Great War in the demon realm. In retrospect, Mother, did I not assure you that I would intervene when the time comes? Rest assured, I shall not resort to force unless absolutely necessary, Yukong remarked. Su Yu nodded once more. Yes, Tianhe, Mother is no longer a disciple of the Qianghua sect. By rights, I should not concern myself with these matters. However, now that I have returned to this place and you have become a disciple of the Qianghua sect, I shall not interfere with your actions. Nevertheless, you must promise me one thing. Monkey King said, what is it, Mother? No matter what happens, whether persuaded or not, you must live well. I can no longer bear to lose you. Su Yu seemed unaware that her words carried another layer of meaning. Yes, I promise, Monkey King nodded in solemn vow. Oh, by the way, Mother, would you like to meet? The sect leader? Monkey King nearly let slip the affectionate nickname. Su Yu remained silent for a brief moment before responding. Sooner or later, she and I must meet. It might as well be sooner. Then let's go after breakfast, all right? Monkey King carried Su Yu back into the house. Coincidentally, a group of disciples who had just finished their morning training passed by. Fortunately, Monkey King had moved swiftly, otherwise they would have been caught. Knock, knock, knock. Monkey King and Su Yu were in the midst of breakfast when the knocking came. Without needing to ask, Monkey King knew who it was. Who else could it be? But this time, he was mistaken. When he hurriedly stuffed the last bite of pancake into his mouth and opened the door, his eyes widened in disbelief. The pancake fell from his lips as he stammered. Yower, sect leader. 71. Nearly choked to death these past few days, Su Yu had been feeling strange. A peculiar sensation lingered in her heart. One that was oddly familiar. Perhaps it was due to the impending demon realm invasion. After convincing herself of this, she decided to seek out Monkey King to discuss the matter. Yet, the closer she approached his quarters, the stronger that unsettling feeling grew. Finally, she raised her hand and knocked. The moment Monkey King opened the door, she realized the true source of her unease. Su Yu. Su Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Senior sister. Su Yu had not expected their reunion to happen so soon. Yet she remained composed as she addressed Su Yu with the old title. It's not convenient to speak here. Both of you, follow me to the main hall. Su Yu, aware that they stood exposed at the doorway with disciples likely passing by, decided to lead them inside for a proper conversation. Yukong and Su Yu followed Su Yu towards the grand hall. However, shortly after they began their journey, 4 women appeared at the entrance of Yukong's abode. And it was evident who they were. My, I didn't expect to see you all so soon, exclaimed Ling Sha in surprise. What do you mean by that? Meng Li inquired. Ling Sha pouted. The headmaster is Su Yu, and the matriarch is Su Yu. What connection could there possibly be? At that moment, Qingji remarked. They must have been fellow disciples in the past. Xirong also expressed her astonishment. Wow, really? No wonder the matriarch seemed so familiar with this place upon her arrival. Xirong, would you like to hear about the matriarch's past? Ah, Ling Sha, here you go again. Come on, Meng Li, Sister Qingji, let us go together. Is that really appropriate? Oh, don't be so stubborn. After all, we are also the matriarch's daughters-in-law. It would be beneficial to learn about her history. Let us go. Inside the headmaster's grand hall, Yukong and Su Yu stood opposite Su Yao, who then spoke. Please, take a seat. Yukong and Su Yu each took a seat upon hearing this. while Su Yao settled onto a stool opposite them. A heavy silence descended upon the room. After what seemed an eternity, Su Yu finally broke the stillness. "Senior sister," she began softly. "How have you been these past 19 years? Su Yao responded with a faint smile, "Neither well nor unwell. As the sect leader, there are always matters to occupy my time, though such responsibilities are to be expected." "Senior sister." "I'm sorry," Su Yu murmured. Su Yu tilted her head slightly. "Why apologize to me? If it weren't for me back then, perhaps." Su Yu trailed off, but Su Yu interrupted gently. "Let the past remain in the past. There's no need to speak of it. If you must apologize, it shouldn't be to me, but to another. I know. I've already seen him." Su Yu understood exactly whom Su Yao meant. "You've seen him?" Then could it be? Su Yao's gaze shifted toward Wukong, who scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry about that. I took mother to the Forbidden Grounds and met Uncle Xianxiao." Su Yao did not grow angry, only exhaled deeply. "Ah, so it has come to this after all. Very well. Su Yu, we were once fellow disciples. There was a question I never had the chance to ask you back then. May I ask it now?" "Of course. Tell me, what are your true thoughts on cultivation? Others spare no effort in their pursuit of immortality and unrivaled power, yet you always seem detached. As if it meant nothing to you. Did you never wish to become a cultivator?" Su Yu voiced the doubt that had lingered in her heart. Su Yu smiled faintly. "Senior sister, had you asked me this years ago, I might not have known the answer myself. But after descending the mountain and living on Qingwan Peak for over a decade, I realized something. The most beautiful thing in this world isn't eternal life or invincibility, it's simply living happily." "Happy?" Su Yu echoed in surprise. Su Yu nodded. "Yes. When Tianqing and I married, he told me that when I first joined the sect, my demeanor was cold, yet my eyes held wisdom. Looking back, I think I didn't even know why I entered Xianghua sect in the first place. Is that so?" Su Yu gave a bitter chuckle before hesitating. "And Tianqing? Did he not come with you?" Su Yu fell silent. It was Wukong who spoke. "My father has passed away." "What? What did you say? Tianqing is?" Su Yu's voice trembled with shock. Su Yu confirmed quietly. "Yes. Years ago, he tried to purge the cold energy from my body, but it backfired. Not long ago, he departed this world. By now, he must have entered the cycle of reincarnation. To think his life was so brief," Su Yu murmured, her voice thick with sorrow. "Senior sister, before his death, Tianqing made one request of me, that if I ever saw you or seen your brother again, I should tell you both. He was sorry." Su Yu waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. Regardless of the past, we must let go and face the future, must we not?" Su Yu nodded. "Yes, sister." Given the circumstances, Tianha. When Su Yu glanced at Wukong, she discovered he was engrossed in devouring the pastries on the table. Su Yu and Su Yao exchanged a knowing smile. This child, indeed. "Huh, have you finished your discussion?" Water." Wukong choked, prompting Su Yu and Su Yao to hurriedly pour tea. Simultaneously, they presented a cup of tea to Wukong. Su Yu initially regarded Su Yao with confusion. Then her eyes widened in surprise as she noticed Su Yao's delicate face flush crimson, especially as Su Yao averted her gaze when she caught Su Yu looking at her. "Sister, you truly..." Su Yu could hardly believe this revelation. "What do you mean by truly? If I don't get water soon, I might just meet my father. My stomach is so hungry." "Hey, did you all hear that?" Indeed, the one Grandma fancied back in the day was that Xianxiao. Outside the Qianghua sect hall, two women leaned close to the entrance, with two others standing behind them. We can see that too. Grandma was so beautiful, and think about it, 19 years ago. She must have been extraordinary. However, I never expected that in the end, she did not end up with Xianxiao but with Uncle Yun. Being with someone you do not love is merely a way to stop longing for the one you truly adore. Is loving someone truly that difficult? Xiong and Lingsha looked at the sorrowful Mengli and Kinsiki, attempting to comfort them. "Oh dear, what are you worried about? Aren't we together now? We agreed that no one is allowed to leave unilaterally." Lingsha replied, "How can you say that? I like Tianhe. You all know this." Qin Ji's charming face turned crimson as she spoke. "Shh, keep quiet. Let's continue listening." Xiong gestured for silence, and she and Lingsha resumed eavesdropping. Inside the hall, Su Yu inquired, "Is it true that now the Qianghua sect is solely under your governance, sister?" "Indeed," Su Yao nodded. "Ever since Chongguang, Qingyang, and others retreated from worldly affairs, I have taken on the role of sect leader alone." "Wow, that must be exhausting, managing so many people. I hardly see you sleeping." Wukong remarked with admiration. "However, I've heard that if women do not pay attention to their rest and sleep, it can adversely affect their skin, leading to premature aging and early menopause." Wukong paused, reflecting on his words. Wukong's remarks were not particularly concerning until he mentioned the significance of skin and beauty, which are paramount for a woman, especially for Su Yao. Upon hearing Wukong's words, she gasped, "Are you implying that I might easily?" Easily? Su Yao covered her face with her hands. "Ah, indeed. I have heard from Ling Sha and others that if a woman does not rest regularly, the moisture in her skin depletes, leading to increasing dryness and ultimately aging." The other women outside, upon hearing this, could not help but stifle their laughter, except for Ling Sha. Si Rong teased, "Hee, Sister Ling Sha. Your husband seems to remember your words quite well." Watching the other women laugh at her, Ling Sha felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, pouting in dissatisfaction and muttering, "Humph. You naughty husband, you've made me lose face in front of my sisters." As the saying goes, couples are of one mind. This small reprimand from Ling Sha immediately evoked a familiar yet strange sensation in Wukong. Yawning, Wukong suddenly sneezed. Su Yu gently inquired, "Tianhe, what's wrong? Are you catching a cold? Is it because you slept on the rooftop last night? How could you sleep on the rooftop? Aren't you afraid of the cold?" Su Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong scratched his nose, signaling that all was well. "It's nothing, just a tickle in my nose, really. Oh, by the way, please continue your conversation. I shall step outside for a moment." Su Yu and Su Yao nodded in acknowledgement, and Wukong turned to stride towards the door. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. How curious. What could have happened? Had the conversation concluded? With a creak, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Wukong's head, which he calmly directed towards Si Rong and Ling Sha. "I knew it. My recent sneeze indeed had a purpose." "Oh, my dear, good morning." Ling Sha and Si Rong, taken aback by Wukong's unexpected appearance, hastily feigned normalcy and greeted him. "Well, I harbor no ill feelings towards you, however. I must inquire what you are doing here. Have you taken to eavesdropping like the rest?" Wukong, having spent ample time with the Qinshi and Mingli, regarded them as genteel ladies, unaware that they were gradually being led astray by Ling Sha and Si Rong. "Forgive us, Tianhe. We were merely listening to Grandma recount her tales from yesteryears." Qinshi and Mingli appeared as if they had committed some great misdeed, standing there uneasily. "If you wish to know, you are welcome to enter and listen directly, or simply ask my mother. Why linger at the threshold? I sensed your presence inside and assumed you would join us, yet here you stand in the doorway. I truly do not comprehend." Wukong expressed his confusion. "Ah, ha. Is that so? Well, we just arrived," Si Rong replied with a playful giggle. "Oh, very well. My mother is reminiscing with Yaoer, and it would be best not to intrude. Speaking of which, I am inclined to revisit the forbidden grounds to see Uncle Xianxiao. After all, I promised to assist him in lifting his seal," Wukong said as he stretched his limbs. "Let us accompany you," Mingli proposed, her feelings for Wukong growing ever more profound. Unable to resist the urge to follow him wherever he might go, much like Si Rong and Ling Sha. "Indeed, then we shall," Wukong began, but was interrupted by another voice, "Gu." Instantly, Wukong sank to the ground, exclaiming, "Ah, I'm so hungry. Let me eat something before we go." The four ladies erupted into laughter. 73 Farewell, Xianxiao. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Wukong, accompanied by Sirong, Ling Sha, Qinjie, and Mingli, embarked on a journey towards the forbidden ground. However, along the way, they encountered the rather troublesome Uncle Ziying. "Good morning, Uncle," Wukong greeted, followed by the other four ladies offering their salutations in succession. Ziying, with her characteristic icy demeanor, inquired, "Pray tell, where might you be headed?" "To the forbidden ground, I presume?" Wukong, caught off guard by her astute observation and lacking the skill for deception, could only scratch his head in confusion. "Humph, it seems you are rather unambitious. Consumed solely by your own curiosity, which is quite unbecoming," Ziying admonished. "Hey, why are you angry? Our visit there is merely to honor a promise." Sirong replied with a hint of discontent in her voice. "A promise?" Ziying questioned, bewildered. "Indeed. Last night, Tianhe expressly vowed to assist Senior Xianyao in lifting the seal. And our purpose for going is to explore possible solutions," Mingli explained. "Is that so?" Ziying pondered. "Well, in that case, Senior Xianyao has also consented to our return visit." Qinji chimed in. "Very well, but I cannot accompany you. I have pressing matters to attend to, and unlike you, I lack the freedom to enter the forbidden ground at will. However, I shall speak with the sect leader on your behalf. Upon your return, you must share with me the method of lifting Uncle's seal," Ziying stated after a moment of contemplation. "Not a problem," Wukong nodded affirmatively. "Good. Additionally, you must exercise caution. Be discreet in your actions to avoid drawing the attention of other disciples, as it may lead to unnecessary complications, Ziying advised earnestly. All right, we understand. Why are you so verbose? Lingsha replied, waving her hand in impatience. With a slight twitch of her lips, Ziying sighed and walked past the group. Truly, an ice queen. Surong murmured under her breath. Cheer up, Sister Surong. Uncle may simply possess a naturally cold disposition, which is not easily altered. I believe that with time and understanding, we can reach out to her, Mingli said with a gentle smile, covering her mouth. Reaching out? I think it would be easier to spark our husband's emotional awakening. Lingsha pouted, clinging to Wukong's arm. Why am I being dragged into this? Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Nonetheless, Uncle makes a valid point. We should hasten our journey to the Forbidden Ground. It would indeed be troublesome if the other disciples were to return and discover us, Qingjie remarked at that moment. Nodding in agreement, the group continued their trek towards the Forbidden Ground, pausing occasionally to ensure no other disciples were in sight. Let us proceed with caution, Wukong said earnestly. And the ladies solemnly nodded in agreement. Were they venturing into enemy territory to gather intelligence? After an hour of cautious advancement, the five finally arrived once more at the Forbidden Ground. The daylight here bore a stark contrast to the ambience of night. A few individuals observed that during the day, this place appeared quite ordinary. However, by nightfall, it seemed rather eerie. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. Let us proceed inside. Upon uttering these words, Wukong took the lead, followed closely by the women. Once again traversing the realm of ice and fire, the group of five arrived before the ice pillar once more. Is it truly you? Xianxiao inquired, somewhat taken aback. Is it not the right time for your arrival? Wukong responded with confusion. No matter. What brings you here? Xianxiao continued. Actually, it is nothing of great import. I merely promised to assist you in breaking your seal, and I intend to fulfill that promise. Furthermore, I am curious as to why you're imprisoned here. My understanding is rather hazy, but I have gathered that it is due to my mother's departure, Wukong queried. Xianxiao fell silent for a moment. Are you unable to disclose it? Wukong pressed. Considering you wish to know the events of the past, I shall recount them in their entirety. Xianxiao began to narrate the events of yesteryears, eliciting a myriad of expressions and emotions from the five present. After your mother and father departed, I devoted myself to the cultivation of Shiha. However, without the support of Wang Shu, I gradually succumbed to the demons of my heart. Before I could fall into madness, I was sealed here by Su Yao and others. Wukong, having heard only fragments previously, and with Su Yao's explanation being rather incomplete, sought to grasp the entire story, hence his initial inquiry. You have mentioned that your power has not waned, but rather advanced. Surely, you can break through this ice pillar on your own, Surong inquired. That is indeed the case, but I harbor certain reservations. Reservations? What do you mean? Qingjie asked. I am afflicted by the intense flames of Yang'an. Since being encased in ice, I have diligently practiced my self-created ice condensation technique to maintain balance. Should I shatter the ice, I am confident I will not fall into the same predicament again. However, to ensure absolute safety, I require 3 items of utmost and extreme cold to assist me. Oh, there are such wondrous treasures? Wukong exclaimed, quickly following up with, where might one find them? Instead of answering, Xianxiao posed a question. Tianhe, are you truly willing to assist me? Wukong nodded resolutely. My word is my bond. Since I promised, I shall help you without fail. Moreover, you've been imprisoned for over a decade. Is that not enough? Were I in your place, I couldn't endure even 19 hours. A faint smile appeared on Xuanxiao's face within the ice pillar. Very well. Since you insist, it would be hypocritical of me to refuse further. However, you may reconsider at any time. I shall bear no resentment. Never. Besides, I made this promise to my mother as well. Su Yu, your mother wished for my release? Yes, uncle. There's something I must tell you, perhaps you already know. Before and even after marrying my father, my mother's heart always belonged to you. Though she never spoke of you again after her marriage, I am certain she never forgot you. For the first time, Wukong spoke with such. Is that so? Xianxiao asked calmly. Yes, uncle. The matters of the past between you and my parents are not for me to judge. My father is gone now. All I desire is my mother's happiness. Thus, I shall fulfill any wish of hers. Tianhe, you are filial indeed. Worthy of being her child, Xianxiao praised. Perhaps. A silence fell between them, broken by Mingli's gentle voice. Senior Xianxiao, forgive my presumption, but may I ask you something? Xianxiao replied, speak freely. And since you appear to be Tianhe's wife, you may address me as uncle as well. A faint blush colored Mingli's cheeks. Yet she pressed on solemnly. Do you still love her? At this question, the three women, save Wukong, stared in astonishment, never expecting Mingli to voice such a query. Yet now that it had been asked, they too awaited Xuanxiao's answer with bated breath. Does it truly matter whether I love her or not? Xianxiao murmured. Of course it does. Surong interjected urgently. Don't you know that whether man or woman, one finds true happiness only with the one they cherish most? Is that so? Perhaps I once believed the same. But having devoted myself to the Qianghua sect for so long, my heart is now filled with the pursuit of immortality. Matters of love have grown indistinct. Then, did you never love her at all? Lingxia ventured. This much I can say with certainty. I did. Deeply. In those days, I even considered abandoning Ascension to remain with Suyu forever. Yet I failed to seize that chance. You may deem me a fool, for the temptation of transcendence was too great to resist, and after years of refining the twin swords to perfection, how could I cast them aside so easily? Having spoken, Xianxiao seemed to exhale a burden long carried. So you abandoned my mother, the one you loved most, for the sake of Ascension? Wukong could not help but ask. Indeed, at that time, we were embroiled in a fierce battle with the demon realm, suffering countless casualties. Your mother implored me to relinquish my aspirations of Ascension, but alas, I harshly rebuked her for her maternal compassion, and thus, our relationship came to an end. The group fell silent once more, until, after a prolonged pause, Wukong suddenly inquired, is Ascension truly so desirable? Tianhe, you are still young. Ascension is the ultimate aspiration of every cultivator. Everyone yearns to become an immortal, to possess eternal life, and to roam freely across the heavens and the earth. However, in comparison, I believe that being with the one I love is what ultimately matters. After all, to me, the former are merely superfluous. Wukong expressed. Though Wukong's words may lack profound philosophy, they resonated deeply with the ears of Si Yong and her companions, evoking a wave of emotion within them. Ah, Tianhe, much like yourself, your mother perceived the essence of life at a tender age. When your father praised her beauty, she merely replied, beauty and ugliness are but skin deep. The superficial allure holds no true distinction. Upon hearing those words, I sensed that your mother did not join the Qianghua sect out of a mere yearning for immortality. Perhaps only she truly comprehends her motivations. Xianyao spoke gently. Beauty and ugliness. The girls repeated this phrase incessantly, and the mischievous expressions of Si Yong and Lingxia transformed into one of sorrow. There is no need for concern or sadness, for you have chosen well. You have found a good husband, a man to whom you can genuinely entrust your lives. Xianyao remarked upon witnessing their change in demeanor. The girls, upon hearing his words, felt their cheeks flush crimson, rendering them speechless. Ah, speaking of which, where might I find the 3 cold artifacts? Wukong inquired, recalling the matter at hand. If you truly wish to assist me, you may traverse the Zuiwan behind our sect and proceed to a place known as Qingfengjian. There, the reclusive elders, Qingyang and Chongguang, should possess knowledge of the whereabouts of the 3 cold artifacts, Xianyao elucidated. After a brief pause, he added, mention my name. If they are willing to assist, that would be splendid, but if not, do not press the matter. Rest assured, we shall set forth at once, Wukong declared, just as he prepared to depart, only to be halted by Xuanyao's call. Wait a moment. I almost forgot to ask, have you always been sensitive to the cold? Sensitive to the cold? Wukong appeared puzzled, prompting Si Yong to clarify, it means one is afraid of the cold. Oh, that? I fear it not. In fact, I have never felt cold or heat at all. Wukong replied nonchalantly. Xianyao was taken aback. How peculiar. With your constitution, it should not be. Perhaps it is due to the severed connection with Washu, he mused. Very well, you may take your leave now. But remember, do not force matters if they do not unfold as you wish, Xianyao advised earnestly. All right. Wukong turned to the girls and said, let us be on our way. Indeed, the 4 girls chorused in agreement, and together, the 5 departed. Suyu. Xianyao once again uttered the name of Suyu. Upon emerging from the forbidden grounds, Wukong suddenly halted his steps, prompting confusion among the girls. Si Yong softly inquired, what troubles you, my dear husband? Wukong's current disposition is no longer as it once was. In days gone by, he would face all matters with unwavering optimism, regardless of time or place, and would never linger in indecision, particularly in matters of the heart. However, since his arrival in this simultaneously strange yet familiar world, he has come to realize that his former self feels increasingly distant, or perhaps has become ever more nebulous, rendering the joy he once knew elusive. With a sigh, Wukong rubbed his forehead, uncertain whether it was worry or something else that troubled him. My dear, why do you sigh? Ling Sha inquired. noticing Wukong's exhale, recalling that he seldom expressed such a sentiment. To her, it seemed as though some formidable challenge had ensnared him, for he was invincible in her eyes. Upon seeing Wukong with his eyes closed, seemingly troubled, the Qingji approached him and gently massaged his temples with her delicate hand, softly asking, "Tianhe, are you weary?" With his eyes closed, Wukong remarked, "I truly do not know. However, after experiencing certain events, I suddenly realized how naive I once was, oblivious to the myriad facets of this world." Dream approached Wukong and said, "Tianhe, do not concern yourself so deeply with these matters. Know that in my eyes, you will forever be the fearless Tianhe, who faces all adversities with a smile. You are, and will always be, my beloved Tianhe." "Thank you, Dream." Wukong replied with a smile. "And us, my dear, you must not overlook us. We will always stand by you," Shilong and Lingsha added, refusing to be outdone. All right. I will not neglect you," Wukong assured them. He gestured for Qingjie to cease her actions, opened his eyes, and stretched his body, stating, "Now, let us proceed to the Great Hall to inform my mother and the sect leader." The girls nodded in agreement and together made their way towards the sect leader's hall. Upon exiting the forbidden area and passing by the disciples' quarters, Wukong and the others encountered a familiar face, Xuanji. "Ah, we meet again," Wukong exclaimed with a smile. "How does it feel to be here? Is it arduous?" Xuanji resembled a charming little girl, with her not-so-short stature complemented by an adorable visage, complete with 2 dimples and a round, cherubic face that evoked affection. "It's not too bad, not at all arduous, much easier than when I was training before. However, there are far too few wild boars here," Wukong said, scratching his head with a chuckle. "Haha, you are quite amusing. This is the first time I've heard a Xianghua disciple say such a thing. You are indeed the first." Xuanji laughed heartily at Wukong's words. After her laughter subsided, Xuanji noticed the other girls behind Wukong. Just as she was about to greet them, she spotted a stranger. Approaching Qingjie, she circled around to scrutinize her and remarked, "This sister looks familiar. Is she also with Tianhe?" Qingjie nodded and replied, "Yes, junior sister." "Junior sister? Kiki, I suppose I am now a sister as well. But calling me junior sister seems a bit unflattering. Just refer to me as sister," Xuanji said, exhibiting her delightful personality. "All right, sister, is that acceptable?" Qingjie smiled. "Well, you are so beautiful, Tianhe. Why is it that you are always surrounded by such lovely ladies? Have you struck a vein of good fortune?" Xuanji observed that every time she encountered Wukong, he was accompanied by at least one beautiful woman. "Of course. However, sister, you will undoubtedly become a great beauty in the future as well," Lingsha remarked, gently patting Xuanji on the head. Xuanji immediately recoiled, covering her head and pouting in discontent. "Do not touch my head. I am not a child." Wukong and his companions exchanged silent smiles, when Mengli inquired, "By the way, where is brother Huaishuo?" Qingjie remarked with a slight pout, "Oh, he has probably gone after that junior sister who entered the sect a bit earlier than you all." What do you mean? Has he lost interest in you?" Lingsha asked. "What do you think? He used to cling to me, but ever since that junior sister arrived, he has ceased to seek me out. However, this is not entirely unwelcome. I am still young and prefer to avoid entanglements of the heart too soon. It is quite pleasant to focus on my martial training and enjoy life," Xuanji replied nonchalantly. "Ah, I never would have imagined, upon our reunion, brother Huaishuo has found new affection?" Sihong expressed incredulously. "The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. There is no need to dwell on it. Moreover, it is possible that Huaishuo and Xuanji are simply not well suited," Lingsha added. "By the way, where are you all headed?" Xuanji inquired. Noticing that Xuanji did not appear as troubled as they had anticipated, the group refrained from probing further, leaving matters to fate. Upon hearing Xuanji's question, Wukong replied, "We are on our way to find the sect leader." "The sect leader? Oh, right. Just now, as I passed by the Grand Hall, I spotted an incredibly beautiful lady inside. She was so stunning that words fail to describe her. It seemed she and the sect leader shared a delightful rapport. How curious." Xuanji exclaimed, pointing towards the hall, visibly astonished. "Heh, that is my mother," Wukong chuckled. "Why your mother? How can that be?" Xuanji stammered, pointing at Wukong in disbelief. "If you don't believe it, why not accompany us to witness for yourself? What do you say?" Sihong suggested proudly. "All right, I will go. But unless I see it with my own eyes and hear it with my own ears, I shall not believe it," Xuanji insisted determinedly. "Then let's be off," Wukong declared, leading the way as the others followed closely behind. Throughout the journey, Xuanji pouted adorably, her cheeks puffed up, while Si Hong and Ling Sha playfully poked her, giggling incessantly. Meng Li and Qin Jie also covered their mouths, stifling laughter. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, and at that moment, Wukong suddenly remembered a pressing question. Why is there no disciple guarding the entrance? When the sect leader calls for someone, where do the disciples appear from? As Ling Sha and the others lingered at the door, Wukong stepped into the hall, calling out, "Mother, I'm back." Su Yu and Su Yao were engaged in idle conversation, their focus directed at Wukong, who fortuitously entered at that moment. "Tianhe, where have you been? Why did you take so long to return?" Su Yu inquired, adjusting Wukong's slightly disheveled attire. I went to see Uncle Xianxiao with Ling Sha and the others," Wukong replied somewhat bashfully. "Have you gone to see him again?" Su Yu exhibited no remarkable reaction, merely pausing momentarily in her task of adjusting Wukong's attire before resuming with an air of tranquility. "Mother, why are you so composed?" Wukong couldn't help but inquire. "Tianhe, this matter has already been discussed with my senior sister. There is no need for you to be so reserved." Wukong turned to Su Yao, who nodded and said, "You ventured into the forbidden area without informing me. If other disciples had seen you, it would have caused unnecessary trouble. You sound just like Ziying." Wukong touched his nose and replied, "Ziying? Is he the man carrying the sword at the gate?" Su Yao inquired, "Mother, have you met him?" "Yes. He came in not long ago. I only just learned that he is a disciple of the sect of refinement." Su Yu sighed, reflecting on the unexpected reunion. "I never imagined I would see you all again. It's truly..." Su Yao couldn't help but feel a swell of emotions. "All right, junior sister, let the past be bygone. Do not dwell on it any longer. Please contemplate the words I just shared with you." Su Yao gently held Su Yao's hand to offer comfort. "Thank you, senior sister." Dazed, as they exited the hall, Wukong and Su Yu beheld a scene at the entrance. Wukong inquired, "Oh, is Xuanji very tired? Why has she fallen asleep?" It turned out that at this moment, Xuanji was already nestled in Sairong's embrace. Sairong chuckled, "Hee hee. It's not surprising that she fainted from the excitement after you called her mother just now. Is that so? But surely, that wouldn't cause one to faint." "That seems rather exaggerated." Wukong expressed his confusion. Su Yu interjected, "We should quickly carry her back to the room. It would be unwise for her to catch a chill." "Indeed." With that, Sairong gently cradled Xuanji, and together they swiftly made their way to Wukong's chamber. After laying Xuanji on Wukong's bed, he suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Ah, I forgot something important." Su Yu asked, "What is this important matter?" Wukong remarked, "It's about helping Uncle Xianjiao break the seal." Su Yu, unperturbed, directly inquired, "So, Tianhe, do you have a solution?" "Indeed. Uncle said that if we gather the 3 cold artifacts, he would have a greater assurance in breaking the seal," dreamily responded. Su Yu, upon hearing this, asked, 3 cold artifacts?" "Yes, Uncle Xianjiao mentioned that we could seek out 2 reclusive elders at Qifeng Gorge, who possess the 3 most extreme and frigid objects in the world, which would assist him in breaking free from the ice," dreamily continued. Su Yu merely nodded. Yet the others were puzzled. Why did Su Yu appear so anxious and despondent upon first encountering Xianjiao, but now seemed so composed? "Mother, why are you so calm?" Wukong couldn't help but ask. "Indeed, grandmother, isn't Uncle Xianjiao the one you truly love?" Sairong inquired. At this, Su Yu suddenly exclaimed, "No, it's not that. He is no longer." She abruptly turned around, sitting on a stool, her expression fraught with panic. "Mother, are you all right?" Wukong gently placed his hands on Su Yu's shoulders, concerned. Sairong, sensing the moment, crouched beside Su Yu and said, "I'm sorry, grandmother. I shouldn't have asked." Su Yu took a moment to calm herself, smiling at Sairong. "It's fine. I'm all right." Rising, Su Yu addressed Wukong, "Tianhe, since this is the case, I implore you to help your uncle find those 3 cold artifacts, allowing him to break free from the ice. Consider it my recompense to him." "Recompense?" Wukong questioned, puzzled. "Yes, just remember that. Oh, and don't tell senior sister about this just yet. I'll find a chance to inform her. You all should hurry and seek out those 3 artifacts," Su Yu instructed. "Then, mother, you rest assured, I will wait here for you. There is no need to worry about me," Su Yu assured with a slight smile. "Well then, very well, we shall depart," Wukong said, casting one last glance at Su Yu before leading the other women out of the room. Once they had left, Su Yu sat alone on the stool, holding the Lingguang Zao jade, murmuring, Why did I just think to say that my senior brother is no longer the one I love? Why has his shadow vanished? Could it be?" Su Yu stood at the doorway, staring blankly at Wukong, who was walking further away in front of the other women. "By the way, should we invite Ziying?" Wukong suddenly asked. To his surprise, All four women shook their heads in unison. Let us not invite him. I don't want that icy face accompanying us, Si Rong replied. Wukong found it rather troublesome, fearing that the situation would soon become tedious. Just as he thought of this, he noticed Murong Ziying, the frosty figure he had been speaking of, approaching them. So, do you all possess a solution? Ziying inquired as she arrived before the group. They nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, Elder Xianxiao mentioned that we merely need to gather 3 items of utmost chill and coldness. Is this truly the case? Ziying asked, her tone laced with urgency. Why are you so agitated? Lingsha questioned, perplexed. Naturally, does the sect master know of this? Ziying pressed on. Mengli shook her head. Not yet, but my grandmother will inform the sect master. Ah, if it's Aunt Suyu, that would be splendid. Are you 5 going together? Ziying asked. Of course. Surong replied with a hint of pride. It is a pity, however, that the demon realm is approaching. Otherwise, I too would wish to join you, Ziying lamented. Oh, you should attend to your own matters. Fret not for us. We shall certainly find a way. Surong and Lingsha insisted, eager for Ziying to refrain from accompanying them. Ziying cast a puzzled glance at Surong and Lingsha before declaring, Then I shall leave this burden in your capable hands, and turn to depart. Did I see correctly? Is that truly Ziying? Surong exclaimed. Sister, pinch me. Lingsha. Why would you have me pinch you? Wukong suddenly felt a jolt at his waist but calmly inquired, my dear, does it not hurt you? Lingsha asked incredulously. Wukong scratched his head and remarked, It doesn't hurt. Xiarong approached and playfully pinched Wukong's waist, asking, Does it hurt? Wukong shook his head, and the 2 girls, or rather, Mingli and Qingjie, were taken aback. Enough of that. Let us hasten to Qifeng Gorge, Qingjie urged, stopping the 2 little girls who were incessantly tugging at Wukong. Reluctantly, they had to concede that Wukong possessed a resilient physique. I believe Qifeng Gorge lies in this direction. It should be as Uncle Xianxiao described, Mengli remarked. Gazing down a lengthy corridor. Then let us proceed, came the agreement. Before long, the 5 of them arrived at Qifeng Gorge. Wow, this place is exquisite. With so much crystal clear water. Upon witnessing the idyllic surroundings of Qifeng Gorge, Surong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. There are houses over there. Let us go and explore. Wukong observed keenly, spotting 2 wooden cabins on a small hillside nearby. After meandering left around the wooden bridge spanning the river, they soon found themselves standing before the quaint wooden houses. Wukong immediately called out, Is anyone there? The echo returned, prompting Mengli to remark, Tianhe, your manner of calling is rather discourteous. In response, Qingjie announced, Disciple Qingjie requests an audience with the 2 esteemed elders regarding a matter of great importance. Instantly, an elderly voice responded, Has the sect leader Su Yao sent you? Before she could reply, the voice continued, The sect leader governs with prudence, and we have long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. There is nothing we can assist her with. You may return, Mengli interjected. It is not the sect leader, but rather Senior Xianxiao who has dispatched us. Suddenly, 2 beams of light materialized before Wukong and the others, revealing 2 figures, one clad in a blue robe with hair as white as snow, and the other possessing a youthful countenance despite his silver hair. Are you the esteemed elders Qingyong and Chongguang? Mingli inquired with a respectful bow. You just mentioned Xianxiao? Qingyong questioned. Indeed, Mingli affirmed with a nod. How could you junior disciples possibly have an audience with Xianxiao? Chongguang probed. It is I. I brought my mother's spirit light Jiaoyu to the forbidden grounds, Wukong admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Qingyong was taken aback. You bear a striking resemblance to someone. Chongguang interjected. Qingyong, do observe closely. He is not that person, merely sharing a similar visage. Who might that be? Tianhe's father. Surong inquired. Qingyong stroked his beard, as disciples of the sect. How could we not recognize? Chongguang, growing impatient, interrupted. Enough of this idle chatter. Xianxiao sent you for a reason. There must be a significant matter at hand. Speak swiftly. Oh. He mentioned something about breaking the ice, Wukong replied. Wukong slightly curled his lips and remarked. He mentioned something about 3 supreme cold artifacts of utmost een and chill, claiming that you would know their whereabouts. How does Xianxiao seem now? Does he truly possess the confidence to break the ice? Qingyong inquired. I cannot say for certain. I only know that he is quite assured of his chances, Wukong replied, shaking his head. With the blazing sun raging within Xianxiao, how could mere cold artifacts possibly suppress it? Chongguang questioned, perplexed. Qingyong suggested, perhaps Xianxiao has cultivated a method that counters the fierce sun. Chongguang furrowed his brow, pondering. Could it be? The ice condensation technique? Qingyang nodded. That may be so, but it is indeed astonishing that in just 19 short years, he has managed to restrain the yang energy within him. Xianyao is truly a prodigious talent. Alas, fate has played a cruel hand, leading him to be sealed in ice. He has always been solitary and proud, never seeking help from others. Now that he has entrusted us, both Chongwang and I shall do our utmost to assist him. Suddenly, Qingyang turned to Wukong and asked, Young brother, are you not the son of Yentianking 4, 3 and Suyu? Wukong nodded in agreement. Qingyang murmured, Perhaps this is all the will of heaven. Young brother, is that sword of yours named Washu? Qingyang inquired upon noticing Washu behind Wukong. You know this sword? Why do you all refer to it as Washu? Wukong asked, surprised. Your sword, along with Xuanya Xia's sword, belongs to our sect. Indeed. I always felt there was something special about it, Wukong remarked, a hint of pride in his tone. Suddenly, Chongwang interjected, Wait a moment, Qingyang. Why can I no longer sense the spiritual energy of Washu? What is happening? Qingyang echoed, equally astonished. What do you mean, no spiritual energy? What are you discussing? Wukong queried, perplexed. Young brother, how long have you wielded this sword? Chongwang asked. For over a decade, it feels quite comfortable to use, Wukong recalled. Have you experienced any peculiar phenomena while using it? Chongwang pressed. Phenomena? No, it's just an ordinary sword, Wukong replied. How can that be? Qingyang frowned. Is there something wrong with my husband's sword? Lingsha interjected. Why are you all so astonished? Surong questioned. Bewildered by the intense reactions of Chongwang and Qingyang when they turned their gaze towards Lingsha. Miss, were you born during the Yin year and Yin hour? Qingyang inquired. You actually know when I was born? That's incredible! Lingsha exclaimed in disbelief. That is not our intention. It merely relates to Washu. Since that is the case, have you felt any anomalies in your body? Qingyang continued. Anomalies? No, I am perfectly fine. Lingsha pondered before shaking her head. Strange. Nevertheless, listen well. There are not many entities embodying the utmost yin and coldness in this world, yet there are at least 5. However, they are elusive. Finding 3 of them is already a significant feat. After a pause, Qingyang continued, I have only heard rumors regarding them. One such entity, the Guangjihan II, was sighted hundreds of years ago by the seaside near present-day Jima, while Kunlun consists of the scales of a great fish from the north, which swam near Chaohu a few years ago. As for the third, I am unaware of its identity. I only know it resides within the legendary cave of the Flame Emperor Shenong. Let us venture to these locations, Qingyang suggested. Are you all coming too? We intended to go alone. Wukong scratched his head. Humph. If you have the courage, then go by yourselves, Chongwang retorted. Did I say something wrong? Wukong asked, scratching his head in confusion. No matter. It's beneficial for the youth to gain experience. Should you encounter difficulties, come to Qi Feng Stream, and we shall certainly assist you. Qingyang said, stroking his beard. Go ahead, he urged. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, the group began to converse. Is it true that Elder Chongwang has already attained the status of an immortal? Han Lingsha inquired. Though their hair and eyebrows may be white, their faces retain a youthful essence. They remarked, perhaps this is merely a manifestation of their cultivated path. The 2 elders certainly enjoy lifespans that surpass ordinary individuals by 2 or 3 decades, yet they are not immortal. Bored, I scoured the library for all its tomes, but found no record of any member of the achieving an immortal form. Pouted. Library? Tomes? Inquired in confusion. Oh, no, I meant. When shall we set forth to retrieve those 3 items? Of course, we shall embark at once, but which one shall we pursue first? Replied immediately. Since both elders have indicated that none are simple, it matters not which we choose. Let us commence with the suggested. Very well, we shall head to. I can guide you, as I am familiar with the way. It lies to the northeast, by the coast, said with a smile. Departing from. And the others approached the vicinity of the mountain gate, wishing to avoid further interaction with the gatekeeper, which was rather irksome. Let us take to the skies on our swords. Indeed, Wukong and his companions summoned their sword together. Just as they were about to take flight, they heard, Heavenly River. As Wukong turned around, he discovered that it was Suyu rushing towards him. Mother, what brings you here? Wukong inquired. Suyu approached Wukong, slightly out of breath, and said, Tianhe, I have thought it over. Please take me along. Mother, do you really wish to go? Indeed. Seeing Suyu's resolute nod, Wukong allowed her to stand upon the sword and called out, Let us depart. With a flick of his thoughts, 5 swords soared into the air. Guided by Lingsha and with Wukong attending to Suyu, he flew at the rear, unaware that Suyu was blissfully embracing his waist. Suddenly, Wukong turned to Suyu and inquired, "Mother, where is Xuanji?" Suyu lifted her head and replied, "That young girl?" She returned to her own room, number 437. After waking up, "Oh, Tianhe, are we on a quest to find the cold weapon?" Suyu asked. "Yes. We are heading to Jima to seek out some kind of diagram." Wukong responded, uncertain of the specifics regarding the diagram. "By the way, Mother, does the sect leader know about this?" Wukong inquired once more. "Yes, I have already informed the senior sister," Suyu confirmed. Wukong turned his head in slight astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow, Mother, your movements are truly swift." Suyu smiled gently and continued in a soft voice, "Tianhe, do you recall that I once mentioned the person I loved most in the past was Xiandao?" Wukong replied, "I remember. What's the matter? Did you hear clearly that Mother mentioned the past? In the Tianhe, soon Mother will be able to reveal the true identity of the one she loves," Suyu said. "Is that so? Oh, Mother, Lingsha and the others are flying faster. Hold on tight. I must accelerate." Wukong observed that Lingsha and her companions were increasing their speed, and if he didn't catch up soon, he would have to expend his energy. Suyu smiled faintly, tightening her embrace around Wukong's waist. Wukong chanted a spell and gradually caught up. "Mother, this ring is for you." Undoubtedly, while the speed of sword flight could not compare to Wukong's energy-fueled flight, it was still swift, taking merely 10 minutes to reach the location of the Guangji Hantu, known as Jima. However, upon dismounting, the 6 of them were greeted by a bustling scene. Lingsha surveyed the area with curiosity and exclaimed, "Wow, it's all lit up. Is there a celebration? A celebration? Does that mean there will be food?" Wukong thought back to the feast they used to enjoy during gatherings. Gurgle. Wukong's stomach protested. He scratched his head sheepishly. A signature gesture, which elicited laughter from the girls. "How about this? I'll buy some food for Tianhe, and you all can gather some information," Suyu suggested. "I'll go with you, Grandma. You're so beautiful, and with me around, you'll be safe." Si-young playfully approached Suyu, taking her hand sweetly. "All right, let us go then. We'll meet on the bridge ahead," Suyu replied, leading Si-young into the throng. "Okay, let's move as well." Wukong turned to the 3 girls. With Wukong's striking appearance, alongside the 3 celestial beauties, Qinji, Meng Li, and Lingsha, appearing in the bustling market was akin to a bombshell dropping. "Wow, am I dreaming? Is this even real?" A passerby gaped, staring at Wukong and the others. "Goodness, this is the first time I've seen 3 stunning beauties. That man in front is incredibly handsome," another onlooker added, entranced. The surrounding crowd began to fix their gazes upon Wukong and his companions. "Why is everyone staring at us?" Wukong asked, puzzled. "Isn't it because of Meng Li and Sister Qinji, and of course, me?" Lingsha replied with pride. Lingsha, Meng Li, and Qinji blushed. Their cheeks flushed, causing the onlookers with intentions but lacking courage to be utterly captivated. "We should quickly inquire if anyone knows the whereabouts of the Guangji Hantu," Qinji suggested. Wukong and his companions nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that this was not an opportune moment for inquiries. They proceeded onward. Fortunately, upon reaching the front, Wukong and his 3 companions did not encounter any further signs of the earlier incident. However, they observed a considerable number of individuals hastily fleeing in a particular direction. Wukong casually seized a young man and inquired, "Excuse me, are you familiar with the Luminescent Chronicles?" The young man, visibly irritated, disregarded Wukong's appearance and replied, "Oh, spare me your chatter. I must hasten to the Fox Immortal Temple. If I do not deliver the offerings promptly, who knows what calamity may befall us." At that moment, another young man rushed over and exclaimed, "Indeed, if we miss the appointed time and incur the displeasure of the Fox Immortal, it would be disastrous." Just as Wukong was about to question the second young man, a man's anxious voice called from behind, "Has anyone seen my daughter, Lian Bao?" The first young man crossed his arms and remarked, "I say, Scholar Xia, you ought to take better care of your own daughter. If she goes missing, why come asking us? She was right beside me just a moment ago. Now she's vanished in the blink of an eye. Do not fret. I shall assist you in the search," declared a burly figure who seemed to be a butcher. The second young man interjected, "Today is a grand celebration in Jimu. Everyone is required to pay their respects to the Fox Immortal. Why must this happen now?" He paused, adding, "If the Fox Immortal is angered, we shall all suffer the consequences." "The Fox Immortal? Could it be that he has taken Lian Bao?" Scholar Xiao murmured. "What? Are you suggesting that the Fox Immortal has taken little Lian Bao? In that case, I fear I cannot assist you," the butcher responded before departing. The second young man remarked, "Scholar Xia, are you lacking sincerity in your tribute to the Fox Immortal?" Otherwise, how could such misfortune befall you? At that moment, an elderly man approached and asked, Yuanshan, has Lian Bao truly been taken by the Fox Immortal? Scholar Xia shook his head. I do not know. I am merely speculating. Lian Bao has always been well-behaved and would not wander off. The elder continued, if you believe so, then it must be true. You seem to possess an uncanny ability to sense things. Most often, your intuitions have proven accurate, and many have avoided calamities thanks to you. But how can we assist you this time? Watching the butcher depart, the second young man fell silent. Scholar Xia firmly declared, do not trouble yourselves. I shall find Lian Bao on my own. The elder sighed, alas. One by one, they began to disperse. That Scholar Xia is quite pitiful. His daughter is missing. Yet no one offers to help, Ling Sha murmured. I noticed his face was ashen with worry. I believe we should assist him in the search, Meng Li suggested softly. Yes, I share that sentiment. However, I think we should first meet with the elderly ladies and then search together, lest they become anxious, Qinji stated. Then let us hasten to that bridge, they agreed. At last, Wukong and his companions arrived at the designated meeting point, a bridge. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that Su Yu and Si Rong had already been waiting there. The two women held a large bundle in their hands, and their appearance seemed incongruous with their beauty. Wow, Granny! Si Rong, how much have you bought? Ling Sha exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the two sizable packages. After a moment of contemplation, Si Rong replied, we purchased 20 buns, 20 pancakes, and a pot of wine. Wine? Ah, Si Rong. I would have completely forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Remember, during our trials in the illusion, we hid a substantial amount of wine in our rings? Wukong remarked, slapping his palm as he recalled. Right. How could I forget? Look at me. I already have wine, and yet I bought more. Hee hee. Si Rong said with an embarrassed smile. Rings? Si Rong, I didn't even notice. You brought rings with you. Humph. Dear husband, that's favoritism. I want one too. Ling Sha pouted, playfully reaching out to Wukong. Wukong chuckled softly, conjuring 4 rings as if by magic. Ling Sha swiftly took one and adorned her ring finger with it. Planting a gentle kiss on Wukong's cheek, thank you, my dear husband. Wukong turned to Ming Li and Qinjie, saying, you should each take one as well. Shyly, Ming Li and Qinjie each accepted a ring from Wukong's hand, adorning their respective ring fingers, gazing at the rings with a sense of preciousness. Wukong discovered that he seemed to have taken an extra ring, but he quickly found a recipient. Approaching Su Yu, who was still in a daze, he said, Mother, this is for you. Upon hearing the mention of a ring from Si Yong, Su Yu stood frozen in place, unable to believe the sudden surge of jealousy that welled up within her at the mere mention of those 2 words. Then, seeing Ling Sha and Wukong coquetting for a ring, Wukong handed one to Meng Li and Qinji as well, observing them sweetly caressing their rings. Su Yu outwardly feigned joy while internally battling the urge to weep, simultaneously mocking herself. I am the mother of Tianhe. What am I thinking? It's all right. Just being by Tianhe's side in the future is sufficient. What more could I want? However, mere seconds after this thought crossed her mind, her son approached her, extending his hand and repeating his earlier words. Su Yu remained unresponsive, staring blankly at the ring glimmering in the sunlight, silent and motionless. Mother? Mother? Wukong waved his left hand in front of Su Yu, calling out twice. Su Yu, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Wukong's shout and the movement of his hand, looking at him in confusion. Mother, what are you thinking? You should take this ring. But Tianhe, how can mother? Su Yu gazed longingly at the ring in Wukong's hand, yet the weight of her identity compelled her to decline. Mother, since Tianhe wishes to give it to you, you should accept it. Otherwise, it would be ungrateful of you, Qinji said as she took Su Yu's hand. Indeed, mother. This ring is quite useful, Xiong added, magically producing a bundle of food and placing it into the ring, exclaiming to the astonished Su Yu, this ring, my husband says, is a storage ring that can hold many items. Su Yu hesitated, but with the encouragement from Qinji and Xiong, as well as the pleading looks from Ming Li and Ling Sha, she glanced at her son, who stood there scratching his head with an expression of helplessness. Holding the ring, with a smile, Su Yu finally said, all right, I shall accept it. Wukong immediately handed the ring to her. Su Yu took the ring and said, all right, let us depart. However, unbeknownst to everyone, she slipped the ring onto her ring finger as she turned around. As they walked, Meng Li suddenly exclaimed, right? Just now we said we would help Mr. Xia find his daughter. Find a daughter? Who are you talking about? Xiong and Su Yu were clearly puzzled by Meng Li's statement. Qinji explained the situation to Su Yu and Xiong. Su Yu responded, in that case, Let us assist him. Perhaps we may uncover the whereabouts of the cold weapon from Mr. Xia. Okay. Upon completing his statement, Yukong turned and led the way towards the direction from which Mr. Xia had just departed. The remaining women, filled with curiosity, exchanged bewildered glances. Ling Sha inquired, "What is okay?" The others shook their heads in response. With hands on her hips, Ling Sha remarked, "My husband can be quite perplexing, always engaging in strange actions and uttering odd phrases. Come on, let us hurry and catch up. It would be unfortunate to lose track of him," Xirong said while pulling Siyu along. At this moment, Wukong had followed the aura of Xia Yuanqing to a narrow alley, where he observed Xia Yuanqing persistently questioning passers-by, but alas, they all shook their heads in denial. Wukong stepped forward and gave a pat on Xia Yuanqing's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. "Ouch, that hurts," Xia Yuanqing exclaimed, clutching his shoulder, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Wukong, feeling rather embarrassed, scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. "I truly apologize. I must have been too forceful, hee. This incident reminded Wukong of a time when he inadvertently sent Chi-Chi flying out of the house. "And no, it's nothing. May I inquire what brings you here, young sir? I must continue my search for my daughter." As Xia Yuanqing rubbed his shoulder and looked towards Wukong, a glimmer of recognition crossed his face. "Oh, aren't you the one from earlier?" Before Wukong could utter a word, Si Hong, who had hurried over, declared, "We are here to assist you in searching for your daughter. Are you truly willing to help me find my daughter?" Xia Yuanqing asked, perplexed. "Indeed. We have come to visit, and, upon hearing of your daughter's disappearance, we wish to offer our aid," Su Yu replied gently. "Oh, what a celestial being you are," Xia Yuanqing remarked, momentarily entranced by Su Yu's ethereal beauty, yet his urgency prevented him from indulging in prolonged reverie. "I perceive that you all possess remarkable presence. Might you be?" Xia Yuanqing began to inquire. "We are disciples of the Qianghua sect, with a modest understanding of swordsmanship," Qin Ji stated with a bow. "Oh, I see, practitioners of the mystical arts. That is indeed splendid. By the way, my daughter, Lian Bao, has most likely been taken by the Fox Fairy of Inxiang Mountain. If you are willing, please accompany me to rescue her. Inxiang Mountain lies to the northeast of the Fox Fairy Temple." Upon learning of Wukong and his companions' identities as cultivators, Xia Yuanqing's joy was unmistakable. "But why would the Fox Fairy abduct your daughter? Shouldn't she be a protector of the realm?" Ling Sha inquired. Xia Yuanqing's expression turned troubled as he replied, "This is rather complicated, but for now, I only wish to find Lian Bao and ensure her safety." Mingli interjected, "There is no need for further discussion. We shall address everything once we locate your daughter." Xia Yuanqing clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I shall forever remember this favor." Upon reaching the mountain where the Fox Fairy resided, the enchanting surroundings rivaled those of Qingwan Peak. Ling Sha couldn't help but murmur, "That Fox Fairy resides in such a splendid place. She certainly knows how to enjoy life." As they continued onward, Xia Yuanqing suddenly halted, prompting curiosity among the others. He exclaimed, "Lian Bao! I hear Lian Bao's voice." In an astonishing moment, Xia Yuanqing seemed to vanish before their eyes. Did he just teleport? Wukong scratched his head, inspecting the spot where Xia Yuanqing had stood. Su Yu remarked, "That young Master Xia is no ordinary individual. Otherwise, how could he immediately recognize the Qianghua sect as practitioners of the mystical arts?" Indeed, the elder is correct. I sense that this mountain harbors unusual phenomena. We must proceed with caution. Qinji added, "Very well, I can trace Mr. Xia's aura. Let us hasten our steps," Wukong declared. Ling Sha, Si Hong, Qinji, and Mengli, all having learned the way of sensing energy from Wukong, prepared to move forward. Suddenly, they exchanged alarmed glances and exclaimed, "This is not good." When they followed the increasingly faint aura of Xia Yuanqing to its source, they finally discerned his whereabouts. "That child is Lian Bao," Mingli gasped, staring in shock at the sight of a young girl standing by an unknown creature, foolishly nibbling on her fingers. "Mr. Xia, what has happened to him?" Surprised, Sarong exclaimed, realizing that Xia Yuanqing had already collapsed to the ground. The enigmatic creature chuckled, "Ha ha ha, it's nothing, just a fainting spell." Xiu coldly retorted, "As a celestial beast, it is your duty to protect mortals. Why then do you choose to harm them?" The mysterious being was indeed the fox spirit, embodying a fox's visage upon a human form. A bell held in its hand. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the fox demon sneered, "How amusing. Today, it seems there are quite a few busybodies. Your question is rather foolish. Having ascended to divinity, what joy is there if one cannot whimsically toy with mortals?" Su Yu replied icily, It is no easy feat for beasts to cultivate immortality, often taking thousands of years. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for your actions? The fox demon scoffed. Heaven's wrath? Ha! Absurd. I am already a celestial being. Can I truly be cast back into beast form? Sighing, Lingsha interjected, Dear, why waste words? Let us simply teach this vile fox a lesson and retrieve Mr. Xia and his daughter. She had already drawn her dual-ringed weapon. The fox demon laughed disdainfully. Retrieve them? Humph, it won't be that easy. With a flick of the bell, several identical figures emerged from its body. Is this an illusion? Meng Li gasped. Well, how delightful. Someone has come knocking on my door. Do not accuse me of bullying. If you can identify the real one among these 5, I shall release Xia Yuanqing and his daughter without hesitation. The fox demon declared smugly. That detestable fox. Let us just beat him down. Serong fumed, her anger flaring for the second time since her encounter with the god of wealth. Wait, he is still a scattered immortal. We do not know his true capabilities. It would be wise to abide by his rules for now, urged Qin Ji, blocking Sirong's advance. Then what should we do? The more I look at him, the more irked I become. My husband, do you have a plan? Serong pondered, deciding to consult Wukong. Hee, let's not forget. Wukong has had numerous encounters with those skilled in the art of duplication, and he typically employs the same tactic. No problem. Leave it to me, Wukong replied with a grin. With my husband in action, success is assured, Lingsha said, brimming with confidence. You all need to close your eyes first, Wukong instructed. Ah? Why? Serong asked. Perplexed. Husband, just strike. Why must they close their eyes? It's not as if they've never seen you fight. Do not question, just close them. Or you will regret it later, Wukong insisted once more. Very well. Hearing this, Suyu sensed Wukong had a plan, and she was the first to shut her eyes. The others followed suit, closing their eyes as well. Upon witnessing that they had closed their eyes, Wukong approached the fox demon. The fox demon grinned widely, exclaiming, Oh? Such a handsome young man comes to meet his demise. What a pity. However, it seems that those lovely ladies behind you are your companions. How about this? Once you perish, I shall take good care of them. I assure you, they will be well looked after. Ah ha ha. The fox demon's laughter was discordant. The nearby ladies, particularly the impulsive Lingsha and Serong, were seething with anger. Yet, recalling Wukong's words about their potential regrets, they gritted their teeth and kept their eyes tightly shut. Upon hearing these words, Wukong maintained a facade of composure, yet within him, a tempest of anger began to brew. It was permissible to berate himself, but to speak ill of the woman he cherished was utterly intolerable. Wukong raised both hands before him, palms facing himself. The fox demon, observing Wukong's demeanor, found it even more amusing and exclaimed, Oh, are you trying to play ghost catching? Ha ha, with a slight smile. Wukong's expression suddenly turned serious as he pronounced each word distinctly. Sun. Fist. A blinding light emanated from the palm of Wukong's hand. The fox demon, still chuckling, found the name of Wukong's technique amusing, but as the intense radiance struck her, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over her. A collective scream echoed as 5 voices cried out simultaneously. The fox demon felt a sudden assault on her body. My eyes, she lamented, clutching her face as the bell she held clattered to the ground. You may open your eyes now, Wukong instructed the 5 women. Upon hearing this, they immediately complied. Discovering that the 5 fox demon figures had merged into one, which was now writhing on the ground in agony, its eyes covered. Looking at Wukong, they realized he had rescued the girl. How wonderful! Lingsha and Serong exclaimed in delight. Tianhe, what kind of technique was that? Qinjie gazed at Wukong with admiration as she inquired. Oh, it's a move I learned from a friend called the Sun Fist. This technique can temporarily blind the enemy, making it easier to escape, Wukong explained. A friend? Tianhe, when did you make such a friend? Meng Li asked incredulously, as she and the others were always with him. How could they not know of his acquaintances? Yet, the truth was, there were many things they remained unaware of. Oh, well, Wukong hesitated, unsure how to respond. If he mentioned a friend from another world, they would surely think him mad. Fortunately, at that moment, the temporarily blinded fox demon began to regain her sight. Relieving Wukong of his dilemma, though she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, How despicable, to use such a technique. All's fair in war, Serong retorted, puffing her cheeks in pride. You call yourselves cultivators yet resort to such deceit, the fox demon scoffed. Oh please, and you dare to call yourself an immortal? You abducted someone's daughter without reason. And we are the deceitful ones? What would you call it? Harassment? Lingsha challenged, hands on her hips like a fierce leader. Bah, harassment? Nonsense. The fox demon fumed at the accusation of attempting to harass a little girl, especially one as innocent as she was. Humph. Then what was your reason for capturing this young lady? Surong coldly retorted. TCH, it was all because of him. The fox demon pointed accusingly at Xia Yuanqing, lying on the ground. Who told him to disgrace our celestial reputation? Celestial reputation? Mingli inquired, puzzled, as did the others, including Wukong, who were equally baffled by the term. Do you not know? The fox spirit was on the verge of collapse, exclaiming in frustration that despite the obviousness of the situation, Wukong and the others remained oblivious to its meaning. This foolish scholar proved utterly useless. Who would have thought he was a mountain deity? The other women, excluding Wukong, displayed expressions of astonishment. What? Mr. Xia is not immortal? Kinheim exclaimed in disbelief. The fox spirit mirrored her surprise, saying, See? You two are astonished, aren't you? Xia Yuanqing, clearly a mountain god, chooses to masquerade as a commoner, mingling with the ignorant populace, and even adopts a daughter. How foolish. He has become the laughingstock of all the scattered immortals. Mengli interjected. How he chooses to live is his own affair. It is of no concern to you. The fox spirit shook her head dismissively, laughing scornfully. Not at all. He is weaker than I and lacks self-awareness, always sabotaging my plans. Stepping in to save others from misfortune, clearly opposing me. Today, on my birthday, I shall teach him a lesson, which will bring me indescribable delight. Suyue rebuked. As a mountain god, it is only natural to protect mortals. How can you act so? The fox spirit raised her nose haughtily, retorting, Do not lecture me on principles. This scholar is both dim-witted and foolish. His daughter is just as brainless as he is. I simply cannot tolerate him. You are utterly ridiculous. Mingli could not help but frown deeply, having never encountered such a despicable being who still claimed to be an immortal. It seems I must take action, she thought. However, I was momentarily careless and did not notice this little one's underhanded tactics. I shall reveal another skill. The fox spirit shook a belt she had picked up at some point, and suddenly, Lotus Treasure, who had been beside Wukong, appeared in the middle of Wukong and the fox spirit, transforming into 4 identical copies of Lotus Treasure, mirroring the fox spirit's earlier trick. Not this again. What do you want? If you wish to fight, then just do it instead of dragging things out, Lingsha exclaimed, seething with anger. Ha. If you can choose the real one from these 5, I shall let you go. And you, don't use that trick again, or it will be deemed cheating. She added, directing the latter part at Wukong. Seeing no alternative, the women anxiously turned to Wukong. Darling, what shall we do? Suyue, noticing her daughter's-in-law's distress, quickly advised. Do not panic. Allow the situation to settle. In truth, Wukong was also unsure of what to do. If it had been a battle, he could have discerned the real one through the essence of their energy. However, the girl before him did not possess any martial skills, and given her childish nature, there was no energy to sense, which left Wukong in a difficult position. Noticing Wukong's furrowed brow, the fox spirit believed victory was assured, unaware that his next words would lead to her ultimate defeat. Haha, what's the matter? Can't you figure it out? Humph, I suggest you take your leave. This foolish scholar is not worth my wrath. I merely intend to toy with him, sparing his life. However, should this scoundrel dare to thwart my plans again, I shall not be so lenient. Suddenly, the fox demon froze in astonishment, for at the moment of his laughter, the 4 lotus treasures had transformed into but one. The fox demon exclaimed in disbelief. How can this be? Impossible. You must be mistaken. With a faint smile, Wukong remarked, Indeed, I could not decipher it earlier. But your recent words have betrayed you. You insulted Mr. Xia before, and I inadvertently noticed a flicker of anger in Lianbao's eyes. Thus, when you hurled insults again, I seized upon that clue and located her. You resorted to deceit. That is not permissible. The fox demon shouted in fury. What deceit? Are we to be deemed deceitful simply because we emerge victorious? Do not forget that she may not be as astute as other children. Yet the bond between father and daughter remains unchanged. Kinheim stated coldly. You all. Very well. If that is the case, witness my wrath. The fox demon, consumed by rage, laughed mockingly 3 times, eager for battle. Be cautious. His aura is intensifying. Wukong warned the women behind him as he assumed a combat stance. Lingsha, Surong, Mingli, and Kinheim nodded in agreement, having trained in martial arts. They could sense the escalating energy of the fox demon. I will see you perish. The fox demon bellowed, charging directly at Wukong, who stood nearest to him. The girls were injured. Wukong deftly evaded the initial assault of the fox demon, and just as he prepared to retaliate, he realized that the demon's true target was not him. The fox demon surged forward towards the spot where Wukong had just stood, aiming instead for the group of young women nearby. Upon witnessing the fox demon's sudden advance, the women gasped in surprise, instinctively exclaiming in alarm. In a swift and decisive motion, they narrowly escaped the attack, leaving behind a massive crater in the ground. The 5 women scattered in different directions, each taking refuge on either side. As they gazed at the substantial indentation left by the strike, their faces reflecting astonishment. Truly, the power of a celestial being is formidable. As Wukong noticed a few women retreating, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to speak, an unexpected cry rang out. "Tiana, be careful." Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, and Wukong felt a powerful blow strike his face, a sharp pain coursing through him. Naturally, he cried out in response to the punch, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, his abdomen was struck with another forceful impact, sending him flying across the ground, leaving a long trail in his wake. "Tiana, my husband." The women, witnessing Wukong being knocked to the ground, motionless, felt a searing pain in their hearts. Tears welled in each of their eyes, with Suyu already streaming with tears. After all, he was her beloved son. How could she allow him to come to harm? With tears in her eyes, Suyu gazed at the ring on her ring finger, her expression turning cold as she momentarily forgot she was unarmed and charged at the fox demon with her bare hands. "Humph, so overconfident." The fox demon scoffed, dismissing her. Although Suyu had not wielded any weapons in a long time, her past training with dual swords endowed her with formidable strength, even without Wangshu. However, against this celestial being, her skills were insufficient. Suyu struck towards the fox demon's chest with her palm, but the demon deftly sidestepped the attack. Retracting her hand, Suyu executed a spinning kick, yet it too was blocked by the demon's left hand. Observing Suyu's prowess in close combat, Ling Sha, Si Rong, Meng Li, and Qin Ji were momentarily stunned, secretly exclaiming, "Grandmother is remarkable. Even without using celestial arts, she is still incredibly strong." Yet, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a celestial being seemed ill-advised. The fox demon shook her bell, and a beam of light shot towards Suyu. In a swift maneuver, Suyu somersaulted to evade, but the impact created a crater where she had stood. With 2 fingers pressed against her chin, she muttered incantations before suddenly pointing at the fox demon, unleashing a similar beam of light in her direction. The fox demon failed to dodge, and the light struck her, exploding upon impact. However, as the mist dissipated, the fox demon stood unharmed, prompting the women to acknowledge that celestial beings were indeed formidable. How infuriating. "Grandmother, I will assist you." As Ling Sha and her companions witnessed Suyu on the brink of a fierce battle, they each brandished their respective weapons and joined the fray. Ling Sha had mastered the use of her dual rings to perfection under Wukong's tutelage, wielding them with remarkable ease. In conjunction with Suyu's formidable martial arts, they posed a significant threat. Had they faced ordinary martial artists, their adversaries would have been swiftly overwhelmed. Yet, they were confronted by an immortal, a being of extraordinary caliber. Qin Ji naturally resorted to her swordsmanship. She had previously engaged in combat with monks during her ascent of the Thousand Buddha Tower, and without Wukong's assistance back then, she would have surely encountered insurmountable challenges. However, today, she had made tremendous strides in her skills, her swordplay now fierce and unyielding. Largely due to the influence of one person, Wukong, the one she had come to love deeply. Meng Li, on the other hand, was ill-equipped for close combat, as her weapon was a guqin. She relied solely on the enchanting melodies she could produce to bewilder the fox demon. Yet, as a novice in celestial arts, how could she hope to control such a formidable foe? Si Rong had only recently begun her training in sword mastery as a fledgling practitioner. She could hardly sustain herself in this intense confrontation. In a moment of grandeur, the 5 celestial maidens launched a simultaneous assault on the fox demon, the scene resplendent with their battle cries. Alas, it became evident that in the clash of immortals and mortals, it was the latter who suffered the most. Meng Li, relying on her musical attacks, was the first to fall victim to an unseen force, for the fox demon had conjured an even more potent melody with her bell. With a gasp, Meng Li's guqin fell beside her as she collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest and spitting blood. "Meng Li," the 4 maidens exclaimed in shock. Yet in such a critical moment, distraction was not an option. The fox demon swept her arm, unleashing a wave of energy that struck Si Rong, sending her tumbling beside Meng Li, who too coughed up blood. "Ah, this time, Two cries echoed as Ling Sha and Qin Ji were similarly struck by the powerful force emanating from the fox demon's palm, collapsing beside Meng Li and Si Rong, both also expelling blood. How are you? Are you all right? The weakened maidens inquired of one another. Shaking her head, Si Rong replied, but what about our elder? Seeing only Suyu engaged in battle against the fox demon, their anxiety deepened. Injured as they were, how could they assist? Though Suyu was an experienced cultivator, 19 years of neglect, coupled with the birth of Wukong and the lingering effects from severing ties with Wang Shu, had left her utterly exhausted. The fox demon once again directed her bell towards Suyu, releasing a beam of light. Elder, the maidens cried out in desperation. This time, Suyu could not evade the attack, her fatigue overwhelming her. With a resounding thud, she was struck by the light and sent hurtling through the air. As Suyu lay gazing upward, blood trickling from her lips, she stared dreamily at the sky, where the clouds seemed to coalesce into Wukong's innocent smile. Tianhe, she murmured, closing her eyes as acceptance washed over her. Mother, unbeknownst to her, a soothing voice and presence had enveloped Suyu's ears, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. As she opened her enchanting eyes, she beheld the very figure whom her heart yearned for and cherished. Tianhe, has mother passed away? Suyu gazed at Wukong with an expression of bewildered longing. Wukong smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, No, mother, you are still living well. As long as I am alive, you cannot possibly perish. Tanga, Suyu, moved, rested her head against Suyu's embrace. In a fleeting moment, Wukong embraced Suyu and transported himself to the side of Ling Sha and the others. Gently, he set Suyu down and turned to the ladies, expressing, I apologize for your injuries. I shall seek vengeance on your behalf. Be cautious, my beloved, one warned. Heavenly River, take care, another urged. The ladies spoke with difficulty, their hands pressed against their chests. Wukong, overwhelmed with emotion, retrieved several celestial beans from his ring and distributed them among the women, urging them to consume the mystical sustenance. He then rose to his feet and gradually approached the fox demon. Had Wukong truly been feigning death moments ago? Was he genuinely indifferent to the potential harm that could befall Ling Sha and the others? Such notions were misguided. Wukong was not afraid of death. Death held no terror for him, having faced it before. However, at the moment he was sent sprawling to the ground. An ancient voice from the slumbering dragon within him whispered urgently, Wukong, your responsibilities have grown increasingly weighty, though not as critical as the time you safeguarded the earth. You now bear an even greater imperative, one that requires your vigilance. Is it Ling Sha and the others? Wukong inquired. That is a question only you can answer, Wukong. You have traversed this world for many years. Surely you have begun to comprehend the nature of emotions. Otherwise, why would you have left behind silver notes when departing the Lu residence? Why did you rescue others at the inn? Why did you assist in the Thousand Buddha Pagoda? Why did you strive to save Xianzhao for your mother? All these actions have fundamentally transformed you. No wonder I feel as if I have changed. So much so that I no longer act impulsively as I once did. My former love for battle has waned, after spending time with my mother, Ling Sha, Mingli, Serong. In Qinjie, I have discovered a newfound appreciation for a peaceful existence. I find it quite fulfilling, making me cherish life all the more, Wukong mused. Indeed, Wukong, you are no longer the same Wukong you once were. You have begun to metamorphose into a completely new being. As you continually engage with those around you and care for those you hold dear, you have already transformed. Do not dwell on other matters. Focus on safeguarding those close to you, especially those you cherish, the dragon's resonant voice advised. Yes, I understand, Wukong replied with a smile, sensing the change within himself. At that moment, Wukong stood just a short distance from the fox demon, who coldly smirked. Humph, it seems you are indeed formidable. Those previous attacks appeared to have little effect on you, but this time, I shall show no mercy. Wukong's once smiling visage suddenly transformed into one of chilling coldness, his pupils gradually turning a vivid crimson, and his aura escalating in intensity. My lord, his power is increasing. The few women around him murmured, sensing Wukong's growing energy. Suddenly, they exclaimed in astonishment, what an overwhelming force. It surpasses even that of the fox demon. At that moment, the fox demon was not faring any better. As a profound sense of regret welled up within him, he beheld Wukong's scarlet pupils and the potent aura radiating from him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. You have harmed those I cherish, those I love. I demand your regret, Wukong declared coldly, despite the lack of emotion in his voice. His words profoundly moved the women behind him, making their own injuries feel inconsequential. The fox demon remained silent. Yet the trembling of his legs and the cold sweat beating on his brow filled him with dread. As an immortal, he had never before encountered a mere mortal with such formidable energy. With a sudden burst of explosive speed, Wukong lunged at the fox demon, moving so swiftly that the demon barely had time to react before Wukong's fist struck his cheek, sending him soaring into the air. Wukong leaped upward, positioning himself above the fox demon, and with both fists clenched, he delivered a powerful blow to the demon's back, driving him forcefully toward the ground. The resounding impact, accompanied by excruciating pain, left the fox demon gasping for breath. This was a sensation he had never experienced before, and in that moment, he realized the true agony of being struck by someone he had previously deemed weaker than himself. Wukong descended to the ground and seized the struggling fox demon, delivering a powerful punch to its cheek as he declared, "This is for Mingli." Another punch struck the demon's eye. "This is for Surong." A subsequent blow landed on the demon's chest. "This is for Ling Sha." Wukong then struck the demon's chin, sending it soaring once more into the air. Wukong leaped into the sky above the fox demon, executing an inverted kick while exclaiming, "This is for Mother." With a resounding impact, the fox demon was struck, violently spitting out blood as it plummeted to the ground, collapsing and continuously coughing up blood. How painful! The fox demon writhed in agony, unable to move. Wukong descended to the ground, casting a cold gaze upon the suffering fox demon, who, in this moment, must surely be filled with regret. Such is the consequence of underestimating one's opponent. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped the fox demon, and as the brilliance faded, the figure of the demon had vanished, leaving only its garments behind, within which something stirred. Upon discerning the nature of that movement, Wukong spoke with a measured tone. "Considering you are a celestial beast and have undertaken a millennium of arduous cultivation, I shall grant you clemency this day. Should you again engage in malevolence, I assure you, I will not merely revert you to your original form. Depart." With a sharp command, the fox hastily fled. Once the fox had escaped, Wukong turned to the group of women, expressing his concern, "Are you all unscathed?" Moved by Wukong's evident care, the women softly reassured him, "We are fine, truly." Suddenly, Ling Sha gasped, "Ah, grandmother." Wukong looked over to see Ling Sha cradling the unconscious Shuyu. "Did she not consume the celestial being?" Wukong inquired anxiously. "She did, but grandmother has not awakened," Ling Sha replied, her own worry apparent. At that moment, not far away, the long unconscious Xia Yuanshan stirred, gazing around in confusion. "What is this? Father?" Nearby, Lian Bao called out in a daze. Xia Yuanshan rushed to Lian Bao's side, embracing him with concern. "Lian Bao, you have caused your father great worry. Are you well?" Lian Bao continued to call out, still in a state of bewilderment. "Father." Wukong lifted Suyu and rose alongside several women. Dreamily addressed Xia Yuanqing, reassuring him, "Rest assured, we have driven away the fox spirit. Lian Bao has not been harmed." Xia Yuanqing was immensely grateful, expressing his thanks profusely. "I never expected you to be a mountain deity. It is truly remarkable." Xirong remarked. Xia Yuanqing, with a self-deprecating chuckle, replied, "What significance does being a mountain deity hold when I cannot even protect my own daughter?" Ling Sha countered. "Not at all. We heard from the foul fox that it is precisely because you have aided many that you have incurred its resentment. It is a pity that when calamity truly strikes, those individuals are reluctant to lend their support." Xia Yuanqing shook his head, saying, "One cannot blame them. They're all kind-hearted souls. However, when human strength reaches its limits, how can one possibly contend with the forces of nature and the divine? It is only natural for them to feel fear." Wukong remarked, "Your daughter is truly quite attached to you. It is thanks to her that we were able to see through the fox spirit's deceptions." Upon arriving at the Xia residence, Xia Yuanqing fell into silence upon hearing these words. After a considerable pause, he spoke. "You are aware, I presume, that Lian Bao is not like other children. I merely wish to spare her from unnecessary suffering." He hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Originally, I intended to take her away from Jima, to wonder the vastness of the world, but I could not let go of the matter concerning Fox San. Now that Fox San has been driven away by you, I can depart with a sense of peace." Xia Yuanqing performed a respectful bow, expressing, "I am grateful for your assistance." "Ah, this young lady seems to have sustained an injury. If you do not mind, please accompany me to my humble abode to tend to her wounds." "In that case, I am most thankful," he added. "My residence is located in the southwest of the Jima Fox Spirit Temple. You may reach it by traversing the seaside promenade. I await your visit with anticipation." As Xia Yuanqing descended the mountain with Lian Bao, Mengli murmured, "The bond between father and daughter is truly remarkable." Ling Sha interjected, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu share a similar closeness with you, do they not? Meng Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, as long as the affection is genuine. Nothing can hinder the connection of hearts. We should hasten our descent to the Xia residence. Grandmother remains in a state of unconsciousness, and we cannot afford to delay. Proposed Qingjie. Indeed, came the response. As Ryukong and his companions descended the mountain, they found themselves at the entrance of Jima, where they were unexpectedly confronted by several individuals who blocked their path. Surely they do not mistake us for deities again, Ling Sha mused, her gaze drifting towards the familiar scenery reminiscent of the village beneath Qingwan Peak. Could it be that we must take to the skies once more? Ryukong remarked in astonishment. At that moment, the leaders of the group, whom Ryukong and his companions recognized, approached, the elder, the young man, and the butcher. The young man inquired, "Did you truly drive away the fox immortal?" "Indeed, we did," Ryukong replied, somewhat taken aback by the youth's unbridled excitement. "Benefactor," the young man exclaimed, much to Ryukong's surprise. "What?" Ryukong was momentarily stunned. The elder then spoke. "You see, benefactor, the fox immortal forced us to offer tributes each year. Yet, while we prayed for calm seas, he would unleash tempests upon us, and when we sought favorable weather for our crops, he would bring drought. Our suffering has been unbearable." Ryukong murmured, "In that case, my punishment seems rather lenient." The butcher replied, "We were just about to ascend the mountain to assist in searching for little Lianbao, but unexpectedly, Scholar Xia returned with her and claimed that you had driven away the fox spirit. I can hardly believe my ears. I must inquire further to ease my mind." Meng Li inquired with curiosity, "Oh, are you all planning to go up the mountain? But aren't you quite fearful of that fox spirit?" The butcher hesitated, saying, "Well, we are indeed afraid, yet after much contemplation, I find it unsettling to ignore the situation. One cannot be solely self-serving. Thus, we have resolved to face our fears. It is better than living with a lingering apprehension. Besides," one young man interjected, "Scholar Xia has aided us greatly. If we disregard him now, would we not be seen as ungrateful?" Another young man added, "I, too, dread the fox spirit. And the thought of disturbing the great immortal at Yinxiang Mountain is something I seldom allow myself to contemplate. Yet, I abhor the idea of being labeled as lacking in loyalty." The butcher nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I may not be learned, but I understand the importance of loyalty. I have also summoned our neighbors, the Wang and Sun families. They too intend to venture up the mountain. However, who would have thought you had already driven away the fox spirit?" "Aha." The Qin player smiled gently. "It matters not. The intention you exhibit is commendable, and it honors the assistance Scholar Xia has provided." One young man asked, "Will the fox spirit return?" Ryukong remarked, "It is no longer a concern. He." Shiyong interjected triumphantly, "He has already been reverted back to his true form by our husband and has long since vanished. You need not worry." The young man, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Is it truly so? Hearing this with my own ears brings me peace. This is a momentous occasion. Let us hasten to inform others." The other young man concurred, "Indeed. Let everyone be aware." With that, he dashed away. At this juncture, the elder spoke, "Noble benefactor, you are the great saviors of Jima. Please do stay and witness tonight's Lantern Festival." "Ah, that sounds splendid. We shall certainly attend," Ling Sha and Shiyong responded with excitement. The elder then turned to leave. "Is this the essence of chivalry?" Ryukong inquired. "Indeed," Meng Li nodded. The Qin player murmured, "Alas, it is not unusual for demons to wreak havoc upon humanity. However, it is disheartening to realize that even celestial beings can bring calamity. What we have witnessed today is truly alarming." Ryukong said, "We should hurry to Mr. Xia's house. Mother is still unwell." Shortly after, Ryukong and the others arrived at Xia Yuanshan's home. As soon as they entered, they saw Xia Yuanshan waiting for them, having changed his clothes. "Quick, lay this young lady on the bed. I'll fetch a physician," Xia Yuanshan said, leading them to a room downstairs and preparing the bed. "Thank you," Ryukong replied softly, carefully placing Suyu on the bed and covering her with the quilt. "Oh, wait," Ryukong called out to Xia Yuanshan as he was about to leave. "Mr. Xia, there is no need for a physician. My mother has already taken medicine and is out of danger. She is merely unconscious." "Oh, I see. Wait, this young lady is your mother?" Xia Yuanshan suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, that is right. To think such a thing exists in this world. Ah, I must be ignorant indeed." Xia Yuanshan murmured with a bitter smile. Ling Sha giggled. "The world is vast and full of wonders, isn't it?" But then her laughter faded, and her expression turned serious. "Mountain deities, can they truly live forever? How can mortals extend their lives?" Xia Yuanshan answered slowly, though immortals may live for millennia. Even they must one day meet their end. Mortals, with their fleeting span of a mere century, naturally envy the longevity of immortals. Yet compared to mayflies and ants, are humans not long-lived themselves? Life and death are decreed by heaven, strength and weakness predetermined. Such is the so-called heavenly Tao. Why seek to defy it? Ling Sha seemed about to ask more, but Xia Yuanshan cut in. Enough of this. With your talents, you are sure to achieve great things in cultivation. Perhaps one day, you too may ascend to immortality like me. With that, Xia Yuanshan left the room. Sensing Ling Sha's troubled thoughts, Qin Ji, Mingli, and Surong gathered around her. What's wrong, Ling Sha? Snapping out of her reverie, Ling Sha noticed Wukong sitting by the bed, watching over Suyu. She exchanged a glance with the others, and they stepped outside. Sister Ling Sha, what's troubling you? This isn't like you, Surong asked worriedly, for in her heart, Ling Sha was as carefree and cheerful as she was. Ling Sha remained silent. Her expression pained. Mingli spoke gently, Ling Sha, don't despair. Whatever concerns you about your village, there must be a way. What about your village? Surong asked, puzzled. Ling Sha sighed. I can tell you, but you must promise to keep it a secret. My husband and mother-in-law must never know. Of course. The truth is, the village where I grew up, my entire clan, we survived by grave robbing. Gasps of shock followed. Ling Sha smiled faintly. Quite surprising, isn't it? That's also how I met my husband. If I had gone to Qingwan Peak that day to rob a tomb, I would never have encountered someone as wonderful as him. But why grave robbing? Qinji, inquiry. In truth, what I have stolen is not gold or jewels, but rather the means to unravel the fate that binds our kin, for tomb raiding has rendered it nearly impossible for my people to survive past the age of 30. I never anticipated, Sister Ling Sha, that you would keep this secret until now. Xirong embraced Ling Sha, offering her solace. Ling Sha smiled softly, saying, It is nothing. I had wished to live joyfully alongside all of you, yet I find myself unable to. Qinji gently interjected, Ling Sha, you are being too hard on yourself. Your plight is our plight. We can help you keep this from Tianhe and Granny. And we shall also assist you in finding a solution. Thank you, Sister Qinji, Ling Sha replied, wiping away her tears with gratitude. Mengli remarked, however, if we find ourselves truly at a loss, it seems we may have to turn to Tianhe, unless absolutely necessary. We must rely on ourselves and not always depend on our husbands, Xirong declared resolutely. At that moment, the unconscious Su Yu was enveloped in a dream. In her slumber, she envisioned herself and Wukong residing on a mountain, one reminiscent of Qingwan Peak, yet distinct from it. In the dream, Xirong and the others frolicked in a stream, while she and Wukong sat upon a great stone, watching their merriment. Mother, look. They are having such a wonderful time, Wukong said gently. Indeed, Su murmured contentedly as she leaned against Wukong's embrace. Mother, may I call you by your name? She inquired, lifting her gaze to Wukong. Tianhe, you. Suyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Mother, I love you, just as I love Ling Sha and the others, Wukong stammered nervously. Tianhe, what do you mean, you love mother? Suyu exclaimed in shock, though her heart fluttered. Tianhe, could you repeat that? She implored, her beautiful eyes fixed on Wukong. Mother, suddenly, the figure of Tianhe before her began to fade away. Tianhe, no, do not leave me, I love you, Tianhe. The unconscious Suyu cried out, causing Wukong, who had intended to comfort her, to freeze in place, for he comprehended the meaning behind her words, an unmistakable confession of love. Tianhe. Suyu suddenly sat upright, her first instinct upon awakening being to seek out Wukong. Upon seeing him seated beside her, she hesitated for a brief moment before enveloping him in a tight embrace, repeating fervently, do not leave me, Tianhe. Mother. Wukong, taken aback, spoke in confusion. It was only then that Suyu regained her senses, recalling that it had merely been a dream. She composed herself and gazed at Wukong, asking, Heavenly River, do you hold affection for your mother? Wukong nodded, expressing his affection. What kind of affection is it? Suyu inquired anxiously. Is it merely the love one feels for a mother or an elder? No, it is not that, he replied. From the moment I rescued you from Qingwan Peak, I have harbored a unique sentiment towards you, mother. I cannot quite articulate it, but whenever I am with you, my heart finds tranquility. When you are joyful, I share in that joy. When you are sorrowful, I too feel the weight of that sorrow. It seems as though our souls have intertwined. Suyu gazed at Wukong in astonishment. Do you truly mean that? Tianhe, you love mother, don't you? She asked, her voice filled with delight. Wukong pursed his lips and said, "Honestly, I cannot discern whether this feeling can truly be classified as love. All I know is that when I saw you, mother, lying unconscious, my heart ached profoundly. It was a pain that rendered me breathless, surpassing even the torment of my physical wounds. However, now that you have recovered, it feels as though the rain has cleared, and my heart is filled with joy." Tianhe. Siyu's eyes brimmed with tears as she leaned against Wukong's neck, holding him tightly, and he instinctively embraced her in return. "Tianhe, simply being by your side brings me immense satisfaction. I shall never leave you, and you must not depart from me either. Indeed, I will not leave you." Wukong replied gently. Then Siyu softly said, in private, "Please refrain from calling me mother. What shall I call you then?" Call me Xiaoyu, or Yuer," Suyu said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Wukong gasped in astonishment. How could this be? Suyu sat up, gazing at Wukong with a forlorn expression, and asked, "Tianhe, do you find me distasteful?" "And no, how could I ever think that?" Wukong exclaimed, rising anxiously and pacing back and forth, scratching his head as flakes of dandruff fell. It's just. Wukong came to a halt, a wry smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It appears that we are entangled in a love that defies convention." Upon hearing this, Siyu's face once again clouded with sorrow. She too was plagued by turmoil. Despite the brevity of her time with Xin Xiao, the moments they shared now seemed to fade into obscurity. "Tianhe, I am truly sorry." Siyu's voice emerged, raspy and fraught with emotion. "Even I do not comprehend why I have developed feelings for you. You are my child. Yet as the days have passed, the bond of motherhood between us has gradually transformed into something else. Tianhe, am I truly a woman of fickle affections?" Suyu lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a heart-wrenching vulnerability that was utterly poignant. Wukong, with his wooden head, could not remain indifferent upon witnessing the sorrowful expression of Suyu and hearing her heart-wrenching words. His eyes began to blur with emotion. "Mother, I truly cherish you, and I deeply appreciate the moments spent in your company." Wukong settled beside Suyu once more, gazing at her with a tender expression he had painstakingly learned, his eyes brimming with affection. "As long as you do not mind our relationship, nor heed the whispers of others, I vow to care for you for all eternity." Upon hearing Wukong's sincere declaration, Suyu, though silent, could not hide the tremors of her body nor the tears that flowed uncontrollably, betraying her innermost feelings. She could hardly fathom that a mother-son romance could unfold in her life. Yet, given the circumstances, her steadfast nature meant that once she had made up her mind, it would remain unchanged. Leaning against Wukong's embrace, Siyu found solace in his warm hold and enchanting presence, which brought a profound sense of tranquility to her heart. Wukong quietly embraced Suyu, yet his heart was tumultuous, astonished by his own ability to utter such sentimental words moments ago. Could it be that I have begun to understand emotions? Is this what Ling Sha and the others referred to as enlightenment? Wukong pondered. Outside the door, Ling Sha and her companions had already ascended to the upper level of Xia Yuanqing's home. Xia Yuanqing presented a painting to the ladies, saying, "Behold, this is the light of winter's cold. It is said to be an artifact left behind by the winter deity, and I serendipitously acquired this piece, which now radiates a shimmering glow." Ling Sha exclaimed with delight, "It sparkles. How beautiful! It is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure." Xia Yuanqing smiled, remarking, "It seems that girls have a common affinity. Even Jing Lan adores this." "Jing Lan?" Ming Li inquired. "Ah, she is my beloved," Xia Yuanqing stammered. "Oh my, you're blushing. Hee, she must be a wonderful person," Xirong giggled. Xia Yuanqing's face illuminated with happiness, his gaze drifting into memories. "Jing Lan is both gentle and beautiful. In the past, I resided in the mountains near Jima, and every night, I would unfurl the light of winter's cold atop the mountain, resembling stardust descending from the heavens. That was Jing Lan's favorite sight." Qingji asked, "Where is she now? Doesn't Tishi live with you?" "She?" Xia Yuanqing replied with a bitter smile. "She has been gone for several centuries. Perhaps she has been reincarnated, undergoing cycles of rebirth. I am a celestial being, while she is merely a mortal. Our paths diverge." Qingji's expression turned apologetic. "I am sorry to remind you of such sorrow." Xia Yuanqing shook his head with a gentle smile. "There is no need for concern. At least in that lifetime, Jing Lan and I were together until old age. I was always by her side, witnessing her return to the earth. How many lovers in this world endure countless tribulations, ultimately destined to be apart? Jing Lan and I were already sufficiently blessed. How could I dare to wish for more?" At that moment, a voice echoed from the staircase, "Indeed." As long as we find joy in this life, it is futile to dwell on other matters. The others turned to see Ming Li and her companions exclaiming in surprise. Tian He, my beloved mother-in-law, you are awake. Are you all right? Wukong and Siyu approached the group of women, nodding slightly before turning to Xia Yuanqing and expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Not at all, he replied modestly. In truth, you are my benefactors. Had it not been for you, I might never have laid eyes on Lian Bao. As he spoke, Xia Yuanqing gently stroked Lian Bao, who was nibbling on her finger. Ah. By the way, the words of the young brother just now were quite magnanimous. He then handed the Guangji Han Tu to Wukong, saying, Here, please take good care of this Guangji Han Tuesday. At that moment, Lian Bao tugged at Xia Yuanqing's clothing, her voice sweet and innocent. Daddy, the stars. Lian Bao likes them. With a tender smile, Xia Yuanqing caressed Lian Bao's head and replied warmly, Lian Bao, do you also like the Guangji Han too? But these older brothers and sisters are our benefactors, and we must repay them, all right? Lian Bao seemed to comprehend Xia Yuanqing's words and nodded. He smiled, what a good child. So you then apologized? I'm sorry. We did not mean to take away what others cherish. It is simply. Xia Yuanqing shook his head with a smile, saying it is quite all right. The Guangji Han too serves no purpose for me. It is far better to bestow it upon those in urgent need. Wukong expressed his gratitude and, having said that, took the Guangji Han too from Xia Yuanqing's hands. Yet, he failed to notice the astonished gaze of the latter. Wukong carefully examined the luminous cold map in his hand and murmured, Indeed, it is quite exquisite. And it even radiates light. After speaking, he peered outside through the rolled-up hole as if it were a telescope. The sight elicited laughter from the women present. Yet it was Xia Yuanqing who inquired, Little brother, do you not feel cold? Cold? Not at all, Wukong replied, looking at Xia Yuanqing with puzzlement. Cold? Ling Sha echoed, equally perplexed. She approached Wukong and smiled, saying, Darling, let me take a look. She reached out to grasp the luminous cold map, but unexpectedly, her delicate hand recoiled upon contact, accompanied by a startled exclamation. What? Dream Li and the other women were equally taken aback, and they hurried to Wukong's side to touch the map as well. Indeed, they all immediately withdrew, exclaiming, It is truly frigid. So you also dared to make contact. Yet she seemed accustomed to it, remarking, This map possesses an inherently chilling nature. Well, madam, you possess keen insight, Xia Yuanqing nearly called her miss again. However, it is remarkable that our little brother remains unperturbed by such coldness. Could it be that he has mastered a certain technique that cultivates a robust yang energy? Xia Yuanqing inquired of Wukong. Wukong scratched his head and replied, No, I have never learned any techniques related to yang energy. Xia Yuanqing exclaimed with delight. It seems this young brother possesses extraordinary talent, for he shows no fear of the cold. The words of Xia Yuanqing naturally brought joy to Wukong's several beloved wives. But the one most elated was Su Yu, for she believed in her heart that Wukong's resilience to the chill must be a result of his past act of saving her, severing her ties with Wang Shu. Ah, by the way, I have no use for this bow. It would be better to gift it to the young brother, thus finding it a true master, Xia Yuanqing remarked, producing an emerald green bow and extending it towards Wukong. This, I cannot accept, Wukong said, scratching his head as he received the bow. Ha, it is of no consequence. Esteemed guests, I shall take my leave. After today, who knows when we shall meet again, Xia Yuanqing said with a respectful gesture. Is anyone aware of your departure? Xirong inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Yuanqing replied, I plan to take Lian Bao to the night market to see the lanterns. I shall address it then. I must admit, I feel a tinge of reluctance. Ling Sha chuckled. If you feel reluctant, then do return to visit us. When Lian Bao grows into a charming young lady, it will surely astonish everyone. Xia Yuanqing laughed heartily. Indeed. By then, I shall remain unchanged. And that will truly startle them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wukong and the others departed from the Xia residence, only to realize that the night had already fallen. Wukong placed the light chronicle cold map into his ring, and not long after, two young boys approached him and his companions, carrying a basket. Big brother, big sister. These gifts are for you, exclaimed the first boy. The second boy added, I heard from Grandpa Zhu that you are the great heroes who drove away the fox fairy. These offerings were originally meant for her, but now they are all yours. The musician smiled gently, saying, We do not lack these items. You should keep them for yourselves. Xirong, embodying the role of an elder sister, remarked, Little ones, the fox fairy fled because of her own misdeeds. There is no need for you to thank us specifically. The first boy shook his head resolutely, declaring, "No, that won't do. Grandpa Zhu says one must always show gratitude. Otherwise, one cannot be considered a real man." Turning to his companion, he urged, "Come on, let us go." As they departed, the second boy called back, "Big brother, big sister, when I grow up, I want to be a hero like you, helping many, many people." Seeing the two boys run far away, there was no way to return the gesture, and they had no choice but to accept the gifts. "Well then, let us accept them. It would be ungrateful to refuse their heartfelt gesture," Suyu said with a smile. "Ah, there are fish. I adore fish, back at Qingwan Peak." "The only things to eat were wild boar and fish," Wukong remarked as he looked into the basket and noticed several fish inside. "Look at you. They come bearing gifts. And all you can think about is the fish." Suyu laughed, playfully tapping Wukong on the forehead. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "Hee, I'm quite hungry. So roasting something would be delightful." The laughter of Mingli, Qingjie, Serong, Lingsha, and Suyu filled the air, along with Wukong's mirth. Mingli pointed towards the street, where lanterns adorned the stalls and rooftops, exclaiming, "Look, those lanterns, aren't they the ones we spoke of earlier? Let us hurry and take a look." Serong and Lingsha, hand in hand, dashed ahead. "Hey, wait for us," Wukong called out, as the others followed closely behind. In this moment, the people of Jima were devoid of worry, for the fox spirit had been driven away by Wukong, leaving them free to revel in joy and merriment. Children occasionally darted past Wukong, their innocent laughter evoking memories of his own childhood. "Tianhe, what are you pondering?" Suyu inquired, noticing the contemplative gaze of Wukong. Wukong snapped out of his reverie with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking how carefree and joyful these children are." "Tianhe, you've changed too," Mingli remarked softly as she approached him. "You used to be just like them." "Is that so?" Wukong chuckled, the corners of his lips lifting. "I suppose that's what they call maturity, growing through encounters with more people and experiences." Gently, he took Mingli's hand in his. Mingli hadn't expected Wukong, usually so oblivious, to initiate such a gesture. Fortunately, the night concealed her flushed cheeks, sparing her from Cici and Lingsha's teasing. A sweet warmth blossomed in her heart. "Tianhe, Tianhe. If you only hold Mingli's hand, Qingji might get jealous," Suyu teased, her eyes lingering on the radiant lanterns adorning the streets. "Aha." Wukong laughed awkwardly before reaching for Qingji's delicate hand, now equally bashful, yet just as content. "Husband, husband." In the distance, Lingsha and Cici came running toward them, breathless with excitement. "Look what we have." Wukong examined their treasures. "This is lanterns for floating on the lake to make wishes." "Really? Then let's go." By the lakeside, crowds had already gathered, their countless lanterns dotting the water like scattered stars. The six found a quieter spot, lit their lanterns, and set them afloat. As the glowing vessels drifted away, they clasped their hands and whispered their desires. "Hey, Cici, what did you wish for?" Lingsha grinned mischievously. "Ah, well, caught off guard." Lingsha hesitated until Cici quickly apologized in a hushed tone before loudly declaring for Wukong's benefit. "Haha, Sister Lingsha, your wish will surely come true. We'll always be together." "Mingli isn't human? What about you?" Lingsha turned to Cici. With a tender smile, Cici replied, "Mine is similar to yours. But I hope we can live peacefully, undisturbed by anything." "Yes, may it be so," Mingli murmured. "And you, dear Mingli?" "Me? I wish for my parents' health and longevity." "You're so kind, Mingli." "And Sister Qingji?" Qingji tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Nothing extraordinary, just happiness for all of us together." Seated on a hillside, they kindled a bonfire, the air soon rich with savory aromas. It smells wonderful." "Grandma, you're amazing." Cici beamed beside Suyu. "Little rascal." Suyu gently tapped Serong's little nose and smiled softly. "Oh, it occurred to me that we forgot to inquire about the wishes made by our esteemed husband and mother-in-law." Serong suddenly remembered and playfully asked Suyu, "Mother-in-law, what wish did you make?" Lingsha also chimed in. "Good mother-in-law, please tell us." Qingji and Mingli cast hopeful glances in their direction. Suyu replied with a smile, "Of course, it is the same as yours." Yet, deep down, she pondered, how could I reveal my true wish at this moment? Suyu then turned her gaze towards Wukong, who was lying on a stone with his eyes closed, basking in the moonlight, and asked, "Tianhe, what about you?" Wukong opened his eyes and glanced at Suyu, saying, "As for me, I naturally hope that all your wishes come true. You all know what kind of person I am. I have no particular fondness for wealth or gold. I simply wish to enjoy happy moments with you all." Mengli sat beside Wukong, resting his head on her lap and gently caressing his handsome face. "Tianhe, You are truly kind-hearted, she remarked. Oh, is that what you think, Mengli? Wukong replied, a smile gracing his lips as Mingli nodded in agreement. He then turned to the other women and inquired, is that so? They all nodded in unison. Wukong smirked and said, in that case, I am indifferent. Ultimately, what matters is happiness. Just like this moment. Helping others brings joy to them, and even greater joy to myself. The pursuit of a hero's life, to vanquish evil and uphold justice, is precisely for this sentiment and scene, for the smiles upon their faces. Siyu remarked as she observed the bustling crowd below. Grandmother is right. Qingji nodded in agreement. However, it is not just us. Many yearn for such blissful lives, yet reality often proves to be harsh. Ah, do not speak so sorrowfully. Everyone is quite cheerful at the moment. Let us not dwell on such melancholic thoughts. Surely, we will continue to enjoy days like today. Sirong waved her hand and smiled. By the way, we have already found one. Shall I take it to Uncle first? Wukong sat up and suggested. Tianhe, I will accompany you, Mengli offered. Very well, Mother, you all wait for us here if you please. Yes, Tianhe, make haste and return swiftly, Siyu gently encouraged. Wukong nodded, and together with Mengli, they summoned their swords and soared through the skies towards the Qianghua sect. In a short while, they arrived at the mountain gate. We've arrived. Mengli, what troubles you? Wukong noticed something was amiss with Mengli. No, it's nothing. Tianhe, I'm fine, Mengli replied with a faint smile. Are you truly all right? You should rest here while I go deliver the items to my uncle and return to you, Wukong suggested, removing his outer garment and placing it on a step for her to sit upon. Touched by Wukong's gesture, Mengli expressed her gratitude. Tianhe, thank you so much. With a subtle smile, Wukong replied, it's nothing. You rest here. I shall return shortly. The forbidden area of the back mountain. Uncle, look. We have retrieved one item. Wukong exclaimed as he produced the light chronicle map, smiling brightly. Xianxiao gazed at Wukong's cheerful demeanor and inquired. Why do you seem even more delighted than I? Chuckling, Wukong scratched his head. I'm not quite sure. Is it not permissible? Xianxiao felt a whirlwind of emotions. Astonished that since his sealing, someone had expended such effort on his behalf. Very well, Tianhe, you have done excellently. How about we become sworn brothers? Xianxiao proclaimed. His words strikingly bold. Sworn brothers? Wukong grasped the concept somewhat. What do you think? All right. Wukong pondered for a moment and nodded. From this day forth, you shall call me brother, and I shall regard you as my dear sibling. You will henceforth be my only kin in this world, Xianxiao declared with a smile. Sounds great. Wukong nodded enthusiastically, then hesitated. However, you are of the same generation as my mother. If I were to call you brother, it may. Etiquette? What significance does that hold? The Qianghua sect adheres to such rigid formalities that it breeds only pedantic disciples, Xianxiao scoffed. Very well then, I have no objections. Wukong shrugged. By the way, why do I not see the ladies this time? And where is your mother? Wukong remarked. Mingli is waiting for me at the mountain gate. I shall return with her shortly to reunite with my mother and continue assisting you in the search for the other two cold weapons. Xianxiao then spoke, Tianhe. You are truly extraordinary. My elder brother observes that your cultivation is indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of your esteemed master, Ziying. Moreover, despite the entanglements of romantic affections, you remain undisturbed, which is truly remarkable. Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Hee, you flatter me, brother. Xianxiao burst into hearty laughter and replied, Haha. Brother praises you? Are you not pleased? Wukong shook his head, saying, No, I'm quite happy, hee. After a brief chuckle, Xianxiao suddenly became serious and remarked, Tianhe. You must pay attention to your companion, Mingli. I sense she is not an ordinary person. Not an ordinary person? Wukong inquired, puzzled. Xianxiao replied, Indeed. Though I cannot articulate it well, her aura. Aura? Wukong remained bewildered. It might not be that of a human, Xianxiao suggested. What? Are you implying Mingli is not human? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Well, this is merely my brother's hasty conjecture. Perhaps I am simply mistaken. Do not take it to heart. Oh, I see. Wukong nodded. Xianxiao continued, All right, you may leave now. I wish to meditate for a while. Should I find the other two cold weapons, I will retrieve them together. Wukong nodded and exited the restricted area. At the mountain gate, Mingli was in a rather peculiar state. She cradled her head, eyes shut tight. Her brow furrowed, not from a headache, but due to the sudden emergence of strange yet familiar images in her mind. Mingli. A faint silhouette appeared, seemingly a woman. Mengli. Come back, Mengli. Suddenly, Mengli appeared to be in distress, just then realizing someone was tapping her shoulder. Mengli, are you all right? Opening her eyes, she discovered it was Ryukong. She smiled faintly and replied, I'm fine. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Are you ill? Ryukong remarked, touching her forehead before checking his own. Muttering, Your temperature is quite high. It seems you might be coming down with a fever. He then lifted Mengli effortlessly and carried her towards the inner sect. Startled by Ryukong's sudden action, Mengli thought that shouting would cause a stir, so she could only whisper, Tianhe, what are you doing? What? You're unwell. I'm taking you to your room to rest. If you were to get hurt, Ling Sha and the others would certainly blame me. Mengli, touched by Ryukong's concern, obediently nodded. Upon reaching the disciples' quarters, Ryukong gently placed Mengli on her bed and tucked her in, just as he intended to rise. Mengli grasped his hand and asked, What's wrong? Please don't go. Will you stay with me? Mengli pleaded. Ryukong chuckled and replied, Very well. Indeed. Ryukong suddenly exclaimed, I have an idea. How about I tell you a story? It might help you drift off to sleep. A story? Mengli inquired. Yes. Would you like to hear it? Certainly, please go ahead, Mengli replied with a gentle smile. Once upon a time, there existed a quaint abode nestled upon a mountain, known as Baozi. Within this humble dwelling resided an elderly gentleman and a young boy. Intriguingly, this boy was discovered by the old man during one of his wanderings in the mountains. And he possessed an unusual peculiarity. What is so peculiar about him? Mengli inquired. Can you guess? Ryukong replied with a smile. Yet what appeared to be a mere grin to him transformed into an ambiguous expression in Mengli's eyes, akin to a flirtation. This ambiguity sparked a flurry of conjectures, leaving Mengli's cheeks flushed as she retorted, You are incorrigible. Ryukong was taken aback by this sudden admonition, pondering, How have I misbehaved? You are indeed mischievous. Dreamily replied, both flustered and anxious. What do you mean by that? How could I be at fault? Is it merely because that young boy possesses an unusual tale? Ryukong scratched his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, Dreamly's cheeks flushed even more, as she realized her thoughts had wandered into the realm of absurdity, almost leading her astray. So it is merely the tale? But why does he have one? Dreamly deftly shifted the topic. Ryukong, naturally, would not pursue the inquiry further. So he began to boast instead. This old gentleman may not know, but upon seeing the young boy all alone in the deep mountains, he felt a pang of pity and decided to take him in. As the story unfolds, the old man discovers that this young lad possesses a rather ill-tempered disposition, often prone to wreaking havoc upon all that is good, yet at times, he can exhibit a childlike innocence. On one occasion, while the old man was carrying the boy on his back to gather apples, the boy accidentally tumbled off and fell over a precipice. Was he harmed? Mengli asked. Engrossed in the tale, Ryukong shook his head with a smile. No, but when the old man discovered him, he had sustained an injury to his head. After the young boy awoke, the old man noticed a complete transformation in the boy's temperament. He became exceedingly gentle and well-behaved. Could it be due to the injury on his head? Mengli inquired once more. Ryukong nodded. Indeed, shortly after, the elderly gentleman experienced a surge of joy. But just a few days later, on the night of the full moon, he and the young boy ventured outside to gaze at the moon. Suddenly, upon witnessing the moon, an inexplicable transformation occurred with the young boy. Ryukong's tone shifted dramatically. Even Mengli, a woman of grace, felt a twinge of fear upon hearing the sudden change in Ryukong's voice. The young boy's heart began to race, and his muscles started to swell, growing larger and larger until, ultimately, what happened next? Mengli, sensing Ryukong's hesitation, anxiously inquired. Ryukong propped his chin with a smile and said, Why don't you take a guess? Mengli pouted and replied, Another guess, is it? Ryukong chuckled, Guess. With a playful giggle, Dreamly pouted her lips, adopting a charmingly spoiled demeanor. It was difficult to reconcile this image with that of the typically gentle and refined lady, reminiscent of Ling Sha and Si Rong. With a chuckle, Ryukong remarked, Well, I shall not guess any longer. Allow me to share the tale. The young boy ultimately transformed into a colossal ape, possessing immense strength. Yet he lost his humanity in the process. Despite the old man's fervent attempts to dissuade him, fate took a tragic turn, and the old man was, unexpectedly, crushed beneath his feet. Crushed? Dreamly listened intently, urging him to continue. What happened next? Ryukong smiled faintly. After the full moon waned, the boy reverted to his original form. But all recollections of his prior actions had vanished. Upon discovering his grandfather's lifeless body, he was engulfed in sorrow and guilt, believing it was his fault for having insisted that his grandfather accompany him. From that moment on, he resolved to remain indoors after sundown, venturing out only during the daylight hours to seek sustenance. Just as Wukong was about to continue speaking, he noticed that Mingli had already fallen asleep. Wukong felt no embarrassment as he gently tucked the quilt around Mingli, bestowing a soft kiss upon her head. In her slumber, Mingli appeared to sense his affection, as a contented smile graced her lips. Wukong approached the window, gazing at the luminous full moon. At this hour, he would typically be sound asleep. So what could possibly compel him to contemplate the moon now? Wukong murmured to himself, who would have thought? I've truly stepped into the realm of emotions now. Turning to gaze at Mingli's slumbering form, a faint smile graced his lips. Actually, it feels rather nice. It seems I've neglected too many people's feelings in the past. While battle brings exhilaration, it often invites unnecessary troubles. Pressing a hand to his chest, he whispered with remorse. Chi-Chi, forgive me. I've always been distant before. Now, all I can offer is this apology. If fate allows us to meet again in the future, I'll cherish you properly. As Mingli turned in her sleep, Wukong quietly approached to adjust the disheveled blanket. Contemplating his sleepless state with Mingli already asleep and unable to seek out Suyu or disturb Xianxiao, he found himself drawn elsewhere. Within the inner chamber of the sect leader's hall, Suyu sat cross-legged upon her bed, clad in sleeping robes with eyes closed in meditation, suddenly sensing a familiar presence. She barely suppressed a startled cry upon opening her eyes to find Wukong hovering curiously and rather too closely beside her. You frightened me half to death, Suyu exclaimed, clutching her chest with an exasperated glare. My apologies, Wukong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Just being curious. Rolling her eyes, Suyu rose and donned her outer robe. Did you need something? Can't I visit without reason? Oh well, forgive the intrusion. I'll take my leave. Wukong turned with theatrical resignation. Wait, Suyu caught his arm hastily. When did I say you should go? You didn't exactly welcome conversation either, Wukong countered with innocent bewilderment, recognizing his genuine guilelessness from his utterly harmless expression. Suyu sighed inwardly, such teasing clearly didn't suit his straightforward nature. Very well. I never forbade talking, nor permitted it either. What's that expression supposed to mean? What do you think? Surely not. Will you, or won't you? All right, here. With pretended reluctance, he pressed a kiss to her lips, nestling against him. Suyu murmured softly, my junior sister mentioned. You wish to help Xianxiao break the ice seal? Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Xianxiao mentioned that if we can procure 3 items of utmost coldness and darkness, he will have a significant chance of breaking the ice. Suyu inquired, is that so? It seems that fate has conspired for us to meet, for me to encounter you, and for you to meet Xianxiao. Truly, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Perhaps so, yet ultimately, we are the architects of our own choices. What does it concern the heavens? Wukong replied nonchalantly. Suyu lifted her gaze and smiled softly. You remind me of your mother. She once said, my fate is determined by myself, not by the heavens. My fate is determined by myself, not by the heavens? Wukong mused. Yes, I understand your mother well. She embodies a gentle exterior yet possesses unwavering resolve. Once she has made a decision, such as choosing not to wage war against the demon realm, she will follow through, just as she descended the mountain with your father, Suyu remarked. Wukong pondered for a moment. I have heard that the 19th year is approaching. Does this mean the demon realm is also imminent? Suyu nodded, initially. I had no intention of allowing you to enter the fold again, but it is fortunate that I reconsidered, otherwise, I would surely have regretted it. Just so. I observe that your cultivation is quite formidable, and with the assistance of Xianxiao at that time, I am confident that we shall swiftly eradicate the demon realm. Suyu declared with certainty, her delicate fist clenched. Wukong grasped Suyu's fist and shook his head gently. Suyu, puzzled, inquired, why? Are you unwilling to assist me? Wukong shook his head and said, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. Rather, I find it perplexing why, upon meeting, you feel compelled to engage in combat and slaughter one another. My mother recounted tales of the numerous lives lost in those days. Is it true that many of your fellow disciples perished alongside you? Suyu nodded in acknowledgement, unable to deny the truth of his words. However, that was beyond our control. The demon realm suffered considerable losses as well, with its ruler gravely wounded by the Ta Ching master. It is precisely because of this that we find it impossible to swallow our grievances. With a sigh, Wukong lamented, alas, when will this incessant fighting come to an end? Suyu, feeling a surge of anger, withdrew from Wukong's embrace. I knew you would refuse to assist me. In that case, I shall join forces with Xuanya and require no aid from you, she declared, before retreating to her bed and drawing the curtains. Wukong, seeing Su Yao's unwavering determination, sighed inwardly. Never mind. He turned and left the chamber. As the door closed behind him, Su Yao gently drew aside the bed curtains and whispered, "Forgive me." Leaving the grand hall, Wukong lifted his gaze to the moon, shaking his head with a quiet sigh before making his way toward Mingli's quarters. He eased the door open, then shut it softly behind him. Approaching her bedside, he took a seat on a nearby stool, resting his arms on the edge of the bed. Who would have thought this simple departure would provoke Su Yao's anger? Truly, the hearts of women remain an enigma beyond comprehension. Lost in thought, Wukong gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain in Jimao, they've been gone for so long. Could something have happened? Ling Xiao fretted anxiously. Nonsense, Serong retorted with a pout. Our husband is formidable. Don't invite misfortune with such words, Ling Xiajie. Qingji interjected calmly. Rest assured. Given Tian his prowess, capable of reducing even a celestial to mortal form, his strength is beyond question. He must have returned to visit Uncle Xianxiao. Perhaps he went to boast about obtaining one of the cold artifacts, Ling Xiao mused. Unbeknownst to the trio, Su Yu's expression flickered with melancholy, subtle yet unmistakable. Finally noticing, Qingji hushed the others with a gesture towards Su Yu. Ling Xiao and Serong fell silent at once, their gazes drawn to her sorrowful countenance. Su Yu, aware of their scrutiny, offered a faint smile. What is it? Serong settled beside her, entwining their arms affectionately. Forgive us, mother. Su Yu chuckled lightly. For what? Ling Xiao joined them, murmuring, We know of your past with uncle. We've reopened old wounds. We're sorry. Patting their heads gently. Su Yu reassured them, It's long behind me. There's no sorrow left. Once Tianhe frees him from the ice, my heart will be at peace. Qingji ventured cautiously, Mother. Did you not love Uncle Xianxiao deeply? Su Yu sighed. I understand your question, but time alters all things. Our paths were never meant to intertwine. Even had he abandoned his celestial aspirations, fate had already severed our bond. Why? Did I not say? Time changes everything. Besides, Su Yu caught herself abruptly, nearly revealing too much. What? Mother, you found someone else? Ling Xia and Serong gasped in astonishment. Though they learned from Wukong that Su Yu's heart no longer belonged to Tianqing, who could it be? As they pressed for answers, Su Yu feigned composure despite her fluster. It's late. I shall retire now. You should rest as well. Upon finishing her words, Su Yu reclined upon the ground, observing that Su Yu had settled for rest. Ling Xia and Si Rong refrained from further inquiries. They glanced at the Qingji, who waved her hand in a gesture of helplessness. Ling Xia and Si Rong exchanged a knowing look and decided to succumb to slumber. The campfire continued to flicker, while Qingji, Si Rong, and Ling Xia succumbed to sleep. Only Su Yu, lying aside, remained wide awake. What to do? What to do? Si Rong and the others have already discerned my affection for someone else. Yet, if they were to question me further, how should I respond? Alas, Tianhe. Are you aware of the turmoil that now besets me? Tianhe, Tianhe. In the depths of slumber, Wukong sensed a gentle shaking, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld Mengli. Mengli said, Tianhe, we have slumbered through the night. It is time to seek out the elder, lest she grow anxious. Wukong stretched lazily and exclaimed, Ah, splendid. Having skipped breakfast, he stepped out of his room and summoned his sword alongside Mengli. Mengli, are you ready? He inquired atop the blade. Yes, I am prepared, Mengli replied with a smile, appreciating Wukong's concern. That's good to hear. If you feel unwell, do let me know. All right. After a brief moment, Wukong and the others arrived at the location of Su Yu and the others. Still asleep? The sun is shining on your backs. He called out as he and Mengli dismounted from the sword, noticing several women still nestled in slumber. Ah, dear husband, you have returned. Ling Xia and Si Ro awoke to Wukong's voice, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they recognized Mengli and Wukong. Qingji also sat up, saying, Tianhe, you are back. Allow me to prepare breakfast. Oh, there's no need for that. I already bought some on the way. With a flourish, Wukong conjured several large meat buns. How delightful. Meat buns. Si Rong and Ling Xia exclaimed joyfully, eager to snatch the buns from Wukong's hands. However, he held them aloft, declaring, Go wash your faces and rinse your mouths, or there will be none for you. With a chuckle, Mengli and Qingji burst into laughter, while Si Rong and Ling Xia pouted in discontent, retorting, Fine, I shall go, you naughty husband. Wukong handed the meat bun to Mengli. Having noticed that Su Yu was still asleep, he approached her, crouched down, and gently nudged her shoulder, saying, Mother, wake up. Su Yu struggled to open her eyes, sat up, turned her head, and said to Wukong, The heavenly river. Wukong halted his movements, his gaze becoming vacant. So you could not help but inquire, Tianhe. What is the matter? Wukong let out a, mother, you seem to resemble a panda. In essence, there are numerous occurrences in this world that elude our anticipation. Well, enough of such musings. Behold, we are nearing our destination. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the group was indeed approaching their goal. Wukong and Su Yu were the first to arrive at the entrance of the Shinnon cave. As they stood at the threshold, they immediately sensed a warm aura enveloping them. It is worth noting that Wukong, being impervious to extremes of temperature, merely felt a gentle warmth, while Su Yu, having once consumed the mystical yin-yang purple K, reacted differently. Oh, it's so hot. Upon descending, Sirong immediately began fanning herself, carelessly tugging at her collar, momentarily forsaking her demure demeanor. Indeed, it is said that the Shinnon Cave is the birthplace of the Flame Emperor, a sanctuary where he cultivated myriad herbs and tamed a multitude of beasts. I was familiar with its location but had never ventured inside. Ling Sha also arrived shortly thereafter. After Meng Li and Qin Ji descended, Qin Ji remarked, "The intensity of the heat here is rather extraordinary, is it?" Su Yu replied, "I find it merely warm." Ling Sha interjected, sensing the atmosphere. "Heavenly River, dear sister, do you also feel just a warmth?" Meng Li inquired of Wukong and Su Yu, noting their apparent comfort. "Indeed, it is pleasantly warm." Wukong nodded in agreement. "How scorching! Elder Qingyang, could there truly be no mistake? In such a sweltering place, how can there exist anything of extreme cold?" Qin Ji struggled against the oppressive heat. "It seems improbable, yet let us proceed and investigate further," Su Yu suggested, confident that the elder would not speak without certainty. Inside the blazing cavern, Meng Li, Qin Ji, and Sirong endeavored to resist the stifling heat, but perspiration soon began to bead upon their brows. "It's so hot, my husband. What shall we do?" "It's unbearable," Sirong exclaimed, unable to withstand the sweltering conditions any longer. Wukong glanced at Meng Li and Qin Ji. Perceiving their unspoken discomfort through the beads of sweat on their foreheads and the subtle grimaces on their faces, it was evident they were nearing their limits. After rummaging through his ring, he triumphantly produced something. "Ah, ice cubes. Consume these, and you shall feel relief." He presented 3 ice cubes to Meng Li, Qin Ji, and Sirong. Without hesitation, Sirong devoured hers, the sound of crunching echoing through the air. Despite their efforts to remain silent, Meng Li and Qin Ji found it impossible to suppress their reactions. "Ah, this is much better, quite refreshing," Sirong exclaimed, delighted to discover the oppressive heat had diminished. "Indeed, I have plenty more. This effect is temporary. Should the heat return, feel free to indulge again." Wukong retrieved a box filled with ice cubes, and with a playful grin, Sirong swiftly snatched a box and tucked it into her ring. Meng Li and Qin Ji exchanged slight smiles, accepting their own boxes. "All right, let us continue our journey," Sirong declared, emboldened by the newfound coolness, leading the way. "Be cautious," Su Yu advised. Suddenly, a startled Sirong exclaimed, "Ah, a monster! You vile creature, do not harm us." Su Yu intoned coldly, channeling her magic as a blade of energy surged forth, striking the beast and sending it plummeting into the molten rock below. "Oh, it's a girl." Ling Xiao approached the spot where the creature had fallen, discovering a young girl lying there. As Wukong and the others approached, they observed that the girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. However, they could sense a distinct aura emanating from her, suggesting she was not an ordinary child. "Is she all right?" Qin Ji inquired. "This does not seem to be a typical faint. My fragrance is of no use," Meng Li remarked, having employed her magic to no avail. "How can this be?" Ling Sha questioned in disbelief. "Let me take a look," Wukong said, crouching down to examine her, when suddenly, the girl murmured softly, slowly opening her eyes and gazing at Wukong in a daze. "Oh, she has awakened," Su Yu exclaimed. Wukong inquired, "How are you? Are you injured?" The girl, in a daze, responded, Where am I?" Dreamily interjected. "We found you unconscious on the ground, nearly falling victim to a beast." The girl exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, how perilous." After a brief pause, she turned to them. "You must have saved me, right?" "Thank you." Su Yue questioned, "What brings a girl like you here?" Observing Su Yue's demeanor, the girl sensed no malice and replied, "I am called Chu Baihen, and I reside in the Flame Emperor's Shinnon Cave. You live here?" Wukong asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Do you know of an object that is extremely cold and dark?" Chu Baihen gasped, suddenly noticing Wukong's proximity. "Who are you? What do you seek that for?" Qin Ji explained, "We require that object to save someone." Can you share its whereabouts? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Baihen confessed, to be honest. My sister Chu Hanjing and I dwell in the moon's mysterious realm within the cave. There is no lava, and the climate is rather frigid, although we are semi-divine beings. We cannot endure the sweltering heat outside the moon's mysterious realm, nor can we contend with the monsters. I risked my life to venture out today in search of something very important. Her tone conveyed urgency. Then, she implored Wukong and the others. Could you please escort me back? My sister and I may have a way to assist you in locating that cold and dark object. Sirong smiled, of course. We cannot abandon you here. Chu Baihen replied gratefully, thank you. Oh, by the way, my sister is likely still asleep. So please do not inform her that I sneaked out. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Haha, it seems you two are a girl fond of running away from home. Haha, running away from home? How could you say that? Did I not mention that I merely stepped out to seek something? Chu Baihen retorted angrily. All right. Let us pretend I never said that. Now, please lead us inside. Wukong waved his hand, adopting a stance of chivalry, refusing to quarrel with a woman. Fine. Chu Baihen pouted, choosing not to argue with Wukong, for his smile stirred something within her heart. Chu Baihen gestured towards Suyu and Ling Sha. Could you possibly come a little closer? Your cold constitution would alleviate the sweltering heat I feel. Of course, Ling Sha nodded in agreement, with Suyu following suit. Showing no objections. Strange, why does she wish to be near Ling Sha and her mother? Wukong inquired, puzzled, addressing Qinji and Mengli. Mengli pondered for a moment before responding. It appears this lady finds the heat unbearable, and since both her sister and Ling Sha possess a cold constitution, being close to them would provide her some relief from the heat. Wukong scratched his head in confusion. The realm of the moonlit void, ruled by the Flame Emperor and the Divine Farmer. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air. Oh my heavens! I cannot endure this cold any longer. Ling Sha exclaimed as she rushed back into Wukong's embrace, holding him tightly. Suyu, feeling equally frigid, shivered and darted into Wukong's arms as well. Upon witnessing the trembling bodies of the two women, Wukong hurriedly embraced them, channeling a warm energy. My heavens! This place bears an uncanny resemblance to the icy and fiery realms of the Forbidden Ground. Fortunately, Sihong's constitution is not of the coldine variety, and with her cultivation of certain mental techniques, she is relatively unscathed. However, Mengli rubbed her hands together, exclaiming, the heavenly river, it is so cold here. A stark contrast to the warmth outside. The Qinji, utilizing her energy to resist, found solace in the fact that it was not excessively cold outside. The heat was unbearable, yet inside, it was chillingly frigid. Truly this is. At this moment, Chu Biheng had already dashed ahead to a large tree where, coincidentally, another young woman was lying. She bears an uncanny resemblance. Upon recognizing the woman's features, Wukong remarked, did not Biheng mention that her sister was resting here? It must be her. They could be carved from the same mold. Sihong seemed to feel much better and smiled as she spoke. Chu Hanjing opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chu Biheng, I was about to say something, but the power of the semi-immortal body instantly alerted me to the presence of others. How could there be living beings here? Chu Hanjing's gaze fell upon Wukong and the others. Chu Biheng immediately reassured, Sister, do not be afraid. They are here to seek a highly and cold object to save someone. Suyu, having risen from Wukong's embrace and feeling much improved, clasped her hands and said, I apologize for the intrusion. It was unavoidable. If the young lady knows anything, please do enlighten us. Chu Hanjing remained silent for a moment before suddenly stating, You must leave. I have nothing to disclose. Chu Biheng, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Sister, you cannot act this way. Her tone grew more frantic over the years. Only these individuals have entered this cave, and they possess magical abilities. If we miss this opportunity, how long must we wait for someone to assist us in finding the flame stone? Chu Hanjing regarded Chu Biheng with a furrowed brow and replied, Biheng, do you still not understand? I cannot give up. I dream of finding that stone. Chu Biheng proclaimed with unwavering determination. Siyu interjected, if you ladies are facing difficulties, do not hesitate to share. We may be able to assist. Chu Hanjing, entirely unfazed by Su Yu's extraordinary beauty, retorted, You must leave. Quickly, sister. Chu Biheng hesitated, then turned to Wukong and the others, stating, Allow me to explain. The highly and cold object you seek is most likely the sorrow fruit from the sorrow tree. Chu Hanjing cried out, Biheng, you. Wukong gazed up at the tree, and though he hesitated to speak, he felt compelled to. However, this tree bore only leaves and no fruit. Chu Baihen explained, My sister and I are the sylvan spirits of this very tree. In the beginning, our master infused this tree with spiritual energy, allowing us to attain a semi-divine state, yet we are imbued solely with frigid essence. Once we reach maturity, we shall be able to utilize a mystical object known as the fiery stone for our transformation, at which point the tree will bear fruit. And we will ascend to true terrestrial immortality, no longer confined to this cave. The Chinjia inquired, "May I be so bold as to ask, who is your master?" After a brief hesitation, Chu Baihen replied, "Our master is Shenong, one of the three sovereigns, alongside Fuxi and Yuhua." Meng Li exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, Shenong? Where is he now?" Chu Hanjing revealed a sorrowful expression, stating, "Our master may no longer walk this earthly realm." At that time, he was embroiled in a conflict with the great deity Fuxi. After one departure, he never returned. Had he not been vanquished, he would never have forsaken this place. His heart was so benevolent, cherishing every blade of grass and tree here. My heavens, Shenong, Fuxi, Yuhua, those are merely legends. If true, how many years have you spent here? Shirong asked in disbelief. Chu Hanjing shook her head. "I do not know. It has simply been an eternity." She continued, "This cave has gradually succumbed to climatic imbalance, becoming increasingly sweltering, a haven for monsters. Initially, my sister and I struggled to maintain our human forms, but after countless years of cultivation, we finally succeeded, only to find the outside world teeming with monsters and unbearably hot." Lingsha furrowed her brow and crossed her arms. "That cannot be right. To my eye, the feng shui here does not suggest a desolate and treacherous landscape. How could so many monsters gather?" "You sound quite the expert." Chu Hanjing shook her head. "I do not grasp your meaning. However, our master kept many beasts in the cave, and they ultimately transformed into demons." With a pleading tone, Chu Baihen implored, "I beg of you, please help my sister and me find the fiery stone within the cave. Another skirmish is about to erupt." "Baihen," Chu Hanjing called out again, her voice booming. A shame it was not put to use guarding the entrance. Chu Baihen turned to her sister. "Sister, you must tell them where the stone is. Master only revealed it to you." "No, the monsters lurk within the cave. This venture is far too perilous for mortals." Chu Hanjing firmly rejected. Wukong waved his hand with a smile and reassured, "Fear not, we are not afraid of monsters." In a calm tone, Chu Hanjing replied, "I will not agree." Helpless, Chu Biheng suddenly began to weep. Upon witnessing her sister's tears, Chu Hanjing inquired, "Biheng, are you crying?" Through her sobs, Chu Biheng lamented, "You always say no, no. But do you understand the depths of my suffering? I long to see what lies beyond the cave, rather than remain here forever, eternally facing the same person. Sister, you are so cold. The moon's ethereal realm is surrounded by molten lava, yet my heart has long since turned to ice." Observing her sister's sorrowful tears, the icy heart of Chu Hanjing began to thaw. Biheng. Hearing Chu Biheng's words, Lingsha expressed her sympathy. "This is truly pitiful. To be confined in one place for over a decade is already lonely enough. How much more so for you, who have endured for hundreds or even thousands of years. Dear maiden, allow me to offer what little assistance I can," spoke Siyu, always with a gentle tone. Chu Hanjing sighed. "Alas, Biheng, do you realize that merging with the Firestone is not without its risks? Have you firmly made your decision, with no regrets?" Chu Biheng ceased her weeping, her eyes widening in delight as she gazed at Chu Hanjing. "Sister, have you agreed?" Wiping her tears, she declared, "I have long contemplated this. Even if it leads me to the underworld, I willingly accept. Anything is preferable to this endless waiting. Then, I must kindly request each of you to retrieve that firestone from the fiery cave in the northwest of the moon's ethereal realm. It will emit an immense heat." Unmistakable in its presence, Chu Hanjing finally spoke. At this moment, Yukong inquired, "Does this mean we cannot take the Sororo fruit with us?" Chu Hanjing replied, "It is of no consequence. The Sororo fruit is merely a means to an end. Should one truly attain an immortal form, it would be of little significance. I shall bestow it upon you as a token of gratitude." Wukong chuckled, "Ha, splendid. Just wait and see. It won't be long before we return." Wukong led several women deeper into the cavern. Back at the entrance, Chu Baihen smiled at her sister Chu Hanjing, saying, "Sister, we are about to truly ascend to immortality. Why do you appear so unenthusiastic?" Chu Hanjing responded with a gentle smile, "Oh, silly girl, Baihen, it seems you can sense my thoughts." Inside the cave, there was a sudden splatter of lava that nearly scorched Serong, leaving her pale with fright. This was no trivial matter. "Everyone, be cautious. The magma here seems rather formidable." Siyu cautioned. Upon hearing this, The women became attentive to their surroundings, and indeed, with a loud splash, a monster leapt from the lava. Ah, why does the monster's roar evoke such wild imaginings? Be careful. The creature unleashed a fireball from its mouth, prompting Qinji to shout as they all dodged its attack. Mengli drew her zither and struck a chord, sending a wave of musical notes that countered the fireball, causing the monster's fiery visage to revert to its original form. Wow, Mengli, how impressive. What was that technique? Surong and Ling Sha asked in astonishment. Mengli smiled softly. This is called the reversal spell. It purges malevolent thoughts or inner demons, aiding the subject in returning to their true nature. The monster cast a bewildered glance at Wukong and the others before scampering away. All right, let us proceed. The group continued onward until they reached a floating area atop the magma, where they beheld a shimmering object. As they approached, Siyu exclaimed in astonishment, "This crystal radiates immense heat. It must be the one." Just as they reveled in their discovery, a deep, resounding roar echoed through the cavern. Roar. What? What is happening? Surong asked anxiously. At this moment, Wukong shifted his demeanor, solemnly turning his back to the women and declaring, such formidable killing intent. You all, swiftly take the stone and retreat. I will hold them off. No, Tinha. I will not leave. Siyu grasped Wukong's hand firmly, resolutely stating, we will not leave either. Observing the unwavering determination of the women, Wukong found himself unable to utter anything harsh, such as suggesting they would hinder him. Roar. Attempt to flee? Not a single one shall escape. The roar was laced with a potent aura of menace. Hurry. This foe is beyond your capabilities. Take the stone back at once. I will deal with it and return to you. If you remain here, I cannot afford to restrain myself. Wukong implored the women anxiously. No. Suyu still wished to shake her head, but Wukong's subsequent action compelled her to relent. Wukong gently caressed Suyu's cheek, urging her, hurry. Do not worry. I shall be fine. Picking up the stone, Siyu cast another deeply concerned glance at Wukong, insisting, go. Naturally, Sihong, Lingsha, Mingli, and Qinheim would not regard Suyu as cowardly. They understood that her presence might genuinely hinder Wukong, which would be detrimental. My dear, take care. Qinhe. I shall await your return. Yes, let's depart swiftly. Wukong nodded, and upon receiving his assurance, the ladies turned back step by step. Once they vanished from sight, Wukong smiled, twisting his hands, head, and feet, stretching lazily as he sat down, exclaiming, now, a battle awaits. This opponent seems formidable. Meanwhile, the ladies, with Suyu at the forefront, touched her lips, revealing a sweet smile as she thought, Qinhe, you kissed me. I am so happy. You must return. I shall await you. A rather embarrassing spirit beast roared, and from Wukong's perspective, he pondered, what on earth is this? Gazing at the fiery creature resembling a Qilin, Wukong curiously inquired, what is your name? To his astonishment, Wukong's question elicited a response. Typically, mere mortals would be terrified to the point of trembling at the sight of such a beast. Yet this young man seemed utterly unfazed. Roar. I am the Lava Beast King. The beast bellowed. Ignorant mortal, upon encountering me, should you not kneel and beg for mercy? Where is the blazing stone? Wukong cast a disdainful glance at it and calmly remarked, is it truly so? Only now do you realize? Humph. Those who dare to tamper with the crimson flame stone shall meet their demise. The Beast King roared once more. Wukong could not help but scratch his ear, muttering, wow, this is far more jarring than that mirror from earlier. The Beast King's flames surged fiercely, his once somewhat clear pupils now entirely engulfed by the blaze. How dare 450 recklessly manipulate the crimson flame stone? Wukong has been here for quite some time and possesses a certain understanding of etiquette. We seek this blazing stone solely to assist others. Could you not demonstrate some understanding and generosity? As a high-level spirit beast, surely this trivial stone holds little significance for you. The Beast King retorted indignantly, the Lava Beast King, heed only the commands of the Divine Shenong and have no obligation to offer anything to the humans of Nuwa. Is it then inevitable that we must resort to violence? Wukong's expression hardened. If courtesy fails, then it is time for action. How dare you, ignorant mortals? Witness as I reduce you to ashes. The Beast King bellowed, unleashing a massive fireball from his mouth, aimed directly at Wukong. Wukong furrowed his brow, remaining motionless as he effortlessly deflected the fireball with a single hand. What a clever lad, able to alter the course of my fireball technique with his bare hands. I shall see what other talents you possess. The Beast King, taken aback by Wukong's ease in countering his attack, pondered whether he truly was a mere mortal. Very well. Come at me. I shall not retaliate. Wukong replied with a subtle smile, assuming a relaxed stance before the Beast King. How dare you belittle my strength? I shall make you aware of the consequences. The Beast King, infuriated, unleashed a barrage of fireballs toward Wukong. The explosive sounds echoed repeatedly. At the entrance of the blazing flame cave, Suyu and her companions halted upon hearing the cacophony of explosions. Cradling the blazing stone, Suyu glanced around anxiously. Is Tina truly all right? My husband said he could handle it. I have faith that all will be well, Shiyong replied resolutely, though her tone betrayed her unease. Sister, do not fret any longer. We must trust Tianhe. He will surely be fine, the Qinji comforted. Yet, Suyu remained troubled, her thoughts consumed entirely by Wukong, leaving no room for past memories of intoxicated flowers and lingering shadows. Returning to Wukong's side, the Beast King exclaimed in disbelief, You, are you even human? He gaped with his enormous fiery eyes at Wukong, who stood unharmed despite enduring countless fireballs and other fiery assaults, with not even a shred of his garment torn. What do you think? If I were not human, how could I possess 2 hands and 2 feet? Wukong replied with a grin, raising his hands. Now, put your hands down, Wukong called out. Have you finished? It's my turn now. With that, he cracked his knuckles, producing a resounding sound, while the Beast King, a pet of the divine Shenong, regarded Wukong with a hint of trepidation. Wukong lifted his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and declared, Come at me. The Beast King believed that Wukong was merely putting on a show, possessing little skill, perhaps just a high endurance. However, unexpectedly struck by a sudden blow. He flipped in the air and crashed to the ground. Wow, impressive attack power. He exclaimed, How could this be? How could I, a mighty beast, sustain such great damage from a mere mortal? Struggling to rise, the Beast King gritted his teeth, seething with anger as he glared at Wukong. That was just a single strike. I only used half of my strength, Wukong remarked, shaking his fist and revealing his pearly white teeth. Regaining his footing, the Beast King scoffed, Humph, you cannot defeat me. With that, his massive form charged at Wukong, who braced himself with both hands. The ground beneath Wukong's feet scraped as the Beast King's force collided with him. Wukong had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, and after a long period without training, he had only faced the Fox Demon a few times. Thus, with such overwhelming power unleashed all at once, it was inevitable he would struggle momentarily. Ha ha ha, feudal mortal, prepare to meet your demise. The Beast King, in his arrogance, believed Wukong was merely enduring, oblivious to the fact that Wukong was gradually adapting, mocking him in return. Is that so? Wukong replied, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he grinned. I am not so easily defeated. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he shouted, Ha, as he exerted himself. It was no challenge for Wukong to lift an entire mountain with his strength. How is this possible? The Beast King exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Wukong had indeed lifted him. With another mighty shout, Wukong hurled the Beast King away, carving a deep trench into the ground. The flames surrounding the Beast King diminished significantly, their intensity waning, and he bore visible wounds. This cannot be. It cannot be. I am a spiritual beast. He mumbled in disbelief. I cannot be defeated, you wretched mortal. The Beast King struggled to rise, fury igniting within him as the flames surged once more, his aura intensifying. Wukong shook his head with a smile and inquired, Do you truly believe you can defeat me? What do you mean? Do you look down upon me? The Beast King exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Humph, it is not a matter of disdain. Rather, your strength is, indeed, rather unimpressive. Wukong, with arms crossed, offered a slight smile and began to approach the Beast King slowly. Humph, prepare yourself. The Beast King opened his mouth wide and unleashed a fireball. In a swift motion, Wukong's figure vanished, reappearing to the left. Another fireball? Wukong dodged once more, seamlessly shifting to the right while steadily advancing towards the Beast King. How infuriating. The Beast King continued to spew fireballs, yet Wukong effortlessly evaded them, pressing forward. At last, he stood before the Beast King, who unleashed one final fireball. However, this time, it was indeed the last, as the Beast King had exhausted his fiery might. With a fleeting glance, Wukong directed his palm towards the Beast King, his expression turning icy as he declared, This is how one should harness energy. A sphere of energy began to coalesce within the palm of Wukong's hand. Just as he was poised to unleash it, a heart-wrenching sound pierced the air, one so haunting it could cause flowers to wither in despair. Wukong's eyes widened in shock as he abruptly turned around and exclaimed, Mother. To his astonishment, the source of the anguished cry was none other than Suyu. How peculiar. Had she not left? As it turned out, just moments before Wukong's outcry, Suyu had been consumed with worry. She abandoned the blazing stone and hurried back to this place. However, upon discovering that Wukong was unharmed and intending to call out to him in joy, she was suddenly struck by an unforeseen fireball. Wukong swiftly dashed to Suyu's side, embracing her tightly while repeatedly calling out, "Mother, mother, are you all right?" Suyu, though not lacking in cultivation, was ultimately a mortal being, and the Beast King's fireball was no trifling matter. Suddenly, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, opened her eyes, and gazed at Wukong, forcing a smile as she spoke. "Heaven. River. I am so sorry. I returned without permission, and did not anticipate that it would turn out this way. Mother, please do not speak. I will save you. Do not utter another word." "I will save you," Wukong exclaimed anxiously, channeling his healing energy into Suyu. She was Wukong's mother. If one were to inquire about the most important person in Wukong's life, the answer would be unequivocally Suyu. Those who harm her shall face death. Upon observing that Suyu's injuries had stabilized, Wukong gently lifted her and leaned her against a stone. Softly, he said, "Mother, rest for a while. Allow me to seek vengeance on your behalf." Suyu nodded in agreement, for Wukong had become the sovereign of her heart. Whatever he proposed, she would seldom oppose, especially now, as he sought to aid her. Wukong rose to his feet, his expression icy as he approached the Beast King. The Beast King had merely struck Suyu by accident, yet he had not anticipated that injuring Suyu would prove to be far more devastating than harming Wukong himself. With each step that Wukong took, it seemed as though he tread upon the very heart of the Beast King, who, at that moment, bore none of the regal air of a spiritual beast, but rather appeared as a pitiful wretch. What are you planning to do?" I am indeed a spiritual beast." The Beast King, astonishingly, found himself in a position of supplication. "You cannot slay me. You cannot slay me." As Wukong stood before the Beast King, he observed this colossal creature now pleading for mercy. With a cold smirk, Wukong scoffed, "So now you seek forgiveness? I have always maintained that I would not provoke those who do not wrong me. I merely borrowed a stone for a brief moment, yet you approached me with hostility. Now, having inflicted harm upon the most significant person in my life, I warn you, in your next existence, do not return as a spirit beast. Please, no." The Beast King gazed at Wukong in terror, but Wukong had already delivered a powerful blow to its snout. The agonizing scream sent chills down the spine. Yet Wukong remained unfazed, for this was his masterpiece. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the Beast King, and after a series of strikes, the creature finally succumbed. Blood spilling forth. "I demand that you spew forth blood tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, a myriad-fold of what you extracted from my mother." With that, Wukong struck again with even greater ferocity. Ugh! The Beast King released an overwhelming amount of blood, drenching the ground beneath it. At this moment, the once mighty creature lay prostrate, devoid of its earlier grandeur. Even a mere 3-year-old would surpass it in strength. "Perish!" Wukong appeared to be in a trance, his eyes glowing a vivid crimson. As the energy wave in Wukong's hand grew increasingly potent, capable of annihilating the Beast King, a voice echoed, "No. Please." Tianhe. Suddenly, Wukong regained his composure, pondering the meaning behind the words. Nevertheless, upon hearing that voice, he rushed to Su Yu's side and asked, "Mother, how are you?" He then produced a mystical bean for her to consume. Indeed, Su Yu's complexion improved significantly, though her injuries were severe, hindering a swift recovery. "I am fine," Su Yu replied, deeply touched. For the moment Wukong declared her the most vital person in his life, she felt utterly fulfilled in her existence. Wukong hastily embraced Su Yu, incessantly uttering words of comfort. "I am truly sorry. I am truly sorry. I was too careless, and it resulted in your injury. I am utterly despicable." As he spoke, Wukong unexpectedly struck his own face with a resounding slap, the sound echoing sharply. Su Yu was taken aback, and when she saw Wukong poised to strike himself again, she swiftly grasped his hand, imploring urgently, "Tianhe, please, do not do that. I bear you no ill will. If anyone should be blamed, it is I. I should blame myself for doubting your abilities. It is I who should apologize." Wukong's eyes were filled with mist as he gazed at Su Yu and asked, "Mother, why can't I do anything to it?" Su Yu smiled gently, shaking her head. "It's all right. Regardless, it has been steadfastly loyal and is a life in its own right. Moreover, I am much better now and no longer in grave danger. So let us spare it." Wukong hesitated for a moment, gazing at Su Yu with a smile, and said, "All right, I shall heed your words." Wukong tossed a celestial beam behind him, which fortuitously landed in the mouth of the Beast King, who then gradually rose to his feet. You. The Beast King gazed at Wukong, at a loss for words. Depart now. I shall spare your life. However, do remember to tread carefully in the future, Wukong stated coldly. Yes, the Beast King conceded, recollecting Wukong's formidable strength, and finally bowed his head before turning to leave. Wukong gently lifted Suyu, saying, Mother, let us depart. You still call me mother? Suyu replied, taken aback. Wukong, momentarily stunned, pondered, what should I call you then? Little. Little you? No way, he continued. Time has taken its toll. Tianhe, your earlier demeanor truly frightened me. I thought you had succumbed to darkness. As Wukong carried Suyu back, she spoke softly to him. Is that so? It was also because of mother. Little you were injured. I have vowed that those who harm you shall face dire consequences. Wukong declared with a smile, though his latter words bore a grave seriousness. Hearing this, Suyu felt a warmth in her heart and gently replied, What do you mean by death? Such words are truly unpleasant. Wukong smiled faintly and said, Little, you are simply too tender-hearted. Are you not compassionate as well? The fox demon was merely reverted to its original form by your actions. Had I not called out to you this time, you would have undoubtedly committed an act of slaying. Suyu's tone was playful yet reprimanding. Wukong found himself at a loss as he uttered the words. So what? If anyone dares to harm you or Lin Sha and the others, I shall make them pay with their lives. Tianhe. Suyu's heart was touched, tears streaming down her cheeks. His domineering tone and palpable aura of authority were unmistakable, yet the tenderness she often witnessed in him shone through. Suyu felt utterly captivated, lamenting why she had not encountered Wukong sooner, for then she could have given herself to him in perfect devotion. I resent the heavens for not allowing me to meet you 19 years earlier, for sending you to care for me and love me so deeply. While I am but a wilted flower, unable to offer you my entirety, Suyu wept. Wilted flower? What does that mean? Wukong inquired, genuinely perplexed. Suyu lifted her gaze to Wukong, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue. It means, she stammered, her embarrassment palpable, after all. What woman would not blush at such a topic? A maiden? Wukong furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend. Do you not feel wronged? I am no longer. Suyu replied, her voice heavy with despondence. Wukong paused, gazing intently at Suyu, and resolutely declared, Little you, listen closely. If there is any grievance to be spoken of, it should be mine for causing you distress. I understand that a man can only truly love one woman. Yet here I stand, entangled with Meng Li and the others. Thus, it is I who must apologize. Suyu, taken aback by Wukong's unexpected words, felt a surge of emotion and instantly kissed him, closing her eyes to savor his embrace. You are truly wonderful. I feel no grievance at all. All right. We are nearly there, she added. Oh, by the way, that stone felt incredibly hot when I lifted it. My attempts to counteract the heat with my energy were only slightly effective. I suspect Ling Sha and the others are still at the cave's entrance. Was it truly that hot? Wukong inquired with a furrowed brow. Suyu nodded. Indeed, it was quite hot. However, a sudden smile illuminated her face. Perhaps if you were to handle it, you might not find it so unbearable. Wukong curled his lips with a smirk. Haha, let me give it a try then. Xianggong, Tianhe, Meng Li, Qinji, Serong, Ling Sha, seeing their beloved return victorious, their eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Yet upon noticing Wukong cradling Suyu, whose lips were stained with blood, they gasped in alarm. Sister, you're injured? Suyu shook her head gently, smiling. I'm fine. Tianhe has already healed me. How could this be? Did you avenge your sister, Xianggong? Serong seethed with anger, and Ling Sha too burned with fury. What do you think? That monster was beaten half to death by Tianhe. Had I not intervened, he would have slain it outright, Suyu replied. Enough of this. By the way, where is that stone? Wukong set Suyu down, and Serong and Ling Sha immediately rushed to support her. Tianhe, it's here, but it's scalding hot. We dare not touch it. Qinji stepped aside, revealing the blazing stone upon the ground. Very well. Let me attempt it. Wukong clapped his hands and reached for the stone. Ow. Hot. So hot. The one now flailing and yelping was none other than the same man who had been boasting moments before. What? Even you find it unbearable, Xianggong? Serong and Ling Sha could scarcely believe it, for Wukong had withstood the chill of the frost diagram without flinching, yet now recoiled from this stone. Good heavens, this heat. It must be at least 6,000 degrees, akin to the surface of the sun. Of course it burns. Wukong shook his hand vigorously. Meng Li approached. tenderly massaging Wukong's hand. If even Tianhe finds it too hot, how shall we carry it? Indeed, we cannot simply leave it here, Qingji murmured, frowning. After a moment's thought, "So you suggested, perhaps I should try. I can channel my inner energy, and my constitution leans toward the cold." Suddenly, Wukong smacked his forehead. "Ah, how foolish of me, I forgot again. Why not use an ice-based spell? Oh, look at us, we all overlooked that." Lingsha giggled, tapping her own forehead. Not just her, Mingli, Qingji, and Surong also laughed sheepishly, likely having been too tense to remember earlier. At this moment, Wukong placed his hands on his hips and sighed deeply. Ah, growing old is inevitable. One's mind isn't as sharp as it used to be. Poof. Giggle the group burst into laughter. 1,000 junctures hang by a hair. Murmured Yu Yu's realm. Look, is this it? Wukong approached Chu Hanjing and Chu Bihan, holding the blazing stone aloft for the sisters to inspect. You actually retrieved it? Chu Hanjing was astonished by Wukong's capabilities. This was no ordinary feat, there was even a blazing stone. Unexpectedly, Chu Bihan's eyes gleamed with something akin to fervor, or perhaps avarice, as she fixed her gaze upon the stone in Wukong's hand. In a flash, she snatched it from his grasp. "Ah, wait!" Lingsha cried out. Chu Bihan shook her head resolutely. No more waiting. Turning to her sister, she declared, "Elder sister, how pitiable. I shall soon attain true immortality, while you are destined to dissipate into nothingness. But such is fate, there is no alternative." "What are you saying?" The women gasped in shock. Even Wukong was taken aback. What is happening?" Chu Hanjing remained silent. Chu Bihan scoffed. "Humph. I've known since I was 13. After the Suwa tree was infused with spiritual energy, it unexpectedly bore the two of us. Even our master was surprised. We are one, yet not one. The Suwaloa tree bears only a single fruit in its lifetime. Thus, if one of us ascends, the other must perish. Isn't that right?" Chu Hanjing's silence lingered until Mengli spoke softly. "Is this why you hesitated? Because you couldn't decide who should ascend and who should perish? Is that why you refused to reveal the stone's whereabouts?" Chu Bihan's tone grew urgent. "Elder sister, I overheard our master speaking with you. Yet you kept it from me. You didn't want me to ascend, did you? The more you concealed, the more I suffered. I wandered aimlessly, risking my life in desperation." Finally, Chu Hanjing broke her silence. "If you heard our master's words, then you know. Only a heart of virtue can bring about ascension. Selfish desires may force the Suwaloa tree to bear fruit, but you will still dissipate into oblivion." Chu Bihan laughed derisively. "Ah, elder sister. Do you still seek to deceive me?" Her gaze turned icy. "Do you call this selfishness? To yearn for escape from this wretched place, is that selfish? My fate is mine to decide. Neither our master nor you shall dictate it." Her eyes began to glow faintly, her body radiating an ethereal light as she regarded Chu Hanjing. "Farewell, elder sister. When I ascend, I shall remember you. Always." After speaking, she silently chanted something. And then the flame stone levitated from her hand, drifting toward the sorrow tree. The flame stone began to emanate a dazzling golden light, intensely blinding. Gradually, that glaring golden radiance began to descend upon the sorrow tree. "By Hin, no. You will perish if you do that." Chu Hanjing cried out desperately, but regrettably. She could not intervene. However, there was someone who could. "What are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" Chu Baihen thought she was on the verge of ascension. Yet unbeknownst to her, her incantation had inexplicably faltered. Upon opening her eyes and glancing back, she realized it was none other than Wukong, who had brought the stone. Though she was grateful to Wukong and the others for delivering the flame stone, she was incensed that they had disrupted her moment of transcendence. At this moment, Wukong unexpectedly seized the blazing stone and placed it swiftly before Chu Hanjing. Chu Baihen was consumed with fury, her jade-like fingers pointing accusingly at Wukong, her gaze brimming with rage, wishing fervently to tear him into shreds. Wukong placed the blazing stone down and swiftly moved to confront Chu Baihen before she could react. The sharp sound of his palm striking her cheek resonated in the air. The women on the ground were incredulous, for they had always known Wukong to be gentle. Yet he had struck a girl, and on her face, no less. However, Wukong had restrained his strength, otherwise, Chu Baihen would have been sent flying. "How dare you hit me?" Chu Baihen glared at Wukong, her voice laced with fury. "This is the first time I have ever struck a woman. But your actions are utterly outrageous. Setting aside your selfishness, you even joke with your own life," Wukong retorted as he forcefully threw Chu Baihen to the ground. "What do you mean? Is it wrong for me to ascend to immortality? What does it have to do with you?" Chu Baihen showed no sign of yielding. Qingji stepped forward, asserting, "You only know to use the blazing stone to ascend to immortality, which is not inherently wrong. But have you ever considered if the stone alone is sufficient? One must understand thoroughly before undertaking any endeavor. Recklessness will lead to failure." So you had long wished to voice her thoughts on Chu Baihen. Moreover, with your temperament, restless and self-serving, completely disregarding others, do you truly believe that possessing the blazing stone alone will guarantee your success in becoming an immortal? You are a fool. Do you think your sister wishes to ascend and abandon you? Si Hong spoke up, feeling indignant for Chu Hanjing. Chu Baihen found herself at a loss for words. Silenced by Wukong and Su Yu's admonishments. Initially, she intended to retort angrily, but upon reflection, she realized that every immortal had to endure numerous trials. Her sister spoke the truth. Could it be that merely possessing the blazing stone was sufficient? As she pondered deeply, the others refrained from interrupting. Chu Hanjing, grateful for their support, approached Chu Baihen, gently grasping her hand, and softly spoke, "My dear sister, I have long been aware of your deep-seated resentment towards me. You perceive me as a threat to your ascension." Wukong was not fond of being indebted to anyone. "Sister?" Chu Baihen gazed at her sibling with a complex expression. "Indeed. If one among us were to ascend, the other would surely sacrifice. However, the reason I did not disclose the location of the blazing stone is that I do not wish to part from you. I understand your nature well. Do not fault me for my severity. Even if you find the stone, you cannot attain the form of an immortal. Rather, you would risk losing your very essence." Chu Hanjing slowly explained. "What? Sister, you are deceiving me." Chu Baihen exclaimed in disbelief, her tone laden with astonishment. Chu Hanjing shook her head. "Why would I deceive you? I cannot bear to watch you vanish. Thus, I have no desire for the blazing stone. The companionship of the two of us, though eternally lonely, is preferable to the outcome I envision in my heart, is it not? Had that gentleman not intervened moments ago, Baihen, you would have truly regretted your actions." Upon hearing her sister's heartfelt words, Chu Baihen realized that she had long misunderstood her sister, believing her to be selfish and solely focused on her own ascension, neglecting her. In truth, her sister had refrained from disclosing the whereabouts of the blazing stone not out of selfishness, but rather out of a desire to keep her close. Overcome with emotion, she wept, throwing herself into Chu Hanjing's embrace. "Sister." Chu Hanjing smiled gently, patting Chu Baihen's back. "Baihen, as long as you understand." Witnessing this touching scene, the other girls instinctively leaned towards Wukong, exclaiming how wonderful it was. Si Hong felt tears welling up in her eyes, pondering that although they had not achieved immortality, being with their most beloved was far more precious. "How delightful," Mingli remarked. However, this tender moment was abruptly interrupted by Wukong. "Could you all please not crowd around me? It's quite warm here." "Warm?" Lingsha exclaimed incredulously. "But it's freezing here. How can you call it warm?" "Indeed, it feels as though my body is at odds with the temperature. When it's hot, I feel cold. And when it's cold, I complain of the heat," Wukong retorted, pouting slightly. Suddenly, Chu Baihen, who had been crying in her sister's arms, stood before Wukong. Her expression one of indignation. "What about the slap you just gave me?" Well." Wukong scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Chu Hanjing intervened. "Baihen, how can you say that? If it weren't for this young man, you would have." "Oh, sister, I'm just upset. Why stop me and then hit me? You know I've never been hit before. Now that he has, I must retaliate." Chu Baihen now resembled a pouting child. Her earlier fierce demeanor dissipated. "Well, if that's the case, I suppose I'll allow you to hit me back," Wukong conceded after a moment's thought. "My dear, you." The other girls exchanged glances, wanting to counsel Wukong, but he merely smiled. "It's fine. I don't wish to owe anyone anything." He then leaned forward, saying, "Go ahead, hit me." Chu Baihen was taken aback by Wukong's gentleness and gentlemanly demeanor. He was tender when appropriate and unyielding when angered. She raised her small hand, ready to strike his face, but the others cried out, "No, please don't." As Chu Hanjing shot a warning glance, Wukong simply shook his head in response. "Wait, aren't you supposed to hit me? Why are you just touching me?" Wukong closed his eyes, anticipating a slap that never came, instead feeling an unexpected touch that sent shivers down his spine. Mengli and the others stood in stunned silence. Chu Baihen retracted her hand triumphantly. "Huh? You said I could hit you back, but does that mean I have to? Seeing how handsome you are, if I were to bruise you, your wives would surely want to skin me alive." "Baihen," Chu Hanjing exclaimed urgently. "Hee." Chu Baihen giggled like a playful child. Wukong touched his face and chuckled. "Haha, as you wish. After all, I owe you nothing. By the way, which item were we seeking?" Chu Hanjing replied. What you need should be the Sualua fruit from the Sualua tree. But looking at it now, there are no fruits on the tree, Ling Sha observed, still finding none. If you hadn't stopped us earlier, there would have been fruits by now, Chu Bihan pouted at Wukong, clearly displeased with his previous actions, showing no gratitude for his rescue. Then, can we use the flame stone now to make it bear fruit? Qinji inquired. It should be possible. However, if Bihan and I were to use our divine power to hasten the fruit's growth, it would likely. Chu Hanjing hesitated, her expression troubled. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Just teach me the method, and I'll handle the process, Wukong declared confidently, thumping his chest. Are you capable? Chu Bihan scrutinized Wukong skeptically, her delicate brows furrowed. What's the matter? Didn't I just drag this stone down single-handedly? Why wouldn't I be able to do this? Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Well, suit yourself. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me, Chu Bihan said dismissively. Chu Hanjing shot her a reproachful glance. Bihan. Chu Bihan stuck out her tongue playfully and rolled her eyes at Wukong. Had he been a lecherous man, he might have thought, that glance, so enchanting. Chu Hanjing then relayed the method to Wukong before turning to Suyu and the others. You should assist young Master Yun as well. With your help, we might even yield more than one Sualua fruit. Really? That is wonderful. You must save one for me. Sirong clapped her hands in delight. Though I must admit, it's merely a possibility. The chances are slim. Chu Hanjing apologized. Oh, that is all right. I don't mind. But if there are extras, do save one for me. Sirong waved her hand nonchalantly. Of course, Chu Hanjing smiled gently. 103, 6 Sualua fruits formed. They're growing. They're growing. It's true. They really appeared. Wow. And there's more than one. The girls' excited voices chimed in succession. Quiet now. If you disturb Tianhe and cause the process to fail, it'll be troublesome. Suyu quickly hushed Ling Sha and Sirong. These two little rascals. Honestly, Meng Li and Qin Ji exchanged an amused glance, while Ling Sha and Sirong sheepishly stuck out their tongues before turning their attention back to Wukong, who was deep in concentration. At this moment, Wukong tilted his head towards the heavens, his hands positioned behind him, reciting incantations incessantly. The radiance of the Sara tree now shone far brighter than it did when Chu Baihan had previously activated it. Sister, look at him. How can he be even more formidable than I am? Chu Baihan whispered to her elder sister. Chu Hanjing shot her sister a disapproving glance, responding, You little rascal. They managed to retrieve the blazing stone from that beast king intact. Do you truly believe we can measure up to them? Pouting, Chu Baihan gazed at Wukong, who was engrossed in his chants, and retorted, Humph, that scoundrel, that villain. But seeing him like this, he is not too shabby after all. Chu Hanjing was momentarily taken aback by her sister's unexpected words. A subtle, almost imperceptible glimmer of admiration flickered in her gaze as she observed Wukong. The astonishment in Chu Hanjing's heart deepened, yet unbeknownst to her, she harbored a sentiment akin to that of Chu Baihan. Baihan? Do you have feelings for him? Chu Hanjing inquired. Chu Baihan gasped, quickly retorting, How could that be? I could never like him. It's only the first time we've met. And besides, he just struck me. Her tone belied a genuine anger, revealing only a playful petulance. Chu Hanjing regarded her sister with a complex expression, while the flustered Chu Baihan, catching her sister's gaze, abruptly turned away, her cheeks blooming with a shy flush. In this moment, Wukong paused his actions. The celestial river halted. The spoke. Several girls turned their gazes towards Wukong, noticing that he had opened his eyes. How many have we gathered? Wukong inquired of Su Yu and the others. Let me count, Su Yu replied, lifting her head to begin her tally. We have 6, she answered after a moment of counting. 6, you say? Wukong scratched his head. It can't be helped. That fiery stone has already lost its spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, the depleted fiery stone fell to the ground, transforming into an ordinary rock. Impressive, Chu Hanjing exclaimed in astonishment, while Chu Bihing, realizing the 6 fruits hanging on the tree, joyfully exclaimed, Wow, there are 6. Why are you so excited? Wukong asked in confusion. Chu Bihing replied with pride, You may not know, but just gathering one Soraro fruit is already remarkable. Now we have 6. How can I not be thrilled? Wukong curled his lip and waved his hand dismissively. Hey, I must remind you that this was conjured by my husband, not even a word of thanks. Unable to tolerate Chu Baihan's haughty demeanor, Silong interjected on Wukong's behalf. Chu Baihan merely stuck out her tongue at Wukong, rendering herself speechless. Can it be taken down now? Mingli inquired, directing her question towards Chu Hanjing. Chu Hanjing nodded in affirmation, It is ready. Upon hearing this, Wukong soared to the treetop, grasped a fruit with one hand, and tossed it towards Xialong. Catch it, catch it. He then hurled another towards Lingsha. As the third fruit descended, Suyu approached the base of the tree and called out, Tianhe, throw it down. I shall catch it. Wukong cast down the third orb and handed the fourth to Mingli, followed by tossing the fifth to Qinjie. As for the sixth orb, Wukong cradled it himself. Hey, what about ours? Chu Baihen exclaimed, noticing that neither she nor her sister had received any. Baihen. Chu Hanjing admonished her younger sister. Have you forgotten what elder sister just said? Chu Baihen huffed in dissatisfaction. Wukong and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Wukong turned to Su Yu, who understood his intentions and handed the fruits to him. Cradling the two fruits, Wukong approached Chu Baihen and Chu Hanjing, saying, Here, for you. A playful grin adorned his face. Chu Baihen accepted them without hesitation, clearly pleased, while Chu Hanjing seemed poised to speak. However, Wukong interjected with a chuckle, It's quite all right. We have no need for so many. These two are perfect for you. Should you wish to ascend, you can use them at any time. Then, thank you very much. Chu Hanjing replied, her heart inexplicably racing at Wukong's smile. What is happening to me? Chu Hanjing pondered internally, maintaining her composure. This is for you as well, Mengli said, presenting her own fruit, followed by Qinji, who added, and mine too. You all. Chu Hanjing was at a loss for words. It's nothing. We have no use for them. It is better to give them to those in need. Mengli said with a gentle smile. Thank you. Chu Hanjing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Do not worry about it, Qinji said with a warm smile. All right. We have completed our task. It is time to seek the next piece of cold weaponry, Wukong declared, turning away. The girls nodded in agreement. Wukong bid farewell to Chu Hanjing and Chu Baihen. We shall take our leave now. You are leaving already? Chu Baihen seemed somewhat reluctant. Is there anything else you need our assistance with? Suyu inquired. Oh, no, nothing at all. It's just, we are truly grateful, Chu Baihen replied earnestly. Were it not for Wukong and his companions, she would not know where she might be now. It was but a trivial effort, no need for formalities. We shall take our leave now. Until we meet again, Wukong said with a cupped hand salute. Under the lingering gazes of Chu Hanjing and Chu Baihen, the figures of Wukong and his companions gradually faded from their sight. Baihen. You must have taken a liking to that young Master Yin. Haven't you? Your expression betrays you. Sister, you, how mean? From within the cave echoed the playful sounds of the two girls' laughter. By then, Wukong and the others had already reached the entrance of Shenong's cave. Hearing the cheerful voices from inside, Ling Sha remarked with a smile. The sisters seem to have grown much closer now. Indeed, it is all thanks to my husband's efforts, Xirong said, linking her arm with Wukong's, who scratched his nose sheepishly in response. Having stayed here long enough, perhaps we should return to Qianghua sect, Siyu suggested after a moment of lightheartedness. Seeing no objections from the others, Wukong summoned Wangshu and stood upon it with Suyu. Together, the group soared toward Qianghua sect on their swords. Qianghua sect. Mountain Gate. No sooner had they arrived than a young girl's voice, laced with urgency, reached their ears. Little junior brother, something terrible has happened. Upon closer inspection, it was Xianji, the young disciple, sprinting toward them. Yet before she could reach them, 4 other disciples, Ming Jing, Ming Huan, Huaishi, and Ming Kai, intercepted the group. Though Wukong and his companions recognized them, they were not particularly familiar. Han Ling Sha, did you truly believe that joining Qianghua sect would erase your past? Ming Huan confronted her bluntly. Han Ling Sha stiffened, remaining silent as Huaishi added, Our sect upholds strict standards in accepting disciples. We cannot permit someone of your background to remain among us. Ming Kai nodded in agreement. Indeed, just now, senior brother Huayan has already reported to the sect leader, requesting your expulsion. Ming Jing continued. Even now, expelling you may be too late. Who knows what might have already gone missing from our sect? As the accusations grew increasingly malicious, the expressions of the women, save for Han Ling Sha, darkened. But none were more incensed than Wukong. Insults directed at him were one thing, but slandering the woman he cherished was another matter entirely. What did you just say? Wukong's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon Ming Jing and the others, Wangshu now firmly gripped in his hand. Ming Jing recoiled in shock. Have you lost your mind? Drawing your sword against your own sect brothers? Wukong coldly declared, I care not whether you are of the same sect. No one is permitted to speak ill of Ling Sha. Should anyone utter another word, I shall make them regret it. Ming Huan, incensed, retorted, This is utterly preposterous. Everyone, step aside. At that moment, Ziying appeared before the crowd. Mingjing, as if having found an ally, turned to Ziying and said, "Uncle Master, look at his arrogance." Ziying scolded. "Silence. All of you, return at once." After a brief pause, he continued, "Since you have reported this matter to the sect leader, it is for them to decide." Uncle Master, Huaishi attempted to speak further, but Ziying shot him a stern glare, commanding, "Go back." Huaishi glared at Wukong with resentment, muttering, "Despicable," before reluctantly turning to leave. Once the four departed, Xuanji voiced her dissatisfaction. "Uncle Master Ziying, my brothers have gone too far. I have tried to dissuade them. Yet they still insist on seeking the sect leader." Ziying's tone softened considerably. "Xuanji, you and Huaishua should return as well. I shall personally seek an audience with the sect leader." "I wish to accompany you," Xuanji insisted, stamping her foot. "Xuanji, heed your Uncle Master's advice. Even if you go, it may not yield any assistance," Suyue gently advised. Xuanji, feeling helpless, conceded, "Very well. Lingsha, do you harbor some unspoken troubles?" As Ziying proceeded to seek an audience with Xu Yao, Siyue began to inquire into Lingsha's predicament. Surprisingly astute, Siyue quickly deduced Lingsha's inner turmoil, causing Lingsha to startle. Yet she maintained a facade of cheerfulness, saying, "It's nothing, dear grandmother, rest assured. I merely wish to use the wealth of the deceased to aid the living. I would never engage in any nefarious deeds, nor do I covet the tomes and blades of the Qianghua sect. Regardless, it seems many are now aware of this matter. We must hasten to find sect leader Shuao and clarify this issue," Qingji proposed. Mengli nodded in agreement. "Indeed, those individuals know nothing. Their words are mere nonsense." "Mingli, Sister Qingji." Lingsha felt a swell of gratitude. Sihong waved her small fist, declaring, "Fear not, Sister Lingsha. If anyone dares to speak ill of you again, I shall assist you in dealing with them. If I am unable, I have my husband to rely on." Wukong gently patted Lingsha's shoulder and reassured her, "Lingsha, there is no need to worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm you." Pausing for a moment, seeing the tears welling in her eyes, he continued, "I will seek out the master and discuss this matter. You will not be expelled from the sect." He added, "Indeed, I shall accompany Tian He, and surely my senior sister will grant me some leniency." So you nodded in agreement. Thank you. Lingsha could no longer hold back her tears, deeply moved by the concern of those around her. "With this promise, I shall uphold it for a lifetime." Brother Ziying approached the master's hall, where a guarding disciple informed him, "The master has issued a command. No one is permitted to approach Qianghua Palace." Ziying inquired, "What is the reason for such caution?" Su-yi replied, "The master only mentioned that there are pressing matters at hand and that we must not disturb her. It could be half a day or perhaps a full day." "I understand. Thank you," Ziying responded before returning to Wukong and the others. "Unfortunately, it seems we must wait here for a while." Reluctantly, they found themselves waiting outside, time dragging on. It was far longer than half a day. And soon darkness enveloped them. Ziying paced back and forth, appearing restless, seemingly more unsettled than Wukong and the others had ever seen. "My eyes are starting to blur from all this walking," Wukong murmured, feeling faint. "Ah." Siyu quickly supported Wukong, whispering, "Be careful. Just avoid looking at Ziying." Wukong nodded thoughtfully, yet instead of gazing at Ziying, his eyes wandered to the women, which was rather uncharacteristic of him. Thus, he turned his attention to the moon. The moon hung large in the sky, akin to a giant pancake. Wukong looked up at it, murmuring to himself, chuckling softly, "Heh, ha ha ha." At that moment, the long-awaited Ziying spoke, "It is time to return. It is quite late, and the sect leader will not see us now. Perhaps I shall come to seek an audience with you early tomorrow." Suddenly, Wukong's playful demeanor vanished, and he regarded Ziying with a newfound seriousness. What is the matter?" Ziying, taken aback by Wukong's unusual gravity, pondered that it might be something of great significance. "Do you find joy atop the mountain? Or rather, do you consider the pursuit of immortality to be engaging?" Wukong inquired. Not only Ziying, but also Suyu, Mengli, Qingji, Si Rongs, and Lingsha were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that such a question would come from Wukong. After a brief silence, Ziying finally responded, "The quest for immortality and the eradication of demons has been my lifelong ambition. To engage in pursuits of my own desire is a source of immense joy." "Is that so?" "Yet, upon my arrival at the Qianghua sect, I discovered that the practice of immortality resembles the recitation of some esoteric mantras, rather dull and uninspiring. One can act heroically without the need for cultivation, Why not live freely and blissfully? Ziying shook her head. It is not so. Yukong continued. I had previously heard that swordplay was immensely enjoyable and quite practical. However, it was only when I truly immersed myself in the realm of cultivation that I realized that sometimes pursuing immortality may not always be a blessing. What does this mean? Ziying inquired, puzzled. Wukong smiled faintly and shook his head. I'm rather simple-minded, only able to judge based on my own limited experiences. Tianhe, you've truly grown up. Matured. Back when I joined the Qianghua sect, I too was curious, eager to uncover its mysteries. But after experiencing the war against the demon realm, I realized cultivation can bring pain and sorrow as well. See, you spoke softly. Mother, you feel that way too? In the Shinnong cave. If Chubaikin had truly ascended through the flaming stone, it would have been another tragedy. In the end, it was the pursuit of immortality that caused it. Wukong gazed at Suyu as he spoke. I had hoped to find the secret of eternal life here, yet there's no trace of it. Perhaps I should seek other sects of cultivation? Not only are there no immortal beings here, but there are just as many sorrows as in the mortal world below. Lingxia murmured gloomily. Eternal life? Wukong was taken aback. Lingxia, you seek immortality? No. Lingxia quickly realized her slip and changed the subject, turning to Mingli. Mingli, what do you think? Me? I merely wish to travel and see the world. Whether we cultivate or not matters little as long as I'm with all of you. Anywhere is fine. The Qianghua sect is indeed powerful, but their focus is not the path of immortality Lingxia seeks. Since Tianhe and the rest do not wish to stay, neither shall I, Mingli replied. And you, Sister Qingji? Lingxia asked. Like Mingli, it matters not where we go. As Tianhe said, as long as we are happy, that is enough. Qingji smiled gently. Little sister Surong? Lingxia turned to Surong, who pouted and clung to Wukong's arm. Wherever my husband goes, I go. Even if he goes to that place, I'll follow. What place? Ziying asked, puzzled. Just that. Sirong's face would have been visibly flushed were it not already night. A brothel? Wukong blurted out without thinking. Why, yes. Surong agreed instantly. The group fell into stunned silence. Then, it settled. After helping Big Brother, we'll leave the mountain together. Wukong declared after a moment's thought. Big Brother? The women and Ziying exchanged confused glances. Oh, I mean Xianxiao. Wukong proceeded to explain in detail his sworn brotherhood with him. Senior brother. He truly hasn't changed, still unbound by trivial conventions. Suyu remarked quietly. You truly intend to leave the mountain? Ziying asked. Yes. Wukong nodded, then added, don't worry. We'll stay nearby. If that so-called demon realm attacks, we can still aid you. He thumped his chest confidently, unaware of the dilemma he would face when the time came. Ziying softly remarked, I understand. My concern lies elsewhere. Oh, I see now. You must be reluctant to part with us, right? Lingxia chuckled. You all come and go in such haste. Have you truly contemplated your decisions? Ziying inquired once more. Each individual harbors their own desires. If you believe that cultivating immortality is the most joyous pursuit, then you ought to persevere in it, Sihong expressed. Is that so? In the past, I occasionally found myself in deep melancholy due to certain matters. However, since meeting you all, my perspective has broadened significantly. Ultimately, it is not the external circumstances or people that matter most, but rather one's own state of mind, Lingxia shared. Qingji then added, Indeed, everything is subjective. Not all favorable circumstances are entirely correct, and conversely, unfavorable situations are not necessarily erroneous. Did you not claim to be a sword hero? When the day arrives that you become a sword immortal, do not forget to visit us, Wukong chuckled, giving Ziying a friendly pat on the shoulder. Ziying's heart was a tumult of emotions, tinged with a touch of warmth. All right, I promise you all. I shall honor this vow for a lifetime, Ziying declared resolutely. The group exchanged glances and smiled. Ziying continued, You should return and rest. I will seek out the sect leader at dawn. With that, she turned to leave. Alas, I have spoken far more than usual today. I hardly recognize myself, Lingxia sighed, touching her cheek. What of it? Did not my husband also utter many extraordinary words? Sihong replied nonchalantly. The vicissitudes of life inevitably bring a tinge of sorrow. Mingli added gloomily. Not necessarily. Sometimes, brief separations are merely a prelude to more meaningful reunions, Wukong responded with a smile. Suyue gazed at Wukong with deep affection, saying, Oh, Tiango, you have changed so much. You are no longer the innocent person you once were. Indeed, Qingji interjected, we only lack one final item near Chaohu. We shall seek it after dawn, and I am certain it will be successful. At the lakeside woods of Chaohu, a fisherman, clad in fishing attire, anxiously shook a man who had collapsed before him. "Wake up. Please, awaken." Suddenly, several figures appeared before him. Before he could utter a cry of alarm, one of them asked, "What has transpired here?" The fisherman, visibly excited upon seeing several enchanting women, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, fairies." Ling Xiao was taken aback. "What fairies? Please tell us, is this person drowning?" The fisherman regained his composure and replied, No, he is not drowning. He has been harmed by the water spirit in the lake." "Water spirit? Where is it now?" Su Yu immediately inquired, "What is happening now? Why are there demons everywhere?" The fisherman shook his head, replying, I am not certain. Previously, when we fished in the lake, everything was quite peaceful. Yet, in recent days, people have been disappearing, only to be found days later, unconscious on the shore, surely harmed by water demons." At that moment, Meng Li began to chant an incantation, enveloping the fainted fisherman in a healing light. Instantly, the fisherman regained consciousness, murmuring, "Ugh, a monster." Fisherman A exclaimed in delight, "He has awakened." He turned to the others, excitement evident in his voice. "Are you truly immortal beings?" The group remained silent, while Qin Ji countered, "Pray tell, do you recall how you encountered the demon?" Fisherman B, still dazed, replied, I can't remember clearly. I paddled my boat to the edge of Bailing Island and was suddenly swept into a whirlpool. The boat was lost, and beneath the water, there seemed to be many frightful-looking demons. After that, I just woke up. Ling Sha furrowed her brow, deep in thought. I have heard tales of peculiar large birds residing on Bailing Island in Chaohu, yet I was unaware of demons lurking beneath the waters. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. Could it be related to that ancient relic? What relic? Xirong inquired. Ling Sha continued. It is said that there was once a small kingdom by the shores of Chaohu. Due to angering the deities, the entire nation was punished and submerged beneath the lake. However, that was long ago, during the Yin and Shang dynasties. Its truth remains uncertain. Such ancient remnants, after a long passage of time and changes in fortune, are most susceptible to becoming havens for spirits and monsters. Siyu asserted, regardless of its truth, we must investigate. Fisherman A eagerly asked, Immortal, are you going to eliminate the demons? Without responding to them, Yukong urged the two, you should leave this place at once. Fisherman B joyfully exclaimed, yes, thank you, Immortal, for saving my life. Wait a moment, Ling Sha called out to the departing pair, asking, do you have a boat we could borrow? We wish to explore the vicinity of Bailing Island in Chaohu, since it has been said that water demons often harm fishermen. I am curious to see what the water demons can do to us. Hee. Fisherman A hastily replied, yes, of course. We have a shabby boat, though I fear it may not be worthy of a celestial maiden. The boat is moored right here by the shore. At that moment, Wukong scratched his head and asked, how much does it cost? The first fisherman, in disbelief, quickly waved his hands in protest. No. A celestial being like you is here to vanquish demons. We common folk are already immensely grateful. How could we possibly charge you? The second fisherman chimed in, indeed. We must hasten to spread this wonderful news to others. With that, they dashed off with a speed that would surely astonish even the Nimbus cloud. Is it really necessary to run so fast? Situong inquired curiously. Naturally. Mortals harbor a profound fear of monsters and demons, and such a reaction is perfectly understandable, Siyu remarked with a gentle smile. Though she too was taken aback by the fisherman's swiftness. No payment required? Wukong chuckled foolishly, how splendid. Once we finish our task, we can return the boat. It might prove useful in the future. Loomingly giggled, surely the heavenly river wouldn't he expect to fly on a boat, would it? Wow, you could predict that. Wukong was astonished that Ming Li understood his thoughts. Indeed, flying on a boat was a rather intriguing idea. With a soft chuckle, Siyu and the other ladies couldn't help but laugh. Siyu playfully tapped Wukong's forehead, saying, you honestly? You can make such jokes, and Ming Li. How come you and Wukong are of the same mind? Meng Li replied with a smile. After spending so much time by the heavenly river, I've picked up on a few things. Wow, Meng Li is truly impressive. How come I couldn't guess? Situong pouted, expressing her envy. At this moment, Wukong had arrived at the lakeside and discovered the dilapidated boat, gazing at the worn vessel and then at his 6 companions. He couldn't help but ponder the boat's remaining durability. Once the Qinjia boarded, she called out to the others, come aboard. Let's go. One by one, they stepped onto the boat, which began to sway precariously. This boat truly is. Suyu let out a wry smile. There was no choice. They couldn't possibly repair the boat before embarking. Qinjia also offered a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, Seong had already untied the ropes, but upon noticing Wukong still on the shore, she couldn't help but ask, "My dear, why aren't you coming aboard?" Wukong could only smile wryly. "Me aboard? I fear this vessel is destined to become a legend." "And what of the heavenly river?" he inquired. Siyu, of course, did not believe Wukong was afraid. After all, he had ventured into the underworld. What could possibly intimidate him? "As for me, I suppose I shall take to the skies. From above, I can see the waters clearly," Wukong chuckled. "If that is the case, then so be it." Siyu nodded in agreement. Qingji interjected, "Everyone, please take your seats. I am about to begin rowing." With that, she picked up a wooden pole to create distance, while Wukong employed his levitation technique to soar above the boat. "This is quite the vortex," Wukong exclaimed in astonishment as they arrived at their destination, Chaohubalan Island. Unlike any vortex he had encountered before, this one was peculiar. It spun half clockwise and half counterclockwise. Wukong rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was seeing things. Indeed, this vortex was extraordinary. Siyu furrowed her brow, observing the swirling waters. "Shall we just wait here? Will the monsters not come to us?" Wukong scratched his head in confusion. The women shared the same bewilderment, uncertain of what to expect. Suddenly, Siyu spoke up. "I have an idea." "Sister, please share it," Qingji urged as she approached Siyu. Siyu explained. "During my time at the Cheonghua sect, I learned the water-breathing technique, enabling one to breathe normally underwater." "Wow, that is impressive," Lingsha exclaimed, her mouth forming a perfect round shape in surprise. "Indeed," Siyu nodded and proceeded to relay the incantation to the others. "Heavenly River, will you not learn?" Wukong smiled subtly. "There is no need. I practiced this while fishing underwater in the past. You are truly something else." Siyu sighed, resigned to Wukong's nonchalance. "Then, may we proceed?" Meng Li inquired. The group nodded, with Wukong leading the way towards the vortex. "Hold on tight. Do not let the currents sweep you away, or we shall be in trouble," Wukong shouted. The foremost Siyu gripped Wukong's hand tightly, followed closely by Meng Li, Qingji, Lingsha, and Si Rong, who held onto each other firmly. A tremendous gale swept through, and when they opened their eyes, they found themselves surrounded by a sea of blue. Once they discerned their surroundings, Lingsha gasped. "These are bronze tripods and bronze-faced figures. This truly is the remnants of the Yin and Shang dynasty." Indeed, the area was filled with structures made of bronze. "The monsters here are quite peculiar. Their appearances are fascinating," Wukong remarked. Observing the bizarre creatures, some resembling crabs and others with even stranger forms. "How amusing," Si Rong laughed as she too glanced around. Though the air was thick with demonic energy, it seemed that spiritual essence was not lacking either. Siyu remarked, "Grandmother, if only Ziying shared the same sentiments as you." Lingsha interjected, "Indeed." Siyu, puzzled, retorted, "What concern is it of his?" Meng Li elucidated, "Not long ago, while Lingsha, Tianhe, and I were en route to Enluo Rock, we encountered a multitude of corpses of the Huai demons. It was only upon witnessing the few surviving Huai demons that we realized this was the doing of Ziying. Alas, it is not surprising. The ethos of the Cheonghua sect has always been one of indiscriminate judgment, slay the demons, regardless of their nature. It was this very principle that led me to." Siyu sighed, trailing off. "Oh, let us not dwell on unhappy matters. By the way, Sister Qingji, do you think there might be Kuan scales hidden within the Guichao kingdom?" Ling Sha deftly shifted the topic. Qingji, taken aback, replied, "Kuan scales? I have never seen such scales, nor do I know what they resemble. What exactly are Kuan scales? Are they formidable?" Wukong inquired, his desire for conflict evidently rekindled. Understanding Wukong's nature, Siyu promptly delivered a light reprimand. "Are you itching for a fight again?" Wukong chuckled foolishly, his old face flushing with embarrassment. However, he suddenly noticed that several women were gazing at him in astonishment. When he turned to look at Suyu, he found that she, who had previously been hammering away without paying him any mind, was now staring at him with a dazed expression. Wukong gently touched his face and inquired, "What are you all staring at? Is there something on my face?" Dreamily, taken aback, responded, "Tianhe, your eyes." "My eyes?" Wukong initially expressed confusion, but then enlightened. He chuckled. "Oh, is that what it is? I forgot to mention it to you all." He proceeded to share the news of his acquisition of the rainbow-colored eyes with the women. As he articulated the significance of the final purple hue, Suyu immediately grasped Wukong's hand, urgency lacing her voice. "Tianhe, promise me, no matter what, do not take your own life. Not just for us, but for your own sake as well." Wukong was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Is it truly necessary to be this agitated? Of course it is. The 5 women exclaimed in unison. Qingjie approached Wukong and said, Tianhe, without you, our lives would hold no meaning, so you must promise us. You must never allow the purple pupils to manifest. Indeed, my dear husband, you must vow to us. Sihong pressed earnestly. Wukong smiled gently. All right, I agree to your request. Is that satisfactory? Sirong nodded, giggling, and on tiptoe, she bestowed a delicate kiss upon Wukong, causing his weathered face to flush with warmth. After receiving affectionate kisses from Suyu, Qingjie, Mingli, and Lingsha, his pupils had transformed into a vibrant orange. Hiki, let us hasten to our business. Lest our dear husband become overwhelmed, Lingsha chuckled merrily. Wukong, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head before addressing the serious matter at hand, prompting everyone to adopt a more solemn demeanor. Unless absolutely necessary, we must avoid conflict with the demons here, Suyu stated earnestly. The girls and Wukong nodded in agreement. It was preferable to engage in dialogue, as they believed these water demons likely did not intend to harm the fishermen. Look! Dreamly suddenly exclaimed as the group approached the nearest building. They turned to see, to the delight of Wukong and Lingsha, the familiar figures of the little cat demons. Indeed, these small creatures were the surviving Huan demons that Wukong, Lingsha, and Dreamly had encountered at the Inn Luo Rock. Huanji, how did you come to the nesting state? Huanji asked, joy radiating from her. It is truly wonderful to see you again. How have you been? Dreamly replied with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Suyu, Qingjie, and Sirong were inquiring about the situation from Wukong. After a brief yet clear explanation, the 3 women finally grasped the circumstances. Miao, your attire. It resembles that person S, Huanmi remarked then. Ah well. Lingsha and the others became aware of their own outfits. Suyu, in particular, had not changed her attire, still donning the exquisite dress she wore 19 years prior. Meow, so you are all like that person, Huanmi said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. It is not as you think, Wukong replied with a gentle smile. Although we have joined the Chonghua sect, we do not share Ziying's penchant for indiscriminate killing. Huanmi merely mewed, withholding further commentary. Rest assured, we shall not harm you. Cuyu's soft demeanor acted as an instant bomb, dispelling any lingering anger among the Huan demons upon hearing her soothing tone and witnessing her radiant smile. Meow. Then why have you come to the nesting state? Huanmi inquired. Qingjie responded, we initially sought to investigate the recent attacks by demons. And we also need to find something called Kunlun. Dreamly then asked, and how did you come to reside here? Huanji replied. Meow, after our leader took us away from Inn Luo Rock, we encountered other benevolent demons who informed us that we could come here. Meow, there are many demons here, but they are all kind and do not harm others casually. Dreamly smiled. Since leaving Inn Luo Rock, I often worried about you. Now that I see you are safe, I can finally rest easy. Although Huanji's expression was hard to read, the joy in her voice was evident. Meow, thank you. You are good people. At this moment, Huanmi interjected, Meow. The Kunlun you mentioned, is it a type of fish scale? Ah, you know? Sirong responded in surprise. Huanmi replied, Meow. I heard the elder of the nesting state mention it. I will inquire with him on your behalf. As she spoke, Huanmi turned around and walked away, saying, follow me. Meow, keep up, keep up. A group of little brothers trailed behind her, with Wukong and others following suit. Mingli inquired, is this really all right? Last time, you gifted us the Earth Spirit Pearl. Huanmi replied, Meow. I told you, friends are friends, and foes are foes. When a friend is in need, one must lend a hand. Hurry along. I will take my little brother to the elder's residence first, located at the highest level of this platform. You shall join us shortly, and I will inform the other demons that you are not enemies. Meow, thank you, my friend. Mengli whispered as several Huai demons climbed up the platform. Observing these adorable Huai demons, Siyu couldn't help but express, in truth, demons possess kindness. No different from humans. Yet, why could we not have resolved our differences with the demon realm peacefully from the beginning? Mengli replied, Sister, this is beyond your control. There is no need for self-reproach. The Qingjie added, Sister, do not be too sorrowful. Although the demon realm is about to return, perhaps there will be better means to avert conflict with them at that time. Siyu sighed, alas, I understand. However, when I reflect on the suffering endured not just 19 years ago, but 38 years ago, 57 years ago, and even further back, I feel a profound sadness. When I descended the mountain, I considered myself a sinner. Mother. Wukong gently patted Siyu's shoulder. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and smiled at Wukong, saying, Yet, since I have spent time with Tianhe, I have come to realize that this world is not devoid of interest. At the very least, I have Tian He to keep me company. She turned to the other 4 women, adding, of course, I also have all of you. Hee. I knew sister would not show favoritism. Sirong giggled, the little girl indulging in her charm. All right, let us hurry up. We cannot keep them waiting, Ling Sha remarked. Indeed. At the highest level of the central platform, the group arrived only to find Huaimi engaged in something at the door. Ling Sha approached and asked, What is the matter? Does the elder not know the whereabouts of the Kuan scales? Huaimi remained silent. Assuming Ling Sha was correct, Meng Li reassured, It's all right. Do not be disheartened. At worst, we shall search elsewhere. However, just as her words fell, Huaimi conjured 2 pristine white scales. This is. Ling Sha exclaimed in delight. Huaimi replied, Meow, the elder expressed his gratitude for your kindness towards the demons. It is rare for someone to treat demons so well. He is willing to gift you the Kuan scales he has collected as a token of appreciation. Yukong exclaimed, Is that true? How wonderful. Then, scratching his head, he added, I thought Kunlun was some sort of monster. Huaimi responded, Meow, this thing is laden with a chilling aura. Were it not for the elder's enchantment upon it, I would not be able to handle it at all. Ming Li remarked, Thank you for your hard work, Huaimi. And also, our gratitude extends to your elder. Huaimi, looking troubled, said, however, Meow, the elder also mentioned that due to the incident involving the person who harmed my kin, he feels quite averse to your sect. Therefore, he does not welcome your continued presence and requests that you vacate the kingdom of Ju Chao swiftly. Meng Li queried, Huaimi, are you saddened for us? The sorrow on Huaimi's face became evident. Qinji chuckled, There's no need for concern. The elder's willingness to assist us is already a profound kindness. Sirong added, Indeed, although the elder urges us to leave quickly, he has not forcibly expelled us. Perhaps next time, if we stealthily return to visit you, he might turn a blind eye. Huaimi exclaimed in delight, Meow, then you must come again. Siyu smiled and nodded, certainly. As they prepared to bid farewell to Xianxiao, Ming Li pondered aloud, however, I still do not understand. Huaimi, you mentioned that the lake's spirits do not harm humans, and that those individuals drowned of their own accord. Yet, why did so many suddenly drown? Huaimi replied, Meow. That is because the lake has become riddled with whirlpools. Boats nearby are swiftly drawn in. Ling Xing expressed, That is even more puzzling. I have visited the vicinity of Chao Lake before, and at that time, I heard no mention of such whirlpools. Huaimi meowed, Meow. I heard the elders say it is akin to the relationship between the moon and the tides. A massive island has flown over Chao Lake, causing the surface to be altered in this manner. It will take some time before it returns to its former state. A gigantic island? What on earth is that? Wukong queried, perplexed. Huaimi shook his head, Meow. I do not know. Ming Li furrowed her brow, concluding. It seems fishermen must exercise greater caution. After a moment, she continued. Perhaps I should return to Shouyang and ask Brother Pei to issue a notice in the city, as well as dispatch someone to inform the nearby fishermen to rest at home for a while. Any loss of earnings could be compensated by the county office. Yes, that is a sound plan. With the government intervening, it would be quite easy to dispel the rumors of monster attacks. A plausible reason would suffice. Besides, it has been a while since I visited Uncle Lu and the others, Ling Sha replied with a smile. Let us hasten back to shore then, splitting into 2 groups. I, along with my husband, sister, and sister Qin Ji, shall return Kunlun to the Qianghua sect, while sister Ling Sha and Ming Li will head back to Shouyang. Si Rong suggested. Wukong shook his head and replied, No need, I can return alone. You all go ahead to wait for me at Uncle Lu's. I shall join you shortly. Very well, Siyu nodded, having largely acquiesced to Wukong's wishes. Miao Huaimi felt a twinge of reluctance at their departure. Yet Wukong and the others were bound by pressing matters. Huaimi, we must take our leave. Thank you for everything this time. We shall visit again. Along with the other brothers. Ah, and I promise to bring you an abundance of fragrant herbs, Meng Li said kindly. Huaimi exclaimed with excitement, Meow. You must keep your word. My brother and I will always consider you dear friends. With that, the group retraced their steps, arriving at the wooded shores of Chaohu Lake. As they reached the bank, the last to disembark was Qin Ji, marking the noble demise of their vessel. Yukong closed his eyes, one hand resting on his chest while the other gently touched his shoulders. The young women exchanged puzzled glances, and Qinheim inquired, Tianhe, what are you doing? Yukong, with his eyes closed and a grave expression, replied, I am here to guide this vessel towards liberation, hoping it may soon find its way to reincarnation. Tears of laughter streamed down my face. Yukong, however, earnestly completed the ritual before turning around and solemnly stating, "In truth, even a ship possesses life." "Really? A ship has life?" Siyu exclaimed, her expressive brows and sparkling eyes betraying her amusement. "Yes. Yes. What does that mean?" Suyue inquired. "It simply means yes," Wukong replied, scratching his nose. "You." Suyue playfully tapped Wukong's nose, prompting a hearty laugh from him. "All right. I am returning to the Cheonghua sect. Now that I have found all 3 items, it is time for my elder brother to emerge," Wukong declared with a smile. "In that case, Tianhe, after handing the items to our senior brother, come find us immediately." Suyue seemed quite reluctant to encounter Xianyao, especially with his imminent return to freedom. "No problem. I shall await you at the Liufu," Wukong responded before soaring into the air on his sword. Once Wukong's figure vanished, the group of women turned and made their way towards Shouyang City, at the gates of the Cheonghua sect. Upon his arrival, Wukong beheld a group of disciples making their way towards the grand hall of the sect, accompanied by several elders. Wukong, though perplexed, recognized that this was not the time for his confusion. Any questions could wait until he delivered the items to Xianxiao. Upon arriving at the Forbidden Grounds, he presented the 3 chilling artifacts to Xianxiao, ensuring they were clearly visible. "Excellent, excellent. Tianhe, I have awaited this day for far too long," Xianxiao exclaimed, his joy evident. "You have aided your elder brother immensely. You have greatly assisted the Cheonghua sect. As for the timing, it was indeed impeccable." "Timing?" Wukong inquired, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. Tianhe, where is your mother? Why did she not accompany you?" Xianxiao deftly shifted the topic. "My mother? She is waiting for me in another location." Wukong replied. "Waiting for you? In another place? What does that signify? Are you planning to depart from the Cheonghua sect?" Xianxiao exclaimed in astonishment. With a faint smile, Wukong said, "Elder brother, it is not just me. Sihong, Lingsha, Mengli, and Qinheim also believe that the Cheonghua sect is not where we truly wish to reside. Perhaps this is what you often refer to as the variation in personal preferences. As for my mother, that is a matter beyond discussion." "Is she still unwilling to forgive me?" Xianxiao inquired anxiously. "Elder brother, in truth, she has long ceased to hold any resentment towards you." "Then why does she not come to see me?" "I apologize, elder brother. My tone was too harsh. However, could you kindly enlighten me?" Xianxiao regained his composure. Wukong raised his head and spoke slowly. "Elder brother, although I have gradually begun to understand emotions, I do not comprehend love as others do, with a heart-wrenching intensity or an indelible depth. All I know is that for those I cherish, I shall not allow them to be harmed, not even in the slightest." He paused before continuing, "It is not merely physical pain. The scars upon the soul are far more arduous to erase. Thus, elder brother, my mother has shared with me the events of the past, including those concerning you and her, the drunken flower shade, the phoenix song." Xianxiao remained silent for a moment before responding. "She has told you everything. What does this signify? You once wounded her deeply and completely." Wukong's calm words struck Xuanxiao's ears like thunder. "Although you departed for a time, when Mingli encountered you again at the Cheonghua sect, her joy was palpable." Mingli smiled faintly, though her eyes glistened with tears. "Fortunately, these memories have been preserved." "Memories? Mingli, what is wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely?" Wukong queried with confusion. "I now recall, what was once a mere indistinct shadow has become vividly clear in my mind," Mingli said slowly. "I hail from this demon realm." You mean you are from the demon realm?" Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, my dear husband, you must return to Liufu swiftly. If you do not leave, one day we may find ourselves at odds, and I truly wish to avoid that," Mingli implored. "Mingli, I will certainly depart. But, must you return?" Wukong asked. "Yes, because my mother is calling for me, and I must go back," Mingli affirmed resolutely. "However, my dear husband," Mingli's face turned crimson as she realized that he was no ordinary person. She knew she belonged to him, now and forever. Mengli only hoped that he would soon come to the demon realm to seek her hand in marriage. "I believe my mother will not oppose it then." "Proposal? Ah, I understand. It means to ask for marriage," Wukong comprehended. "So Mingli will wait for you, eternally, and she will not marry another." Without waiting for Wukong's response, Mingli leapt gracefully into the demon realm. Just as Wukong reached out, preparing to speak, he thought, "I still have questions to ask. How do I enter?" Wukong furrowed his brow. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, Tianhe." Wukong heard Ziying's voice. Ziying rushed to his side. "How could you be so reckless? The demon realm is fraught with barriers. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. Even with your formidable skills, you must not be so negligent. Ziying, you have arrived." Wukong said with a hint of melancholy. "What is the matter? Has something occurred?" Ziying inquired. Mengli, she. Wukong gazed at the entrance to the demon realm, where she had ventured. What did you say? Ziying exclaimed in astonishment. Mengli actually entered the demon realm? How could there be no indication of? Could it be? Wukong nodded, affirming her thoughts. What shall we do now? I am uncertain, Wukong replied. Mengli informed me she would await my arrival, yet she did not disclose how to gain entry. I attempted to enter just now, but I felt an invisible barrier obstructing my path, preventing me from advancing. Forgive Wukong for her earlier inability to enter. It was due to an unseen force. If that is the case, only. Ziying and Wukong exchanged a knowing glance. Eldest brother, Xianxiao Shishu. The two hurried towards the forbidden area. Stop. This is the Qianghua forbidden ground. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Yuani positioned himself before Wukong and Ziying. It is you, senior brother Ziying. The sect leader has commanded us to guard the forbidden area from this day forth. No one may enter without permission. It seems she intends to enter seclusion herself. At such a critical time, the sect leader chooses to enter seclusion? Ziying appeared incredulous. Indeed. The sect leader believes that the demon realm might be resolute in its defense, hence the barrier at the entrance. Yet as long as we do not mount an offensive, the demon realm may not initiate an attack. The sect leader plans to cultivate in seclusion for a while, seemingly possessing a secret method. What of eldest brother? Is he still within the forbidden area? Wukong inquired. Your eldest brother? Yuani clearly did not recognize him. Who is your eldest brother? Wukong pushed Yuani aside, saying, I shall enter to take a look myself. Ah, you all. As Wukong and Ziying approached the stone gate, they encountered Suyo emerging from within. Suyo, upon noticing Wukong, exhibited a hint of embarrassment before reprimanding Ziying. Oh? After just a few days apart, you have become so audacious, Ziying? I dare not. Ziying promptly replied with utmost respect. Dare not? Then what brings you to this forbidden place? I am here to seek my elder brother, Xianxiao, Wukong stated. Suyo regarded Wukong with a gaze that hinted at reproach. To see your elder brother? He may not wish to see you. Why? Wukong inquired. Suyo remained silent. Why the silence? She finally said, Yuntian, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Ziying, please wait here. Understood, Ziying replied, resigned to her wait. Wukong followed Suyo into a corridor, whereupon she immediately adopted a different demeanor, leaning against Wukong's embrace and saying, I apologize. My behavior last time was inappropriate. I should not have lost my temper with you. Wukong gently patted Suyao's back, reassuring her, It's nothing. I've long forgotten. By the way, where is Xianxiao? He's preparing to eradicate the demon realm with dual swords, Suyao replied, lifting her head. That won't do. Wukong immediately shook his head. Why? Are you truly going to oppose us? Suyao asked incredulously. That's not my intention. It's just that Mengli is in the demon realm. How is that possible? She possesses no demonic aura. Suyao exclaimed in shock. She mentioned that my father had given her a jade pendant to conceal her demonic energy. Mengli has now recalled that she is of the demon realm, Wukong stated solemnly. Then what shall we do? If you choose not to assist me, will you instead aid the demon realm? Suyu grasped Wukong's hand tightly. Rest assured, I will help, but it must be for both sides, for. Wukong lightly tapped Suyu's nose, adding, I have cherished individuals on both sides. You, how infuriating. Even at this moment, you dare to jest, Suyao pouted, playfully striking Wukong's arm. In the serene winds of Qifeng Gorge, she questioned, what shall we do now? Her urgency was palpable. The current developments seemed to spiral beyond her internal plans. At present, this is our only option. Wukong whispered conspiratorially in Suyao's ear, her expression shifting continuously. Is that truly feasible? Yet, I observe that Xianxiao appears resolute, unwilling to relent. Suyao expressed her dilemma. Wukong gently placed his hands on Suyao's shoulders and said softly, Fool. I never suggested that you compel him to abandon his assault on the demon realm. I only require you to temporarily hold him at bay while I devise a means to reach the demon realm and negotiate with its inhabitants. I believe you do not wish to witness the suffering of countless souls, do you? However, what if Xianyao refuses? Suyao expressed her concerns, her voice tinged with apprehension. What if? Wukong pondered, feeling a sense of difficulty. Do not dwell on the negative, perhaps Xianyao will acquiesce. If he does not, I shall find a solution. For now, your sole task is to keep him occupied. Very well, Suyu conceded after a moment's contemplation, deciding to trust Wukong. Now, I must take my leave. By the way, about Ziying. Suyu responded softly, rest assured, I will not make things difficult for him. You must be cautious. Once this matter is resolved, her voice, shy and delicate like a whispering mosquito, added, I will marry you. She dared not meet Wukong's gaze. Ah, how delightful. Wukong chuckled, his smile broadening. It seems we are to wed after all. Upon exiting, Ziying immediately inquired of Wukong, did the master say anything? Wukong remarked, Ziying. It will not be long after Xian Xiao breaks the seal before he launches an assault on the demon realm. The sect leader has stated that she will temporarily hold him off. I shall seek a way to enter the demon realm to locate Mengli and engage in discussions with its inhabitants. You must assist the sect leader in delaying Xian Xiao here. Very well, I give you my word. Ziying nodded in agreement. Wukong nodded thoughtfully before turning to depart, lost in contemplation. He suddenly recalled two individuals at the entrance of the two wooden cabins in Qingfeng Gorge. Elders, Yuntian seeks an audience. Wukong called out, and in an instant, two figures appeared before him. The gentle-natured Qingyong inquired, have you gathered the 3 items of utmost ease and cold? Indeed, we have procured them and handed them over. It seems he has also begun to break free from his icy confinement. Wukong affirmed with a nod. Qingyong responded, ah, splendid. Truly splendid. Then, Chongguang asked, have you come here today for any other matters concerning Xianyao? At this, Wukong fell silent. The once cheerful and lively Wukong found himself increasingly susceptible to bouts of melancholy. My dear child, feel free to speak of your concerns, Qingyong said, stroking his beard. Wukong slowly began, I heard from my mother. Wait, your mother? Chongguang immediately interjected, is she still alive? Yes, Wukong replied, somewhat perplexed, nodding his head. How could she have survived the backlash from Washu? Chongguang queried in astonishment. Well, I've heard that Wang Shu has severed ties with my mother, and it seems Wang Shu has lost her spiritual power, Wukong explained. And what about Wang Shu? Qingyong inquired. I have given her to Xianyao. Qingyong, what are your thoughts? Chongguang asked. Qingyong stroked his beard and remarked. It appears that all of this is the will of destiny. I previously observed that the lady in red was destined to be connected with Su Yu. But perhaps due to Wang Shu's loss of power, she has not established a link with her. This may indeed be a fortunate turn of events. Nevertheless, you were about to say something. Please continue. Wukong slowly recounted to Su Yu the events of the past. Alas, dear child. The occurrences of 19 years ago cannot merely be deciphered through imagination. At that time, we were embroiled in a fierce battle with the demon realm. Countless demons and disciples of Qianghua perished, while others were grievously wounded, leaving a trail of devastation, transforming our sacred land into a graveyard. Qingyong sighed. I understand that it must have been a harrowing experience, and many hearts were heavy with sorrow, not to mention that the old sect leader seemed to. Riguang interjected, saying, there is no need to dwell on past matters. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Wait, Wukong spoke again. The demon realm has returned to Qianghua sect. Oh? If the sect leader seeks to avenge the grievances of 19 years past, he must have been preparing for some time. It is unnecessary for the two of us to intervene, Qingyong remarked. Indeed, with the icy winds of Xianxiao, both Qingyong and I carry a sense of guilt. As for other matters, we shall not concern ourselves. Wukong shook his head, saying, no, you have misunderstood. What I meant to convey is. He proceeded to recount the events concerning Mingli. It is peculiar. If that is the case, then one cannot traverse the barrier, yet Lu Mingli remains unscathed. Could it be that she is a demon? Qingyong furrowed his brow. Impossible. Although her spiritual power surpasses that of ordinary individuals, if she were truly a demon, how could she conceal herself from our sight? Chongguang immediately refuted. My father bestowed upon Mingli a piece of jade, Wukong remarked. Qingyong and Chongguang exchanged glances and said, the Imperial Princess Emerald. Yes, that is it. It masked the demonic aura surrounding Mingli. Wukong nodded in agreement. However, do you intend to venture into the demon realm? Qingyong inquired. Wukong nodded. Absurd. Chongguang immediately became incensed, exclaiming that entering the demon realm was akin to a sheep walking into the tiger's den. No, I am unafraid. You may consider it fanciful, but I have promised her that I will seek her out. Therefore, I implore the two elders to inform me if there exists a way to enter the demon realm. Qingyong hesitated slightly and replied, are you truly unafraid? The demon realm is no trivial matter. Should a human intrude, they may find themselves in peril in an instant. Wukong immediately inquired, so, does the elder have a solution? With a sigh, Qingyong responded, there exists a substance known as the shadowy branch, which can penetrate most barriers, including those of the demon realm. Shadowy branch? Wukong frowned. Where can one procure such a thing? Qingyong explained, the shadowy branch is a relic of the ghost realm. As the specters must traverse various boundaries to collect souls, thus, formidable specters carry it with them. The ghost realm? Is that the underworld? Indeed, Qingyang affirmed. It is a place where spirits converge. The shadowy branch originates from the ghost realm, and one must venture there to obtain it. But how does one enter the underworld from here? Wukong asked promptly, recalling that his previous visits had been through his own demise. Surely, I cannot resort to suicide now. Qingyang stroked his beard thoughtfully. Where there are 6 realms, there must be pathways among them. There are indeed myriad ways to enter the ghost realm from the human realm. The simplest method is through the ghost city of Fendu, although it merely grants access to the outskirts of the ghost realm. If you wish to acquire the shadowy branch, you must proceed to the Hall of Impermanence, which requires a journey to Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou? Correct. It is said to house the entrance to the netherworld, the ghost realm. Yet, how one might unlock it remains a mystery to me. Understood. Thank you, esteemed elders. I shall take my leave now. Wukong clasped his hands in gratitude and, with a sudden surge of energy, soared into the sky, departing with astonishing speed that left Qingyang and Zhongguang momentarily speechless. How can this be? Such swiftness, and he requires no sword. Zhongguang gazed in disbelief as Wukong's figure diminished in the distance. Alas, it seems we are indeed growing old. The realm now belongs to the youth, Qingyang remarked with a slight smile. Oh, perhaps, Zhongguang chuckled softly in return. In all our years of companionship, this is the first time I have witnessed your smile. Zhongguang turned away, sighing, we both exist to atone for our pasts. Yet have we not committed new transgressions? Is it truly wise to let Xiandao break the ice? Ah, it is you, young Master Yin. Wukong had arrived at the Lu residence in Shouyang City. Upon sighting him, the guards recognized him immediately. Yes, Lingsha and the others are inside, I presume. They are indeed. They have been thinking of you, young Master Yin. How fortunate you are. The guard gazed at Wukong with envy, lamenting his own ordinary position. Please, enter, young Master Yin. In the Lu residence's parlor, a jovial voice echoed. Ah, Cousin Yin, you have returned. I've missed you dearly. The portly yet gentle Uncle Lu appeared. Uncle Lu. Aunt Lu, it has been a long time. Wukong smiled softly. You poor child, you must have endured much hardship on the mountain. Your wives have shared tales of your tribulations, Aunt Ron remarked kindly. Indeed, Wukong chuckled. Wukong chuckled heartily, goo goo ha ha. Oh my lady, look at me, so engrossed in joy. Quickly instruct the servants to prepare more delicious food. Surely, Yin Xianji is also famished. Lu Shifeng responded with a smile, very well. I shall also call for those young maidens, Ruan Ci added with a grin. In the parlor, Lu Shifeng inquired, Yun Xianji, may I pose a question? Please do. How long has it been since you last had a meal? Lu Shifeng observed Wukong, who had already devoured 2 roasted pigs, yet continued to feast with unabashed delight. Wukong mumbled while scratching his fingers, perhaps a day? I can hardly recall in any case. I am quite hungry. With that, he consumed 3 more buns. Child, do take your time. Lu Shifeng poured a cup of water for Wukong. Gulp, gulp. Wukong wiped his mouth, exclaiming, wow, this is utterly delectable. He patted his somewhat protruding belly. Ha ha. I truly admire your character, Xianji. Lu Shifeng laughed heartily. Darling. A chorus of delighted voices erupted, and soon, he spotted Si Rong, Ling Sha, Qin Ji, and Siyu gathered around Wukong. I'm back. Wukong beamed. The young women took their seats beside him, with Siyu helping to wipe Wukong's mouth. Look at you. No one is competing with you for food. Yet you always eat like this. After all, this is your Uncle Lu's home. Ha ha. It's quite all right. Lu Shifeng reassured with a jovial smile. Indeed. Our home has been this lively in ages. It truly brings joy. Suddenly, Lu Shifeng asked, by the way, Xinji, oh no, I should call you Tianhe now. I heard from my sister-in-law that Ming Li is already in love with you. Ah, yes. But, where is Ming Li? Why do we not see her? Lu Shifeng inquired. At this question, Wukong, who was about to take a bite of the chicken leg, halted abruptly. He set the chicken leg down and smiled gently. Well, father-in-law and mother-in-law, I'm a bit tired. Can we discuss this another day? I've had my fill and wish to rest. Of course, we understand that you have been quite busy lately, and it's only natural to feel fatigued. I spoke out of turn, haha. Lu Shifeng replied with a warm smile, his temperament ever so amiable. In the guest room, Wukong reclined on the bed, while the 4 maidens sat at its edge, gazing at him in silence. A shared glance among them conveyed their understanding. Wukong was indeed troubled, for it was inconceivable that he would appear so despondent otherwise. The first to shatter the stillness was the Qin maiden, Tianhe. We are aware that something weighs on your heart. Please, do share it with us. Indeed, Expressing your thoughts may bring you some solace, Suyu gently added. Caressing Wukong's cheek, Wukong glanced at Suyu, then at Qin Ji, Si Rong, and Ling Sha. He sat up and said softly, Mingli has returned to the Demon Realm. Volume 4, Journey to the Demon Realm 117, The Dragon of the Candle. Brother Wang, do you not remember me? Xiao Kuei, I am your sister, the little girl said anxiously. You, please do not be so agitated. I may genuinely not recall. I am only 19 this year, Wukong replied with a wry smile. What on earth is happening? How did I suddenly acquire a sister? Woo, Brother Wang. Xiao Kuei does not wish to hurt anyone anymore. Now that I have found you, will you take me away? Just moments ago, she had called him brother, and now it was Brother Wang. Brother Wang? What does that mean? Wukong was slow to comprehend. It was not entirely his fault. What's wrong with you? Brother Wang. Brother Wang means older brother, Xiao Kuei said, puzzled. Wukong, constrained by the limitations of their mental dialogue, could not perform the gesture of scratching his head. He thus expressed, I apologize. I have forgotten much, and there is still much I do not comprehend. Brother Wang, it is quite all right. In light of this, I shall henceforth address you as brother. Oh. Very well then. Brother, please take Xiao Kuei away. She no longer wishes to linger here, for she is deeply saddened. Xiao Kuei uttered these words with a heavy heart. However, how can I escort you away? You are trapped within the sword, Wukong inquired. Fear not, brother, if you simply take the enchanted sword with you. Xiao Kuei shall be able to accompany you forever. Do you truly wish to follow me? Indeed, having found my brother, Xiao Kuei shall remain by your side eternally. Never depart. Upon finishing her statement, the enchanted sword miraculously floated from the bones. The three women gasped in astonishment, believing the sword intended to harm their beloved. They hurriedly prepared to intervene, but at that moment, Wukong stood and grasped the sword. Beloved, you. Sirong gazed at Wukong with confusion. Beloved? Brother. Do you have a wife? Xiao Kuei suddenly inquired, her tone tinged with disbelief. Ah, yes, I do have more than one wife. Let me count, Wukong replied. Counting on his fingers, approximately 6. 6? Xiao Kuei exclaimed in shock. Beloved, this sword can speak. Ling Sha exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. She claims her name is Xiao Kuei and that she is my sister, Wukong remarked playfully. Sister. Confusion and astonishment mingled in the air. Are you truly certain that our beloved is the reincarnation of your brother? Qin Ji questioned the enchanted sword, or rather, the Xiao Kuei within it. Yes, I am quite certain, Xiao Kuei affirmed resolutely. My brother is the prince of the kingdom of Jiang. I used to play with him every day. And I shall never forget his voice. The kingdom of Jiang? Ling Sha recalled, I remember it as a small nation during the spring and autumn period. Renowned for its weaving. Ah, so you are aware as well, sister. But, how did you end up within the enchanted sword? Xiao Kuei spoke with sorrow. This sword was forged by my brother. In the face of an impending invasion, the kingdom of Jiang was on the brink of defeat. My brother received word from a strategist that the creation of an enchanted sword could turn the tide of battle. Yet, at the last moment, the strategist informed my brother that royal blood was required for the sword to be truly forged. What? Human blood? Indeed. I told my brother I would offer myself to the sword, but he vehemently opposed it and declared our sibling bond severed. And what transpired thereafter? Qin Ji inquired. Xiao Kuei continued, ultimately, the kingdom of Jiang fell, and my brother perished. However, the sword was not yet completed, so I leapt into the forge. Indeed, you sacrificed yourself for the sword. Wukong spoke softly, with my brother gone. Little Kuei finds little meaning in living. Little Kuei resolutely replied, alas. Truly a fool. Wukong chuckled, gently caressing the sword's blade. Little Kuei will forever be her brother's fool. As she uttered these words, there was a sweetness in her tone. In that case, come with us. It is fortuitous that my husband Wang Shu has bestowed Xin Shao upon us. This enchanted sword shall serve us well, Ling Sha remarked. Yes, little Kuei wishes to be with her brother. Wukong chuckled, very well. However, I perceive that your soul still lingers. I shall devise a means to extricate you and create a body for you. Otherwise, I cannot shake the feeling that I am treading upon a person as I soar through the skies. Haha, brother, you are truly wonderful. Shakie exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Wukong chuckled softly, slinging the enchanted sword behind him, and addressed the three maidens. All right, let us make haste. We must quickly locate that elusive branch. It is the Ying branch, not some feather, Si Hong remarked with amusement. Oh, whatever. It matters not whether it is grass, branch, or feather. Let us proceed swiftly. I sense that this pillar is far from ordinary. There seems to be an immense power emanating from it, Wukong said, gazing upward at the coiling dragon pillar. Then we must exercise caution, Qinji advised. As the four of them continued along the dragon pillar, they soon heard a resonant voice declare, "You mortals, what brings you to Mount Buzhou? This place belongs to the realm of the underworld. Retreat at once." Though the speaker remained unseen, the voice resonated through the air. Suddenly, an enormous figure materialized before them. A divine dragon. Ling Sha and Si Rong gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths, while Qinji looked on in disbelief. Indeed, what stood before them was the legendary dragon of the candle, though they could only discern its upper half. Wukong sensed an overwhelming aura, so potent that he felt compelled to transform into a Super Saiyan 2 to contend with it, filling him with excitement and exhilaration. You. The candle dragon gazed at Wukong and inquired, "I sense a familiar yet foreign energy within you. What is your name?" "I am called Yuntian," he replied. What brings you to Mount Buzhou?" The candle dragon questioned. Wukong explained, "We wish to pass through here to the spirit realm." "To the spirit realm? What purpose do you have there?" The candle dragon asked. "To find someone," Wukong succinctly responded. You seem quite audacious. In that case, come to the top of this dragon pillar before we proceed," the candle dragon declared before vanishing without a trace. Wukong was at a loss for words. "So this is the divine dragon. It certainly exudes an air of authority," Si Rong murmured. The harp maiden approached Wukong and said, "However, dear, with you here, I feel untroubled even if an enemy stronger than the divine dragon were to appear." "Sister harp maiden, I didn't expect you to utter such sentimental words." Ling Sha teased with a mischievous grin. "Nonsense," the harp maiden retorted playfully, observing the playful banter among the three women. One might find it more intriguing to consider Wukong's current feelings and expressions. He was indeed facing a formidable adversary, and his battle spirit surged within him. "Are you truly happy?" Wukong mused. Yes. In order to combat this dragon, I must transform into a Super Saiyan." "Is it truly an enemy?" the divine dragon queried. "It should not be. I merely sensed its formidable presence, devoid of any malice," Wukong clarified. "I see. Then when you ascend, gauge the situation. This candle dragon is a divine beast. Its power may surpass what we perceive. However, if you transform into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, you should manage without issue. I will strive to win without resorting to further transformations. Otherwise, I shall never surpass Super Saiyan 4, Wukong stated with unwavering determination. "What troubles you, divine dragon? Do you have something to convey?" "Wukong, I truly am at a loss for words. In fact, not long ago, a powerful force was infused within you." "What? I was unaware," Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "The matter is this, in this world, there are no extraordinary powers such as Super Saiyans that transcend humanity. Only cultivation exists. Since you have also learned to fly with a sword, you are now somewhat associated with it. Furthermore, Wukong, you have claimed the virginity of 4 maidens, one of whom possesses demonic power. What does this imply? Can the virginity of a maiden truly enhance one's cultivation?" Wukong inquired curiously. "Of course, your first encounter intertwines with hers, resulting in an even more profound reaction. Now, meditate diligently to assimilate these energies and see how far you can elevate your cultivation." Wukong nodded in agreement and began to meditate on the spot. Ling Sha noticed Wukong's unexpected meditation and squatted down in front of him, asking, "My dear, what are you doing?" Wukong remained silent, immersed in profound contemplation. Qinji gently admonished, "Ling Sha, do not disturb our lord. He must be devising a solution." The 3 women stood vigilantly by his side, their silent presence forming a protective aura around him. Beads of perspiration formed upon Wukong's brow, his furrowed brows betraying the intensity of his focus. Such formidable power. How could I have failed to perceive it within me? At last, he discerned Mengli's essence, a swirling violet energy suffusing his very being. Such magnitude of force. Perhaps I can. With exhilaration, he channeled his scion energy toward the violet aura. Yet, astonishingly, the 2 forces began to merge seamlessly. Could it truly be this effortless? Wukong marveled, incredulous. Why does it not resist? Unbeknownst to him, this power stemmed from Mengli's purity and her innate demonic strength, a testament to her devotion, for only love could forge such harmony between their energies. Within that fusion, Wukong sensed her presence, as though their souls had intertwined, and then complete unification. With a thunderous roar, Wukong surged to his feet. Lightning crackled, the earth trembled, and debris rained from the heavens. What is happening?" Lingsha and the others gasped, witnessing his transformation. Such overwhelming power. Our Lord's cultivation has ascended, Qingji murmured, shielding her eyes against the tempest. The cataclysm extended beyond Mount Buzhou. The very world quaked in resonance. In Shouyang City, panicked cries arose. Not again. Stay calm. Take cover now. At the Lu Manor, Lu Shifeng sighed wearily. Another tremor? Perhaps. Wan Xi replied with equal resignation. Meanwhile, Siyu rushed outside, clutching the doorframe as she gazed skyward. Tianhe, is it you? Her heart whispered in silent recognition. Within Xianghua sect, chaos reigned. Such terrifying power, murmured Ziying, his brow glistening with cold sweat. In the forbidden grounds, Xianxiao observed Xianxiao with grim awe. This energy, it is overwhelming. Even the unshakable Xianxiao stood rigid, his composure strained. Since when does such divine might exist in this world? Back upon Mount Buzhou, crackling violet lightning enveloped the towering figure, his hair and eyes ablaze with amethyst radiance. His chiseled form exuding both majesty and lethality. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan 5? The corners of the man's mouth curled in a manner that made the hearts of the three women race. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan 5? Goku pondered as he gazed at his hands, feeling this immense power, this overwhelming energy, this extraordinary body. Wukong clenched his fists tightly, and with a resounding boom, a massive explosion erupted on both sides. Qingji, Serong, and Lingsha stood dumbfounded, staring in shock at the devastation. With a light chuckle, Wukong reverted to his original form. Husband. What? Who exactly are you? Qingji stammered, utterly overwhelmed by the revelation. It seems I must tell you the truth, Wukong said, smiling at the three women. I am not of this world. Their expressions froze in disbelief. Surprised? When I first arrived here, I was just as shocked. Back then, Wukong recounted his experience of being swallowed by a black hole. Scion? Serong asked, puzzled. Yes, a Scion, a warrior race born for battle. We thrive against stronger foes. That battle with the candle dragon just now, it excited me after so long without a fight. Wukong nodded. Good heavens. I suddenly feel like my mind is flooded with so much. To think my husband isn't even. Lingsha murmured, pressing a hand to her forehead. But then, she abruptly opened her eyes and threw herself into Wukong's arms. Since I am yours now, I shall follow you wherever you go, be it with a rooster or a dog. Me too, Serong said, embracing him as well, while Qingji leaned against his shoulder. The same goes for me, Wukong laughed awkwardly. Well then, shall we head up? That dragon might still be waiting for us. Moments later, atop the coiling dragon pillar. Hey, we're here. Where are you? Wukong shouted into the sky. The candle dragon materialized before them, though its expression was far from pleasant. What's wrong with you? Wukong asked. Why so silent? Cat got your tongue? Serong smirked, assuming the dragon had been intimidated by her husband's power. And she was right. The candle dragon had just witnessed Wukong's strength inexplicably surge right before its eyes. What in the world? Are you truly mortal? The dragon rumbled. Of course I am, just a Scion. A Scion? Never heard of them. But your power is formidable. I admit, in that form you took earlier, I was no match for you. So you're giving up? No more fighting? Wukong blinked in surprise. Fight? How could I possibly defeat you? Then why waste my time? Wukong frowned. What do you want? Seeing Wukong's displeasure, its heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Well then, it's up to you. The candle dragon finally spoke. I can grant you eternal life, forever preserving your youth. I don't want it. Without hesitation, Wukong shook his head and instead said, give it to my wives. Husband. The three women were deeply moved, each planting a tender kiss on Wukong's cheek. His weathered face flushed crimson as he bashfully scratched his nose. Very well. The candle dragon exhaled 3 wisps of breath from its nostrils, infusing them into the women. How revolting. No, it's warm. The 3 women murmured in awe. Truly, I feel as though I've become a child again. Enough? No. No, no. Wukong clicked his tongue, wagging his finger. Not just these 3 Suyo as well. Stop. The candle dragon broke into a cold sweat. Fine. I shall bestow upon you the breath of the murky dragon. Through intimacy with your wives, you may pass it to them. With that, another wisp of breath flowed from its nostrils into Wukong. Done. One last thing. Wukong seemed rather pleased with himself, and who could blame him? Speak. The candle dragon's expression darkened. Send us to the netherworld. The candle dragon remained silent, for a teleportation array materialized before the 4. Is that the portal to the netherworld? Lingsha asked. Yes. Wukong nodded. This is it. I can faintly sense the chilling aura of the underworld. The candle dragon appeared to hesitate. Wukong lifted his gaze in confusion. Your power, the dragon began, closing its eyes briefly before reopening them, is truly the first I have ever admired. To cultivate such strength under my very gaze, you are extraordinary. I shall not press you to reveal your origins. But remember this, not all things can be overcome by strength alone. Some burdens are inevitable. Perhaps you have yet to witness the true suffering of this world. With those words, the candle dragon vanished. The true suffering of this world, Wukong muttered under his breath. Husband, from within the teleportation array. The three women called out, hurry and join us. Wukong regained his composure. I see. What truly constitutes the suffering of this world? The shadowy branch was now in their possession. Eerie ghostly wails echoed around them, the atmosphere thick with dread and an oppressive chill. So this is the realm of spirits? How terrifying. Though Xiyong and Lingsha were both younger women compared to Wukong, their courage faltered in this ghastly place, and they instinctively hid behind him. The underworld. To think I would set foot here while still alive, Qingji murmured to herself. Wukong surveyed their surroundings. This underworld was vastly different from the one he had known. Here, grand halls loomed everywhere. No colossal King Yama, no enormous television screens, no endless serpent road. And certainly no martial arts tournament arena. Let us seek out the shadowy branch, Qingji suggested. With cautious steps, the four pressed forward. Unlike his usual boldness in the other world's underworld, Wukong tread carefully here, unfamiliarity outweighing familiarity. Look, Lingsha pointed ahead, not far in the distance. A blue barrier shimmered like a dome, resembling Bulma's house from Wukong's memory, though much smaller. Two ghostly sentinels stood guard before it, and within the azure glow, a dark mass could faintly be seen. Could that be the shadowy branch? There are guards posted, Xiyong whispered, brows furrowed. Hard to say. But it must be something important if they're guarding it, Wukong admitted, equally uncertain. How about this? I knock one out and question the other. Wukong rolled up his sleeves, as if ready to strike. Wait, my lord. You mustn't act recklessly here. This is the underworld. No place for rash actions. Qingji quickly grasped his arm in protest. Oh, just joking. Wukong chuckled softly. Then what should we do? Lingsha stepped forward. Leave it to me. I'm used to situations like this. Are you sure? Xiyong couldn't hide her doubt. Of course. Lingsha smirked, tilting her chin up. I am a master thief, after all. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, I'll step in. Wukong said with concern. Don't worry. Deeply moved by their care, Lingsha crept toward the blue barrier under their watchful gazes. As she neared, she overheard the guard's conversation. Hey, don't you think guarding these shadowy branches every day is just plain dull? Grumbled the first sentinel. Quit complaining, the second replied. Though they're nothing special here. These branches are crucial for crossing barriers. They serve an important purpose. Indeed, it is fortunate that I was not assigned to the Hall of Impermanence. Otherwise, I would be utterly exhausted. By the way, I have heard that the wheel mirror there allows one to see their deceased loved ones. Yes, I have heard the same. If one sincerely stands before the mirror and whispers their thoughts, they are certain to encounter the souls of their most dearly departed. The first ghostly attendant remarked. The second ghostly attendant sighed, saying, Alas, my family members have likely reincarnated by now. Indeed, so have mine. Even if we could see them, they may not wish to speak with us. The first attendant responded with a hint of melancholy, and the two exchanged glances, sighing in unison. Did you hear a sound? The first attendant suddenly inquired. What sound? You imagined things when you were alive, and now you're hearing things after death. You truly are remarkable. The second attendant scoffed. Oh well, let us focus on these shadow twigs. Wait, it seems a few are missing. The first attendant turned to inspect the cluster of shadow twigs, frowning slightly. Seeking flowers. The second attendant also turned to look, disdainfully remarking, TCH. Look at you, imagining things again. Nothing is missing. Hee, I have secured 4 twigs. What do you think? Am I not impressive? It turned out that the earlier ghostly attendant had not been hearing things, but rather that Lingsha had stealthily taken a few shadow twigs. How marvelous. Xirong praised. The Qingshi nodded in agreement, while Lingsha giggled, saying, Dear husband, is there a reward? A reward? What do you desire? Wukong smiled gently, amused by the little girl. Lingsha playfully pointed to her delicate lips, and Xirong pouted, exclaiming, How shameless. She even playfully traced her finger along her cheek, eliciting a chuckle from the Qingshi. Wukong, feeling helpless, acquiesced to Lingsha's wishes and gently kissed her lips, prompting a satisfied smile from her. Now, Shall we find a way to depart from the demon realm and venture into the ghost realm? Yukong inquired. My dear Lingsha seemed to have something to express. What is it? Well, I just overheard those two ghost soldiers mentioning a place not far from here called the Wheel Mirror Platform, where one can encounter the souls of dearly departed loved ones. Lingsha implored, therefore, my dear, could we possibly visit it? I wish to see my late uncle. Wukong naturally had no objections. To be honest, this sounded so mystical that even he was intrigued to witness it. All right, no problem, let's go. Without another word, Wukong gave an approving gesture. Lingsha excitedly kissed him again in gratitude. Thank you. Xirong and Qinji also voiced no dissent, though Qinji seemed somewhat melancholic. The four of them moved stealthily, their footsteps silent as they approached the Reincarnation Mirror Platform. Reincarnation Mirror Platform, Cloud Sky Azure, the Ghostly Realm's Reincarnation Mirror Platform. Is this the Reincarnation Mirror? Wukong frowned slightly as he observed the enormous, ceaselessly rotating circular mirror before them. It should be. The directions led us here. This must be it. Lingsha nodded. All right, then how do we use it? Wukong asked. They said one only needs to stand before the mirror and silently recite their wish with sincerity. Though whether it works or not is uncertain, we can only try, Lingsha replied. The four stepped onto the platform. Lingsha was the first to approach the mirror, her heart whispering, Uncle, I miss you so much. Could you come and see me? Yet after a long while, there was no response. Lingsha? Nothing? Wukong asked. She turned her head, nodding despondently. Wukong comforted her. It's all right. Perhaps he is already reincarnated. Maybe, Lingsha conceded softly. What about you, Xirong? Wukong turned to her. Xirong smiled faintly. Me? I never knew my parents from birth. Now that I have you, my husband, I have no other desires. But Wukong could see the forced nature of that smile. Qinji. Wukong looked at her. Qinji spoke quietly. Originally, I wished to see him. But perhaps he has already been reborn. Besides, with Lady Jiang by his side, I have no lingering regrets. Forget it, husband. Let's go. Lingsha was ready to give up. As Wukong and the others nodded, a voice suddenly echoed. You little rascal. Stunned, Wukong turned around to see none other than his father, Yanqing. It was not only Wukong who was taken aback, even Lingsha was equally astonished. Wukong approached Yanqing and said, Father, it truly is you. Yanqing remained unchanged despite his current ghostly form. Surprised, are you? Your mother must have informed you, Yanqing remarked nonchalantly, arms crossed. Indeed, Wukong nodded. What's this? Now that you've grown into adulthood, it seems you bear a heavier burden, no longer as carefree as before, Yanqing chuckled. Is something amiss? Has something happened to your mother? Yanqing inquired. No. Wukong shook his head. I have learned of the events from 19 years ago. Your mother must have told you, Yanqing asked calmly. Yes, and also Suyu and Xianxiao. You have met them? So, you have visited the Chonghua sect? Yanqing exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth. The three women behind him stepped forward and bowed respectfully, addressing him as father-in-law. To think this elderly lady has become your elder sister now. You lucky lad, such fortune in love. Even your old man envies you. Yun Tianqing teased lightly. Yet, Wukong had no heart for laughter now. In the past, he might have roared with mirth, but after enduring so much, learning so much, he had changed profoundly. You need not speak. I can see it in your eyes. What happened back then? Indeed, your mother and I wronged our senior brother. That is why I never reincarnated, Yin Tianqing admitted quietly. Father, before I came to the netherworld, Mother asked me to tell you, should I find you still lingering here, that she has already apologized to Xianxiao in your stead. I also helped break the ice sealing him. You may pass on in peace now, Wukong murmured. Is that so? As I thought. Yun Tianqing closed his eyes briefly. By the way, why have you come to the netherworld? Don't tell me you wandered here by accident. This is no place to come and go as you please. He swiftly changed the subject. Father, do you remember Mingli? Wukong asked. Of course. The demon infant I saved back then. I even gave her the Empress's jade to conceal her demonic aura, Yun Tianqing nodded. She has returned to the demon realm. So we came here to obtain the shadow twining branch before seeking her out, Qinji explained. 19 years have passed. It seems another devastating war is upon us. How many of your fellow disciples will perish this time? Yun Tianqing's voice was heavy with sorrow. I will find a way to prevent it, Wukong said after a pause. In that case, your mother must have told you about the twin swords cultivation? Yes. To ascend as immortals, one must possess immense spiritual power. A century of cultivation yields but meager gains, far easier to ensnare the demon realm and plunder their energy. At the time, many in our sect deemed this a brilliant scheme. Yun Tianqing recounted the past once more. But would the demon realm submit willingly? Thus, the conflict raged on, a relentless and gruesome battle. Even now, the memory chills me. I neither despised nor favored demons. But I could not bear the price of ascension, countless lives sacrificed. Those days were akin to purgatory. Disciples slaughtered demons indiscriminately, sparing not even the young. Our sect, too, suffered heavy losses. Even the sect leader fell. Though the demon lord vanished thereafter, who could withstand his return? Gradually, dissent arose within the sect. Some insisted on pressing the assault, while others urged retreat to minimize casualties. Yun Tianqing spoke slowly, while Wukong and the others listened attentively. I believe that if we continue fighting, it will only lead to the devastation of all living beings, regardless of whether they are human or demon. Witnessing our fellow disciples who once entered the sect together perish one by one, turning into cold, lifeless corpses, is akin to a nightmare. Just as Shu Yu and I had anticipated, she was reluctant to wield the Wangshu sword. Although the elders claimed they would heed her words, they were merely stalling, hoping to bind her and Xianxiao further to the demon realm. Yun Tianqing continued. There is another person who was once closest to both of us. Yet his intentions are entirely different from what we imagined. Is it Xianxiao? Yun Tianqing nodded. Indeed. My senior brother is acutely aware of what he desires and would never abandon his pursuits halfway. While Shu Yu and I wished to counsel him, he berated us for our sentimental weakness, scolding us for our self-serving affections. At that moment, Shu Yu was utterly heartbroken. Then, a disciple accused me of being a traitor, as they had seen me rescue a young, injured demon, namely Mingli. Yun Tianqing said calmly, Shu Yu and I find ourselves at a loss. Even if the demon realm is on its last legs, it will undoubtedly fight to the bitter end. The only way to prevent this impending war is for us to escape down the mountain with the Wangshu sword, thus shattering the dream of ascending in the Zhonghua sect. Regarding past events, you may know some of what transpired after we fled the sect at night. Without the support of Shia's power, Shu Yu gradually succumbed to the encroaching cold. I channeled my energy to fend off the chill for her, but it was a mere drop in the bucket. Undeterred, I searched amongst the peaks of Huangshan for the legendary Yin-Yang Purple Quarters. Lingsha exclaimed, Ah, the Yin-Yang Purple Quarters. Saying this, she took out a yellow and a blue toad from her ring. Huh, I didn't expect you to possess them as well. How rare. In my youth, I traveled to Jianghu and heard tales of many extraordinary treasures, and the Yin-Yang Purple Quarters was among them. Yin Tianqing chuckled. At that time, with no other recourse, I thought to use the yang half of the Yin-Yang Purple Quarters to suppress the cold afflicting Shu Yu. What happened next? Yun Tianqing continued. Eventually, I found the yang half and administered it to your mother, and she finally began to recover. We thought everything would be fine, and not long after, we got married, residing on Qingwan Peak in Huangshan. Then your mother gave birth to you, which should have been, but unexpectedly, Wangshu severed ties with her. And without its spiritual power, the cold within your mother remained untreated. However, it is a miracle that I once saved your mother from the cold's backlash, allowing her to live until your growth. Grandfather, you mentioned that grandmother once admired Xianxiao. Shorong asked, troubled. Yun Tianqing smiled faintly. I understand what you wish to convey. In truth, I find it difficult to comprehend Shu Yu. Despite our time together, I always feel a barrier exists between us. At the very least, when she first entered the sect, she saw only my senior brother, not me. On that day at Sword Dance Flat, when I first beheld Shu Yu, her appearance remains etched in my memory forever. She resembled the resplendent phoenix flowers of the back mountain, breathtakingly beautiful. Though her demeanor was cool and aloof, her eyes sparkled with clarity and intelligence. While both Shu Yu and I are skeptics of fate, reflecting upon that moment, it seems that some aspects of our bond, the three of us, became irrevocably intertwined. At that time, her rift with my senior brother left her heartbroken. After marrying me, she resolutely refrained from uttering the name Xianxiao. I empathize with my mother's feelings during that period. Wukong, you seem to have gained some insight, he remarked lightly. Oh, you rascal, have you finally found enlightenment? Yun Tianqing appeared quite pleased. Wukong shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. I do not know. I only understand that the one I cherish does not reciprocate my feelings. Being with another person would bring me great sorrow. Ah, my boy, do not dwell on it too much. Have you forgotten what I once told you? Even if the person you admire does not feel the same, you must harbor no resentment and treat her with genuine kindness, even if it is only to earn a fleeting smile from her. Wukong nodded in agreement, his expression laden with melancholy. Upon feeling a tug at his side, He turned to see three women gazing at him with tender eyes. Yun Tianqing chuckled. You are far superior to your father, my boy, with so many fair companions. I trust Mingli is among them as well. Yes, yes, Wukong nodded, feeling a bit bashful. But why feel shy? A man must embrace his feelings. To love is to love, and to be unloved is simply that. There is no need for concealment. By the way, father, the disciples of Qianghua sect indiscriminately slay demons upon sight. This is truly cruel. Wukong recalled the ruthless methods he had witnessed from Ziying. Such rigidity is to blame. It is no wonder those young disciples are influenced by their masters or the sect's rules. They see a demon and strike without hesitation. Look around. Here, there is no distinction between humans and demons. All are but spirits. You may well inform your friend that in this life, one is human, yet in the next, a demon. I wonder how he would react. In this life, one is human, in the next, a demon. The four murmured in contemplation. Ah, Tianhe, to tell me how you became acquainted with Mingli, Yin Tianqing inquired. Oh, we met in Shouyang City, and then, we ventured together to Qianghua sect. Afterward, the demon realm emerged, and she leaped in, only to vanish. That cannot be. Yun Tianqing exclaimed in sudden astonishment. What is it? Wukong asked, perplexed. Without the dual swords binding her, how could Liar have the chance to return to the demon realm? Even if the Wangshu sword were to return to Qianghua sect, it remains dormant and cannot be wielded. Moreover, Washu has long lost its spiritual essence and become mere mortal iron. Yun Tianqing turned to Ling Sha. I sense a heavy chill emanating from within you. Could it be that you? No, my lord, I have not even touched Washu. And I assure you my health is splendid, with no abnormalities whatsoever, Ling Sha insisted, shaking her head. Then this is indeed perplexing. Wukong suddenly recalled, I remember now. Xianzhao mentioned that he possesses a method to restore Wangshu's spiritual energy, so I entrusted it to him. So that is the case. Does my senior brother still refuse to give up? Yin Tianqing closed his eyes and sighed. Father. Yin Tianqing took a deep breath and said, so be it. Life and death rest in one's hands. Everyone harbors their own thoughts, and none should interfere. He patted Wukong's shoulder gently, saying, Tianhe, take good care of your mother and your wives. Do not allow them to suffer. Father is about to be reincarnated. Father. Wukong felt a profound sadness at that moment. Do not worry. Perhaps in the future, you will encounter my rebirth and call me your elder brother. Yun Tianqing jested lightly. Wukong smiled faintly. Father, take care. Yun Tianqing nodded, forcing back the tears in his eyes, and greeted his three daughters-in-law. I leave this troublesome boy in your hands now. Father-in-law, please take care, they replied. His figure gradually faded away. Father. I'm sorry, Wukong murmured. Husband, don't grieve. Father-in-law's reincarnation is a form of liberation, isn't it? Qingji comforted him gently. Wukong's mood lightened slightly. Let's leave this place. We must find Mother quickly and head to the demon realm. Time is running short. The four of them departed together. Yet the vanished figure reappeared, gazing at their retreating backs with a complicated expression. So you truly, at the lake where Ling Sha's uncle, Han Beiquang, was said to be, there's a boat over there. Let's take that. The four followed a path to the left and arrived at the lakeshore. Upon closer inspection, a figure in a bamboo hat stood on the boat, a middle-aged man. Master, would you kindly ferry us across? Wukong helped the three women aboard before addressing the boatman. The boatman remained silent but began rowing. How strange. Doesn't he speak, yet he is willing to help us? Ling Sha remarked. It is unusual. Master. Might we know your name? Qingji inquired. Still, the boatman said nothing. Ahead, a glow appeared. They were nearing the mortal realm. Regardless, we thank you, Master. Wukong clasped his hands in gratitude. You sister Ling Sha, what's wrong? Xirong looked at Ling Sha, puzzled by her sudden agitation. Tears welled in Ling Sha's eyes as she stared at the boatman. Lift your head. Let me see you. Please, let me see. The boatman. Lift it. Ling Sha cried out. Wukong steadied her shoulders. Ling Sha, calm yourself. Speak properly. Your uncle, aren't he you? Tears finally spilled down her cheeks. The boatman slowly raised his head with a bitter smile. Ah, child, you're as sharp as ever. There is no fooling you. Uncle. Ling Sha threw herself into Han Beiquang's arms, sobbing. You've grown, little one, he said tenderly, stroking her hair. Uncle, why are you here? Why pretend not to know me? He sighed. Child, can't you just pretend you never saw me? No. I saw you clearly. Do you know how much I missed you? At the Wheel Mirror Terrace, I thought you had already reincarnated. That's why you never appeared. Han Beiquang exhaled heavily. Foolish girl. If I had reincarnated, Who would ferry you back to the living world? Child, do you not know that not only I, but nearly all members of the Han family must toil in the realm of the dead after demise? I am tasked with ferrying the souls across this verdant river. Han Beiquang spoke, his tone imbued with an ineffable sense of resignation. What? How can this be? Ling Sha exclaimed, astonished. Han Beiquang continued slowly, my dear. I hesitated to reveal my identity to you because I was uncertain whether to share certain truths. It may be too burdensome for you to bear at this moment. I must know. You must tell me. Ling Sha insisted resolutely. Alas, the Han family has long been grave robbers, always believing that once the living have departed, the vessels within the tomb could be used to aid the living. Yet now that you have entered the realm of the dead, you ought to understand that spirits, like the living, possess their own emotions and yearnings. Our clan disturbs the deceased, and as a result, our lives are often tragically brief, with many only living to their 30s. Even in death, we are condemned to perform arduous labor to atone for our sins. And only once our transgressions are fully expiated can we hope to be reborn, Han Beiquang sighed. Is it truly so? Ling Sha felt her body weaken, nearly collapsing into the waters had it not been for Wukong's support. Are you saying that the method of prolonging life I have sought is utterly futile? No matter how hard I strive, I cannot grant my kin a longer existence? My dear, I recognize your relentless efforts. However, some matters are predestined beyond the grasp of a single individual. Han Beiquang consoled her. And what of my parents? Where are they? They too are in the realm of the dead, serving their penance in different corners of this domain. My child, I know your temperament. You must have been vexed by your parents' apparent indifference when you were young. Am I correct? Han Beiquang inquired. Ling Sha fell silent, and Han Beiquang continued. They knew their time was likely limited, which is why they deliberately kept their distance, fearing that if you grew too accustomed to their presence, you would be devastated by their departure. What parent does not cherish their child? So it was. How foolish of them. Silly father and mother, how naive. Ling Sha laughed through her tears, eyes closed. Life is already fleeting. They need not concern themselves with such matters, causing me heartache for so many years. Han Beiquang smiled. Indeed, my child, you have matured and developed your own perspectives. It seems you have found someone special. He glanced at Wukong, noting the intimacy with which Ling Sha leaned against him. Yes, uncle, this is my husband, Yunyan. These two are my sisters, and also my husband's wives. Greetings, uncle. Hello, uncle. I am Qin Ji. Hello, uncle. I am Yang Serong. The two women, along with Wukong, greeted Han Beiquang. Ah, young man, I can perceive your extraordinary nature. Great things await you. I am at ease in trusting Ling Sha to you. Han Beiquang praised Wukong. Rest assured, I will not allow Ling Sha and the others to suffer. Wukong replied earnestly. Wukong assured confidently. Indeed, young people should be like this. Han Beiquang gently patted Wukong's shoulder. Unbeknownst to them, the boat had already arrived at the boundary, the intersection of the realms of Yin and Yang. All right, we have reached the realm of the living. You may disembark now, my dear. Take good care of yourself, Han Beiquang said to Ling Sha with concern. Uncle. Ling Sha felt a profound sadness. It was not easy to see her uncle, yet now they had to part so swiftly. Silly girl, why are you crying? Hurry and get ashore. I am delighted to see you today, he encouraged. Wukong helped Ling Sha onto the shore, and Han Beiquang cast one last glance at her before turning away, not looking back as he departed. Ling Sha, however, gently waved her hand at Han Beiquang's retreating figure before collapsing into Wukong's embrace, sobbing loudly. Let it out. It will feel better, Wukong gently consoled Ling Sha, while Qin Ji and Si Rong also comforted her from the side. Is it a wish, Ling Sha? Are you all right? Ling Sha's spirits had remained low ever since Han Beiquang's departure, and Wukong felt a deep sorrow as well. I'm fine, Ling Sha replied, wiping her tears and managing a smile. Wukong gently caressed Ling Sha's cheek and said, life and death are governed by fate. As long as one lives in this world with a clear conscience, there is nothing to regret. Xiaoyu once told me to enjoy life to the fullest and to have no regrets in death. I believe uncle must feel the same way. Is that truly so, my dear? Ling Sha inquired softly. Wukong nodded, affirming, indeed, it must be so. You shall not be alone anymore. You have me, Kinheim, Serong, and Xiaoyu. Countless companions, and perhaps even more friends to encounter in the future. What is there to lament? At that moment, all of Ling Sha's sorrows dissipated, and she gathered her spirits, saying, yes, I understand. Thank you, my husband. She bestowed a gentle kiss upon Wukong. We will all stand by your side, Serong and Kinheim said, warmly grasping Ling Sha's hands. Well then, let us return, Wukong declared. Just as he turned to leave, Lingsha hesitated and spoke. My husband, Kinheim elder sister, Serong younger sister, could you accompany me to a certain place? Where to? After hearing uncle's words, and yours, I have come to a realization. I wish to fulfill a wish of mine. From this moment forth, I shall never engage in tomb raiding again, Lingsha responded, albeit hesitantly. No. Serong immediately opposed. That will only shorten your lifespan. I cannot agree. Lingsha. Do not pursue such actions. They are detrimental and yield no benefit, Kinheim added her counsel. Lingsha remained silent, and Serong held her hand, imploring, Lingsha elder sister. Please do not act foolishly. If you do this, we will all be saddened. I understand, but I truly. Please promise me, just this once. As a final request. Lingsha's persistence was evident. Your life is at stake. You must think carefully, Kinheim said calmly. An air of silence enveloped the three. The atmosphere thick with contemplation. Very well, I shall accompany you. Wukong finally spoke after a long period of reflection. Ah, my husband, you? Serong exclaimed. Astonished at Wukong's decision, while Kinheim urged, my husband. This is unwise. Wukong smiled faintly, gazing at the heavens and remarked, it matters not. Each individual harbors their own desires. I can truly comprehend the profound sense of regret and sorrow that arises from unfulfilled wishes during one's lifetime. Lowering his gaze to Shurong and Qinjia, he continued, since Lingsha has declared this to be her final endeavor, what harm is there in assisting her? My dear, Lingsha exclaimed without hesitation, throwing herself into Wukong's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Truly, women are made of water. Shurong interjected, covering her head and shaking it. My dear. Have you lost your mind? Wukong chuckled. I am not mad. I perceive your concerns. You wish to prevent Lingsha from further diminishing her lifespan due to tomb raiding. However, do not forget, having once traversed the underworld, I can do so again. Even the dragon of the candle holds my power in dread. Should I truly fear a mere underworld? At worst, I could obliterate the book of life and death. A palpable air of defiance enveloped him as he spoke. Really? My lord? Lingsha gazed at Wukong, her eyes alight with joy. Wukong nodded. Indeed, I speak with conviction. However, unless absolutely necessary, it would be best to remove your names from the book of life and death. If that proves infeasible, extending your lifespans will suffice. Furthermore, a sly smile crept across Wukong's lips. I still possess the breath of the divine dragon. Lingsha wept loudly, her cries echoing, though fortunately, no one was nearby to mistake her for a lost soul. Enough of the tears. Tell us, where shall you go? Wukong gently wiped her tears away. Once Lingsha regained her composure, she replied, that place is called the Fengshan Tomb, located to the north of Qin Prefecture. It hovers in mid-air, inaccessible to ordinary folk. Thankfully, we shall have no trouble. We can simply fly there on our swords. What about you two? Will you join us? Wukong inquired of Qinjia and Serong, exchanging glances. Qinjia and Serong shared a wry smile. Well, since our lord has consented, what more can I say? However, Lingsha, do not forget. You promised this would be your last time, Serong added. Indeed. Lingsha nodded vigorously, her spirits lifted. Qin Prefecture, that's where you. Wukong mused. Understanding his thoughts, Qinjia smiled gently. It matters not. Although I shall not set foot in Qin Prefecture again, I am not barred from soaring above its skies. Very well. Then, let us depart, Wukong agreed, summoning his enchanted sword. At that moment, Shakie exclaimed, Brother. With a gentle smile, Wukong remarked, All right, brother will ride the sword now. Though I must admit I am not accustomed to. Never mind. Little Kuei is willing to assist brother in any way. The magic sword swayed slightly before positioning itself horizontally in front of Wukong. Oh, it can even enlarge. How delightful. Serong exclaimed, astonished as it grew large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people. Very well, let us board. Wukong helped Qinji, Serong, and Lingsha onto the sword. Then said, Little Kuei, take us to the skies above Qinzhou. All right. The magic sword began to ascend, and upon reaching a lofty altitude, it set forth towards the direction of Qinzhou. On the sword, Lingsha tenderly embraced Wukong's back and whispered, Husband, thank you. Wukong turned his head and smiled, saying, What is there to thank? Your matters are my matters as well. Lingsha softly murmured and rested her head against Wukong's back. Serong and Qinji observed this scene, feeling the ambience and showing no signs of jealousy. Wukong was moved to tears. At the outskirts of the Fengshan Mausoleum, the atmosphere was exceptionally solemn, suspended in the air, seemingly far removed from an ordinary tomb. Qingji gazed seriously at the surroundings, which were nearly aligned and parallel. Indeed. I feel a bit anxious. This place is quite extraordinary, Si Rong admitted, also feeling the tension. Ling Sha looked at Wukong and inquired, my husband. With a slight smile, Wukong reassured, fear not, for I am here. I shall not allow harm to befall you. The events of the past shall not repeat themselves. I trust you, replied Ling Sha. However, I'm not entirely certain whether this place is indeed a tomb. Some say it is an ancient relic, seemingly guarded by some entity. Oh? Wukong furrowed his brow. An ancient divine artifact? Wukong misheard it as, an ancient divine chicken. Is it truly permissible for us to venture here? Wouldn't our intrusion be a significant disrespect? Qingji expressed her concerns. It matters not, Wukong waved dismissively. Since we have arrived, we cannot leave empty-handed. Moreover, if such a thing is meant for me to retrieve, it hardly affects Ling Sha. Very well, let us proceed. Wukong took the lead, with the three women following closely behind, while Qingji and Surong sighed in resignation. As they journeyed, Wukong and the others encountered several peculiar monsters, whose identities were unknown. But they were effortlessly subdued by Wukong's ki blast. These creatures are formidable, far stronger than those we faced in the mazes before, remarked Surong. That is only natural. After all, this is a divine sight, and the monsters here are indeed much more powerful, Wukong responded. Yet, despite their strength, they were easily vanquished by my husband with just a mere strike, Ling Sha declared proudly. Wukong gently pinched her small nose, chuckling, you little girl. All right, let us continue our journey. Ling Sha, with a playful laugh, dashed ahead. However, be careful. Shirong and Qingji cried out in alarm. Ling Sha turned around, only to behold a colossal monster with its mouth agape, ready to devour her. In that fleeting moment of terror, she found herself paralyzed, unable to scream. Yet, with one person present, tragedy would not befall them. Ahem. Hee. Ling Sha suddenly realized that the gaping maw remained open. Yet within it was another figure. Husband. Ling Sha stammered, then quickly added with concern, husband, please be careful. At this moment, Wukong was pressing against the gaping maw with both hands, chuckling, hee, do not worry, such trivial matters pose no challenge for me. With that, Wukong continued to push upwards. With a great exertion of strength, he could see the creature's body trembling incessantly, clearly struggling. A muffled growl resounded repeatedly, and Wukong grinned wickedly, hee. Still craving for human flesh? The great mouth shook its head vigorously. Wukong leaped outside, just about to speak when he noticed the creature's swift, gliding movement, leaving him and his companions momentarily stunned. Wukong scratched his head, offering an awkward smile, haha. Well then, let us proceed. In the innermost sanctum of the divine sealing tomb, they found themselves at a dead end, staring at a sealed chamber, utterly unable to advance. Wukong approached and knocked gently. It was hollow, yet he was uncertain how to open it. Perhaps I shall use my fist, he mused. Oh, wait. Kinheim swiftly intervened, turning her gaze towards the right wall. There is a mechanism here, she observed, fixated on a lever affixed to the wall. Without uttering a word, Wukong approached and pulled it down, causing a tremendous rumble akin to an earthquake. Before the four, a wall gradually sank down. Wow. Who is so bored as to set up such a mechanism? Wukong muttered disdainfully. Before them stood a lofty platform, upon which resided a striking red bow. Hee. I knew I'd find it, Ling Sha exclaimed, rushing to the platform to gaze at the bow with delight. What is this? Qingji inquired. I am uncertain. I only heard my great-grandfather mention that this is a divine bow. Isn't it beautiful? Ling Sha responded with a smile. It is indeed beautiful, but Ling Sha, what do you need this for? We could easily purchase a bow anywhere, Wukong queried, perplexed. Oh dear, my dear, I came here for you. Ling Sha stamped her foot in exasperation. For me? Wukong pointed at himself in surprise. Yes, Ling Sha nodded. You would look incredibly handsome wielding this bow. Wukong lowered the hand pointing at himself, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet a single tear traced down his cheek. He wept. My lord, you. Sihong and Qingjie were taken aback to see Wukong's reaction. He was indeed crying. Ling Sha also stood there, at a loss, gazing at Wukong. He offered a gentle smile. Thank you, Ling Sha. I never anticipated that you would risk sacrificing your lifespan to come here, solely to assist me in finding a bow. Rest assured, I shall aid you. I will ensure your eternal existence, and I will also lift the curses afflicting your kin. Once Wukong sets his mind to something, there is no turning back. Thank you, my lord. Ling Sha was so moved that tears began to flow from her eyes as well. All right, Ling Sha, quickly retrieve the bow. We must leave at once, lest we invite further complications, Qingjie broke the somber atmosphere as Lingsha took down the bow and hurried towards Wukong and the others. A voice thundered, "Sinner, do not delay in relinquishing the Hui Sun shooting bow." A force surged towards Lingsha. "Ah, who dares? Show yourself." Wukong swiftly shielded Lingsha, retreating to stand beside Qingjie and Si Hong, placing her down as he directed a fierce glare into the air, vowing to protect those dear to him. There was no echo in response, yet Wukong felt an overwhelming aura, intensifying by the moment. "You, a sinner of the mortal realm. Your tainted hands are unworthy to wield a divine artifact. Cast it aside." Suddenly, a figure resembling the one they had encountered in the Forbidden Land emerged, floating in the air. The disparity in their auras was as vast as heaven and earth. One was a guardian, while the being before Wukong was a formidable adversary. "How familiar," Si Hong murmured, frowning. "Indeed," Qingjie echoed softly. Lingsha inquired, "Sinner, are you referring to me? Your sins, along with the ancestral burdens of your clan, shall not escape my recognition." "How could you know this? Who are you?" Lingsha was taken aback. "I am the Divine General, Junmang, guardian of the Foshan Tomb. Given that your theft of the divine artifact was not for selfish gain, I shall spare your life and refrain from claiming your 2 souls and 6 spirits. Return the Hui Sun shooting bow to its rightful place and leave the Foshan Tomb at once." However, Lingsha hesitated to relinquish the bow, knowing the peril she faced. "What? A killing intent?" Wukong glared coldly at Junmang, and in the next moment, Junmang pointed a finger at Lingsha. "Despite repeated warnings, you remain obstinate. I shall not show leniency." Wukong immediately positioned himself in front of Lingsha. When the force struck him, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Had he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would have remained unscathed. However, he aspired to surpass his own limits. "Huh? The breath of the dragon!" Junmang suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. "My husband!" Upon seeing Wukong clutching his chest, Qinheim, Si-Yong, and Lingsha hurriedly approached with concern. Si-Yong drew her sword, pointing it fiercely at Junmang. "Dare you harm my husband?" "Si-Yong," Wukong interjected, preventing her from proceeding. Si-Yong, wanting to protest, fell silent when she saw Wukong shake his head and could only glare furiously at Junmang. "What connection do you have with the Candle Dragon?" Junmang inquired. Wukong clutched his chest and scoffed. "Relationship? They are merely defeated foes, intimidated by my formidable presence." "You dare to speak such nonsense before me?" Junmang's tone turned icy, his murderous intent intensifying. Wukong immediately addressed the 3 women. "You should step aside. This opponent is on par with the Candle Dragon, and I must unleash my full strength." "No, we wish to assist you," Qinheim replied, shaking her head. Wukong reassured her, "There is no need for concern. I am eager to test the extent of my newfound power." "Very well, my dear, but please exercise caution," she said. Her eyes filled with worry as she gazed at Wukong. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered them unable to offer any substantial assistance. Acknowledging their limitations, the 3 women reluctantly positioned themselves a short distance away, with Lingsha clutching the divine bow tightly. With the women at a safe distance, Wukong felt liberated to engage fully in battle. Facing Junmang, he cracked his knuckles and thought, "Now, let us engage in a proper contest." With a sinister smile, Wukong summoned a whirlwind around him. In an instant, his energy surged dramatically, his hair turned golden, and his pupils glowed green, marking his transformation into a Super Saiyan. "You are not a mere mortal?" Jiomong questioned with a composed demeanor. "I am indeed a mortal, but of a lineage unknown to you. Do not attempt to divert the conversation. If you wish to fight, then let us begin, for my hands are itching for action," Wukong replied with a wicked grin. Jiomong's expression turned grave as his white pupils fixated on Wukong. A formidable aura cascaded over Wukong, who sensed the immense pressure. It was unlike anything he had encountered before. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on Wukong's brow. It appeared that the first level of Super Saiyan was insufficient. With a crackle, lightning surged around him, and his hair stood on end. He had ascended to the 2nd level of Super Saiyan. "Stop merely showcasing your power. Take action," Wukong declared, charging forward with incredible speed. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Jiomong. Initially taken aback by Wukong's velocity, Jiomong quickly realized a blow was imminent and erected a barrier of energy to defend himself. Wukong felt his fist strike an invisible wall, pain radiating through his hand, yet he bore it stoically. Jiomong, while having withstood Wukong's punch, was nonetheless pushed back a few steps, ripples of energy emanating from the impact. Had Wukong continued his assault, Jiomong would have been in serious peril. Such divine strength. "It seems this individual has yet to reveal his full potential," Jiomong pondered, his expression reflecting a mix of concern and respect. Wukong shook his aching fist before charging once more. He delivered a powerful kick towards Jumong, who this time did not employ his energy barrier. Unable to withstand the force, he braced himself with his arm, a surge of intense pain coursing through him, making the once revered divine general realize for the first time that he could indeed be hurt by another. Ahem. Jumong retreated a few steps. Mortal, you are quite impressive. Your strength is indeed formidable, Jumong remarked coolly. Wukong's lips curled into a smirk. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Afraid? Junmeng scoffed. This deity knows not the meaning of fear. With that, he waved his hands, unleashing several bolts of lightning towards Wukong, who deftly flipped backward to evade the onslaught. Such remarkable speed. Junmeng gazed in astonishment at Wukong's swift movements, his heart filled with awe. Having evaded the electric shock, Wukong sneered, if your martial prowess is lacking, do you intend to resort to sorcery? Very well. With that, Wukong pointed a finger at Jumong, who initially remained oblivious to the impending attack. Yet an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Indeed, as Wukong shouted, DNGDNGB, a golden beam of energy shot forth towards him. Only then did Jumong realize the gravity of the situation, but it was too late to evade. He could only erect another barrier of energy. However, as a divine general, he overlooked a crucial principle. The smaller the area of force, the greater the pressure exerted. The DNGDNGB assaulted his energy wall like a relentless drill. And Jumong struggled to maintain his defense, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Wukong, undeterred, unleashed another DNGDNGB. The two strikes were no trifling matter. One was already formidable, two would be beyond Jumong's endurance. When the second wave surged forth, the energy barrier was utterly shattered. With a resounding PCH, two holes pierced through Jumong's form. Gritting his teeth, Jumong found the pain excruciating. To think I could be injured, he thought, trembling in fear. For it was the first time he faced a mortal adversary with such trepidation. Remarkably, he fell into the pool without a single drop of blood. Rong gasped, astonished at the sight of the wounded Jumong, who remarkably showed no signs of bleeding. Qingjie examined him closely, noting, nevertheless, he is indeed gravely injured. His aura is significantly diminished compared to the beginning. Wow, my lord is truly impressive. Rong gazed at Wukong with admiration, while Lingsha felt tears welling in her eyes, reflecting on Wukong's fierce battle against the divine general for her sake. Even if he were to perish now, she would harbor no regrets. At that moment, having severely wounded Jumong, Wukong showed no signs of complacency, furrowing his brow as he inquired, are you all right? Jumong met Wukong's gaze and replied, it is merely a couple of wounds. It is of no consequence. Wukong retracted his ferocity and the intensity of battle, producing a celestial bean which he tossed to Jumong. Instinctively, Jumong caught it, holding in his palm a bean that was utterly unremarkable in appearance. This is a celestial bean. It can heal your wounds, Wukong remarked with a smile. Jumong hesitated, glancing at the bean in his hand before meeting Wukong's gaze once more, and then swallowed the bean. In an instant, the two wounds on his body were completely healed. Jumong stared in astonishment at his now flawless skin, devoid of any scars. What a remarkable elixir! Surely, even the heavenly potions may not possess such extraordinary potency. As the battle came to a halt, the three women, including Rong, approached Wukong. Rong inquired, my lord, why did you choose to save him? Wukong shook his head, remarking that he was merely zealous in guarding the artifact. Moreover, he had just overheard the assertion that this was a divine bow, undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. The intent to harm him did not reside within the other, nor was there any necessity for him to retaliate. Jumong turned his gaze towards Wukong and softened his tone, stating, mortal, you are indeed remarkable. I have never encountered anyone quite like you, possessing not only formidable prowess but also a mind as clear as crystal and a soul as pure as the clearest waters across 3 lifetimes. You are truly worthy of becoming the master of this holy divine bow. A clear mind, a soul untainted across 3 lifetimes. Indeed, Lingsha closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Though you have stolen, your motives were solely for the sake of your kin. Very well. This deity shall not make things difficult for you. Jumong once more turned to Wukong and declared, from this day forth, the Holy Bow recognizes you as its master. The extent of its power shall depend upon you. What does that mean? Wukong inquired, perplexed. Wonderful news, my dear. This bow acknowledges you as its master. Lingsha exclaimed joyfully, extending the bow towards Wukong with a radiant smile. Wukong gazed at the divine bow in his hands and addressed Jumong, saying, this bow is indeed a celestial artifact. However, mortal, since you are reluctant to elaborate, I shall refrain from further inquiries. I urge you to wield this divine instrument wisely and take care of yourself. Should you meet your demise, the artifact shall return to the seal of the gods. After finishing his words, Jiumong's figure vanished. I haven't asked anything at all. Wukong muttered softly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Nevertheless, he toyed with the bow, thinking, in that case, this bow seems quite splendid. I shall use it to hunt wild boars henceforth. He stepped outside, pointed the bow towards the sky, and declared with unwavering confidence, plucking the string a few times. Should I not give this bow to my husband? Lingsha whispered to herself, her expression unseen. It was my mistake. Hiki, it matters not, Surong chuckled awkwardly, patting Lingsha on the shoulder. Lingsha sighed, a helpless smile gracing her lips. Indeed, as long as my husband is content, that is all that matters. She watched Wukong, who was still demonstrating his prowess with the divine bow, pondering, this husband of mine. Husband. Qingjie sighed ruefully as she approached Wukong, interrupting his playful antics with the bow. We ought to return now. After all, there are pressing matters to attend to. Wukong regained his senses, scratching his head and laughing heartily. My apologies. I inadvertently. His laughter was tinged with awkwardness. After sheathing his bow, Wukong summoned the magic sword and addressed the three ladies. All right, come aboard. One by one, they leapt onto the magic sword, setting off towards the demon. Oh no, I almost forgot. It was Shouyang City. In the courtyard before the guest rooms of the Lu residence in Shouyang City, Siyu sat by the pond, gazing at the fish while her thoughts wandered elsewhere, fixated on a person. It had been quite some time. Why had Tiana not returned yet? Siyu pondered with growing concern, though a memory of that night caused her cheeks to flush crimson. The nearby servants stood transfixed, captivated by her beauty enhanced by the blooming flowers in the courtyard, coupled with her dreamy expression. Ah, you're bleeding. One servant quietly alerted a gentleman nearby. The gentleman touched his nose, then swiftly dashed away. The servant, witnessing this, could only chuckle softly. Indeed, she is a stunning beauty. Yet, despite the enchanting scene, it was a truth that often, unfortunate events were bound to transpire. Suddenly, Siyu instinctively looked towards the sky, exclaiming in delight, Tiana. Indeed. She had spotted Wukong and his three companions aboard the magic sword. It was evident that her affection for Wukong ran deep. Ah, Wei Vi arrived. Siyong exclaimed joyfully, as she noticed Siyu waving at them. However, what transpired next left everyone in a blend of laughter and tears. Wukong, perplexed by his own exuberance, appeared to be in a state of heightened excitement, far beyond his usual demeanor. Upon spotting Siyu waving at him, he impulsively leaped forth before the magic sword could safely land, exclaiming joyously, Xiaoyu, I have returned. The scene froze in time. In his moment of surprise, Wukong neglected to employ his levitation technique, resulting in a rather comical plummet into the water below. With a resounding splash, he perfectly landed in the pool. The five maidens were momentarily speechless, yet it was Suyu who quickly reacted, anxiously calling out from the shore, Tiana. Tiana. Wukong emerged from the water, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Haha, my apologies, I was just too excited. Laughter erupted among the group. Oh Wukong, you truly are. In the outskirts of the illusory netherworld, Lingsha surveyed her surroundings and remarked, So, this is the demon realm? It certainly pales in comparison to the human world. Indeed, the demon realm was vastly different, devoid of sunlight, moonlight, or even stars. It was enveloped in a purplish hue, dotted with triangular hills and shimmering crystals. Wukong yawned, tears of drowsiness brimming in his eyes. My dear, are you truly that tired? Qingjie inquired with concern. Wukong nodded, his desire for slumber palpable. Forgive us, my dear, we shouldn't have. Shuyong murmured apologetically, her voice barely above a whisper. Wukong managed a feeble smile, uttering, It's nothing. Let us continue our search for Mingli. With that, he staggered forward, likely to topple over with the slightest breeze. How did you pass through the barrier? A figure resembling a battle general from the demon realm appeared before Wukong, gazing at him and his companions in astonishment. Wukong, barely awake, glanced at him, causing the latter to freeze in surprise. Wukong, with a weary tone, implored, Don't concern yourself with how we got here. Where's Mengli? Quickly summon her, for I am exceedingly tired. He then grasped the general's shoulders, shaking him insistently. The general, utterly drained of strength, was unable to resist Wukong's relentless shaking, stammering, You all are who? Qingjie and Siyu stepped forward to pull Wukong down, with Siyu addressing the general, I apologize. He is our husband. We are here to find Mingli. Have you seen her? Tong Yu steadied himself. As a battle general, he found it absurd that he was being shaken senseless by a mere mortal, especially one who appeared half asleep. Under normal circumstances, he might have been overwhelmed. Mingli, are you referring to the young mistress? Tong Yu asked, puzzled. Roast pig? Before he could respond, Yukong, seemingly infused with newfound energy, seized Tong Yu once more, suppressing his drowsiness. His tone intensified slightly. Roast pig? Where is it? I am so hungry. Where can I find roast pig? The group was rendered speechless. They once again pulled Yukong down, ignoring his incessant inquiries about the roast pig. Qin Ji and Siyu approached Tong Yu apologetically. Our husband is currently in an unstable condition, and we are truly sorry for the inconvenience. Tong Yu cast a fearful glance at Yukong and said to the two women, What is the origin of this fellow? He has me shaken to my core. I cannot muster any strength against him. Surely, he is not a mere mortal. Siyu sighed, We truly apologize. We are all mortals. We arrived here through the Shadow Branch. Since Mingli has returned to the demon realm, we have come to find her, as our husband has a pact with her. He has a pact with the young mistress? Tong Yu regarded Siyu and Qin Ji with skepticism. Indeed, so please allow us to meet her. Just as Tong Yu was about to speak, a voice interrupted, Is our young mistress someone you can just demand to see? The two women turned to see a figure clad in a crimson cloak, with silver hair and a red mark adorning half of their face, exuding an imposing presence. General Guixia, Tong Yu addressed the newcomer with respect. Step aside. I will handle this, Guixia commanded Tong Yu, who replied, Yes, before turning to leave. Guixia cast a cold glare at the gathered individuals, disregarding the beauty of Siyu and Qin Ji, and declared, If you do not wish to meet your end, return immediately to the human realm. Siyu glared furiously at Guixia, while Qin Ji quietly urged, Mother, this person radiates great power. Let us find a way to awaken our husband. It is not feasible. Siyu decisively shook her head, declaring, I cannot have my husband handle everything. She turned to Guixia and asked, We merely wish to see Mingli. Why can we not agree? No means no, Guixia retorted immediately. Seeing that her request was denied, Siyu, without hesitation, unleashed a surge of sword energy directed at Guixia. However, Guixia was no ordinary foe like the lowly Tong Yu. He was one of the premier warriors in the vicinity. Narrowly evading the sword energy, he coldly stated, If that is the case, prepare to meet your end. With that, Guixia lunged towards Siyu at an astonishing speed, catching her off guard and leaving her unable to evade. Just as she braced for impact, a figure appeared in front of her. A loud crash echoed as Guixia collided with the newcomer, who was sent flying, skidding to a halt after carving 2 trails into the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain. Meanwhile, Siyu exclaimed, Ouch, that hurts. Yukong, cradling his head, lamented, I'm so tired, I have no strength. Even being hit by a rock is painful. He looked at Guixia with weary panda eyes and challenged, If you have the guts, fight me, don't bully women. Very well, I shall fight you. Guixia scoffed, charging at Yukong. Yukong raised his arm to block Guixia's kick, swiftly retaliating with a kick of his own, which was easily deflected by Guixia. Yawning again, Yukong thought to himself that Guixia would not anticipate that if not for his drowsiness, he would have effortlessly dodged that previous kick. Come on, let us continue, Yukong said, rubbing his eyes and beckoning Guixia forward. This time, Guixia opted for ranged combat, summoning a large yellow sphere and gathering energy within it. Yukong, sensing the impending threat, positioned the 4 women behind him as he prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan to counter the attack. General Guixia, please cease at once. A familiar voice rang out. In the grand hall of the illusory palace, the lord of the demon realm, Chan Yu, sat silently on the elevated platform, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Below, Yukong sat on a stool, fast asleep, having just been roused and still feeling drowsy. What a peculiar atmosphere. Sirong whispered to Ling Sha. I'm not sure, Sister Qin Ji, Sister Siyu, do you know what is going on? Sirong inquired softly of Siyu and Qin Ji. Both women shook their heads, equally puzzled. Oh dear Mingli, has something occurred? Why is your mother silent? Ling Sha asked Mingli, Huh? What? Mingli seemed startled, snapping back to reality. Mingli, why do you appear so distracted? Sirong queried, noticing the peculiar similarities between the mother and daughter. And nothing. What did you just ask? Mingli shook her head and said, Why isn't your mother speaking? Ling Xia inquired. Mingli glanced at the silent Shanyu above, then at the soundly sleeping Yukong, and sighed softly as she whispered to the 4 women, Just now. Did you hear that sound? Yes, The four replied in unison. Actually, it was my mother, Mengli continued, ignoring their stunned expressions. Because, when I arrived, I found that my husband, he was, sucking my mother's, that. She blushed and pointed timidly at her own chest. The four women were utterly shocked. Suyu moved beside Wukong, gently stroking his hair with deep maternal affection. Really, if he wanted milk, he could have just come to me. The four women shared the same bewildered expression. When had Suyu become so? It seemed that being around Wukong changed people faster than time itself. Chanyu finally spoke, having overheard their conversation. Earlier, she had been unable to utter a word, but now she regained her voice. Mother. Mengli looked at Chanyu, her heart resolved. If her mother intended to punish Wukong, she would willingly share his fate. Mengli, are these the sisters you spoke of? Yes. Then, Chanyu averted her gaze, as if avoiding the truth, and looked at Wukong. He is your... Mengli nodded. Yes, mother. He is my husband. Mengli's husband, my son-in-law. Who just now? Chanyu's thoughts were tangled in conflict and complexity. She had been curious about her daughter's husband arriving in the demon realm and had gone to see for herself. Yet, in a moment of inexplicable fascination, she had lost composure, overwhelmed by an instinctive maternal tenderness, and then, well, the rest was obvious. Hawa, Wukong, you're finally awake. Any longer, and who knows what might have happened. Wukong rubbed his eyes, stretched, and stood up, twisting his waist. That felt good. Then he blinked and surveyed his surroundings. This place, the demon realm? Mingli, I've come to propose. Where's your mother? He grinned at her. Husband. Mingli wiped a bead of sweat from her brow. My mother, you've already met her. Yes, right there. Oh? Wukong turned and spotted Chanyu above him. He chuckled awkwardly. About earlier. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize. I was sleeping so soundly. And I accidentally, Chanyu frowned at him. Ahem. Mingli has told me about your relationship, Chanyu began, clearing her throat. You are indeed powerful, and there is no fault in her following you. However, you are merely a mortal. Demons and humans cannot be joined. Demons and humans? Wukong scratched his head and turned to Suyu and the others. What does that mean? Why can't demons and humans be together? Suyu remarked. The matter concerning the heavenly river is indeed intricate. To put it simply, mortals are merely ordinary beings, whereas demons possess formidable powers. Moreover, demons have always looked down upon mortals. With the ongoing conflict between the demon realm and the Qianghua sect, their disdain for us mere mortals has intensified. Wukong, scratching his nose, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. He turned around, gazing at Chanyu with a slight smile. This is... Chanyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked into Wukong's eyes. You are not immortal? Chanyu furrowed her brows and asked, Are you also a demon? Just then, Qingjia approached Wukong and, with a look of understanding, said, My dear, this must be the emblem of a demon, is it not? It is green. What are you all talking about? What green emblem? Chanyu questioned, her expression filled with confusion as she looked at the group. Wukong slowly spoke. I apologize. But I am not a demon. I am merely an ordinary human. Oh no, just a human with certain special abilities. What I wish to elucidate now is the nature of my eyes. They are known as rainbow-colored eyes. After explaining this to Chanyu, she replied, In that case, you indeed possess many astonishing abilities. Chanyu could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Yes, but it's rather ordinary, Wukong said, slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. Since Mengli has expressed her admiration for you, and you two have already shared a marital bond, if I were to deny this, it would tarnish the reputation of the demon realm. Very well, I consent to Mengli marrying you, Chanyu stated, her eyes closed. However, she then opened her eyes, but... You must join our demon realm. Join? What do you mean? Wukong asked, perplexed. It means, you must be adopted into the demon realm. And it may require opposing the human world. Qingjia explained softly into Wukong's ear. Opposing the human world? Wukong frowned and immediately objected. I can agree to join the demon realm, but if it means opposing the human world, I cannot consent. Are you, then, unwilling to marry Lyre? Mingli, I will undoubtedly marry her, but I refuse to resort to such a mutually damaging method to win her. My husband. Mingli gazed at Wukong in bewilderment. Though it may be a fool who knows nothing, I am not a heartless creature devoid of understanding. You are the sovereign of the demon realm. And while you may disdain mortals, I care not. However, whether one is human or demon, all possess dignity. Conflicts between demons, Humans, immortals, and spirits must surely stem from misunderstandings. As I recall, 19 years ago, you killed the leader of the Chonghua sect, Wat Qing, and sustained severe injuries yourself. Is this the outcome you desired? Inflicting 1,000 points of harm upon your enemy, while suffering 700 in return? My husband. Sifeng and Lingsha quickly grasped Wukong and shot him a disapproving glance, saying, "Do not berate yourself." With a slight smile, Wukong shook his head and reassured, "It is of no consequence." Upon hearing his words, Chanyu hesitated momentarily, saying, "I comprehend your sentiments. However, since ancient times, there has existed an irreconcilable enmity between demons and humans. Ultimately, mortals remain mere mortals, and upon encountering beings of a different kind, they inevitably succumb to fear, leading them to adopt a defensive stance, which has culminated in this dire situation. The offspring of humans and demons are deemed human. Indeed, this is the very scenario we wish to avert, yet it has unfolded with catastrophic consequences, leaving countless lives lost in the turmoil of battle." Wukong remarked softly, "Thus, even if the realms of demons and humans were to foster amicable relations, it would necessitate a mutual non-interference, allowing each to live their own lives. Such notions are easier said than done. Humanity is cunning and often untrustworthy. You do not appear to be like the common folk, yet if that were the case, Mother," Mengli interjected, hastily urging, "if we do not intervene now, it may be too late." "Mother, you are being excessive. They are my sisters," Mengli said as she hurried to Chanyo's side, whispering her plea. "Lear, consider this. How long have you been in the human realm? And already you allow yourself to be swayed by their hearts? Are you not aware of the treachery that lurks within?" Chanyu retorted coldly. "But, Mother, he is the son of Uncle Yun," Mengli replied. "Oh, he is that man's child?" Chanyu inquired, her curiosity piqued, as Mengli had not initially disclosed such details. "Indeed," Mengli confirmed. Mother-in-law, have you descended upon the Chonghua sect once more, and are you preparing for another battle?" Wukong questioned. "Do you believe I desire this? The previous conflict cost us dearly in terms of kin. Do you think I am content with that?" Chanyu lamented. "Alas, when will the cycle of vengeance cease?" Wukong sighed. Turning away, his expression hidden from view. His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated. "Very well, Mengli is my wife. I shall assist in ensuring your survival. Yet I will not allow you to destroy the Chonghua sect. It is best if we can negotiate peace. If not, we shall let fate take its course." With that, Wukong strode out of the hall. "Husband." Seeing Wukong depart, the 4 women of the Shiyu followed closely behind him. "Please, allow me a moment of solitude." The 4 halted their steps, yet Wukong shook his head and reassured, "Do not worry, I am fine, merely feeling a bit unsettled. You may continue your conversation." As he slowly exited the hall, the atmosphere grew heavy. "Mother, your words are excessively harsh. My husband values peace above all else." Mengli anxiously remarked to Chanyu. "Mengli, is your husband truly deserving of your unwavering affection and devotion?" Chanyu inquired. Mengli gazed at Chanyu and replied gently, "Mother, my 20 years in the mortal realm have been filled with joy. We have coexisted harmoniously, particularly during the mesmerizing night of Jima when we admire the moon. Why must you shatter this tranquil world? Indeed, my husband speaks of the endless cycle of vengeance. Perhaps it is misunderstandings that have led us to this standoff with the Chonghua sect. Have you never considered altering this situation?" The 4 women remained silent, as they were Mengli's sisters but recognized the delicate nature of the mother-daughter discourse and felt it was inappropriate to intervene. Their foremost concern was Wukong, who had gone missing. Wukong stepped outside, where the path curved, standing at the edge, gazing above and below, murmuring to himself, "This demon realm appears truly beautiful. Can one really wish to annihilate it all? Alas, it seems that demons are equally complex." He sighed in resignation, realizing that the demon's perspective diverged significantly from that of humans. Suddenly, he turned reflexively, exclaiming, "Is it you?" Guixie, who had been patrolling, had spotted the culprit responsible for drenching his clothes and felt an impulse to retaliate. Yet, he reminded himself that this individual was the husband of the young master, thus his own master. Guixie yearned to act, but knew he must refrain. "What troubles you? You appear quite irate," Wukong commented, arms crossed. Mistakenly interpreting Wukong's demeanor as triumph, Guixie trembled with anger. "Are you cold?" Wukong unexpectedly remarked, eliciting a mix of laughter and tears. I cannot fathom how a mere mortal could marry our esteemed young master," Guixie seethed. "I too wonder why you demons harbor such biases against humans. Do you believe all humans are wicked? Are all demons virtuous? We are all creatures of this world. Why must we engage in mutual destruction?" Wukong spoke earnestly. Gui Xie gazed at Wukong in astonishment, exclaiming, You dare utter such words? Wukong, unimpressed, shrugged his shoulders, saying, What is there that cannot be said? In the end, all this killing and fighting merely results in exchanging one's closest friends, brothers, or even beloved ones for outcomes that could have been effortlessly attained. It is quite unworthy. He was astonished that you could perceive things so clearly, yet despite possessing formidable power, you chose to remain in the mortal realm. Oh, by the way, would you like to hear a cold joke? Wukong suddenly remarked with a grin. A cold joke? Gui Xie was taken aback. What do you mean? Please, share it with me. When a human and a human bear a child, it is human. When a demon and a demon bear a child, it is a demon. So, what about the offspring of a human and a demon? That is simple. It is a human demon. Wukong was astonished that Gui Xie promptly answered, leaving him quite surprised. What's wrong? Did I guess incorrectly? Wrong. Completely ludicrous, is it not? How could it possibly be a human demon? Hiki. Wukong chuckled lightly. Do you know what a human demon is? A human demon? Isn't it just a demon that resembles a human? Forget it. Pretend I never asked. Wukong turned away, waving his hand. All right, I shall go rest now. You can entertain yourself. As Wukong departed, Gui Xie furrowed his brow in contemplation. A human demon? Is that incorrect? Perhaps it should be a demon-human? On his way back to the illusory palace, Wukong muttered to himself, reflecting on how Gui Xie had so boldly mentioned the human demon. Quite audacious indeed. Upon entering the palace, Wukong initially intended to call out joyfully, but he soon realized that the atmosphere seemed rather different, or rather peculiar. Chanyu remained seated, but her face appeared somewhat flushed, while Mengli stood beside her, similarly blushing. Below them, Siyu, Qingji, Ling Sha, and Xirong all appeared to be collectively blushing as well. What is wrong with you all? Why are your faces so red? Is there some contagion? Wukong inquired, puzzled. A beautiful figure, Siyu, leaped into Wukong's embrace, kissed his cheek, and whispered in his ear, She knows about us. Siyu gestured toward Chanyu with her eyes. Oh. Wukong nodded in a daze, and then he heard Siyu say, While you were out just now, we entered the illusory palace. The illusory palace? Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. What is that? It is a place where one can witness past occurrences. Is that so? What did you all see? Wukong smiled as he looked toward Ling Sha and the others. Upon Wukong's inquiry, the 480 maidens suddenly shed their earlier shyness, replaced instead by expressions of profound sorrow. After spending so much time together, Wukong had developed a certain familiarity with Siyu. With half certainty, he ventured, Is this about 19 years ago, or even earlier? Siyu nodded softly, nestling into Wukong's embrace. I saw it. The memories of when I first entered the sect. Your father, seeing your brother Xianxiao. Those were truly nostalgic days. But now, Siyu sighed, her voice tinged with melancholy. Times have changed, and so have people. Yet, lifting her head again, she smiled faintly. Still, having you here now is quite nice. Wukong scratched his head sheepishly with a chuckle. Just then, Chanyu seemed to hesitate, as if she had something to say. HM? Mother-in-law. Did you want to say something? To Wukong's utter bewilderment, Chanyu merely glared at him, biting her lower lip with an inscrutable expression. Then, with a cold huff, she rose and strode away without another word. Wukong blinked in confusion, glancing at the women around him. Did I say something wrong? Mingli descended the steps, studying Wukong before exchanging glances with her sisters. Hey, why are you laughing? Mother-in-law is upset, and you're just laughing. Wukong grumbled. Of course she's upset, Siyu chided, tapping his nose lightly. You blockhead. If only your emotions would finally awaken properly. How is this about emotions again? Wukong frowned, utterly baffled. This makes no sense. Husband. Mingli approached, gently taking his arm as she whispered, Go, see my mother. She has something to tell you. Why didn't she say it earlier? Wukong muttered, but as he made to follow Chanyu's path, he suddenly halted, hesitating. I'd better not. An angry woman is terrifying. Resigned, he slumped onto a stool, folding his arms over the table. Come on, go. Ling Sha nudged him, but Wukong shook his head stubbornly. No. Go on, husband. Surong teased mischievously in his ear. She won't be angry. In fact, she might even give you a pleasant surprise. A surprise? Wukong scowled. I'd rather not risk being boiled alive. The women sighed in exasperation. Once Wukong dug in his heels, no one could move him. Then, Qin Ji's eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. Signaling the others to step back, she crouched before Wukong with a smile. Husband. So you want to go? Is that it? Unbeknownst to Wukong, who had shut his eyes, her grin held a hint of slyness. Then, before they could call him back, Wukong had already bolted off. Left behind, the women burst into laughter, their cheeks flushed. Sarong smirked at Qin Ji. Sister Qin Ji, who knew you had such talent for playing the temptress? What nonsense are you speaking? Qin Ji shot a glance at Sarong, yet she couldn't help but chuckle. Although Meng Li did not laugh as overtly, the tears in her eyes were unmistakably emblematic. For him to depart like that, it seems rather. Meng Li blushed as she spoke. Isn't it thanks to Sister Qin Ji that he managed to endure? Ling Sha remarked in a peculiar tone, observing her sister's teasing. Qin Ji felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on her recent actions, though it was a matter of conjugal intimacy. To engage in such conduct in public was indeed quite revealing of how much she had changed. Suyu remained silent, merely giggling incessantly. In the inner chamber, Wukong, following the faint trace of Chan Yu's aura, arrived at the threshold of her chamber, feeling at a loss as he scratched his head. Gathering his resolve, he extended his hand and knocked gently on the door. Is anyone there? It is I. Tianhe, Wukong cautiously replied. After a brief silence, he suddenly heard a soft rustling within, as if someone were tidying up. You may enter, came the invitation from inside. Oh. Upon entering, Wukong beheld Chan Yu seated quietly by the bedside. Upon noticing Wukong's arrival, Chan Yu's expression brightened momentarily, yet it swiftly transformed, and she coolly inquired, What brings you here? Wukong scratched his head awkwardly, saying, It seems that I have upset you. I came to find you to apologize. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Chan Yu felt a flicker of joy in her heart, for she had indeed been angry moments ago, mixed with a complex array of emotions, perhaps better described as jealousy. You came to say sorry? Is that all? Or do you have a surprise for me? Wukong suddenly smiled with anticipation. Chan Yu was taken aback. Then blushing with both anger and embarrassment, she turned away, saying, You, are you angry again? Why do all you women seem to enjoy being angry? Aren't you afraid it will cause wrinkles on your skin? Wukong remarked hopefully. At this, Chan Yu instinctively touched her face, which she regarded as her pride. In her heyday within the demon realm, she had many suitors, yet she found none worthy, ultimately giving birth to her daughter, Meng Li. Subsequent events had caused her to neglect her appearance, but now, with Wukong's mention, she felt a twinge of disarray in her emotions. Hearing that anger could lead to wrinkles, she hurried to the mirror to check her reflection, breathing a sigh of relief. Chan Yu turned to Wukong and asked, How long has it been? What do you mean by how long? Wukong inquired, puzzled. How long have you been with Suyu, in that kind of relationship? I don't remember. It has been quite a while, Wukong replied, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling. You love Suyu. Oh no, should I say you love your women? Chan Yu asked, looking at Wukong earnestly. Wukong chuckled softly and slowly remarked, I can unequivocally tell you that I am emotionally blind. I do not comprehend matters like pledging one's life to another. However, as I mentioned earlier, I am not a cold-blooded creature. All humans possess emotions. Being with Meng Li and the others brings me immense joy. Although I relish the thrill of combat, I also cherish this serene feeling. I am uncertain whether my kindness towards them is perceived as love in their eyes. But I can assure you that I will not allow them to suffer or feel sorrow. Wukong curled his lips and remarked, Love, in my perspective, is rather uncomplicated. Why make it so intricate? You possess a fascinating charm, indeed worthy of being the man admired by Meng Li. Chan Yu smiled softly, evidently in agreement with Wukong's sentiments. Oh, thank you. Chan Yu rose to her feet, approached Wukong, and gazed up at him in silence, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Wukong felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, instinctively avoiding Chan Yu's gaze, as it was simply too terrifying. What do you think of me? She asked. Wukong paused for a moment, scratching his head. I honestly don't know. We haven't spent much time together. After all, we've only just met. Are you implying that any woman who spends some time with you will inevitably fall for you? Hey, I never said that. By your logic, how many wives would I need to have in the future? Wukong hastily retorted, insisting that it was not the case. Well, now that my mother is no longer angry with me, I suppose I should take my leave. With the tension dissipated, Wukong planned to grab something to eat. As he was quite hungry. Stop. Chan Yu's sharp command halted Wukong, who paused and turned around, forcing a smile. Is there something else? Are you afraid of me? Or am I truly frightening? Chan Yu squinted at Wukong, who quickly waved his hands. No. You're not frightening. You're beautiful, truly stunning. Is that so? Am I beautiful? Chan Yu instinctively touched her face, only to realize her lapse in composure. She quickly cleared her throat and remarked, "You certainly have a way with words." "I'm just speaking the truth," Wukong replied with a pained expression. "Then tell me." Chanyu suddenly leaned closer to Wukong, placing a hand on his chest, as if teasingly asking, "If I were to follow you, would Mengli agree?" "Huh, speak up. Come on, say something." Chanyu insisted, her eyes fixed on the now silent Wukong. Faced with Chanyu's relentless questioning, Wukong felt overwhelmed and swiftly pushed her away, rushing out the door while shouting, "Help." His cry echoed in despair. Just as the atmosphere lightened, an ominous presence finally arrived. With a deafening crash, the entire demon realm trembled. Chanyu appeared in the Hall of Illusions, where her general, Shizhong, lay severely injured on the ground, facing a white-clad figure. "Lady Chanyu, you must escape to the Hall of Illusions," Shizhong urged, despite his injuries. Chanyu shook her head. "It's unnecessary. No matter how powerful he may be, manifesting his spiritual form in the Hall of Illusions is his limit. He cannot harm us further." It became evident that the appearance of this white-clad individual had gravely wounded Shizhong, and he seemed to have exhausted much of his strength. "You are the ruler of the demon realm?" the white-clad figure inquired coolly. "Do not concern yourself with this audacious intruder who slaughters my kin," Chanyu declared, channeling her magic. However, to her dismay, she was met with backlash, spitting out blood. The white-clad figure smirked coldly. "To recklessly manipulate your aura is akin to courting death. Your barrier, relying on your own strength, has been shattered. The backlash has surely inflicted severe damage upon you. In the realm of demons, I once yearned for a battle with you." The man in white spoke with an unruffled tone. Chanyu gazed at him in astonishment. "In my eyes, the once unattainable Tai Ching had been effortlessly dispatched by you. What immense power and grandeur the Lord of the demon realm must possess. Yet upon this encounter, I find myself disillusioned. You are merely a shadow of your former self. It turns out that the conflict of your resulted in mutual destruction, and you, the Lord of the demon realm, have been masquerading as formidable, deceiving the entirety of the Chonghua sect. The ebb and flow of all beings is but a natural law. There exists no unchanging strength or weakness." Chanyu spoke calmly. "Today, the fiery and icy energies within you intertwine, and even from a distance, I can sense the aura of malevolence. You are neither human nor monster, and it is my belief that one day you shall face divine retribution." The man in white hesitated for a moment and then declared, "I have no path of return in this life." He clenched his teeth in rage, lamenting, "How could I be sealed by an inept sect leader? The Chonghua of today is not the Chonghua of yesteryear, and I have devoted myself to avenging the sect's disgrace. The demon realm has weakened to the point of being utterly vulnerable." At this moment, the figure of the man in white began to fade, leaving behind his final words, "Lord of the demon realm, I have grown weary of all this. I advise you not to hide, but to come forth and meet your demise. Let me swiftly conclude this emptiness." At that instant, Wukong and the others arrived, albeit belatedly. Mother dreamily hurried to Chanyu's side and asked, "How are you? Are you injured?" "I am fine." Chanyu smiled faintly, yet the pallor of her face betrayed the severity of her injuries. "Let me take a look." Wukong approached Chanyu from the other side to check her pulse. Can Wukong really check pulses? The answer is certainly dubious. Feigning concern, fortunately, there is no grave issue. "This is." Chanyu stared in astonishment as she consumed a seemingly ordinary bean offered by Wukong, only to discover that the injury she had long endured had miraculously healed. "This is a celestial bean. If consumed when injured, it can heal wounds, and if one is uninjured, it can stave off hunger for 3 days. Wukong explained with a smile. "Such a precious item. Are you truly willing to give it to me? No matter how precious, nothing is more valuable than a life. Beans can be grown again, but if your life is lost, I certainly wouldn't want to venture into the underworld again," Wukong replied with a dismissive wave. Chanyu gazed at Wukong's innocent demeanor, momentarily entranced. Mother, dreamily, seeing her mother fixated on her husband, promptly called out in a hushed tone while nudging Chanyu. I am fine." Chanyu regained her senses, her face flushed, and with Dreamly's assistance, she settled back into her seat. "Thank you for your rescue." This gratitude was expressed by Shizhong, who had also received a celestial bean from Wukong. To be honest, Wukong preferred not to rely on his internal energy to save others. Utilizing celestial beans was preferable, although his supply was dwindling. Perhaps he would plant more next time. "No worries." Wukong waved his hand. "Shizhong, you may leave for now. A great battle is likely to ensue shortly," Chanyu instructed Shizhong. "Understood," Shizhong replied before turning to depart. Mengli immediately inquired, "Mother, could it be?" Chanyu nodded, A figure just entered, claiming he wishes to engage me in combat. Who is it? Sihong asked. It is a man in white, with long flowing hair and a red mark upon his forehead. The women exchanged glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. Xian Xiao, do you know him? Chan Yu inquired. Wukong nodded, reflecting that he considered the individual to be his elder uncle, later becoming sworn brothers. As they had both once been members of the Qianghua sect before descending the mountain, thus severing ties with it. He never anticipated that the tragedy of brotherly betrayal would descend upon him. Wukong turned, his expression grave, contemplating the individuals he knew, those with whom he shared a bond. He harbored no desire to inflict even the slightest harm upon them. After a moment of silence, Chan Yu inquired, which side will you assist? Both sides, Wukong replied without hesitation. Both sides? Chan Yu frowned, questioning, are you implying that you intend to intervene in the conflict between him and me? No, Wukong shook his head, turning to face Chan Yu. I will find a way to prevent you from harming one another. I refuse to believe that even the deepest hatred cannot find a path to resolution. With that, he swiftly departed. Wait for me. The women called out, hastily following him. Mother, I shall go ahead. You. Chan Yu gently replied, I will follow shortly. You proceed first. All right. After Mingli left, Chan Yu quietly pondered Wukong's words, finding them somewhat amusing. She had never believed that the enmity between humans and demons could be reconciled. However, a faint smile emerged on her lips as she thought, he truly possesses admirable qualities. Mingli did not misjudge him. Outside the illusory Nether Palace, Wukong stood in shock at the sight of the fallen bodies of demons and disciples of the Qianghua sect strewn across the ground. How could this be? He thought in disbelief, confronted with a scene he wished to avoid at all costs. Blood was everywhere, human blood, demon blood, the corpses of both humans and demons, transforming the area into a veritable graveyard. As Wukong was taken aback, he suddenly heard someone calling him, Heavenly River? Wukong turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, and indeed it was Ziying, albeit he was alone. Did you slay all these demons? Wukong observed Ziying with a cold stare. Yes, Ziying replied after a moment of hesitation. Why? Wukong pressed on. There is no reason, Ziying replied icily. Humans and demons are inherently incompatible. Demons have taken countless lives, and I merely act as the sword of justice. He gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, feeling no remorse whatsoever. Ziying, I scarcely know what to say to you. Do you genuinely believe that demons deserve to die? Wukong inquired, perplexed. What do you mean? Ziying asked, astonished. What do I mean? Wukong retorted, his anger growing. You practitioners of truth and righteousness engage in ceaseless slaughter of demons, leading to countless lives lost. Have you never contemplated the morality of your actions? I have visited the underworld and met my father. He instructed me to tell you that regardless of whether you are human or demon, upon death, all souls are but ghosts in the underworld. There is no distinction between humans and demons. Hence, if one is human in this life, they may very well become a demon in the next. Is it not absurd to cling to such beliefs? Wukong stated with a calm demeanor. Human in this life, demon in the next. Ziying murmured to himself, suddenly revealing a sorrowful smile. So it turns out. I was wrong. I have been wrong all along. The sword in Ziying's hand fell to the ground, and he knelt, covering his face with one hand in anguish. What have I done? What foolishness have I committed? Wukong, filled with sympathy, approached Ziying and helped him to his feet, gently patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. It is all right. You are aware now. Do you wish to continue? Continue? Ziying replied with a bitter smile. What more can I do? I have slain so many demons. What options remain for me? Worry not. Ziying, it is not too late for you to comprehend this. Consider this. Would it not be better for you to leave the Qianghua sect and lead a life of freedom as a wandering soul? Ziying looked at Wukong in astonishment and then said, but to leave, is it truly that simple? Every situation has the potential for transformation. Rest assured. I shall devise a solution for you. Tianhe, thank you. Ziying expressed his gratitude, gazing appreciatively at Wukong, who responded with a slight smile. At that moment, several women arrived and spotted Wukong and Ziying together. How cruel. Lingsha and Surong covered their mouths, unable to bear the sight of the bodies strewn about. Ziying, could it be you? Mingli looked at Ziying in disbelief, to which Ziying turned his head away, murmuring, I am sorry. Wukong gently embraced the trembling Mingli, who finally found solace in his comforting presence. It's all right, Mingli. Ziying's actions are understandable, after all. Moreover, he was unaware that you are the heir of the demon realm. Tianhe, are you saying Mingli is the heir of the demon realm? Ziying inquired, astonished. Indeed, I am the heir of the demon realm. And my mother is its sovereign, Mingli acknowledged. Ziying picked up the sword that lay on the ground and sheathed it behind him, stating with a hint of regret, I have erred for over a decade, and I wish not to continue my mistakes. Mingli, if you seek vengeance, then act upon it. Mingli fell silent. Cradled in Wukong's embrace, with her beloved holding her close, she did not wish to dwell on past grievances, especially not against someone who had once been her mentor. Enough. You may leave. As long as you refrain from intervening in our affairs, we shall consider everything settled, Mingli spoke softly. Witnessing this, Ziying refrained from uttering more words, merely walking towards the entrance. Uncle Xianxiao and the sect leader are about to arrive. I promise you. I shall withdraw from Chonghua sect and shall no longer involve myself in this matter. Take care of yourselves. Sighing, Yukong lamented, while Qinjie consoled him. My dear, do not be so disheartened. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for a change in circumstances. Indeed, Sister Qinjie is right. We must not always dwell on the negative, Lingsha added, offering her encouragement. Wukong shook his head, and at that moment, Siyu remarked, It is not that we wish to think the worst, but rather that we are compelled to consider the dire possibilities. I am well acquainted with Xuanyou's character. If he declares his intention to eradicate the demon realm, he will undoubtedly take matters into his own hands. When that time comes, Mingli inquired, What then? Wouldn't that put my husband in a most precarious position? Wukong shook his head and smiled faintly, saying, It matters not, even if I must sacrifice myself. I shall find a way to end the conflict between the demon realm and the Chonghua sect. Do not. The 5 maidens immediately rushed forward, exclaiming, We will not allow you to perish. I never claimed I would die, Wukong replied with a wry smile. Sacrifice does not necessarily equate to death. I do not care. In any case, if my beloved is no longer here, then my existence holds no meaning, Sifeng tightly embraced Wukong. With a gentle smile, Wukong patted Serong and reassured her. Fear not. I shall not act in such a manner. Wukong furrowed his brow. They have arrived. Who has arrived? Could it be? Siyu gasped in shock. Is he here? Indeed. And so is Yaoer, Wukong nodded. Let us proceed outside. The group exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Making their way toward the entrance. Severing ties? At the Chonghua sect's Yun, Goetia General. Mengli exclaimed in disbelief, for her eyes fell upon the critically injured Goetia. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in conversation, and now Goetia lay in dire straits. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong rushed to his side and offered him a divine bean, which swiftly alleviated his injuries. You, Tianhe, what are you doing? So you could not forget that voice. Thank you, Goetia replied, bowing in gratitude to Wukong. Return for now. We shall handle matters here, Wukong instructed Goetia. At this moment, Wukong stood as the spouse of the demon realm's young master, destined to become its future ruler. How could he not comply? After a respectful bow, Goetia entered the demon realm. Brother, at last, we meet, albeit under such circumstances. Wukong turned to face the figure clad in white, flanked by Su Yao and a throng of Chonghua sect disciples. I am truly sorry. I could not prevent it, Su Yao conveyed telepathically to Wukong. Wukong replied, It's all right. It was bound to happen sooner or later. You've worked hard. Though Su Yao's face showed no joy, her heart was secretly delighted. Tianhe, tell me, why did you save him, a worthless scum from the demon realm? Xianxiao demanded angrily. Because I am Mingli's husband. Is that all? Xianxiao frowned. And because Mengli is the young mistress of the demon realm, so naturally, I had to save him. Murmurs immediately arose among the Chonghua sect disciples behind them. Who would have thought? Lu Mingli is actually the young mistress of the demon realm? No wonder she suddenly appeared here that day. Even more unbelievable is that Yun Tianhe is her husband. I always knew he was no good. Silence, Suyo shouted, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the disciples behind her for insulting Wukong. Instantly, the whispers ceased. To think a useless sect leader like you still commands such authority, Xianxiao sneered, looking down at Suyu with disdain. Xianxiao, you. Su Yao could see his contempt, but was powerless to counter it. Humph, Xianxiao scoffed before turning back to Wukong. Tianhe, I never imagined you would be the husband of the demon realm's young mistress. Do you truly intend to oppose me, your elder brother? Your kindness to me I will never forget. Once I ascend, I will repay you properly. Senior brother, why won't you give up? That voice, Xianxiao would never forget it. Suyu. Xianxiao gazed sorrowfully at Suyu, his former lover. After all this time, why do you still refuse to let go? Suyu asked. Xianxiao took a deep breath. For no reason. The sect leader's long-cherished dream was never fulfilled. Now, my power is beyond what it once was. Why shouldn't I ascend? Senior brother. You've changed. You're no longer the brother I once knew. Suyu shook her head in disappointment. Is that so? Xianxiao closed his eyes. Suyu, when you left me all those years ago, I hated you. In Yun Tianqing, he was the reason I was sealed away for 19 years. He inhaled deeply again, opening his eyes to look at Suyu. But when I thought of the suffering I endured, knowing you might share it, I found peace. I never expected you to still be alive, nor that you would sever your ties with Washu, reducing it to mere scrap metal. Though I despise Yun Tianqing, I do not despise Tianhe. In fact, I admire his character. Back then, I lured them to the forbidden grounds with the sword's resonance, just to see Tianhe. I never imagined I would meet you again, nor that Tianhe would willingly help me break the ice. Perhaps, this is what they call fate. Before Suyu could respond, Wukong interjected, Elder brother, the assistance I offer to break the ice is a voluntary act. A gesture of apology from my parents for the torment you have endured for over a decade. It is the only course of action I can take. Tianhe, you are indeed extraordinary. Not only do you possess remarkable talent and profound cultivation, but your character is also unparalleled. However, do you truly wish to remain in this mundane world for an eternity? No. Wukong shook his head. It is not merely for a lifetime, but rather, for all eternity. I am unaware of what the celestial realm is like after your ascension. Yet I do know that this earthly realm is where I yearn to be the most, the place I cherish above all. Tianhe, it seems that should I invite you to ascend with me, you would refuse. Indeed, brother, if you choose to ascend, it is of no concern to me. I only ask that you refrain from harming the demon realm. Even if you seek vengeance for the past grievances against that sect leader, having taken so many lives. Isn't that enough? Tianhe, you misunderstand. I harbor no interest in revenge whatsoever. Moreover, my purpose for coming to the demon realm is solely to acquire the amethyst stone. A fact that Xianyao cannot deny. The amethyst stone? Wukong turned to Mingli. Is that gem truly so precious? Mingli replied, while it is indeed valuable, it is also quite abundant. Mengli, if that is the case, then. Wukong seemed poised to express something further. Mengli, fully aware of Wukong's intent, responded. You may decide as you wish. Wukong nodded and said to Xianxiao, brother, all you desire are the purple crystals, is that not so? I can take the initiative to grant them to you. Please spare the demon realm. Tiange, is this truly the path you wish to take? Brother, I implore you. Do not place me in a dilemma. On one side stands my elder brother, and on the other, my beloved wife. I am reluctant to undertake actions that weigh heavily upon my conscience. Wukong felt an overwhelming aversion to committing deeds that contradicted his moral compass. Xianxiao gazed intently at Wukong for a prolonged moment before finally responding, very well, Tiange. If you assist me this once, I shall oblige you in return. Let this be the final transaction between us, and we shall owe each other nothing further. Agreed. Wukong then turned to Mengli, who understood his intent and conjured several purple crystals, presenting them to Wukong. Wukong presented a purple crystal to Xianxiao. Receiving the gem, Xianxiao turned and said, Tianhe, take good care of your mother. With that, he departed, and the disciples parted to create a path. Return to the sect. Suyu had no desire to intervene. She simply wished for a swift conclusion so she could be with Wukong. The restraints were lifted, and the entrance to the demon realm was on the verge of vanishing. As the crowd dispersed, Mengli spoke up, You all go ahead. I wish to stay a while longer. I have my own means of returning. Wukong replied calmly, then made his way towards the rolling cloud platform. You all should return. I will keep him company. It's nothing to worry about, Suayu reassured the four women. Reluctantly, they understood that Suayu could finally converse with Wukong, while their own memories of the past remained vague. As soon as the four women entered the demon realm, the entrance vanished completely. Wukong sat expressionless on a small step of the cloud platform 480. Suyu approached and settled beside him, resting her head on his shoulder, softly inquiring, Are you still troubled? It's not just trouble, Wukong replied, shaking his head. It's deeply distressing. Why does this world harbor the six realms? Why do we so readily turn against one another? Is it truly enjoyable? Countless lives, innocent lives, have sullied this world. He covered his eyes, feeling an overwhelming frustration within. Do not dwell in despair. Suyu gently pulled down Wukong's hand. You have always been optimistic, haven't you? Try to see things differently. Though life is fraught with disappointments, what truly matters is finding joy in our days. Why worry about the rest? Alas, how did my brother become like this? He was fine in the Forbidden Land. Wukong lamented. Suyu's expression mirrored his sorrow. He is no longer the person I once knew. He has changed so much that he feels like a stranger now. Do you still love him? Wukong asked Suyu. Looking at Wukong, she replied softly, "Fool." Eh? Wukong was puzzled. Su leaned slightly into Wukong's embrace and continued, "In the past, I indeed held affection for him, yet he only cared for ascendants. He scolded me harshly back then. My heart shattered long ago. However, I never anticipated that heaven would grant you to me. Although our statuses may differ, I am the master of my own fate, not a puppet of destiny. I shall not regret this. I am the master of my own fate, not a puppet of destiny." Wukong murmured to himself. Quite intriguing indeed. Wukong rose, brushing the dust from his attire, and remarked, "All right, let us return, otherwise they may grow anxious." As the night passed, Wukong and Shan Yu awakened to find themselves lying in bed, gazing at one another in silence. After a moment, Shan Yu gently parted her crimson lips and inquired, "Do you think I might conceive once more? Your child?" Wukong shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "I do not know. Let fate decide. What do you intend to do with me? As for Lier, please do not inquire further." With a bittersweet smile, Wukong continued, "I initially hoped you would harbor disdain towards me, yet who could have anticipated? Why would I ever despise you?" Shan Yu sat up, revealing her ample figure. However, she did not shy away from Wukong's gaze, which bore no ulterior motives. "You are truly a remarkable person. I have never encountered anyone who, regardless of their relationship with others, is willing to risk everything to assist them. I must confess, I hold a deep admiration for you." Wukong found himself perplexed by the inexplicable allure he seemed to possess over women. Suddenly, he rose from the bed, donned his attire, and soon stood fully equipped beside it. "I must return to the Cheonghua sect for a brief moment." Without hesitation, Shan Yu leaped from the bed, her bare form rushing to grasp Wukong's clothing. "What business do you have at Cheonghua? Are you intending to seek that individual?" Wukong gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I merely need to retrieve something to fulfill a promise. Then, please return swiftly." Shan Yu reluctantly allowed Wukong to depart, wishing for more time together. However, opportunities would abound in the future. Wukong nodded, caressing Shan Yu's cheek. "I understand. Now hurry and dress. If you catch a chill, Mengli shall surely have my head." How vexing. Shan Yu blushed as she watched Wukong dash away with a playful laugh, her voice barely above a whisper. "In the illusory realm. My dear, where are you headed?" Ling Sha inquired as she observed Wukong preparing to leave. "I nearly forgot to fetch the water spirit pearl for the people of Crescent Moon Village. I must find Yao now," Wukong replied, urgency lacing his tone. For many lives depended on this matter. He felt he deserved a reprimand for the oversight. "Oh no, we too have forgotten," exclaimed Si Rong and the others, arriving just in time. "Goodness, we were so engrossed in our own affairs that we neglected others." Qin Ji lamented, shaking her head in disappointment. "Let us hasten to find Yao without further delay," one of them suggested. "Agreed." At the Cheonghua sect, Su Yao gazed at the luminous Wangshu sword in her hand, her brow furrowed in concern. "Sister," a voice called, snapping her back to reality. "Sister, how is Wangshu?" Su marveled at the sight of the sword awakening anew in Su Yao's grasp, disbelief evident in her features. "Could it be that you—" Su Yao shook her head. "No, it was Xian Xiao who revived Washu with a significant portion of his energy. Has he not changed at all?" Wukong and others arrived at the sect leader's hall, their expressions grave. "It is inevitable. He has transformed greatly. Once he sets his sights on ascension, he will spare no effort to achieve it," Su Yao stated, her face clouded with sorrow, reflecting their shared bond as disciples. "By the way, what brings you here? Did you not almost forget? Is the water spirit pearl with you?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Su Yao conjured a stunning sky blue pearl with her magic and handed it to Wukong. "Here you are. I understand you wish to save those in peril below. I will heed your request." "Thank you." "Sister, you surely will not follow Xian Xiao in his ascension, will you?" Su Yao shook her head, smiling at Wukong. "How could I? Ultimately, I am merely a tool for him. Once I serve my purpose, my value will diminish. As long as he ascends successfully, I will be able to join you all." Wukong's brow furrowed, his expression growing serious. "If this continues, the Cheonghua sect will face destruction." "What do you mean by that?" Startled, Su Yao thought to herself, how could she, as the leader of a faction, stand idly by while the Cheonghua sect faced destruction? She was uncertain, yet she understood that if this continued, the power of the twin swords would jeopardize the entire Cheonghua sect, potentially leading to the demise of countless disciples. She sensed Su Shaojing supporting the cloud-rolling platform with his own strength. Should he ascend, the support would vanish. At that moment, the outcome. What to do? "My dear, countless lives would be lost." Sorrowfully, Sarong hastily grasped Wukong's hand, her face etched with worry. Sighing, Wukong shook his head. What good would it do to intervene now? My brother will find a way to ascend regardless. Only when he witnesses the consequences of his actions firsthand might he relent. At this point, we have no choice, Su Yao contemplated before speaking lightly. However, Yaoer, you must endure for a few days. When it comes time for ascension, we shall come to your aid. Su Yao shook her head and smiled gently. For you, any hardship is worthwhile. Now, let us proceed to Crescent Village. Indeed. Upon arriving at Crescent Village, Mengli observed the once bustling locale, now devoid of life. We have arrived too late. It is all my fault. Wukong exclaimed as he struck himself across the face. Ah! The sudden action startled the women, and Suya hurriedly restrained Wukong's hand, gently rubbing his injured cheek. Please do not harm yourself. Under the circumstances, your actions are understandable. Indeed, my dear, she continued, I too bear responsibility. Had I not sought to bring you to the demon realm? Wukong shook his head. Enough. You all should search for any remaining souls. I will use this water spirit pearl to summon water here. Very well. With that, the women dispersed to seek out any lingering inhabitants. Wukong surveyed his surroundings and approached a desolate well. He gently cradled the water spirit pearl in his hands and silently chanted. The pearl ascended, hovering above the dry well. A resonant hum emanated from the water spirit pearl, and a fleeting blue glow illuminated the air. It then returned to Wukong's grasp. Suddenly, from the depths of the well, he heard a series of increasing sounds, growing louder and louder. At last, Wukong swiftly stepped aside as a torrent of clear water gushed forth from the once barren well. In an instant, the desolate Crescent Moon village transformed. The parched riverbeds overflowing with crystal-clear water, and the withered trees and flowers blossomed anew, turning the village into a verdant oasis. Is anyone left? Has Reguang perished and Qingyang been discarded? Wukong inquired of Ling Sha, who was the first to return. Ling Sha nodded lightly. They have all departed. The village chief left a letter expressing profound gratitude, but they simply could not wait any longer. Thus, they had no choice. The implication was clear. Wukong closed his eyes, feeling a sense of regret for his carelessness. Nevertheless, he resolved to restore this place to its former state, hoping that perhaps they would return as well. At that moment, Serong, Qinheim, Suyue, and Mengli returned in succession, each bearing a sorrowful expression. The women shook their heads, silently departing without a word. The oasis had returned to its original form. Could this be considered fulfilling a promise? Suyue gazed at the clear river and spoke softly. I do not know. Perhaps it counts, or perhaps it does not. In any case, my heart feels heavy. Wukong shook his head, uncertain himself. Let us set this aside for now. What shall we do about Xianyao? Judging by his demeanor, he seems destined for ascension. He may have already succumbed to the heart demon, Suyue remarked, turning to Wukong. Heart demon? Wukong furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the term. Wukong. The heart demon represents the most malevolent aspect of one's inner self. Once it manifests, it can lead to selfishness, and at its worst, to complete estrangement from loved ones. Even descending into demonic paths, an unimaginable outcome, the long-absent divine dragon communicated telepathically to Wukong. Is this what the heart demon entails? Wukong pondered gravely. By the way, the two elders of Qifeng Gorge, should we seek them out for counsel? The two elders? You mean Qingyang and Chongguang? Indeed, it is they, Suyue replied, her heart trembling at the memory. Qingyang had once descended the mountain to capture her and Yenti Yanking, but he had shown mercy and refrained from acting. At this juncture, we ought to seek them out. Qinheim nodded in agreement with Wukong, and Serong, Lingsha, and Mengli shared her sentiments. After a moment of hesitation, Suyue also nodded in assent. Summoning the demon sword, the six of them soared towards the mountain. Upon reaching Qifeng Gorge, a gasp escaped Sirong's lips, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld a frail old man sprawled on the ground. Beside him lay a lifeless body. You are Elder Qingyang? Lingsha inquired incredulously, for Qingyang appeared a mere shadow of his former self, seemingly devoid of the strength to rise. You have been stripped of your cultivation, Wukong stated calmly. Indeed, Qingyang murmured, lifting his head only to freeze in shock. You are Suyue? Elder Qingyang. Suyue offered a slight bow of respect. This body belongs to Elder Chongguang. Lingsha approached the corpse, examining it closely, her voice filled with disbelief. What? Chongguang has passed away, and I have lost my powers. My life is now fleeting, Qingyang spoke weakly. What on earth has transpired? How could you both end up like this? Qinheim moved forward to support Qingyang. Alas, Xianyao left not long ago. Xianyao? Wukong's brow furrowed in concern as he inquired, what was his purpose here? Why resort to injuring you? and even to the death of Elder Chongguang. He came here. Cough, cough. Seeking a book left by Zonglian. Qingyang's injuries are grave, making speech a laborious task. A book? What kind of book could warrant such violence and loss of life? Cough, cough. I understand your thoughts. Xianxiao, cough, cough. Would not harm us over this book. It is merely that. Qingyang paused momentarily, saying, when he departed, both Chongguang and I advised him to abandon his ascension. Yet, he was already deeply ensnared by his inner demons. How could Chongguang and I permit him to leave? Thus, we engaged in combat. Unexpectedly, Xuanxiao's power had vastly surpassed our own. Despite Chongguang's utmost effort, he was no match for him. In my attempt to assist Chongguang, I overexerted myself, causing my energy to rebel within my meridians, leading to this unfortunate state. Brother, truly, has reached a point of disappointment for the first time, even towards his sworn brother. Cough, cough. In the past, we aided Xianxiao, hoping he would cultivate his character post the ice-breaking technique, yet we never anticipated today's predicament. The might of the ice-breaking technique and the 3 cold artifacts ultimately pales against his desires. It is too late to say anything now. The repeated errors between Chongguang and me, though hard to admit, may sadly render the efforts of several generations of the Qianghua sect futile. Even the twin swords of Xia and Washu, no matter how illustrious, are but ephemeral illusions, a mere mirage. The plea for flowers. Xianxiao, in his current state, how can he transcend the mortal coil and become an immortal? If this continues, he will undoubtedly face divine retribution. Wukong and the others were taken aback. What then shall we do? Is there truly no remedy? Wukong is loath to engage in battle with his elder brother, especially with the potential for fatal consequences. Cough, cough. The solution, the sole glimmer of hope, lies in a query to you. A query to me? Wukong was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Did your father leave you any books during his lifetime? A book? Wukong glanced at Su Yue, who nodded. Indeed, but they are all at Qingyuan Peak. Is that so? Wukong inquired of Qingyang. What is the title of that book? Qingyang shook his head. I am unaware. Even the former sect leader never laid eyes upon it. However, it is pinned by Zonglian. And I believe Su Yue should recognize his handwriting. Su Yue nodded. Yes. Given the evolution of events, it has not come as a significant surprise. It is merely that Xianxiao retains a sliver of benevolence, for he did not slay me, but instead rendered me a cripple. Benevolence? Wukong nodded. Indeed, otherwise, he would have attacked me long ago at Yuqing platform. Cough, cough. Enough of idle chatter. Hasten to locate that book. It may hold a glimmer of a solution. As Xianxiao and Su Yue have already established a barrier outside the Qianghua sect, once the barrier is lifted, it will herald the completion of the Kunlun Light Sword Pillar, and the consequences will be dire. You needn't concern yourselves with me. Go forth. My lifespan wanes, and I wish only to quietly accompany my old friend for a moment. Qingyang, having detached himself from Qingjia's support, settled onto the ground, gazing at the nearby Chongguang. Let us first inter Elder Chongguang. He cannot be left to rot in the wilderness. Wukong cast a spell, causing a pit to erupt from the earth, into which Chongguang was laid to rest. Qingyang sat silently before the grave, lost in contemplation. After a brief glance at Qingyang, Wukong turned to the women and declared, Let us proceed to Qingyuan Peak. Indeed, they responded in unison. Upon arriving at Qingyuan Peak, the beauty of the place left Sihong, Qingjia, and Mingli in awe. Sihong rushed to the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. Ah, I have never encountered such beauty. Mountains, water, flowers, and grass. All are here. There are even wild boars. Wukong chuckled heartily. Qingjia and Mengli joined in laughter. The sound of a grunt stirred Wukong's impulse to express gratitude. Turning towards the source, he excitedly shouted, Wild boar, where do you think you're going? He then chased after the already fleeing creature. Go for it, dear husband. Sihong and Ling Shut cheered him on, akin to enthusiastic cheerleaders. I will search for the book first, Su Yue said with a smile, addressing the women. I shall accompany you, Mingli and Qingjia offered. And Su Yue accepted their help, leading the 3 into the wooden cabin. Inside, dust had accumulated, and as the door swung open, a cloud of dust greeted them. Coughing, the 3 women covered their mouths and noses, and Su Yue waved her hand dismissively. Alas, it has been a long time since I returned. I did not anticipate this much dust. Cough, cough. I believe we should tidy up first. Agreed, Qingjia and Mengli nodded, recognizing that they could not search for the book amid such disarray, lest they suffocate in the process. After a brief interlude, Qingjia observed the numerous books scattered across the table and wondered aloud, Are all these left by the master? He once told me that in his youth, he relished mischief and nearly took a bride from another, and his time at the Chonghua sect was even more amusing. Suyo's tone shifted after her laughter, growing somber. Yet, I am sorry for him now. Mingli grasped Suyo's hand, offering comfort. Sister, do not be disheartened. You have us, do you not? You also have your husband. Indeed, Suyo nodded, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, smiling gently. Yes, I have you all, and I have Tianhe. I shall bid farewell to the past and become a completely new Suyo. Perfect, just like this. At that moment, Lingshan walked in cheerfully, her eyes widening at the towering stack of books. Wow, is this a bookstore? Hee, so many books, we could never sort through them all alone. Come help us. Gladly. Rubbing her hands together, Lingsha pulled up a stool and began meticulously examining each volume. By the way, where is Tianhe? Still hunting wild boars? Suyu flipped through the pages of a book as she addressed Lingsha. Oh. Lingsha nodded, setting one book aside and picking up another. He has finally regained his old self. I didn't want to disturb him. Surong is keeping him company too. Sigh. To be honest, he has had a hard time lately. Mengli murmured wistfully. For our sake, he has shouldered so much worry, while we've been utterly useless. Silence lingered among the other three women, their thoughts mirroring Mingli's. Listen. Siyu lifted her gaze to meet theirs. Once we resolve this matter, why don't we all live together on Qingwan Peak? Really? Lingsha, Qingji, and Mingli exclaimed in delight. Siyu nodded with a gentle smile. Everyone else exhausted. After dealing with Xianxiao, let us settle here with Tianhe. But, given his temperament, would he truly be content with a quiet life? Lingsha mused, tapping her chin playfully. Giggle. Our husband would never bore himself. Surong chimed in as she entered with a grin. Where is he? Weren't you with him? Qingji asked, noticing Wukong's absence. Surong waved a hand dismissively. He dashed off too quickly. I couldn't keep up. Earlier, you mentioned he wouldn't stay idle. Does that mean he refused to live here, detached from the world? Surong shook her head. I never said that. But knowing him, he probably grow restless and sneak off somewhere for adventure sooner or later. Yo-ho. Wukong finally strode in, eliciting bright smiles from the women, until they noticed his hands hidden behind his back. Husband, what are you hiding? Mingli inquired. Guess. Wukong teased with a mischievous grin, prompting playful pouts from the group. Suyu merely chuckled. Seizing the moment, Surong had an idea. Assuming Wukong was, ahem, the type to seek favors, she tiptoed up and planted a kiss on his cheek, cooing, there. Happy now? Wukong was taken aback and inquired, why did you kiss me? He then added, I want you to guess, what was the reason for your kiss? Wukong, with an innocent expression, wiped away the drool that had lingered on his face. Noticing the awkwardness on Surong's face, Wukong decided to drop the pretense. To his astonishment, he held a book in his hand. This is. Siyu quickly snatched it from him and exclaimed joyfully, this is the book we have been searching for. Oh, really? Where did you find it, my dear? We've been searching here for quite a while, Lingsha asked Wukong with delight. Wukong chuckled heartily and scratched his head. Oh, I found it at the wild boar's den. I was chasing a boar when I stumbled upon their lair and saw a little piglet lying on top of this book. I thought it might be what we were looking for, so I brought it back. Who would have thought? Hee, it really is. You're amazing, darling. Do it again. Soren once again wrapped her arms around Wukong's neck and gave him another tight squeeze. Wukong gasped, be gentle. You're choking me. Not only Soren, but Mengli, Qingji, Suyu, and Lingsha each planted a kiss on Wukong. Even someone as innocent as Wukong couldn't help but blush after being kissed by so many beauties. Any ideas? Is there a way? Wukong anxiously asked Suyu, who had spent the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks reading the journal. Suyu looked up at Wukong with a troubled expression. Tianhe, this method is very cruel. Very cruel? Don't tell me we have to kill him? Wukong was shocked. Suyu nodded. Yes. After the forging of the Zai and Washu swords, and before the great battle with the Phantom Realm, Zonglian began to suspect that the power of the twin swords was too domineering. As my senior brother and I continued our cultivation, his concerns grew stronger. Pausing for a moment, Suyu continued. Although ascending to immortality from the Kunlun Mountains is the ultimate dream of mortals, all things must reverse when they reach an extreme. If the power of the Qianhua twin sword spirals out of control, the host of Zai may descend into a bloodthirsty madness, while the host of Wanshu will become cold and cruel. But now the Wanshu sword has no host. Xianxiao is just using his own power. Lingsha asked in confusion. Suyu nodded, and Mengli suddenly said, then, does this mean that both the Zai and Wanshu hosts are within him? How is that possible? Shouldn't Wangshu require a female host with Yin attributes? Ling Xiao exclaimed. All things are determined by fate. It's beyond our imagination, Qin Ji said calmly. Bloodthirsty madness. Wukong murmured. Big brother now. Isn't he already? You're right. If this continues and Xian Xiao fails in his ascension, it will spell disaster for the entire human realm, so you nodded. Back then, Elder Zhonglian told my senior brother and me these things to ensure we followed the proper path in our cultivation, avoiding recklessness lest we lose control and bring about calamity. Who would have thought? During the battle with the demon realm, Suyu began to sob softly. Wukong, heartbroken, embraced her. Leaning against Wukong's strong support, Suyu gradually calmed down. Senior brother, without the support of Washu, became extremely irritable and violent, severely injuring several disciples. Big brother he. Alas, it is said that this dual sword is not only a divine artifact that can grant ascension, but also a weapon that can bring about calamity. The Kinheim side. What did Zhonglian suggest? Suyu began. The method he proposed is to seal the power of the dual swords when the host loses control. She paused, stating ominously, if the host perishes, the dual sword shall cease to exist. The crowd gasped. So, should we kill him? Suyu did not respond directly, but instead remarked, if the host dies, one of the swords he wields will fall into eternal slumber. With one sword missing, it cannot be wielded. Is there no way to restore the host to his original state? Wukong asked persistently. Unfortunately, Suyu shook her head, until Zhonglian's passing. No true method to nullify the calamity of the dual swords was discovered. No, I refuse to believe it. There must be a way. Wukong insisted resolutely. The women turned their gazes towards Wukong, as now all hope rested upon him. They felt powerless to intervene. In the Tianhe, when the host wields the sword, his power is extraordinarily formidable. To slay him is no easy feat. Any ordinary cultivator who confronts him will surely be harmed by the scorching flames or the chilling ice, unless someone possesses the ability to withstand both forces. And you are one of those with a unique constitution, unafraid of the cold, nor daunted by the heat. Are you suggesting? Wukong queried, perplexed. I recall. Lingsha clapped her hands. When you encountered the cold weapon and the red flame stone in Jima, you showed no fear at all. Yes. Wukong also remembered. Now, I believe there are 3 methods. Wukong stated gravely. The first is to reclaim the Wangshu sword. But I know that without Wangshu, my elder brother would be consumed by profound inner demons. We are well aware of the extent of his turmoil. The second is to kill him. But how could I bring myself to do that? The women looked at Wukong, worried, as they witnessed his painful dilemma. And what is the third? Surong inquired. I believe, Mengli interjected. The third method you speak of is both the simplest and the most challenging. The 4 women spoke in unison. To abandon ascension? Wukong nodded. However, my elder brother is so obstinate. The chances are exceedingly slim. Wukong lifted his head and closed his eyes, pondering. What should I do? What am I to do indeed? Wukong shook his head and said, it seems quite late, and you all must be weary. Please rest for now. I wish to be alone and reflect in tranquility. Very well. At this moment, it was already deep into the night, for he had just spent a considerable amount of time searching for and reading books. As Wukong stood at the edge of the precipice, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful scenery that captivated the soul, he found himself devoid of any enthusiasm. Do not let your suffering burden me. My pain would be far greater, he mused. Suddenly, he sensed a gentle embrace around his waist and turned to find Suyu clinging to him. I do not wish for this either. Yet, I am at a loss, Wukong lamented helplessly. Suyu tenderly caressed Wukong's face and softly remarked, you must understand that my fate is determined by me, not by destiny. Regardless of the choices you make, I, along with my other sisters, shall unwaveringly support you. Shall we take his life? Suyu whispered. Wukong remained silent, yet a flicker of uncertainty stirred within him. How could I bring myself to act against him? He is my elder brother. How could I lay a hand on my own kin? Tianhe, you are still too kind-hearted. Suyu softly remarked, you must understand. Kindness can invite treachery. Although your assistance to Xianyao in breaking the ice was partly due to my influence, I believe that the majority of your actions stemmed from your own desire to aid him. Am I not correct? Wukong nodded. And Suyu offered a faint smile. In this case, you did not truly understand him before releasing him, believing he was merely a tormented soul. Yet now, he has succumbed to the path of wickedness. You have all the more reason to punish him, do you not? Wukong was momentarily taken aback and inquired. Is this permissible? Why not? Life and death are in our hands. changes arise from our hearts. The earth cannot bury us, and the heavens cannot extinguish us. This grants me the power over my fate, independent of celestial whims. Wukong smiled faintly and replied, I understand. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall certainly persuade him to relinquish his ascension. However, if he remains obstinately unyielding, I shall, even at the risk of being deemed unfaithful, take his life. As they stood by the precipice of Qinghuan Peak the following day, Suyu leaned back into Wukong's embrace. My dear, have you truly not slept all night? The Mingli, Sikong, Lingsha, and Suyu gazed at Wukong, who was once so exuberant, now shrouded in melancholy. It is indeed lamentable how unpredictable life can be. Even the most virtuous individuals may become tainted by the tribulations of the world. Wukong, despite bearing dark circles under his eyes, displayed no sign of fatigue as he candidly declared, I pondered throughout the night and have come to a decision. The first method shall remain in use. As for the second method, it will only be employed in dire circumstances. Thus, I shall directly resort to the third method. However, he was so obstinate. Suyu anxiously inquired, by the way, sister, weren't you and Xian Xiao once fellow disciples? Perhaps you could persuade him. He might reconsider. Suddenly, Mingli directed her words at Suyu. Upon hearing this, Suyu hesitated, for she had long ceased to harbor any affection for Xian Xiao. Even if remnants of love lingered, disappointment had consumed her completely. Very well, I shall give it a try, Suyu nodded, resolving to entertain Meng Li's suggestion. Wukong summoned the enchanted sword and addressed the group of ladies. Very well, let us proceed to Boxian Town. I have heard from Yaoer that the Chonghua sect possesses a barrier, and once it is dispelled, it shall be a time for ascension. Let us first arrive there, and then deliberate on our next course of action. Agreed. The others replied in unison as they ascended the mystical sword and soared towards Boxian Town. After a brief moment, upon arrival at Boxian Town, a gasp escaped Shiyong Lingsha's lips. How can this be? Is this truly Boxian Town? Why does it resemble the former Crescent Village so closely? She gazed in astonishment at the town before her. Wukong and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Just a short while ago, when they first ascended the mountain, this place was not as it now appears. Although it bore some resemblance to Wukong's recollections of India, it was not to such an extent. The river had transformed into muddy waters, and the flora and fauna were either withered or broken. It had become indistinguishable from the former Crescent Moon village. A sense of foreboding washed over me, murmured Mengli. Look, there is someone approaching, Wukong observed keenly. Noticing an individual running towards them, Lingsha intercepted the man and inquired, Excuse me, sir, where have all the townsfolk gone? Why has everything changed so drastically? The man sighed heavily. Alas, young lady, you are unaware of the calamity that befell the celestial mountain just a day ago. It has frightened the elderly and children, rendering them too afraid to venture outside. Suyu, with a serious demeanor, pressed for details. What exactly transpired? The man's tone shifted to one of alarm. It was the wrath of the deities. Suddenly, the earth trembled, the river boiled, and the sky darkened. By the time all subsided, the oasis's waters had turned murky. Exclaimed Qingjia. Were the townspeople injured? The man shook his head. Injuries were absent, but the waters became tainted with silt, losing their clarity. This phenomenon is unprecedented, and the elders proclaim it to be ominous, foretelling a gradual depletion of the water, followed by a great calamity. What else happened afterward? Sirong inquired. The man pondered before responding. After the tremors ceased, a floating peak emerged from the celestial mountain, slowly ascending until it vanished from sight. Wukong's expression turned grave, realizing the urgency of their situation. A floating peak? Could it be? The man continued. It is said to be the abode of the deities, who are returning to the heavens, abandoning us and this town, depriving us of the pure waters we once enjoyed. He sighed. Heavenly beings bless you. For you are not from this town. Depart swiftly, for if disaster truly strikes, do not linger to suffer. With that, he shouldered a bundle and walked past the group. What should we do? Is it really necessary to? Sirong and Lingsha became anxious, while Qingjia and Mingli clenched their hands in worry. So you turned to Wukong, who remained stoic, his countenance devoid of the usual mirth. A tempest of emotions brewed within him, anger, helplessness. We shall ascend to Chonghua sect, Wukong stated coldly. The women were taken aback by his tone, their hearts sinking as they silently lamented that it was not their fault. After a brief interval, at the gates of Chonghua sect, upon arrival, they were utterly astonished, completely stunned by the sight before them. Xian Xiao, you have gone too far. Wukong gritted his teeth. Recognizing that this sworn elder brother had now succumbed to the temptations of ascension, unable to extricate himself. "My dear, please remain calm," the women repeatedly comforted Wukong. Yet, how could he maintain his composure? Before him lay the Qianghua sect, a desolate expanse of ice and snow, where every building and pillar lay frozen in time. Even the statue of the nine heavens, Xian knew had toppled. What was once a vibrant sect now resembled a lifeless city. Yun Cloud Platform, let us proceed, Wukong declared, leading the way forward. Shortly after their entrance, they encountered a disciple of the Qianghua sect, who approached them with disdain. "You traitors dare to return." The women were incensed, while Wukong calmly inquired, "Where are Xian Xiao and Su Yao?" "Impudent! How dare you question me?" Su Liang retorted sharply. "In this realm of tranquility, how can a traitor like you roam freely?" "Tranquility?" Su Yu scoffed. "The Qianghua sect's centuries-old foundation is nearly obliterated. What was once a sanctuary of serenity has transformed into a frozen wasteland. As a disciple of the Qianghua, how can you remain blind to this calamity? Enough of your nonsense. Take us to Xian Xiao and Su Yao at once, for perhaps we can still avert this impending disaster." Wukong maintained his steady tone. "Humph." Su Liang scoffed coldly. "You have willingly descended into degradation, consorting with demons. You bring shame upon our sect. What right have you to speak here? The Qianghua sect may have separated from the mountain, no longer sheltered by the earth's spirit. Yet it possesses the dual sword's spiritual essence, soaring towards Kunlun's celestial light. Soon, all disciples shall ascend during the day, heralding a new era. Do not presume to spout your words here." "You." Witnessing Wukong's humiliation, the women were ready to retaliate. Wukong gestured dismissively, urging restraint, and remarked with a sardonic smile, "What a remarkable transformation from despair to hope, a process of destruction leading to rebirth." The Qianghua sect's ascension stirred a tremor in the earth, tainting the waters of Kunlun Mountain and wreaking havoc upon the common folk below. In light of such actions, is this truly a transformation from despair to hope, a cycle of destruction and renewal? To aspire for immortality and transcendence, what significance do such sacrifices hold? Xiu Yu spoke with an air of self-evidence. The pursuit of enlightenment is also meant to benefit the world, if one's actions contradict this aim. Would it not signify a departure from the original purpose of cultivation? Is this not a descent into the abyss of depravity? The Qin maiden stated coldly. Enraged, Xu Yao drew his sword, pointing it at Wukong, and declared, "Do not attempt to sow discord. Leaving the Qianghua sect is not an option. I must tell you that ascending to the heavens is my lifelong aspiration, and I shall not relinquish it so easily." Suddenly, a soft sound echoed. Before Xu Liao could comprehend the situation, he felt a sharp strike to his neck, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. "Wukong, have you killed him?" Xu Yu inquired. As he lowered his hand, Wukong shook his head, stating, "No, I merely rendered him unconscious. He has now succumbed to the allure of ascension and has lost his will. Alas, he refuses to abandon the prospect of elevation." Xuanjiao He. Let us continue onward. Presently, due to the devastation wrought by the Qianghua sect, Wukong and his companions were unable to discern their surroundings. Cough, cough. Someone. Wukong immediately dashed towards a nearby ruin, tirelessly rummaging through the debris with such force that stones were flung aside. "Ah, Xuanji." Wukong was taken aback to discover that Xuanji was trapped beneath the rubble. At that moment, Xuanji was covered in dirt, her adorable face evoking a sense of pity. Wukong lifted Xuanji into his arms and fed her a celestial bean, which gradually restored her condition. "How is she? Is she all right?" The anxious women hurriedly inquired as they approached. "I gave her a celestial bean. She is fine now. Had I arrived any later?" Xuanji groggily opened her eyes, and upon recognizing the figure before her, exclaimed with joy, "It's you, Tianhe?" "Yes, it's me. I have returned." Wukong nodded with a gentle smile. Wudu, after all, Xuanji was merely 13 or 14 years old, having just teetered on the brink of life and death. How could she not feel sorrow? Wukong gently patted Su New Jersey's back, reassuring her that all was well. As she nestled into his embrace, a profound sense of safety enveloped her. Suddenly leaping from his arms, she exclaimed, "Quick! The sect leader and my master are about to ascend. We must hurry to the cloud-rolling platform." Despite the urgency, Suyo felt a deep sense of anxiety. Although she was at a great height, it did not shield her from the devastation below. Witnessing the tragic state of the Qianghua sect broke her heart. Burdened by guilt towards her former sect leader and the ancestors. Why are they not here yet? Tianhe, please hurry. I cannot hold on much longer. Floating behind Suyu was Washu, and at that moment, she yearned to see Yukong. Noticing her distracted demeanor, Xianxiao inquired, "Are you troubled by something?" Su Yao's expression betrayed her thoughts. "No," she replied, yet her countenance revealed the truth. Xianxiao coldly stated, "Let me make it clear. My sparing your life is already an act of mercy. I advise you not to engage in any tricks after my ascension. You will also be recognized as a great contributor." A contributor? Su Yao thought bitterly, mocking herself. Given the state of the Qianghua sect, I should be deemed a criminal instead. Laughter erupted, but it was abruptly silenced by Xuanqiao's icy voice. "Who dares to be so audacious? Did I not instruct that no disciple is to trespass upon the cloud-rolling platform?" Footsteps approached, and upon recognizing the newcomer, Su Yao could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward and threw herself into his embrace. "Tianhe, you have come?" Xianxiao stared at Su Yao in astonishment and fury. "Su Yao, this is a critical moment. Do not act foolishly. It is you who is acting foolishly." Su Yu stood tall, emboldened by Yukong's presence. "Look at the Qianghua sect now. Reduced to ruins. For the sake of your ascension and your own interests, have you no regard for the fate of our sect? Pathetic. What is a mere Qianghua sect to me? After my ascension, restoring it will be a trivial task," Xianxiao retorted dismissively, flicking his sleeve. Turning to Yukong, Xianxiao remarked, "Tianhe, I never anticipated Su Yao would follow you. It seems I underestimated the situation. But you have come here, perhaps to join me in ascension? To allow Yukong to ascend?" He chuckled softly, imagining how the Heavenly Emperor would tremble before Wukong's formidable aura. However, Wukong would not simply unleash his might without cause. Wukong shook his head, gently pushing Su Yao aside as he stepped forward to address Xianxiao. "You are mistaken." "Mistaken?" Xianxiao chuckled. "What do you mean by that? Your approach is flawed." "Flawed? Are you suggesting that my method of ascending with dual swords is erroneous?" Xianxiao laughed heartily. "I believe it is you who is mistaken. Xia and Wangshu are divine artifacts. How could there be any error in their use?" Wukong shook his head once more. "Brother, do you not intend to relent? Must you bring about suffering and devastation before you are satisfied?" "Tianhe, what do you mean by suffering and devastation? Who have I slain aside from Chongwang?" Xuanxiao's expression turned icy as he inquired, "Do you not comprehend that this pair of swords is both a divine artifact and a deadly weapon?" "A deadly weapon? Ha!" Xianxiao scoffed. "Such words are better suited for children. Brother, heed my counsel, turn back. There are many paths to ascension. Must you be so obstinate as to pursue this one?" Xianxiao replied with indifference, "Tianhe, ascension has been my aspiration for many years." He tapped his chest. "At this moment, as ascension approaches, how can I easily give it up?" "Brother." Wukong wished to say more, but Xianxiao interjected, "There is no need for further discourse. Should you wish to ascend with me, you are most welcome. However, if you seek to persuade me to abandon my goal, then I suggest you depart. What does it matter if Su Yao is gone? Now, I am also the host of Washu. Without her, I can still ascend. Senior brother." At that moment, Su Yao finally spoke. "Su Yao." Xuanqiao's expression shifted, memories of the past flooding his mind. To this day, he still loved her. Yet he was acutely aware that her affections had waned. "Abandon your ascension," Su Yao implored. "Su Yao, even you," Xianxiao murmured. "Is the scene from 19 years ago not much the same as now?" "Su Yao, 19 years ago. I bear no grudge against you. Nor do I harbor hatred. I regret having wounded your heart. But words are futile now. I once scolded you, therefore. I do not wish to raise my hand against you." Xianxiao turned aside, avoiding Su Yao's gaze. "Senior brother, even if I plead with you, relinquish it." Su Yao's voice was filled with desperation. The former lovers had become estranged, with her heart now burdened by concern. Upon hearing Su Yao's tone, Xianxiao hesitated. Yet he could see that the moment was drawing near. "Absolutely not." Xianxiao declared resolutely, "I shall not yield. What the former sect leader could not achieve, I, Xianxiao, shall accomplish." Su Yao turned away, her eyes crimson with tears, once again filled with disappointment. "How? Can you speak of refusal and then resort to violence?" Indeed, Wukong had now positioned himself before Xianxiao, ready for confrontation. "Brother, I truly do not wish to take such measures, but I have no choice. Since you refuse to abandon your ascension, I must." "Ha? Absurd." Xianxiao coldly laughed. "What need is there for further prattle? I have already faced the betrayal of brethren." Wukong wavered. Once he struck, the bond of brotherhood would be irrevocably shattered. "Then let it be so." Wukong sighed inwardly. Boom. A fireball technique was launched towards Wukong by Xianxiao. Wukong effortlessly deflected it and charged towards Xianxiao, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Xuanqiao's chest. Startled, Xianxiao swiftly dodged and retaliated with a kick aimed at Wukong's back. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly have been struck. Be careful. The women gasped, but in the next moment, Xianxiao was taken aback. For he had kicked nothing but an illusion. Thud. Ah! Xianxiao exclaimed in pain, clutching his abdomen as he knelt on the ground. His brother. Wukong felt a pang of sorrow. He had only used a fraction of his strength in that punch, yet it inflicted considerable damage on Xianxiao. Xianxiao managed to raise his head with great effort, forcing a smile and saying, Hee, Tianhe, I did not expect you to be so formidable. No wonder you have no interest in ascension. No, even if I possess no martial prowess and were merely an ordinary mortal, I would still not ascend, Wukong replied calmly. Hee, is that so? Xianxiao smiled faintly, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to rise. It's of no consequence. Tianhe, if I am not mistaken, the tremor from several days ago was your doing, was it not? It was. Wukong nodded. Suyao looked at Wukong in astonishment. Tianhe. Shu. Surong pulled Suyao behind her, signaling her to remain silent. This was a critical moment. Tianhe. Brother understands your intention, but you are 22 years too late. In the days of cultivating the dual swords, when I struggled for progress, no one urged me to abandon my initial achievements. When my meridians reversed, no one urged me to relinquish my aspirations. Day and night, suffering the torment of fire. No one cared for my life or death. Now, it is too late. A lifetime spent on the path of cultivation has led to its own destruction. Entangled in incomprehensible complexities, how could others possibly understand this state of mind? Xianxiao seemed to be expressing the anguish and helplessness within his heart. A sentiment truly beyond the comprehension of others. At that moment, what is that? Everyone turned to gaze at. Suyao exclaimed, Kunlun heavenly light. In the center of the cloud platform, a thick beam of light descended from the heavens. Suyao gasped, it is Kunlun heavenly light. Xianxiao laughed heartily. The final moment of ascension is at hand. I truly do not wish to do this. Wukong closed his eyes, extending one hand toward Xianxiao while turning his body, obscuring his expression. From the center of Wukong's palm, a surge of energy began to coalesce, a ki blast. At this moment, having already sustained Wukong's punch, Xianxiao was gravely injured and lacked the strength to escape. Just kill me, Xianxiao said with a bitter smile. If I am to die by my brother's hand, I shall accept it. Just as Wukong was poised to unleash the ki blast, a voice interjected, wait. As the energy wave of Wukong dissipated, he raised his head and inquired, who is it? From the luminous glow of Kunlun emerged a figure. Clad in a flowing garment of azure and yellow, her demeanor was stern, yet it could not conceal her exquisite beauty and grace. She was none other than the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens. Suyu was once again astonished, for she had witnessed the celestial maiden in person. Is she truly the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens? The other women gasped, with Xianji nearly fainting from the shock. Do you possess any viable solutions? Wukong asked. The celestial maiden cast a glance at Wukong but abruptly averted her gaze. The brilliance of Kunlun enveloped her, rendering her expression inscrutable. Curse be it. Why does my heart race so? The celestial maiden pondered, reflecting upon the mere glance exchanged with Wukong. Hey, speak up. Wukong urged again, noticing her silence. With an impassive countenance, the celestial maiden declared, I am the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens, serving under the decree of the heavenly emperor, tasked with conveying the will of the divine realm. By the command of the heavenly emperor, the Qianghua sect has committed heinous transgressions, warranting their punishment by heavenly fire, casting them down to the mortal realm, with disciples imprisoned in the whirlpools of the eastern sea for a millennium. How outrageous! What decree of the heavenly emperor? Xianxiao retorted angrily, my Qianghua sect has ascended to Kunlun's celestial light. Our elevation is imminent. We need not others to deliver heavenly mandates. The celestial maiden replied slowly, Xianxiao, all causes and effects arise from oneself. The divine realm merely acts as a conduit for the celestial mandate, maintaining the order of the heavens. Pangu's teachings impart that within the 6 realms, all matters adhere to the law of causation. Mortals gaze upon the vast heavens, unaware of the cycles of day and night, of the seasons' ebb and flow. In the realm of shadows, all beings follow the path of causation. And the grandest of these is the heavenly order. Xianxiao coldly retorted, such are mere empty words. The calamities of the world, the suffering of humanity, and the divine realm's indifference to the populace. Yet you obstruct my Qianghua from ascension. Is this also in accordance with the heavenly order? The celestial maiden nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. The Southern Dipper governs life, while the Northern Dipper presides over death. All sentient beings traverse the six realms, enduring common ailments and suffering. And thus it is the way of heaven, rather than a contrived salvation against it. The hearts of the Cheonghua sect have turned to malevolence, filled with myriad wicked thoughts. Yet they still aspire to ascend to immortality, which the heavenly order cannot permit. What heavenly order? Xianxiao exclaimed, it is but the rhetoric of the divine realm. Why must the fate of mortals be dictated by your words? With a flick of his hand, he unleashed his energy, only to be immediately rebuffed, sustaining further injury. Brother! Wukong gasped, rushing to support Xianxiao. The celestial maiden disdainfully remarked, the strength of an ant dares to contend with the heavens. Xianxiao. To scorn the cosmos will only lead you deeper into darkness. Xianxiao shook off Wukong's hand and declared, heaven above, I hold you in reverence. Yet if I am to be driven by the divine realm, that is mere folly. Mortals, lacking wisdom, perceive their lives as trifles, with the divine exalted above. Yet they fail to comprehend the constancy of the heavenly order, for even deities must abide by the celestial will. The distinction between good and evil is not confined to the mortal or demon realms. If demons are not inherently malevolent, why must they be slain? The Cheonghua sect arose from greed, slaughtering in the realm of illusions, indistinguishable from evil spirits. It seems I have been utterly mistaken. Upon hearing the words of the nine heavens Xian Nu, Su Yao murmured. There were numerous beams of light soaring towards the east. The heavenly fire was about to descend. And the binding spell of this seat would naturally guide the disciples of Cheonghua to the vortex of the East Sea, said the nine heavens, Xian Nu suddenly. Wukong interjected. If the heavenly fire falls, the Cheonghua sect will also perish. What will happen to the people below the mountain? Will they all die? The nine heavens Xian Nu replied. The causes of today will yield the fruits of tomorrow, and the fruits of today arise from the causes of the past. But even if the Cheonghua sect has erred, what fault lies with those beneath the mountain? There can be no result without a cause. Yet why must the retribution fall upon others? The nine heavens Xian Nu did not gaze at Wukong but closed her eyes. As she spoke to him, her heart raced inexplicably. I never wish to experience the sorrow of being unable to save the people of Yuya village again. Wukong replied calmly. Fate is difficult to defy. Fate. Wukong suddenly laughed. Huh? Fate? My life is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Since you refuse to reveal the method to me, I shall devise my own. Even if I must sacrifice myself, I will not harm a single soul. Tianhe, my husband. Tianhe, you. Xianxiao gazed at Wukong in astonishment, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame before his brother. While Wukong sought to help others at all costs, he himself had acted for selfish gain. Tianhe, you must understand. Altering one's destiny is a monumental task. I understand. You possess the breath of the divine dragon and the bow of Hui. Whether you can alter the course of fate is entirely up to you. Upon finishing her words, the nine heavens Xian Nu vanished. The matter concerning Xianxiao seemed unresolved. Brother, Xianxiao suddenly smiled. Tianhe, earlier we quarreled, and I spoke many harsh words. Do not take them to heart. You may never know how envious I am of you. You possess the bow of Hui, a peerless artifact. By awakening the power within you, you may be able to destroy the descending Cheonghua sect. Rest assured, brother, Wukong assured him. What is it, brother? Why have I not yet ventured to the East Sea? Xianxiao pondered. What is the matter? Xianxiao still could not believe it. Very well, it seems it truly is fate. Tianhe, it appears I can no longer afford to err. I have made my decision. I shall retreat with Shihe and Washu. Xianxiao smiled. Is that true? Brother, have you come to understand? Wukong exclaimed in delight, and the women behind them also displayed expressions of joy. Yes, however, brother cannot assist you, for my strength. It matters not. I can resolve this. Wukong gestured for Xianxiao not to worry. That is good. I believe in you. Xianxiao sheathed Wangshu and Shihe. Addressing Wukong, since it is thus, I shall take my leave, and in the future, we shall meet again. Ah, brother. Take care. Take care. In the end, Xianxiao had a change of heart, relinquishing his ascension and opting to retreat into seclusion with his twin swords. However, before anyone could revel in this decision, trouble arrived at last. Heavenly fire. Run. Wukong shouted as he observed the rain of fire descending from the skies. The women were taken aback. They hastily summoned their respective swords and took to the skies, with Wukong following closely behind. At the foot of the mountain, Wukong grimaced as he watched the Cheonghua sect gradually plummet. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated using the Turtle School's Kamehameha, yet he was acutely aware of its formidable power. Even if it were to obliterate the Cheonghua sect, the repercussions would devastate the village below. It seemed he had no choice but to rely on this. Wukong retrieved the red bow, the bow of Hui, famed for shooting down the suns. You all, fall back. Wukong bellowed. The women, unwilling to lag behind, obediently retreated, their eyes filled with concern for him. The bow of Hui emitted a crackling hum as it trembled. Wukong felt its immense power surging through him. Raising the bow, he aimed it at the Cheonghua sect, drawing the string, and an astonishing phenomenon occurred. An invisible arrow materialized. Wukong summoned all his strength, his pupils turning entirely white. With a swift whoosh, the invisible arrow was released, hurtling toward the falling Cheonghua sect. Bang! Upon impact, the Cheonghua sect erupted in a tremendous explosion, signifying its utter annihilation. Yet, the women gasped in shock as they beheld Wukong half-kneeling on the ground. Tianhe, my husband! They raced toward Wukong in desperation. A century later in Jima. Wow, this place remains as beautiful as ever. Gazing upon the nightscape of Jima, Lingsha and Surong could not help but express their admiration. Indeed, it brings to mind when we made wishes here, Qingji remarked. Mingli smiled gently. I wonder if we shall ever meet that Mr. Xia again? Oh, right. Sairong's tone shifted. Who knows? 100 years have passed, and Mr. Xia may no longer be here. Indeed, a century has elapsed, and the individuals who first welcomed them have long since departed. Thus, upon their arrival here, there was little reaction. Over this 100 years, Xia located Ziying and entrusted him with the remnants of the Cheonghua sect, empowering him to revitalize it. As for Chansi Ba-san, the veil had long been torn. She now dutifully serves as one of Wukong's wives, yet retains her position as the sovereign of the demon realm. Nevertheless, she has made a resolute decision. Should Wukong issue a command, she shall immediately relinquish her title to her subordinates. In this harem, there is no rivalry or jealousy, only harmonious coexistence. However, they all harbor a steadfast conviction. Should anyone dare to humiliate or harm their beloved, that individual must meet with death. As for Xianji, this young girl is no longer who she once was. Having mastered Wukong's art of longevity, she has now ascended to the rank of elder within the Cheonghua sect. Yet, unbeknownst to Wukong, she has already secretly bestowed her heart upon him. My beloved, do listen. My beloved. See, you had just turned to call Wukong to join her in the performance, only to discover his absence. Oh no, my beloved is missing, she exclaimed anxiously to the other women. What? We must search for him at once. He cannot be seen. The women gasped, immediately scattering to search. What? Wukong is missing? Yes, the same tragic fate has befallen him once more. However, Wukong remains optimistic, believing that being blind has its advantages, such as not witnessing the sorrowful events or allowing certain women to think he has an interest in them. Every day, Wukong kept his eyes tightly closed atop Qingwan Peak. Relying solely on his hearing and the surrounding energy, he found it impossible to catch wild boars, leaving him no choice but to enlist the aid of a few wives. When his vision suddenly failed him, it nearly frightened Xia to death, and the other women were on the verge of offering their own eyes to him. Wukong quickly reassured them. It's all right. I'm still alive. Am I not? It's just a pair of eyes. It's no great matter. Yet, within himself, he felt quite distressed. In this bustling place, where noise filled the air, how could he possibly navigate his surroundings with only his senses? Suddenly, he felt something or someone collide with him. Wukong promptly extended his hands and inquired, I apologize, are you unharmed? The voice responded, revealing it belonged to a woman. Upon catching sight of Wukong's appearance, she was momentarily entranced. Only after hearing his words did she regain her composure, responding with a tone of sympathy. I'm fine, but what about you? How did you lose your sight? It's a long story, Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. I'm glad you're okay. I shall take my leave now. Wait. Just as Wukong turned to depart, the woman called out to him. He turned back and asked, what is it? What is your name? Me? I'm called Yunian. Wukong smiled faintly. Your smile. It's truly captivating. After witnessing Wukong's grin, Zishuan felt her breath quicken. She mused internally, if only his eyes were not blind, paired with that smile. Oh my, could this be the sensation of infatuation? Is this what it feels like to like someone? Lost in her thoughts, she remained unaware that Wukong had already departed. Hey, young sir. Upon hearing this address, Wukong was suddenly overwhelmed with an impulse to leap from a height. He had lived for over a century. In the world of his past, he was already a grandfather. At the very least, could she not call him big brother? Fei Qin, observing Wukong as he fumbled his way to her stall, rushed forward to assist him. Young sir, how could you be alone like this? Did no one accompany you? Hee hee, I did have company, but we seem to have gotten separated. By the way, I'm quite hungry. Do you have anything to eat? Indeed. Please, have a seat. Feichin helped Yukong onto a stool and said, I sell noodles here. Would you prefer a large bowl or a small one? With a playful smile, Yukong said, I would like a large bowl. Feichin, feeling a bit awkward, responded, Brother? You must be joking, right? A large bowl. That would cost money. If I am not mistaken, it should be 10 taels of silver, which should be sufficient to buy you a large bowl of noodles. Yukong rummaged through his pocket and placed a silver ingot on the table. Are you sure you are not jesting? He inquired. Very well. Please take a seat and have some tea while I prepare it. After confirming the 10 taels of silver, Feichin excitedly went to make the noodles. Darling. Upon hearing this, Yukong smiled and said, You all have arrived. I ordered noodles, so come and join me for a meal. Lingsha and Surong rushed to sit beside Yukong, pouting as they said, Darling, how could you wander off? We were quite worried about you. Yukong, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, thought to himself, Clearly, you were preoccupied with your own affairs, leaving me to be swept away by the crowd. Suyue, Mingli, and Qinjie also took their seats at the table in front of Yukong. Suyue patiently asked, Tianhe, are you truly all right? Yukong smiled faintly, remarking, It matters not. Although the eyes are often regarded as the windows to the soul, they are ultimately just two eyes, of little consequence. Upon hearing this, Siyu found herself at a loss for words. Had Wukong not intervened, she would have willingly offered her own eyes to him. All right, here comes the noodles, Feichin exclaimed, placing a large basin of noodles onto the table with a resounding thud. Wukong grasped the chopsticks, tapping them lightly on the table, and declared, The noodles have arrived. Do join me. With that, he deftly gathered a few bundles and began to eat. Rebirth? Qingwan Peak. It has now transformed into the front of a large wooden cabin, where a handsome man clad in primitive attire sat upon a wooden stump, exploring several pieces of pastry on the table before him. After more than a century, Wukong found no tedium in his existence. Had he been in his former world, he would have been engaged in relentless battles with Vegeta by now. Yet, in this moment, Wukong sensed that he had truly undergone a series of profound experiences. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken by the Dragon of the Candle during his time at Buzhou Mountain, the sufferings of the world. With his eyes tightly shut, Wukong murmured incoherently, Speak of the devil, and he appears. Presently, Wukong was sightless, relying solely on his hearing. It has been a long time. Rising to his feet, Wukong offered a faint smile. The visitor was none other than the Dragon of the Candle, who had been stationed at Buzhou Mountain. What purpose did its arrival serve now? Is this price worth it in your opinion? The dragon's deep voice would have shattered the eardrums of any ordinary person, yet Wukong remained unperturbed. Price? Oh, you refer to my 13 eyes. It matters not. They are not my ears. Wukong waved his hand dismissively, though a lingering melancholy resided in his heart, for he could not see the wild boar. Haha, mortal, you are indeed intriguing. It is a rarity to encounter someone so extraordinary in this world. The Dragon of the Candle chuckled softly, pausing to inquire, Where are your wives? They have gone to procure some daily necessities. I cannot see at present, making it impossible to catch wild boars. So they had no choice but to acquire some traps. It seems you lead a rather comfortable life each day. With a hearty laugh, Wukong remarked, Oh, it's nothing much. By the way, what brings you here? Are you looking for a fight? I'm more than ready. He clenched his fist and jumped a couple of times in place. Fight with you? Who will guard Buzhou Mountain then? Wukong furrowed his brow, feeling a bit perturbed. So, why have you come? If it's for a meal, I'm afraid I only have some pastries. Enough of your nonsense, you rascal, sighed the candle-holding dragon, unable to suppress a wry smile. Well, I suppose you've had your fill of a tranquil life over the past century, haven't you? Yes. It's been all right, but I can't shake off this feeling of discomfort, Wukong admitted, pouting slightly. It was true that he could never remain idle for long. I've come to share a method with you that will not only alleviate your boredom, but also allow you to see the light of day once more. Oh, what method is that? Wukong inquired with curiosity, as he genuinely wished to escape his current ennui. You possess formidable cultivation, so. Are you familiar with the concept of rebirth? Rebirth? Is that akin to reincarnation? Yes and no. While there are similarities, their essences differ. Rebirth entails using your own strength to detach your soul from your body, allowing you to find a place where you wish to be reborn as an infant. Your memories and cultivation remain intact. In contrast, reincarnation occurs after death, following the consumption of Mengpa soup, which leads one into the cycle of rebirth. The candle-holding dragon patiently elucidated to Wukong. Wukong understood reincarnation, having witnessed the defeat of Majin Buu in his former world, which had led to his rebirth. However, the concept of rebirth remained elusive to him. Wukong scratched his head, appearing somewhat perplexed as he remarked, "I do not fully grasp your meaning. But I surmise you wish for me to become another person and lead a different life, correct?" "Indeed, that is precisely the essence of my suggestion. I believe you are destined to be one who transforms into a dragon upon encountering the winds of fortune, and you should aspire to an extraordinary and unique existence." Xianzhu concluded, "I have said all that I wish to say. The choice now rests upon your own thoughts. I must return to Wuzhou Mountain until we meet again." With that, his figure gradually faded into the ether. "Is he leaving so soon?" Wukong murmured, settling down to continue savoring his pastries. Rebirth? Another life. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Later that night, before a rectangular table in front of a wooden cabin, Wukong sat at the head, surrounded by women on either side. "Darling, have some meat. Try this fish." And more. Their gestures unmistakably revealed their affection for him. Xianzhu the dragon visited today," Wukong stated between bites of rice. Xianzhu the dragon? The women gasped in astonishment. After all, he was a legendary beast. Though Su Yu and Meng Li had never seen him, his reputation was formidable. "Yes, he came to share some thoughts with me." "What did he say?" "He suggested I undergo rebirth, to become another person, claiming it would not only alleviate my idleness but also restore my sight." "Really?" "He proposed that you should let your soul depart and find a pregnant woman to be reborn." Wukong scratched his head in contemplation. "Does that mean, darling, you would become a child?" Xirong chuckled. "That seems to be the implication." Wukong chuckled awkwardly. Xiu set down her chopsticks and spoke gently. "I understand your intent. You wish to discuss this matter with us. Regardless of your decision, we shall not oppose it. Yet, are you certain you wish to proceed? Will you forget us?" "Not at all. It is merely rebirth, not reincarnation. My memories will remain intact, and my cultivation will not diminish. It is just the generational ties between us," Wukong admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The women erupted into laughter, and Wukong finally recognized the humor in the situation. "By the way," Wukong suddenly recalled, "would you all like to cultivate?" "Cultivate?" "Certainly," they exclaimed, each eager not to hinder Wukong's progress, even if he would ultimately be the one to take the lead. "I know of a place called the Time House." "The Time House." The women looked on in confusion as Wukong elaborated on the original concept of the Time House from the Wish World, observing their nods, unsure if they truly comprehended. "That is how it works. 10 times gravity." Ling Sha contemplated thoughtfully. "You can adjust the gravity as you wish. But do not push yourselves too hard," Wukong said with a smile. "Well then, all right. However, you must visit us often, or else we shall find ourselves quite bored," Xirong said playfully, tugging at Wukong. "No problem," Wukong reassured her, gently caressing Xirong's cheek. The following day. "What is this? A teleportation array?" The women gazed curiously at the structure before them, which resembled a teleportation array yet seemed somewhat different, inquiring of Wukong. "Indeed, if you step through this, you can reach the Time House, where an abundance of food, drink, and amenities await you. It all depends on your endurance," Meng Li stated with determination, gazing intently at Wukong. "Rest assured, my beloved, we shall strive diligently," she continued. The other women echoed Meng Li's sentiments, expressing their unwavering resolve.